Chapter 1, starting from the Kuruta tribe. Under the clear sky, in a very dense forest. On the path in the forest. A man who looked very handsome, with a medium-length beard and messy hair that had not been taken care of for a long time. Wearing loose blue and white clothes and a hooded cloak, this kind of clothes is very convenient for labor or fighting. The uncle carried a bamboo basket with some fruits, mushrooms and other things picked in the forest. Advertisement. Behind him followed a little kid. The clothes they wore were the same style, both hooded cloaks, but the little kid's clothes were mainly orange. Little Rocky, walk faster, don't leave me too far, otherwise you will get lost. Hearing this, Rocky raised his head, threw away the small branch in his hand, and quickened his pace. It seemed that he wanted to catch up with the uncle in front faster. Soon they came to a flat ground where the trees were not so dense. Rocky glanced at the stone beside him, sat down directly, and supported his hands on his knees as he watched the uncle start to wash the things he had just picked by the river. Uncle! Can't you teach me how to draw that barrier trap? The uncle who was washing fruits turned around and looked at Rocky. You are really a weird kid. You don't want to play, but want to learn this kind of thing all day long. I have said it many times. This matter has to wait until you are an adult. The tribe leader will personally select tribe members to teach you. It is not up to me. He threw a strange green fruit at Rocky. It tasted like a mixture of apples and peaches. Teach me, I promise not to tell anyone. Humph. Who believes the promise of a kid? The uncle stood up and put the basket with water on his back. You are really a freak of our Kuruta tribe. Little Rocky. Kuruta tribe. Rocky was helpless. It was because he became a member of the Kuruta tribe that he was so eager to learn the barrier. It is called the barrier, but it is actually none. Kuruta tribe is a minority tribe in Hunter x Hunter. When their emotions fluctuate strongly, their eyes will turn red. It is known as one of the 7 most beautiful women in the world, and is called the Crimson Eye. Because of this eye, the Kuruta tribe has to hide their identities and live in the mountains. Now Rocky is very anxious. Becoming a member of the Kuruta tribe means that Phantom Troop will come to exterminate the tribe at any time. I don't want to die. However, there is no way to escape now. The Kuruta tribe can use the mind, and use the mind to carve out many barrier traps near their residence. These barriers are linked together, and they actually have a similar effect to the magic circle, which made Rocky successfully lost when he tried to escape for the first time. Advertisement. In the end, he was found by the tribe leader. This made Rocky understand that the Kuruta tribe can read. I thought they couldn't. But Rocky couldn't say that he wanted to learn the mind, because there were only more than 100 people in the entire Kuruta tribe. It was impossible for an 8-year-old kid like me to know such a thing as reading. So these days, Rocky has been pestering his uncle, the younger brother of his dead father, to teach him the barrier-style mind. But what kind of bullshit rule does the Kuruta tribe have? They can only learn after they are 18 years old. And the prerequisite for learning is to be able to control emotions. That's right. If a tribe member who can't control his emotions controls the mind, once it goes berserk, the consequences will be disastrous. But the problem is that Rocky doesn't have that much time to wait until he is 18 years old. Who knows when Phantom Troop will appear? Now Rocky hasn't found Kurapika yet. I don't know if Kurapika hasn't been born yet, or what. In short, Rocky can't rest assured. Even if she is not born, what if Kurapika is born next year? Calculating the time, the tribe will be exterminated when Kurapika is 12 years old, and he will be 20 years old by then. 20 years old. Even if you learn Nen at the age of 18, you need to spend another 2 years to improve your strength. If you want to be able to protect yourself against the brigade, the time is very tight. Even Rocky doesn't know how talented he is in practicing Nen. What if it's very bad? Then the early bird must fly first. Uncle, just teach me. Anyway, no one knows. There are only you and me here. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, no one can know. The uncle glanced at Rocky and said, don't dream. I won't risk violating the clan rules and being expelled from the Kuruta tribe to teach you. Hey? Expelled from the Kuruta tribe? Rocky's eyes lit up slightly. This seems to be a good idea. Satsuki. The clan leader said that the barrier in the west seems to have been hit by wild beasts and has been damaged. I want you to take a look and repair it. Suddenly, another Kuruta tribe member appeared, said something to Rocky's uncle, and then disappeared. Advertisement. Satsuki looked back at Rocky and said, boy, it's impossible to teach you. At most, I can let you take a look. But there is a condition. After you have seen it, you can't bother me all the time. Okay. Rocky agreed without thinking. Although he might not be able to see anything, he had to try it. Soon, under Satsuki's leadership, they arrived at a place in the western forest. Rocky looked around along the way, but couldn't see anything at all. However, Satsuki stopped in front of a tree. Well, It is indeed a little damaged, but it can be repaired soon. Satsuki glanced at Rocky and said, "Okay, little Rocky, watch me start to repair it. After you have seen it, you can't bother me all day long." Rocky nodded. Seeing this, Satsuki smiled. How could a little kid turn the world upside down? This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can see. There is no problem in performing the mind in front of Rocky, because he can't see anything at all. And the fact is indeed so. But Rocky was not completely unprepared. Under normal circumstances, he could not see it, but he had to try an abnormal situation. As a member of the Kuruta tribe, the abnormal situation was of course the state of the fire eyes being open. Although he was only 8 years old, his soul was more than 8 years old. The conditions for opening the fire eyes were also very simple, with strong fluctuations in emotions. Especially when he was angry. Rocky was now able to barely rely on his own emotions to reach the conditions for opening the fire eyes. But it was only 3 or 2 seconds at most, because it was much more difficult than imagined to maintain the emotion of anger. He took a deep breath. The next second, Rocky's eyes began to emit red light. Sweat kept falling from his forehead. Satsuki, who was busy repairing the barrier, did not notice Rocky's changes at all. At this moment, Rocky did see some differences in his eyes. The light seemed to have changed to a certain extent in Satsuki's hands, as if the other party's fingers were astigmatism. Added in personal panel. Added successfully. Host, Rocky. Race, human. Kuruta. Non-talent, intermediate. Bloodline ability, low. Chapter 2, One word makes a world of difference. Personal panel. Rocky looked at the translucent interface in front of him. At this time, Gao Yu looked back at Rocky and said, "What's wrong with you?" He seemed to have noticed that Rocky's expression was a little strange. And Rocky was stunned for a moment and heard Gao Yu's voice. He looked at Gao Yu through the interface and said, "Nothing, nothing. Boy, you can't see anything. Don't be disappointed. When you are 18 years old and pass the trial of the clan leader, you will be able to learn it." Advertisement. After that, Gao Yu continued to concentrate on repairing the barrier. And at this time, Rocky breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that only he can see this interface. Otherwise, such a big thing is blocking the front. Unless you are blind, you can't see it. But what's the use of this thing? It's useless to show yourself your current panel data. Rocky looked around carefully, but there was nothing except some of his own information. Nothing. Don't give me a task or something. Newbie rewards are also good. Rocky was confused. What's the use of this? If I can only look at my information, it would be better not to have it. He stared at the panel again with wide eyes, and after a closer look, he found a very small button behind each of his information. If you don't look closely, you can't see it. You can imagine how small it is. The background color is the same as the panel, and there is no color difference. If I don't look carefully, I might have overlooked it. And this small button or icon has a pencil-like pattern with a horizontal line below. Although there is no text description for this pattern, anyone who can use a computer can more or less guess it. What does this mean? Can I modify my information? Rocky tried to raise his hand to click it, but as soon as his hand moved, a flashing vertical line appeared on his information bar. Bloodline ability, low level. The flashing vertical line made Rocky slightly stunned. What does this mean? Does it mean that it can be deleted? If it can really be deleted, then it means that it can be edited and changed freely. Then after changing the information, can I become the person I changed it to? Thinking of this, Rocky quickly moved his eyes upwards. He came to the non-talent column. Let's not talk about bloodline ability or anything like that. This world is the world of Hunter x Hunter, and then is the most important thing. And how can his talent in then be only intermediate? Advertisement. After thinking about it, Rocky wanted to delete the text in the non-talent information column. Sure enough, when a vertical line appeared on the non-talent information column, Rocky just silently thought about deleting it. Non-talent. Looking at the blank information column, Rocky couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Now he has begun to get excited. Since it was intermediate before, how should he modify it now? Top. Can it work? Along with Rocky's thoughts, new text quickly appeared in the information column. Non-talent, top. Really? Rocky glanced at the modification icon just now, and thought about touching it again. A new dialog box popped up the next second. Host has modified the information panel. Do you confirm? Of course he confirmed. Modification completed. Re-evaluating and improving panel information, obtaining new modification permissions. Countdown to obtain modification permissions, 29, days 23, hours 59, minutes 59, seconds. The next modification will take a month? Okay. It doesn't matter. This time is not too long and there is no problem. The problem is my panel information now. Host, Rocky. Race, human. Kuruta. Non-talent, top. Bloodline ability, low. The panel information has indeed changed. My modification just now was really successful. But the change in the panel information, will it affect me? Rocky thought about feeling it, and the panel disappeared naturally. Carefully feel your body, it seems, there is no difference. Rocky raised his head and looked in the direction of the moon. At this moment, the state of the red eyes has been lifted. But Rocky began to adjust his mood again and tried to open the red eyes again. Continuously opening the red eyes is not a big problem. If it was before, Rocky would never try it, because it was impossible after trying it. It is impossible to open it continuously. The interval time must be at least 6 hours. However, this time Rocky did not feel the slightest tiredness, as if the physical strength consumed by opening the red eyes just now was restored. He opened the fire eyes again, but this time Rocky didn't notice the hand of the moon, but looked at his own hand. Advertisement. There seemed to be a layer of white mist on his body, although it was not too strong, but it was clearly visible. A few seconds passed quickly, and when Rocky was still surprised, the fire eyes closed again. Even if it was closed this time, Rocky could still see some faint white smoke like dry ice coming out of his body. Although not much. But it was clearly visible. Is this life energy? Looking at the white smoke coming out, Rocky instinctively tried to control the smoke. Flowing according to his own wishes. The flow of thoughts accelerated instantly, and the original natural flow began to become faster. Under Rocky's subconscious control, the thoughts that would have spread little by little, that is, life energy. Although the speed of this diffusion is very slow, compared with active control, the speed of this diffused life energy loss is already very fast. The moon on this side also moved quickly and fixed the barrier. After all, it was only a little damaged and not much. But when he turned his head to look at Rocky, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Rocky seemed a little different, his aura was full. Little Rocky, you. Suddenly, Gao Yu was stunned, a familiar feeling made him stunned, this feeling of full aura, isn't it, only Nen can have. Condensation. Gao Yu gathered the aura in his eyes, looked at Rocky, and the next second his mouth opened wide, staring at Rocky blankly. Is this controlling the aura? The flow of aura on Rocky's body was no longer passive and natural, but actively flowing around Rocky, and there was almost no aura that naturally dissipated. Entanglement? This is entanglement, right? But why? Why did Rocky suddenly control the mind, and directly mastered the trick of entanglement? Is it really because he learned it by watching me use the mind? No way. But the previous Rocky definitely couldn't read, there is no doubt about that. But now this. Gao Yu felt that his brain was not enough. If he really learned to use Nen just by watching himself use Nen, and he was so talented that he could master the entanglement just by instinct, then it means this kid is a genius of Nen. Maybe even scarier than a genius. After all, no one actively opened aura nodes for Rocky, he opened it automatically by instinct. Thinking of this, Taeyu felt that Rocky's talent was even scarier. Chapter 3 This is the age of genocide. Chief. 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 Bang. The door of the Kuruta chief's house was kicked open. The panting Gao Yu rushed in from outside holding Rocky. Advertisement. At this moment, Rocky was also looking at everything in the house. In the middle of the house, there was a fat potato, a short but fat old man. But the other party's eyes were sharp, and there were scars on his face. It seemed that he had experienced many thrilling battles. There was a powerful mind wrapped around his body. The moment Rocky was carried into the house by Gao Yu, the other party's eyes had already fallen on Rocky. And he looked at Rocky carefully. When he saw the entanglement on Rocky, his sharp eyes also revealed a bit of surprise. Chief. Rocky, this kid. Gao Yu was so excited that he couldn't speak. Just kidding. A kid who awakened his mind at the age of 8, this kind of genius is definitely rare in the whole world. The chief raised his hand to signal Gao Yu that there was no need to say anything. I know. The old man with a big Viking beard said, looking at Rocky who was put down, and smiled amiably. Little Rocky. You are amazing, you can actually control chi. At this moment, Rocky looked at the old man in front of him who looked fierce and had a scary scar on his face, showing such a kind smile, and felt a strong sense of disobedience. Such an expression really makes people hard to get close to. But Rocky still smiled. Chi. Ah. I know it, it seems to be quite simple to control it. Quite simple? Tsuki rolled his eyes helplessly. He had studied for 5 years before he finally risked his life to open the aura nodes, and then he learned to read. The reading that he learned after a life and death experience became quite simple in the mouth of an 8-year-old kid. The world of geniuses is really annoying. The clan leader nodded. How did you learn it? Clan leader, let me tell you. As if afraid that someone would take the credit, Yao Yu started to tell Rocky about how he took Rocky to see him repair the barrier. Advertisement. After listening to the story, the clan leader stroked his beard and looked at Rocky with a puzzled look. It is impossible to awaken the mind just by looking at it. If the talent is really that terrifying, then the mind should have awakened on its own a long time ago, instead of awakening after just looking at it. After all, those guys will inevitably use the mind in the clan sometimes. But why did it happen today? Being stared at by the clan leader made Rocky a little scared, and he didn't know if the other party saw something. Did he realize that his eyes were not like those of a child? The clan leader did feel this. The child's eyes were clear and smart, while Rocky's eyes were deep and bright, which meant that this child's mind was probably not simple. This kind of eyes is not what an 8-year-old child should have. Oh, by the way, clan leader, Rocky can actually open the flaming red eyes. And he opened it on his own initiative. Although it was only for a moment, I saw his eyes flicker and turn red. At this age, he can control his emotions freely. Rocky is worthy of being my nephew, ha ha ha. Smiled. When the clan leader heard that the flaming red eyes were opened, he nodded. If it was the opening of the flaming red eyes that caused the sudden awakening of the mind, then it is not impossible. Okay. Go back, Gao Yu, little Rocky, stay here. Live with me, his parents died early, you have taken care of him all these years. Now that he has awakened his mind, he needs someone to teach him carefully, let me guide him. Gao Yu smiled and said, I brought him here because I want you to teach him. He has awakened his mind at this age. Rocky is probably the first one in the entire Kuruta tribe to awaken his mind. The tribe leader nodded. It is true that he awakened his mind at this age, and it was not due to external factors. He was the first person in the history of the Kuruta tribe to awaken his mind on his own. It is great for Rocky to stay with the tribe leader. If you want to understand the current situation of the Kuruta tribe, it is undoubtedly best to be with the tribe leader. Although there are only more than 100 people in the Kuruta tribe, they are not all crowded in one place, but scattered throughout the forest. If everyone lives together, there will be too many traces of living, and it is easy to be discovered even with barrier-like protection. So Rocky has no way to investigate how old Kurapika is now. Now the opportunity has come. Others don't know, but there's no reason why the chief doesn't know. The chief even knows the names of all the tribe members 100%. Little Rocky, you have to be obedient and don't make trouble when you live here with the chief. Also, you have learned to control your chi now, you have to learn it well from the chief and make it stronger slowly. Don't you want to learn the barrier style? As long as your chi is strong enough, the chief can teach you. Gao Yu was telling Rocky. Advertisement. After telling him about some trivial things, although Gao Yu was still very happy, he seemed reluctant to leave Rocky. It was as if he was worried that Rocky was shy and didn't want to stay here. Wait until Gao Yu left. The chief looked at Rocky. Little Rocky. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? After eating, I'll do the water seeing style for you to see what power your chi has. Water seeing style. Yet. Indeed, Rocky himself was a little curious. What kind of nin he was? Rocky hopes to be a nin of the trait system or conjurer. If he is neither of these two, then it would be best to be an enhancer. Trait system ability flower. Conjurer has strong ability and its basic attack and defense level is not low. Enhancer is the one with the least shortcomings among the balanced systems. In addition, in Rocky's opinion, other systems need to develop their abilities very well to reduce their defects, which is far less good than these three systems. Let's go. The chief took Rocky's hand and led Rocky to the inner room. At this time, Rocky also reacted, and suddenly his eyes flashed. Grandpa Chief, I want to ask, is there a person named Kurapika among the tribe? Hearing this, the chief nodded and said yes. Why do you suddenly ask Kurapika? Nothing, I met him in the forest before, and we played together for a long time. Later, I forgot to ask him where he lived. I thought about looking for him next time. This answer is normal for Rocky at this age. The chief nodded, well. I'll tell you where he lives later. But since you have awakened your mind, you have to practice hard for a long time. Mind plus fiery red eyes, these two things are quite dangerous. If Rocky can't control his fiery red eyes and chi, then the chief will not let Rocky go easily. After all, once Rocky loses control, many people in the tribe will die, especially a gifted kid like Rocky. Not only can Rocky not be allowed to lose control, but Rocky must also be trained well. Rocky is now starting to panic, because the chief's answer just now made Rocky a little worried. Okay, Chief Grandpa, by the way, who is older, Kurapika or me? The chief casually said, he is a few years older than you. Kurapika is 12 years old this year, and you are only 8 years old? Can't you tell that Kurapika is older than you? He is taller than you. Rocky's hand suddenly tightened. 12 years old, hey, no way, this is the age of extermination of the tribe. Chapter 4, The Speed of Cultivation of Top Talents. White crystals appeared in the water. So you are a manipulator. The clan leader nodded, not too concerned about the result. He turned around and began to explain to Rocky the so-called NAN system. Advertisement. NAN. It is divided into 6 systems. Enhancer, Conjurer, Manipulator, Special System, Emitter, Transmuter. There are 6 categories, and each person can only be a special user in one of them. However, in addition to their main system, other systems can also be cultivated, but they cannot fully exert their abilities. The maximum power exerted decreases by 20% with each system. For example, a conjurer can only exert 80% of the power of an enhancer and manipulator. The farther the distance, the more difficult it is to cultivate the corresponding system. Among them, the special system cannot be cultivated. Either they are born with special system, or because of some changes in the future, the system has changed, becoming an NAN of special system. Among them, the most likely to change into an NAN of special system are the NAN of manipulator and emitter. The 2 systems are also the closest to the trait system. Okay kid, do you understand what I told you? Hearing the question from the clan leader, Rocky nodded. But at this moment, Rocky was quite disappointed. Manipulator. Why did he have to be a manipulator? Manipulators usually don't fight by themselves, but through mind beasts or materialized items. Applying abilities to this item to gain powerful combat power. And the general fighting style is more long range, because the attack and defense capabilities of their own mind are generally weaker. So they have to try to choose long-range combat to play the advantages of their own manipulator. Even if it's not a trait system, it's good to be a conjurer. Sighed silently. At this moment, the clan leader thought Rocky was tired. After all, most children of this age are playful. It's already amazing to be able to do it quietly for so long and complete the Mizumi Shiki. Mizumi Shiki did see that Rocky's talent was amazing. It is not so easy to complete the water viewing style. If the mind does not reach a certain level, the water viewing style will react, but this reaction is too weak to distinguish what type of NAN it is. And Rocky has just awakened his mind. Half an hour ago, his mind was only very weak, just slightly stronger than that of an average adult. But half an hour later, Rocky has been releasing his mind, and the strength of his mind is constantly increasing. Advertisement. It has completely reached the requirements of the water viewing style. But now there are still few white crystals in the cup, as small as gravel. Little Rocky, don't think about playing for the next period of time. Continue the practice just now. If you can fill the entire cup with the white crystals just now, and complete it in one go, you can go out to play. Go out to play? Rocky doesn't want to go out to play now, but wants to run away. There is no way. Kurapika is already 12 years old. Who knows when the Kuruta tribe will be exterminated? Rocky doesn't want to stay here to be buried with him. Although he had been here for a while, it was only a while, and Rocky had not developed any feelings with these Kuruta people. Even Gao Yu did not have much feelings for Rocky. His own life was the most important. Can't the clan leader go out? I have been practicing for a long time. Is half an hour considered a long time? It should be considered. The clan leader smiled and said, don't think about it, little Rocky. If you don't complete what I said just now, don't even think about going out to play, you can't even leave this room. Gao Yu said you want to learn the barrier style, and I also left the barrier style in this room. You can't leave without my energy. Just stay in your room and take a nap if you are tired. I'll let you go out and play for a day after you finish your training. Rocky's mouth twitched slightly. Is this considered child abuse? He was only 8 years old. Such crazy exploitation? It's not that the clan leader had any idea of abusing and exploiting Rocky, he just wanted to see how terrifying Rocky's talent was. From a beginner to completing the Mizumi style in half an hour. He really wanted to know how long it would take Rocky to reach the level of perfect Mizumi style if Rocky gave his all. Being able to perform the perfect Mizumi style basically means that you are a qualified NAN. It can also be considered as a formal entry. And this level is equivalent to the level of Gon and Killua learning to read and fighting against NAN for the first time in the Sky Arena. After the clan leader arranged a room for Rocky, he left and reminded Rocky not to be lazy. Rocky was left alone in the room, looking at the cup of water on the table. He really didn't let me go out. Rocky didn't care about cultivation, but wanted to change a place to cultivate. As long as he wasn't in the Kuruta tribe, Rocky felt safe anywhere. There's no other way. Advertisement. I can only improve my strength as soon as possible, at least I can run faster when I escape. Rocky thought for a while, with the strength of the mind of Gao Yu and others, the barrier style they released is not too strong. If I improve my strength as soon as possible and break through the barrier style violently, I can escape from the Kuruta tribe. He took a look at his information panel. NAN talent, Top. With the top talent, I think my improvement speed should not be too slow. Rocky sat cross-legged and placed his hands next to the water cup filled with water. The mind was activated again. This time, the energy was obviously stronger than before, and after half an hour of crazy release, Rocky's energy recovered very quickly. The so-called Nen talent does not simply refer to Rocky's talent for controlling mind, but is all-round. Mind is life energy. And Rocky's talent is top level, and in fact, Rocky's body has also changed. His physical fitness is completely equal to Gon, and he even has more potential than Gon. Outside the window, the clan leader squinted his eyes and looked at Rocky in the house. He still has some perseverance. For a kid of this age, it's already very good that he is willing to practice hard and not play around. I just don't know how terrifying Rocky's talent is. And the answer will soon be known. In 3 days, Rocky watched the cup in his hand being pierced by the surging white crystals because of the release of chi. The cup exploded directly. Water spilled everywhere. What remained in front of Rocky was a piece of white crystal. Looking at the crystal on the table, Rocky was stunned. Is this the embodiment of his own mind? In just 3 days, Rocky's mind has increased by more than 10 times. During these 3 days, Rocky had a normal schedule and thought that practice would be a boring thing anyway. But Rocky found that it was not the case at all. He could feel the rapid growth of his mind every moment. It was almost visible to the naked eye. This feeling of getting stronger makes people unable to stop. Usually, it feels boring because you can't see the progress, but if you can see and feel it, then whether it is learning or practicing, it will not be boring. Chapter 5 Manipulator Training. The sound of the broken cup made the chief outside the house walk into the house quickly and come to Rocky's door. He pushed the door open. What's wrong with you? I heard a sound just now. Did you break any sound? The chief asked, but when he came behind Rocky and saw the broken cup on the table, plus the flower-shaped white transparent crystals that looked like thorns entangled together. The bearded chief's mouth opened wide instantly, staring at the water spilled on the table in amazement. Your water-seeing style has reached this point. Advertisement. Rocky nodded, ah. It was almost done yesterday, but I didn't expect to break the cup. Hearing this, the chief closed his mouth. 3 days. It's only been 3 days. From a few crystals at the beginning to now, directly forming such a large crystal, this progress speed, is too evil. How long did it take you? It's not unacceptable to form such a huge crystal and break the cup. It won't take long. Less than a minute. Rocky said calmly. The chief seemed to choke up when he heard this answer. If Rocky said that he spent a lot of time to achieve this step, then the chief felt that he could still accept it. After all, if he persisted a little and maintained the intensity of the water viewing style, that is, the intensity of the release of chi, then if there was enough time, it would not be a big deal. But less than a minute. To achieve this point, this was beyond his understanding. After calming down, the chief took out a water cup again, which was naturally filled with water, and placed it in front of Rocky. Try it in front of me. Rocky nodded. He started to perform the water viewing style again. When Rocky released his chi, the chief's heart suddenly shrank. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. What a powerful chi! It's only been 3 days, and it has increased so much? Rocky's current chi strength seems to have reached the level that ordinary Nen practitioners can reach in about a year. Is this a genius? It is totally impossible to guess with common sense. Bang! The cup shattered, and the crystallized this time was even bigger. Seeing this, the clan leader sighed helplessly. This is the gap between people. It took me more than half a year to practice the Mizumi style to reach this level. And this kid in front of me, 3 days. I feel that my talent, which was originally worthy of pride, is not worth mentioning. Compared with Rocky, it is garbage. Well. Not bad. You completed my order in 3 days. You are indeed talented in mind. Good talent. Rocky frowned. Isn't he a top talent? Didn't the modification succeed? This can only be considered good? Maybe I am too lazy. I didn't use all my time to practice, so my talent has not been fully utilized. Rocky thought so. Okay, you can go out and play next. I will teach you new practice tomorrow. Hearing this, Rocky thought about it. Play? No, I don't have time to play now. At the same time, due to his own talent, Rocky also had new ideas. It has only been 3 days and it has become like this. What will it be like if he practices for a period of time? Is there a chance to become stronger before the extinction of the tribe, so as to save the Kuruta tribe? If possible, of course, the Kuruta tribe must be saved, but if it is impossible, Rocky will choose to save himself first. Cultivating and becoming stronger, the feeling of being able to feel yourself getting stronger all the time is really enjoyable. Advertisement. Grandpa, by the way, Kurapika is still in the tribe. The tribe leader nodded and said, of course, if the people of the Kuruta tribe are not in the tribe, they are somewhere else. That's good. Although he doesn't know much about the specific extinction of the Kuruta tribe, Rocky also remembers that the destruction of the Kuruta tribe occurred after Kurapika left. Rocky doesn't remember why he left. But even if he only remembers this, it is enough. As long as Kurapika is still in the Kuruta tribe, he is safe. If Kurapika left the Kuruta tribe at that time, it would mean that the extinction of the tribe was coming. It seems that there should be some time now, but it is not clear how long it is. It doesn't matter that I live with the tribe leader now. If Kurapika wants to leave the Kuruta tribe, she must get the tribe leader's consent. So there is no need to worry that Kurapika will leave the Kuruta tribe quietly. Tribe leader, I don't want to go out to play, I want to practice. You come and continue to teach me to practice. The tribe leader was confused when he heard this. Didn't you ask Kurapika just now? Don't you want to go to Kurapika to play? Rocky shook his head. No, practice first, practice is too interesting. This kid is indeed strange, but since Rocky took the initiative to ask, the tribe leader is also very happy. He wants to try what kind of strongman Rocky will become if he trains him seriously. Okay. Since you have completed the basic practice, then try the advanced practice. You are an of manipulator, so come to practice the system of manipulator. System practice of manipulator. Rocky knows this. Enhancer is to smash stones, conjurer is to control the mind to change while running, and transmuter is to throw the mind bullet as far as possible. These are the three systems that appeared in the original book. The other systems were not mentioned. Advertisement. What is the practice of manipulator like? Rocky couldn't help but be curious. When they came to the open space outside the house, the patriarch brought many cups of water, but this time the cups were much larger than before. The practice of manipulator is mainly to practice the materialization of thoughts. The first step is to materialize a large enough object in this cup of water. What you materialized seems to be a crystal, so aim for crystallization. The cup in front of me, no, it should be a bowl, a basketball-sized bowl, needs to materialize a bowl-sized crystal. This doesn't seem to be so easy to do. After you complete this step, the second step is to materialize as many independent crystals as possible in a bowl, and they cannot be linked to each other. The third step is to pour out the water in the bowl and repeat the above two steps. If you complete these three practices, your manipulator practice is basically completed. After the patriarch said this, Rocky's eyes began to shine. Interesting, the training of manipulator is like this. The first step is to strengthen the foundation, the second step is to enhance control, and the third step is to strengthen in all aspects. Without water, it is more difficult to control the flow of air, and it is even more difficult to materialize things. I roughly understand. How about confidence? Rocky nodded. The patriarch smiled and said, let's get started. Looking at Rocky's excitement, the patriarch stroked his beard. It would take at least a year or two to complete the training of manipulator. Even a genius needs to accumulate experience through daily training. And he finished speaking in one breath to see how far Rocky can go in a short time, and whether this evil little devil will give him a surprise. Chapter 6 New information column in the personal dashboard. Inside Rocky's room. Rocky was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, and the chi was flowing slowly. It was rotating around Rocky's body. There was basically no leakage of chi, and all of it was tightly wrapped around Rocky. Entanglement. Advertisement. Chanting one of the 4 basic practices, entanglement locks the chi and keeps it in the body. Long-term use of entanglement can make the body stronger, keep youth forever, and focus the mind. A calm mind is a good way to concentrate. And now Rocky's entanglement can basically be watertight, and it has only been about 20 days to achieve this step. And it was during the leisure time of practicing manipulator that Rocky's entanglement has reached the most perfect form that can be achieved at this stage. The next second, the chi around Rocky's body disappeared in an instant, and almost all of it was taken into the body. Absolute. It is also one of the 4 basic practices. This is what Rocky practiced when he was using it to restore his chi, but now Rocky's absolute is also very perfect. Practice. The moment he opened his eyes, the chi burst out, and a weak airflow fluctuation was set off in the whole room. The clan leader who was standing in front of Rocky looked at Rocky in surprise. The form is perfect. He couldn't help but admire it. Even though he had practiced Nen for decades, the clan leader had to admit that Rocky's practice form was perfect. Although it would definitely need to be polished in the future, the amount of chi in Rocky's body at this stage was enough to use this practice, which was already a perfect form. And it took Rocky only 1 month to do this. He completed 3 of the 4 basic Nen practices. And as an Nen of manipulator, Rocky had already completed the manipulator practice he had ordered 10 days ago. It only took more than 10 days to complete the enhanced practice of manipulator. Now Rocky. He has mastered the most important part of Nen practice, which is the practice of the 4 basic Nen practices. The so-called Fa is actually the ultimate move of Nen, that is, the ability to develop. And Manipulator is different from other systems. It is necessary to strengthen Manipulator training before practicing Fa. Otherwise, if you can't materialize anything, and you still want to develop abilities, isn't that nonsense? Other systems' ability users are okay, they don't necessarily need strong chi to develop abilities. But Manipulator can't. I didn't expect that in just 1 month, you have completed all the basic training, and they are all perfect. Incredible training speed. Little Rocky, your talent is really terrible. You will definitely become a powerful Nen in the future. Advertisement. The patriarch smiled and touched Rocky's head. Okay, take a day off today. These days, you have been practicing without sleep and forgetting to eat. This won't work. You must learn to combine work and rest, and practice Fa tomorrow. But you can try to think about it today. If you are asked to materialize something, what is the first thing you think of? After the patriarch left, Rocky stood up from the bed. He gently clenched his fist, and the chi that instantly gathered on his fist was much stronger than before. At least now Rocky feels that he and his uncle Gao Yu are probably at the same level. Previously, Gao Yu's amount of chi was about the same as his current level. The size of the chi form seems to be about the same. This is the level of top talent. He was reborn in 1 month, and even the speed of cultivation made the clan leader feel incredible. Rocky changed almost every day. After completing the basic training, Rocky remembered the ability development of the manipulator. Usually, you need to materialize something, and then let this thing have special abilities, so as to develop your own abilities. Let yourself think about what you want to materialize. Before, I was obsessed with the feeling of practicing to improve my strength, but I never thought about this problem once. Now that I think about it, the first thing that comes to Rocky's mind is not something special. Instead, it is something that basically everyone can think of. But this is indeed the first thing Rocky thought of. Sword. Yes, this is what Rocky thought of first. But do I really have to choose to materialize the sword? You have to know that the materialized things are not indestructible. Compared with the materialized sword, it is more useful to buy a sharp sword. Because you can wrap the weapon with gas to enhance the lethality and defense. On the contrary, the materialized sword itself consumes a part of the gas, and the power of wrapping it with gas is naturally not as good as buying a real sword and then strengthening it with gas. So materializing cold weapons or something should be the most unwise choice for manipulator. But if you want to materialize other things, Rocky can't think of what he should materialize. After thinking for more than 10 minutes, Rocky still thought of the sword instead of anything else in his mind while lying on the bed. Once the idea of materialization appears, it is like a brand that is firmly imprinted in his mind. Even if Rocky doesn't think about it, it seems to automatically emerge. This is very strange. Rocky slid off the bed and sat on the ground with his back against the bed. He grabbed his head with both hands. It's not impossible to materialize a sword, but as a manipulator, wouldn't it be stupid to use a sword to fight the enemy in close combat? His manipulator ability can only exert 60% of the power of chi, in other words, his own power is directly cut in half. Advertisement. This is equivalent to using your own weaknesses to attack others' strengths. If you are close to the enemy, it's fine if you are fast. As long as you are fast, you don't have to be afraid of close combat. But swords can't develop the ability to speed up. Lightning sword. Rocky was complaining helplessly. Sword and speed. Wait. Rocky suddenly thought of an ability, and this ability seems to be really possible. Combine the two abilities of sword and speed. And if I think about it carefully, if that ability can be developed, it seems quite good. Re-evaluation completed. Host personal panel information updated. Rocky was stunned for a moment, and the panel that suddenly popped up brought Rocky back to his senses instantly. That's right. It's been a month, and it's time to make the second modification. The previous countdown has also been reset. Host, Rocky. Race, human. Kuruta. Non-talent, top. Physical potential, intermediate. Bloodline ability, low. There is one more information column on the personal panel. Rocky was stunned for a moment. Does the re-evaluation displayed before mean that more personal panel information columns can be displayed? And if I can modify this information, it means that every time the extra information column is re-evaluated, I can make myself stronger through my own modification. That's probably what it means. But at the moment, Rocky looked at the new information column carefully. What does this column of intermediate physical potential represent? The potential that can be burst out of the body. My non-talent is top level, but with the development of top level talent, my physical potential is only intermediate. So can we understand it this way, my talent can make me progress faster in a month, but because of the drag of my physical potential, the speed of progress has slowed down. Physical fitness affects my growth rate. Chapter 7 Modifying the hiding rules of the information bar. If the physical potential is also modified to the top level, then the speed of his progress will be even more terrifying. Even now, it is already amazing enough. Just when Rocky was thinking about modifying his physical potential to the top level, suddenly, it seemed that there was no rush now. The current speed of progress is already very fast. Advertisement. Compared with modifying the physical potential to the top level, Rocky looked at his so-called bloodline ability and found that it was only low level. That's right. Rocky himself is a member of the Kuruta tribe, and he is a manipulator in normal state. But if he opens the red eyes, will there be any changes? Thinking of this, Rocky went directly to the tea table beside the bed, picked up the kettle and filled a cup of water in the teacup. Then he sat cross-legged. He exhaled gently and controlled his emotions. Soon, Rocky's eyes began to glow red. Before, Rocky could open the red eyes and maintain the red eyes state for several seconds. Now I don't know how long it can last. Rocky raised his hand to perform the water viewing test and stared at the water cup carefully. The water in the cup suddenly began to surge. This is enhancer. When I opened my red eyes, my mind became an enhancer. This was something Rocky hadn't expected. But if it was an enhancer, it would be quite suitable for the ability Rocky had imagined before. Looking at the water that kept overflowing, Rocky quickly put away his mind. Now Rocky didn't stop the red eyes state, but wanted to see how long he could maintain the red eyes state now. Staring at the clock on the wall, Rocky felt inexplicably tired after 5 minutes. He quickly ended the red eyes state. And the moment he ended the state, Rocky felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. An unprecedented feeling of fatigue came over him. Every part of his body seemed to be very uncomfortable. He took a deep breath. It seems that I can maintain the red eyes for at least 5 minutes now. If I continue to squeeze my potential, I may be able to last longer. And after opening the red eyes, my mind will become an enhancer. Advertisement. This is very interesting. Originally, my mind system is manipulator, and what I want to materialize is a weapon like a sword. For manipulator, it is not a good choice. But if I add the situation that my mind system becomes enhancer in the red eyes state, then this is different. For example, if I materialize a weapon first, and then turn on the red eyes form, it will just match the item I materialized. The change of mind system will definitely affect the ability of the manipulator item, but you only need to add a slight setting, such as only being able to maintain it for 5 minutes. With such a restriction, the ability strength of the item should be able to be maintained indefinitely in the initial state. Then this problem is solved. Even if you turn on the red eyes and change the mind system, it will not cause too much impact on the materialized item. It even combines the strengths of both mind systems. The balanced combat ability of the enhancer, plus the special ability of the manipulator materialized item. In more understandable terms, I am equivalent to the profession of the magic swordsman or the paladin. If this is the case, then my primary goal of this modification should be bloodline ability. After modifying the bloodline ability, the duration of the fire red eye will definitely increase, and it may even enhance physical strength or the amount of mind energy. At this stage, Rocky needs to develop his own abilities, so the cooperation of the fire red eye is very necessary. So the physical potential and bloodline ability now seem to need to be modified first. Bloodline ability, top. Looking at the bloodline ability that has been modified according to his own wishes, Rocky suddenly frowned. After the bloodline ability is enhanced, opening the fire red eye state will naturally bring stronger power, but will the burden also increase? On the contrary, it will shorten the time you can open the fire red eye. Rocky was thinking about this problem. Suddenly saw a pop-up prompt box. Host modified the information panel, do you confirm? Confirm this modification, estimated countdown for the next modification permission acquisition, 9 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. It only takes 10 days to modify the bloodline ability to the top level. Rocky nodded, so this time is not long. Just as he was about to confirm, Rocky suddenly stopped. Wait. After the modification, can I still check the interval time required for the modification? Is this a hidden rule? Rocky was stunned for a moment, and turned his head to look at the column above. Information column of physical potential. Physical potential, intermediate top level. If the physical potential is modified to the top level, how long will it take to modify it? Rocky did not choose to confirm, and waited for about 10 seconds. Advertisement. Sure enough, the prompt box popped up again. Host has modified the information panel, do you want to confirm? Confirm this modification, estimated countdown for the next modification permission acquisition, 19 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. This time, the time has indeed increased, and it will take a full 20 days. It takes 10 days to modify the bloodline ability to the top level, but it takes 20 days to modify the physical potential. It seems that this interval is not fixed, but more specific to the modified information bar. It can also be seen from the time that modifying the physical potential should bring more enhancement than modifying the bloodline ability. Otherwise, it would not take twice as long. Rocky looked at the flashing prompt. 10 days and 20 days, this is the less natural choice. Wouldn't it be better to modify the bloodline ability first, and then modify the physical potential? It won't take much time anyway. That's right. It doesn't have to be upgraded to the top level directly. Bloodline ability, intermediate. Estimated countdown to the next modification permission, 2 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. It only takes 3 days to upgrade from low level to intermediate level. This is good, it won't waste too much time. At the same time, if the burden brought by modifying the bloodline ability is greater, Rocky can change it back. Sometimes powerful power is not necessarily easy to use with too many restrictions, but it is not as good as the actual combat effect brought by the conventional. Confirm modification. Modification completed. Re-evaluating and improving panel information, obtaining new modification permissions. Modification permission countdown, 2 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Now his bloodline ability has been upgraded to intermediate level. Rocky closed his eyes gently, if he remembered correctly. After the last modification was completed, Rocky seemed to have reset his state. The fatigue of the body also disappeared instantly. This is also a point that can be used. If a new information bar appears later, Rocky can modify it bit by bit, and control the interval time for obtaining the next modification permission within 1 minute. This means that Rocky can reset his status crazily, perhaps modify it when he is near death, and resetting the status can also instantly recover his injuries. This can be tested through experiments later. Now that the status is reset, Rocky wants to see what changes are brought about by the current red eye state. Chapter 8: The final development of bloodline upgrade. Rocky closed his eyes and began to adjust his emotions again. The flaming red eyes require strong emotional fluctuations, and among the many emotions, the easiest for Rocky to mobilize is anger. After brewing emotions for more than 10 seconds, Rocky opened his eyes, but it was just the beginning. The flaming red eyes are open. The red eyes are the same as always, but this time there seems to be more starlight. Advertisement. Rocky can't see it, of course, but he can clearly feel that his flaming red eyes are open. It seems to be much easier than opening the flaming red eyes before. The bloodline ability has been improved. Does it make it easier to open the flaming red eyes? Rocky raised his hand to perform the water seeing ceremony again, and it was still the performance of enhancer. The water in the cup overflowed, which showed that Rocky's mind system was transformed into enhancer. Very good. He felt his own mind again, and it seemed to be enhanced a little. Compared with the last time, the opening of the flaming red eyes and the amount of mind energy have been significantly improved. It is about 1.3 times the normal state. Although the improvement is not much, it is already very good. In the Battle of Nen, the sudden increase of chi, even a little bit, will cause the opponent to make a wrong judgment. And this is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. The Battle of Nen is different from the battle in other worlds. It is not simply to see who has stronger Nen chi. Intelligence is particularly important in the Battle of Nen. After feeling the increase of Nen chi, Rocky took the initiative to close the state of fire red eye. The next step is to feel his own fatigue. From the degree of fatigue, Rocky can probably guess how long he can open the fire red eye. However, this time it was opened for a full minute. After ending the state of fire red eye, Rocky obviously felt that he was not as tired as he imagined. The body did not seem to have any pain. This is not that there is no physical burden when the fire red eye is opened, but it may be that Rocky's safety valve has been raised. In other words, now when the fire red eye is opened, it may not cause any adverse effects for a certain period of time. In other words, there are no side effects. This is interesting. The improvement of bloodline power can enhance the power of the fire eyes while reducing the load. Then the bloodline ability must be improved to the top level quickly. The emotional fluctuations of opening the fire eyes are reduced, reducing the burden and increasing the energy. From these 3 points of view, if the bloodline ability is improved to the top level, perhaps there is no need to mobilize emotions when opening the fire eyes. Just a thought is enough, and it can even last longer after opening, and the energy increased is greater. Advertisement. And the safe opening time is also extended. 3 days is not too long. You can start researching and developing the ability first. Rocky smiled. If he could develop the ability he imagined, then escaping from the Kuruta tribe would not be a problem. Even Rocky has the final say on whether to escape or not. But if you think about it carefully, the difficulty is probably not a little bit big. The next day, Rocky followed the chief to the wild, a remote forest. There were 2 logs placed on the open space in the forest, and Rocky and the chief sat down opposite each other. There is a wooden block in the middle that can be regarded as a table. Little Rocky, I didn't expect that you would improve so quickly in just 1 month. The clan leader praised. You have already completed the basic 4 major actions, entanglement, absolute, and practice, and you have also perfectly completed the practice required by the manipulator. Now you can start the last of the 4 basic actions, the launch. Rocky nodded. Yesterday I asked you to think about what you would like to materialize if you were asked to materialize something. The patriarch seemed to be looking at Rocky nervously at this moment. Manipulators are a little different. Basically, the choice of materialization determines the direction of the ability user's development. Although the abilities are so strange that people can't just think of them casually, they can be roughly guessed. For example, containers are mostly auxiliary ability users. Mind beasts may have auxiliary abilities or combat abilities, which is uncertain. Another type is obviously a combat weapon, cold weapons, or hot weapons, which are mostly not auxiliary abilities. And this type of direct combat type items usually have very demanding ability activation conditions. In fact, it is not recommended. I want to materialize a sword, Rocky said decisively. The patriarch, who was originally expecting, suddenly didn't know what to say when he heard this answer. After looking at Rocky for a long time, he said, anything else? No, when the clan leader asked me, the first thing that came to my mind was this. Advertisement. The clan leader looked a little strange, and abilities were strange. Especially for manipulator users, the first thing that came to mind was basically impossible to change. Of course, it's not impossible to change, but it's very difficult. Even if it's changed, the power of the materialized thing is usually not very good. And the clan leader himself is not a manipulator user, so he doesn't know how to persuade Rocky. He can only sigh. Although swords are not recommended, Rocky is at least talented, and maybe his future will not be too bad. Even if the talent is bad, it should be okay. Okay. What kind of sword do you plan to materialize? Rocky smiled and said, Grandpa will know when I materialize it. Do you know that it is impossible for the materialized things to achieve the effect of the real objects 100%? I know. The clan leader nodded and said, it seems that you remember what I told you before. Then Grandpa will not talk nonsense. You start. Rocky lowered his head and began to open his hands, trying to gather his thoughts. At the same time, he closed his eyes and silently began to imagine in his mind the sword he wanted to materialize. The sword body is black, the hilt is silver, and the pattern is very special. One side has something similar to the Western sword guard, and the other side extends from the top of the hilt, bending at the same angle to form a shape similar to spreading wings. When Rocky simulated every part of the sword in his mind bit by bit, the thoughts gathered in front of Rocky, and a sword exactly the same as Rocky imagined appeared in front of him. And the process of its appearance also surprised the clan leader. White crystals emerged from all directions. They were obviously materialized long swords, but it was more like the crystals that appeared when Rocky performed the water ceremony were first materialized. Then these crystals were pieced together to form a long sword. At the same time, there was a sound similar to that of broken glass. The clan leader looked at the sword that Rocky materialized. Sure enough, the things that the manipulator's ability users materialized could not be ordinary. This sword is between the size of a giant sword and an ordinary long sword. The shape is so unique that it is obviously impossible to be just like an ordinary weapon. I just don't know what kind of ability Rocky will develop it into in the future. Rocky opened his eyes and the sword floated in the air at the moment of materialization. It's done. It really materialized, the sword of the wise king. Chapter 9 Impossible Ideas. Rocky grabbed the sword he had materialized. His idea had been completely replicated in appearance, but the materialized item was just an ordinary thing after all. A sword can only be a sword. Compared to a real sword, its hardness has yet to be tested. Although the sword now looks almost as tall as Rocky, almost the same height as Rocky. Advertisement. The sword is 1.3 meters long, which is not a particularly long weapon, but it feels quite inconsistent to be held in the hand of Rocky, a kid who is as tall as the sword. However, as the person who materialized the sword body is weightless to Rocky. He can swing the sword very easily. Even after completing a materialization, Rocky can make the sword disappear and reappear at will. At the moment of disappearance, the sword body seemed to be shattered, turning into countless tiny white crystals and dissipating directly. When it reappeared, the tip of the sword was facing up, standing straight in front of Rocky. He easily grabbed the sword and swung it a few times. The clan leader beside him was a little surprised at the way Rocky's materialized weapon appeared and disappeared. Usually it appears directly, and he doesn't understand why Rocky's materialized weapon appears in such a strange way. Of course, this situation is usually caused by the thoughts of the ability user. Although I don't know what the meaning of such a change is, if it is just for the sake of looking good, or handsome, then it is a complete waste of Nen. Any slight change in Nen will lead to an increase in the consumption of Nen. And if this change is only applied for the sake of looking good, then it is meaningless. Came to Rocky's side. The clan leader grandfather bent down slightly, little Rocky, is this what you want to materialize? Rocky nodded. Have you ever thought about what kind of ability this weapon has? Indestructible? Or deadly poison, or can it have super destructive power on some special things? The clan leader is guiding Rocky to develop his own abilities. After all, Rocky is just an 8-year-old kid, and the clan leader doesn't want Rocky to simply think that materializing something means he has completed the practice of Fa. I've thought about it a long time ago. Rocky smiled. He raised his hand and threw the sword in his hand directly at a tree 5 or 6 meters away. The sword flew straight in the air and pierced directly into the tree trunk. Boom. Advertisement. A dull sound sounded. The clan leader grandfather didn't quite understand what Rocky meant by this. Is this a sword as a hidden weapon? If so, a sword is too big for a hidden weapon and is not suitable at all. And if you want to materialize a hidden weapon, something like a dart is more suitable. But this is a good idea. Manipulator is also very strong in the ability of emitter, and can exert 80% of its power. If Rocky's idea is like this, then it is a good ability. Little Rocky, do you want to use the weapon as a hidden weapon? If that's the case, Grandpa suggests that you reduce the size of the sword you materialize, and materialize a few more swords at the same time. 12, or 10, are fine. The more the better. It depends on whether these weapons have special abilities. While speaking, Rocky shook his head quickly. No, no, no. I don't want to use the sword as a hidden weapon, but, as a coordinate. Coordinates? The patriarch was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Rocky meant. Where the sword is, I can teleport to the sword's position. Rocky's eyes flashed. Teleport. The chief said in surprise. In Rocky's imagination, the weapon can be thrown anywhere at will, and in the process of the weapon flying, Rocky can teleport to the position of the weapon at any time, and his hand can easily grasp the hilt of the sword. The way of fighting is to teleport to this position and grasp the weapon at the moment the weapon reaches the target point, and exert a stronger impact force to cause a powerful attack on the enemy. At the same time, if Rocky teleports multiple times when the sword flies towards the enemy, he can also exert a stronger impact force. The power can be superimposed and coordinated with the mind, and the attack will be stronger. This idea was not thought up by Rocky himself, but when he determined that the object he wanted to materialize was a sword, he thought of many sword abilities. Among them, Rocky thinks the most interesting and comprehensive ability comes from the ability of Prince Noctis in the Final Fantasy world. And the way of summoning and disappearing the sword that was imagined before was not for the sake of beauty and handsomeness. In fact, Rocky has also thought that the sword will not disappear normally, but will surround him in an invisible form. You can imagine that the sword is rotating around Rocky, and when Rocky needs it, it can instantly appear in front of Rocky or in his hand. And this method also brings another effect, which is defense. Advertisement. Once someone suddenly attacks Rocky, the sword will resist the attack by itself, although it is not known how effective this idea is for defense. But Rocky is not worried about this. As his mind energy improves, his defense will naturally increase. Rocky has many ideas about abilities. There is definitely more than one sword that needs to be materialized. Impossible. Suddenly, the voice of the clan leader pulled Rocky back to reality from the imaginary world. Impossible. Rocky looked at the clan leader grandfather. The clan leader grandfather nodded. Your idea is impossible to realize. Although he was surprised that Rocky could imagine such an ability. But, to realize such an ability, it is very difficult. Instant teleportation. Such an ability is too abnormal. Usually, the mind follows a basic principle. The stronger the power you want to get, the more price you have to pay. The more powerful the ability, the more restrictions it usually has, and some abilities are even dangerous to the ability holder. Once a certain rule is violated, not only may the ability be lost, but even death may occur. And Rocky only has this idea: teleportation is basically impossible to achieve. Is it so absolute? Grandpa Patriarch. Rocky doesn't think it's impossible. Little Rocky, you probably don't understand what the 4 words teleportation mean. To put it in a language you can understand. If you want to achieve this ability, you have to spend decades or even hundreds of years practicing crazily. And the Patriarch's tone became more serious. You also need to devote yourself to an extreme emotion or state before you can hope to develop this ability. This is based on your current terrible talent. If it's an ordinary nin, I will tell him directly that it's impossible. After a pause, the Patriarch continued to speak. Even if it is finally developed successfully, it is probably only instant movement within a small range, and the distance may not exceed 10 meters at most, or even less. So the ability you just mentioned is an impossible idea. Chapter 10 Nin's Equivalent Exchange. Looking at Rocky, whose expression changed after he finished speaking, the chief did not know if he had said too much. He paused and comforted him. Little Rocky, don't be discouraged. With your talent, there is still hope. Let's stop here for today. Your uncle wants to see you these days, and you have been staying in the house without going out. Do you want to go see him? No. Rocky shook his head. Grandpa Chief, let me stay alone for a while. Advertisement. Hearing this, the chief thought that Rocky was sad because he spoke too harshly. But he did not know how to comfort Rocky, so he could only sigh silently. Okay. Then you rest here alone for a while, think about other abilities, and you don't have to develop teleportation. After speaking, the chief left, and he seemed to be thinking about how to cheer Rocky up. And here Rocky was lying on the wooden block alone. The index finger of his left hand gently tapped the wooden block. Dong. Dong. Is it really impossible? Rocky raised his hand and the sword of the wise king appeared in front of him. Looking at the black blade and the exaggerated patterns, the shape can be said to be quite handsome. However, if there is no matching ability, then no matter how beautiful the sword is, it is useless. If it is simply practiced, it is difficult to cultivate this kind of power. For example, Killua, who converted his mind energy into electricity, was also able to successfully convert his mind energy into electricity because he had been electrocuted for many years. Instantaneous movement. It is indeed very difficult to develop such an ability. And it is not known what kind of training is needed to develop it. In the original work, the ability that can be related to Rocky's imaginary instant movement is probably only related to Nobu, who appeared in the Chimera Ant chapter. Nobu's non-four-dimensional apartment is a similar ability to space transfer. There is also the leopard of the Chimera Ant, whose ability developed later is also to instantly move people to a mind space. So instant movement is not impossible to achieve. However, whether it is Nobu or the Chimera Ant's instant movement, it is to move the target to the mind space. It can be seen that in order to achieve instant movement, it seems that a mind space setting needs to be added during the movement process. If you move directly to the target location, only one person has this ability. Only the Nanaka Analuka of the Zaldik family can do it. At Killua's request, Ilmi was teleported directly to the castle of the Zaldik family. That is the real teleportation. Advertisement. Slowly sitting up, Rocky glanced at the sword on the wooden block. Conventional training probably can't achieve this ability. Since conventional methods don't work, then we have to use unconventional methods. And the unconventional methods are also very simple. Restrictions and oaths. For restrictions and oaths, Rocky doesn't reject them, it's just a way to gain power. It's not a bad thing. Of course, in the world of Hunter, restrictions and oaths seem to be rejected under normal circumstances. After all, this is a double-edged sword, and in most cases it will hurt the Nin himself. Restrictions set conditions and use them under specific conditions. If restrictions are just appetizers, then oaths are really deadly. A pledge can be understood as sacrificing something of oneself in exchange, freedom, life, or emotions. Anything that can be thought of can be used as a pledge. First of all, Rocky does not intend to set the constraints too complicated. After all, the constraints must be strict to a certain extent to allow Nin to get a strong increase. Otherwise, the normal conditions will not have much impact on Nin. It can only be used on the weapons I materialize, and every weapon that is materialized will be materialized permanently, continuously consuming my energy. Anyway, in Rocky's conception, the materialized weapons also need to be invisible, untouchable, or even imperceptible, surrounding himself for defense anytime and anywhere. If it can be recovered, then the defensive ability will be gone. It is just right to set such a condition, just in time to borrow this to strengthen the ability. Although the enhancement may be negligible, it is better to have it than not. And because it is a permanent materialization, if the weapon is snatched, Rocky will not be able to recover it beyond a certain distance. When the weapon is taken away, there is no way to retrieve the weapon, and it is necessary to continuously consume gas to maintain the existence of the materialized weapon. This is also a risky thing. Even so, the restriction is just an appetizer, and the real big deal is the oath. For the oath, Rocky will not gamble his life like Kurapika did when developing his ability. That would be too uneconomical, because Rocky has more valuable things than life. But whether it will work or not depends on waiting. Time flies. 2 days have passed. In the past 2 days, Rocky practiced step by step and did not mention the development of teleportation at all. The clan leader also thought that Rocky had given up, but seeing that Rocky didn't seem very happy, the clan leader was also a little worried. Children tend to get stuck in a dead end. If Rocky doesn't recover his mood as soon as possible, it may affect Rocky's practice. Advertisement. So the clan leader has to think of a way. But what the clan leader doesn't know is that Rocky is not depressed at all, but uneasy. Whether his idea can be established depends on this one move. The reason for waiting for 2 days is very simple, just to wait for the modification permission to be obtained. Because Rocky's idea is the conditions of the oath. Sacrifice your talent. It shouldn't be impossible to develop a teleportation as a sacrifice of the top Nin talent. However, once you sacrifice your talent, you will become a person without any talent, and it can even be said that it may become extremely difficult to activate the mind. In this case, what's the use of gaining the ability? This involves a situation, the equivalent exchange of mind. Rocky almost developed a teleportation at the cost of completely losing Nen afterwards. Basically, the price Rocky paid should have far exceeded what is needed to develop teleportation. If Rocky, who has lost his talent, can regain the top talent by modifying the permissions, then everything will not be a problem. If a top Nen talent is not enough, the top physical potential talent, the top bloodline ability talent, these combined, Rocky does not believe that it will not succeed. Today, let's experiment. Of course, Rocky can't use the talent to test directly at the beginning. What if he can't recover after the sacrifice? So he needs to experiment first. The experiment uses his own bloodline ability. Anyway, it is only intermediate now. If he really loses his bloodline ability, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing for Rocky. With the reduction of bloodline ability as the condition of the oath, develop the ability to control the sword within a certain range. This is equivalent to a flying sword. And Rocky made a vow and simply set a condition. The next second, he looked at the sword in front of him, and the sword body trembled slightly with a thought. It didn't seem to fly, but this was because Rocky was not strong enough now. There was no weight when holding a long sword, but it seemed to feel the substantial weight when controlling it with his mind. Rocky can't raise his sword yet. But it proves that Rocky's idea is feasible. Open the information panel. Bloodline ability, low level. As the modification line appears, Rocky's eyes shine. Yes. It can be modified. Then developing instant teleportation will be, no problem. Chapter 11, Ability in Exchange of Talent. Hey! 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 In the Kuruta tribe settlement, on the top of a cliff at the highest point. Rocky was lying here with a big word on his face full of sweat, but at this moment, Rocky was smiling. Advertisement. Finally. I'm up. Raised his hand and picked up the sword of the wise king to block the sunlight that was shining on Rocky. Looking through the sunlight, the dark sword body was now faintly glowing with the fluorescence of white crystals. This is considered a successful development. Flashing continuously. 37 times, finally. I'm up. Rocky sat up and supported his body with his left hand, his arm was shaking a little. His idea was successful, and the price was talent in exchange. The ability exchanged for talent. It really achieved the effect Rocky wanted perfectly. The only flaw was that each flash required a lot of energy. With Rocky's current amount of energy, he could only flash 11 times, and all the energy would be exhausted. If the running energy is not smooth, it may even cause the flash to fail, and the position of the weapon cannot be flashed directly. Climbing the mountain is the method Rocky thought of to practice his abilities. Of course, the so-called climbing is not really climbing the mountain, but Rocky throws the sword directly upward from the bottom of the mountain. With Rocky's current strength, the sword can only be thrown a distance of more than 10 meters, which is already very good. After all, Rocky is just an 8-year-old kid. And because the amount of mental energy required for flashing is too much, Rocky has to reduce the amount of energy wrapped around the sword. The reduction of energy will slow down the speed of throwing the sword and limit the flying distance. Now Rocky has not practiced the abilities of transmuter, enhancer, and emitter, which has a great impact on his abilities. After 11 consecutive flashes, he can only fly from the bottom of the cliff to a position of about 100 meters. Logically, Rocky should not fly only to this height, because after each flash, Rocky will fall again in the second when he throws the sword again. So after 11 consecutive flashes, he can only reach a position of 100 meters. If he wants to get infinitely close to the limit distance, Rocky needs a lot of practice. After 5 minutes from the bottom of the cliff, Rocky finally reached the top of the cliff by flashing. After flashing 10 times in a row, Rocky's chi was basically consumed. At this time, Rocky would stab the sword into the cliff and take a short rest to restore chi. Advertisement. And Rocky's speed of recovering chi was quite good. The top Nen talent allowed Rocky to control chi perfectly and quickly recover chi. After flashing 37 times in 5 minutes, he finally reached the top of the cliff. It only takes 5 minutes to get here from the bottom of the mountain. Under normal circumstances, even for Nen, it is absolutely impossible to get from the mountain to the top of this vertical steep cliff in 5 minutes. Even for Enhancer Nen, with certain climbing knowledge, it takes 10 minutes. The first step of the escape plan at the critical moment is completed. The reason for this conclusion is that Rocky tried to climb in the enhancer state. By multiplying his own climbing speed by 20 times, it takes 10 minutes. Even when the clan was exterminated, there were Yuvajin outside. As long as the opponent did not catch him in the first 30 meters, he would not be able to catch him later. No matter how strong a person is, there is no place to use leverage on the vertical and smooth cliff wall. Even if there is a place to use leverage, it is impossible to jump vertically. If the height of the mistake is not high, you can still rely on the protection of the mind when falling. If you fall from a height of 1 or 200 meters, you may not be safe. Rocky looked back at the road behind the cliff. This is a canyon, and the terrain on both sides is slowly descending. This is very good for Rocky. Relying on the ability of flashing, Rocky can achieve extremely fast descent, and flash directly from the top of the cliff to the bottom. If an enhancer suddenly jumps and wants to descend at the same speed as himself, then if he accidentally jumps over, the height difference formed will be hundreds of meters. Regardless of whether he could catch himself after falling, he would probably die or get injured. This escape route is perfect. But what Rocky has to do now is to intensify his training and increase his mental energy. At the same time, he also needs to intensify his training of emitter and transmuter, so that he can flicker farther and the power of flicker can be enhanced. Rocky sat on the cliff and began to close his eyes to recover his mental energy. He was also thinking about a question. That is the name of Nen. Now Rocky has used the oath to develop the two abilities of flicker and flying sword at the cost of his talent and bloodline ability. But abilities can't be without names. The ability of flickering is called Phantom Shift. The ability to control flying swords is called Phantom Sword. Well, these two abilities are called this. But both abilities are just the names of individual abilities, and generally speaking, they still need to be named clearly. Just like Kurapika's ability, the contract chain, this is the name of Kurapika's ability, although each chain has a separate ability and name. Advertisement. But they are all branches developed under the general ability. My ability is called the Power of the King. This name is probably because Rocky hopes to develop all the other abilities of Noctis in the future. Other swords are also materialized, such as the Blade of the Cultivation King, the Lion King Twin Swords, the Yaksha King Sword, the Overlord Great Sword, and so on. Each sword has its own unique ability. Both the Apparition and the Phantom Sword can be used at the same time. And now Rocky has not yet developed the ability of the Sword of the Wise King. The ability of the Sword of the Wise King is very strong. Every attack action does not require the weapon to be thrown out. It can instantly move to the desired position and attack the enemy directly. This ability feels even more excessive just talking about it. After all, even the throwing action is not needed. Using it in a real battle is like assassinating the enemy in person. You just made an action on the spot, and the next second the sword blade directly stabbed into someone's body. Such an ability is a bit against the sky. If you want to develop this ability, you can imagine that the price you have to pay is probably not a little bit. Even if you sacrifice your Nen talent through the oath, it may not be enough. Open your personal information panel. Nen talent, top. Physical potential, intermediate. Bloodline ability, low level. Estimated countdown for the next modification permission acquisition, 54, days 18, hours 33, minutes 18, seconds. The next modification will take a full 55 days, nearly 2 months. The reason for this is that Rocky sacrificed his top Nen talent through the oath, and then changed it back to the top talent through modification. Unlike the previous 1 month, this time there is no cultivation talent, and the modification from nothing to something takes 55 days. It can also be seen from here that different degrees of modification require different times. Even this seems to be based on Rocky's own situation. Here Rocky is curious about one thing. Is the limit of talent really the top? Chapter 12, The Shock of Apparition. After all, there is no limit to the modification, and there is no limit to the content of Rocky's modification. If Rocky modifies it to be a heaven-defying enlightenment, or God level, saint level, or even add some precise descriptive words. For example, the ultimate talent that surpasses all creatures, etc., I don't know if such modifications are possible. And how terrifying will the changes brought about after the modification are completed? This question also suddenly occurred to Rocky. It can be regarded as after the ability development is completed. Rocky feels that he should not limit his own thinking. Advertisement. From another perspective, it is not impossible. But if you want to try, you have to wait for 55 days. What's more annoying is that in the last modification, Rocky did not check the new information column, and don't know what the new information column that appeared after the re-evaluation is. After checking, no new information column was found. Rocky feels that there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the last modification was too conservative, resulting in no new information column. The second is that if the information column has not been viewed, the information of the information column will not be displayed during the period of reobtaining permissions. So if you want to view it, you can only wait until the next modification permission is obtained and the re-evaluation is completed before you can view it. Little Rocky. Rocky. Suddenly, when Rocky was recovering his mind, he heard shouts from below. Rocky frowned. It sounded like the adults of the Kuruta tribe. The deep voice couldn't be a kid. And he could tell they were anxious. Rocky stood up and tossed the sword in his hand. He raised his hand and threw it violently downward. The gravity plus the power and speed of Rocky's active burst of energy made him fall to a height of 150 meters in a few breaths. Phantom Shift. Instantly appeared in the air, Rocky, who looked like a white crystal, grabbed the Sage King's sword and turned it handsomely in the air. He threw the sword violently again. This time, less than 10 meters from the ground, Rocky shifted again. Turning quickly at a position of 10 meters, he landed steadily and released his power. Rocky released the sword of the Sage King, and the sword gradually became transparent and dissipated, automatically floating around Rocky's body and slowly rotating around Rocky. From now on, Rocky needs to consume Nen all the time to keep the sword around his body. However, if Rocky doesn't want to, others can't touch or see it. This is not a hidden ability, but a part of Nen. Although the amount of chi consumed is not small for Rocky now, but think about it as his strength increases, this level of consumption may not be able to keep up with his chi recovery in the future. Found it here. Advertisement. Suddenly, a Kuruta tribe member who had never seen before appeared more than 10 meters in front of Rocky. He seemed to look at Rocky in surprise. Just now, he seemed to feel a wave of Nen in the sky. But suddenly Rocky appeared in front of him, which was a bit strange. What on earth is going on? At this time, Rocky looked at the other party. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Hearing this, the other party looked at Rocky and was a little speechless. You little brat, even if you go out to play, at least say hello to the chief. Every year, there are children who get lost in the forest. Although the beasts in the forest have been driven out, it is still very dangerous. The other party came up and said. Rocky finally understood. So the chief probably thought he was lost, so he sent someone out to find him. After the person was found, the other tribesmen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back to the chief's grandfather's house, Rocky found that most of the tribesmen had gathered here. Looking at these men and women, they all told him not to run around next time. Although some people look fierce, they are not bad. Although they checked their bodies violently, it seems that the hundreds of people in the Kuruta tribe are very united. The atmosphere in the tribe is pretty good. The flow of chi on more than a dozen of the tribesmen was very strong. Rocky was a little surprised that there were more than a dozen in the Kuruta tribe, which had more than 100 people. This probability was already quite terrifying. Under normal circumstances and environments, the probability of an Nen being born was 1 in a million. And the Kuruta tribe was almost close to 1 in 10. However, the probability of Nen being born in Meteor Street was also very high. The environment and living conditions also had a great impact. In addition, the Kuruta tribe had a special bloodline of fiery red eyes. At the same time, because of Rocky's disappearance this time, Rocky seemed to see Kurapika in the crowd, although Kurapika was only 12 years old now. There was a gap with the age of 17 when she first appeared. But the general appearance could still be seen. Seeing Kurapika, Rocky's eyes lit up and he was ready to say a few words to Kurapika. After all, this was a formal meeting with one of the members of the protagonist group. However, he was pulled into the house by the clan leader grandfather. Little Rocky, what's wrong with you today? Why don't you practice well and go out to play? What I said last time was a bit harsh. Don't think too much. You are still young and everything is possible. Don't be discouraged because of this. Hearing the words of the clan leader, Rocky smiled helplessly. Advertisement. Does the old man think that he spoke too harshly and made him lose confidence and enthusiasm in practice? I went out because I wanted to find a place to test my abilities. Oh. So that's it. That's good. You have to concentrate on practicing. Little Rocky, you have a good talent and you will definitely. Halfway through his words, the clan leader was suddenly stunned. Wait, what did you say just now? I said I went out to find a place to test my abilities. The clan leader quickly squatted down and grabbed Rocky's shoulders with both hands. Have you developed your abilities? Rocky nodded. There is nothing to hide. Besides, the clan leader has been teaching me wholeheartedly these days, and Rocky just happened to have some questions about Nen that he wanted to ask him. What ability did you develop? Rocky smiled, raised his hand, and the sword of the wise king reappeared directly out of thin air. The white crystal suddenly reappeared to form the sword body. The patriarch had seen this appearance in other ways and was not surprised. But the next second Rocky threw the sword into the room. The next second. While the patriarch was still wondering what Rocky was going to do, Rocky appeared in the air in an instant, grabbed the sword and flipped to the ground beautifully. He swung the sword in his hand and made a sword flower, then let go of the sword and disappeared again. After doing all this, the patriarch looked at Rocky with his mouth wide open in surprise. You really succeeded. It was only a few days ago, how could such an amazing ability be developed so quickly? What did Rocky do? Teleport. Although there is a restriction that weapons are needed, teleportation can only be performed at the place where the weapons reach, but this is also teleportation. Even at this moment, the patriarch did not dare to imagine how terrifying this ability would be in battle in the future when it matures. What's the name of this ability? Apparition. Swallowing his saliva gently, the clan leader looked at Rocky with a complicated look. Excited, and a little worried. As a person who has experienced it, it is clear that this kid may have touched the constraints and oaths unknowingly, otherwise he would never have developed this ability. Chapter 13 The Heritage of the Kuruta Tribe. Looking at Rocky in front of him, the chieftain felt a little heavy. Little Rocky, you. He seemed to want to say something. And Rocky thought that the chieftain would be surprised, but also happy. After all, he successfully developed the ability that he thought was impossible to develop. Advertisement. But the performance of the chieftain grandfather made Rocky a little confused, but when Rocky saw the worry in the chieftain's eyes, he roughly understood. He should have guessed that I used the power of constraints and oaths, and it is very likely that I have completed my current ability by sacrificing a particularly strong oath. It must be said that although the chieftain is not necessarily a very strong non-user, his vision is still correct. I did pay a very painful price to obtain this ability. However, if it is a normal situation, after I obtain this ability, the corresponding thing is that I will permanently lose my talent in Nen. This price is indeed very high, but who told me that I can modify my information column? What do you want to say, Chief Grandfather? Rocky asked. Seeing Rocky asking, the chief took a deep breath and said, what kind of constraints and oaths did you use to develop this ability? As expected, the other party would ask this question, and Rocky was not surprised. However, Rocky just shook his head lightly and said, no constraints and oaths. The chief was stunned for a moment. He was waiting for Rocky to tell him about the painful oath he made. However, he didn't expect Rocky to not have it. Impossible. I, the chief, also thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't think of a good rule, so I gave up, but after giving up, I developed it unconsciously. It seems that I was born with this ability and don't need to develop it. At present, this is the only way to say it. Although it seems a bit exaggerated, it is not tenable at all. But at this time, the more exaggerated the statement, the better. After all, his talent has shown a non-human level, and it is not too much to add that he is born with some kind of Nen. And the chief doesn't seem to know whether to doubt this statement that has no credibility at all, or choose to believe that everything is talent. There are also natural Nen people. It is normal for some Nen to suddenly have extremely powerful powers after a strange encounter. But this happened in front of him, and to his own people, which made the chief a little unsure for a while. Do you really have no restrictions? Advertisement. No. Rocky smiled and said, there are no restrictions. As long as the weapon is in place and I can feel it, I can move freely. Even Rocky himself did not expect this situation. If the ability exchanged for talent has a distance limit, it would be too rubbish. The chief carefully walked around Rocky 3 times, and after observing him, he could only sigh helplessly. It is naturally impossible to see any changes in Rocky with the naked eye. Okay. Maybe you, a devilish little kid, are born with this kind of devilish Nen. In the eyes of the chief, Rocky's ability is not only used for combat, but also has certain auxiliary capabilities. By the way, Grandpa Chief, I want to ask you a question. The chief seemed to be still thinking about Rocky's Nen problem, and seemed a little absent-minded. Ah. Ask it. He casually replied to Rocky. I want to ask what exactly is the barrier that Uncle Gaiu mentioned before. Hearing this, the chieftain seemed to come back to his senses and looked at Rocky carefully. After thinking for a while, he sighed, with a talent like yours, it's okay to let you know these things in advance. Originally, the chieftain wanted Rocky to clarify the path he wanted to take, and then hand over the power of the Kuruta tribe to Rocky in the process. Help Rocky complete his ability development, but who could have thought that Rocky would develop such a heaven-defying ability in a short period of time? Hearing the chieftain's words, Rocky was also very curious. Originally, he just wanted to study the barrier style. But now it seems that there are unexpected gains. Come with me. The chieftain took Rocky to the back door, and after coming out of the chieftain's house, the two headed towards the mountains and forests. And the direction happened to be the cliff where Rocky practiced apparition before. Soon the two came to the bottom of the cliff, but this was not the place Rocky chose when he practiced. From the place where Rocky practiced, the straight line distance to the left should be about 700 to 800 meters. Coming to a huge stone on the edge of the cliff, the chief raised his hands and moved the stone away with a loud shout. Inside was a dark cave. Although the cave was not too big, and the walls of the cave were very damp, the reflection could be clearly seen, which was the effect of water flow on the wall. Let's go. Advertisement. The chief bent down and led the way into the cave. At a normal walking speed, he walked for about 5 or 6 minutes. Finally, a faint light appeared. Rocky followed in, and there was actually a space inside, about 60 or 70 square meters wide. Here is. Looking at the strange totems and patterns that flickered faintly on the wall, Rocky frowned. These are an important inheritance of my Kuruta tribe, the Word of God. The Word of God? Rocky was stunned for a moment. What is that? Why have I never heard of it? No. Is there such a thing in the world of Hunter x Hunter? The divine characters can be called the characters of mind. Even if a person has no ability, if he uses his mind to carve the divine characters, he can use the power of the divine characters to make his mind burst out with some strange abilities. Rocky was completely confused when he heard this. There is such a thing? These divine characters are the result of the continuous inheritance of the Kuruta tribe over the years. The barrier style you mentioned is the application of the divine characters. Using mind to carve the divine characters, you can open a barrier similar to defense. Rocky frowned and searched quickly in his mind. Does Hunter x Hunter have such ability? Wait. These totems seem to have been seen before. When Gon was in the sky arena and Wing asked him not to use mind, didn't the rope tied to his little finger have this pattern? There is also a similar pattern on the metal box that Jin left for Gon. In addition, in the copy of Lei Jia and the 14 Demons, the pattern on the boxer's ring seems to be somewhat similar to the one in this cave. Rocky pointed at the similar totem and asked, "What is the function of this god character, Grandpa?" The chief took a look and said, "The function of that god character is that it can enhance the ability of the ability user within the range of the god character." Why? Do you feel familiar with it? Rocky was stunned for a moment, and before he could answer, he heard the chief continue to talk. That's right, after all, the so-called god character sometimes appears in the ability of Nin. You feel familiar with it, or maybe you have this kind of god character in your ability. Chapter 14 The Incredible Power of the Word God. The word God will appear in the abilities of Nin? Really? Rocky seems to have no memory of this. Throughout the entire Hunter x Hunter world, those so-called Nin don't seem to have such a thing as the word God. If you insist, some abilities do have some special patterns and the like. Is this the so-called word God? Advertisement. And Rocky remembers that the place where the word God appears most is Greed Island. Jin and others developed Greed Island. Did they use the power of the word God? Otherwise, it would be too difficult to achieve the magical effects on Greed Island. Under normal circumstances, if you want to develop an ability based on Greed Island, you can create an ability. Even if you combine more than a dozen top Nin to jointly develop an ability. Just like the Bomb Demon Trio, developing an ability together will definitely cost a heavy price. And this price is enough to kill these people. But they are safe and sound, and they can even run out to attend the meeting held at the Hunter headquarters. This is a bit unbelievable. If the power of the divine word is applied to it, then perhaps the difficulty is not so high. It's just gold. How to control the divine word? And does the divine word really have that effect? If even the Greed Island can be developed with the help of the divine word, then it doesn't seem so difficult for me to develop my own ability. Thinking of this, Rocky was a little excited. Grandpa, can you teach me to learn these divine words? Of course. The patriarch smiled and said, "Isn't it for you to learn these divine words?" The patriarch walked to the wall and raised his hand to touch the divine words carved on the wall. These are the most precious wealth accumulated by the Kuruta tribe over the generations. If you can learn them, then even if all the people of the Kuruta tribe die, as long as you are alive, the Kuruta tribe will never be destroyed. This sentence made Rocky stunned for a long time. Advertisement. Could this old man know the fate of the Kuruta tribe? No. No way. If he knew, would he still be so calm? Accept death calmly? Probably not. Seeing the expectation in the other party's eyes, it seems that the other party is looking forward to it just because of his amazing talent. That's why he said this, not because he knew that the Kuruta tribe was going to be exterminated. Now Rocky opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the chieftain. "Okay, let me start teaching you the first one. There is no special way to master the word God, and there is no special way to learn. Children with talent can understand it, but people without talent can't learn it anyway. So whether you can master it depends on yourself." After saying that, the chieftain came to Huaduan. From a pile of porcelain placed on the side, he took out a white porcelain plate and placed it in front of Rocky. Then he poured a pile of sand from the sandbag on the side into the porcelain plate. For the first pattern, try to use your thoughts to replicate it on the sand. This process is equivalent to practicing the power of your three systems, conjurer, emitter, and transmuter. Releasing thoughts and transforming them into special patterns, and then leaving them in the sand, is indeed a test of the ability to transform, operate, and release the three systems. Well, let's give it a try to see if I have this talent. If not, it is equivalent to practicing the power of these three systems. The chieftain placed his hands on another porcelain plate. Watch my moves. He opened his hands and released his thoughts from his palms. It was not like what Rocky imagined, condensing the air into a certain shape, like a carving knife leaving a fixed pattern on an object. Instead, a whole group of air in a misty state directly moved towards the sand pile bit by bit. However, during this process, the air seemed to automatically gather along a certain special trajectory. Soon, a strange pattern appeared on the sand pile. Rocky took a look at the sand pile, and there was no change. The sand pile itself was still the same shape as before, but there was a new divine word pattern on it. However, this pattern was very small, only the size of a fingernail. Touch it. Rocky reached out and touched the sand pile. It's so hard. It's like it's glued together. The patriarch nodded and said, yes, this is the effect of this divine word. It adds a strong and integral effect. This is the simplest and most basic divine word. You can try it. You only have half an hour. If you can't master it in half an hour, it means you don't have the talent in this area. With your talent, at the level of conjurer, transmuter, and emitter, you should have no problem learning to carve this divine word. After saying that, the patriarch stepped aside and said nothing, but quietly waited for Rocky's results. Half an hour is already quite tight. Rocky didn't dare to waste time. Advertisement. He started trying directly. The first attempt was completely at a loss as to where to start. The air floated back and forth on the sand pile, and there was no change at all. This situation lasted for a full 10 minutes, and Rocky began to sweat coldly on his forehead. Is it really that he has no talent at all? Mastering the word God is not the same as practicing Nen. The subjective will does not need to be so strong. Relax, little Rocky. Even if you can't learn the word God, you are still a genius. You don't need to force yourself to master the word God. The patriarch was trying to persuade himself, but Rocky couldn't hear a word. But the patriarch's words made Rocky realize something. The word God is not Nen, so why not just let it go? Closing his eyes, Rocky began to adjust his breath, relaxing himself as much as possible, and even unconsciously entered the perfect state of entanglement. This state made the patriarch beside him stunned for a moment. Perfect entanglement, as if integrated with nature. This kid's talent in Nen is really terrible. Speaking in his heart, the patriarch suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation. On the sand pile, the air seemed to be absorbed by the sand and was pouring into the sand quickly. And soon a golden prototype of the word God appeared on it. The clan leader, this kid, he even mastered the word God so easily. His original intention was just to let Rocky sense the word God in half an hour, not to let Rocky really draw it so easily. However, with the appearance of the first word God, Rocky's state has not stopped, and Rocky, who closed his eyes, did not even open his eyes. He pushed the porcelain plate aside, grabbed a handful of sand from the sandbag and threw it in front of him, and began to draw the second word God. This state made the clan leader's heart beat faster. In our words, it was a state of enlightenment. The word God is the embodiment of the rules of the operation of Qi, and this rule exists everywhere, and every part of the world is a rule. Rocky displayed his perfect entanglement, which was almost integrated with nature. It was basically like looking at the rules of Qi with a magnifying glass. The clan leader was extremely excited now. This child is simply a gift from God to the Kuruta tribe. Chapter 15 Incompatibility of Rules and Will. The chieftain came to the cave with a basket and put it down. He looked at Rocky, who was still sitting cross-legged and immersed in the understanding of the word God. This child has been here for 10 days, and he hasn't woken up yet? Don't let him get obsessed with it if you keep going like this. Now the chieftain regretted bringing Rocky directly to the cave. Advertisement. If Rocky, who was extremely talented, was completely obsessed with the understanding of the word God and stayed in this cave all the time, it would be a disaster for the Kuruta tribe. With a sigh, the chieftain began to try to wake Rocky up for the 7th time. Little Rocky, are you okay? You haven't been back for 10 days. Let's stop today. Go back and have a good rest. How about coming back tomorrow? If you hear me talking, just move your fingers and I'll take you back directly. The chieftain didn't dare to move Rocky easily because of the mental energy surging in Rocky's body. If he caused any harm to Rocky, it would be more trouble than gain. Rocky, who heard the words of the clan leader, was also in a dilemma. He had actually mastered the divine characters here 3 days ago. The reason why he had not gone out was because Rocky was thinking about a problem. Originally, Rocky wanted to use the power of the divine characters to develop new abilities, that is, to perfect the abilities of the Sword of the Sage King. But when Rocky mastered these divine characters, he found a fatal problem. That is, the divine characters are the rules of nature. It can be described like this. Nen is the embodiment of personal will. The ability of personal will under the blessing of Nen can also be said to be the product of breaking the rules. One is the rules, and the other is breaking the rules. The two are not compatible at all. The reason why this problem was discovered was that Rocky tried to carve the divine characters on the Sword of the Sage King, but he could not carve them. The divine characters naturally dissipated when they fell on the materialized objects. Just like a sticker without stickiness, it can't be pasted anyway. This troubled Rocky. How should he solve this problem? Or was it simply impossible? If so, the word God was useless to Rocky. Hey! It seems that I can't wake up today. The sigh of the clan leader came, and Rocky also put away his mind and turned to look at the clan leader who was about to leave. Clan leader, I'm fine, don't worry. Advertisement. Hearing Rocky's voice, the clan leader's body suddenly stiffened, and he quickly turned back to look at Rocky who was talking to him. Great, little Rocky, you finally woke up. I thought you would stay in this cave for a year or two, and I was more worried that you would never wake up again. This kind of thing is terrible, and the change of thoughts can even directly change the thoughts of an N. Once obsessed with the word God, Huodowan may eventually be swallowed by the word God, or in other words, it may be swallowed by the power of nature. I'm fine. I've been fine for a long time, but after learning the word God, I suddenly found the mistake in my previous thoughts. Mistake? The chief was a little curious. What mistakes did you find? I originally wanted to carve the word God on my weapon. Rocky took out the sword of the wise king, but I found that it was impossible. The power of the word God cannot be left on materialized objects. Rocky seemed a little discouraged. The chief's eyes glanced back and forth between Rocky and the sword of the wise king. After a few seconds of silence, the chief slowly opened his mouth. Maybe it's not that your idea is wrong. Hearing this, Rocky suddenly raised his head and even stood up directly. Grandpa Chief, do you have a way? The chief shook his head. It's not that I have any way. It's... The word God should not be mutually exclusive with Nin. Why do you say that? Rocky didn't understand. He had tried it and it obviously didn't work, but the clan leader said it didn't repel him. How could it not repel him? Remember what I told you before, some Nin's abilities have a certain amount of God. Based on this, I speculate that the word God is not mutually exclusive with Nin. Rocky was also stunned when he heard this. Yes. If the totem or pattern of the word God sometimes appears in the abilities of Nin, then it should not be mutually exclusive with Nin. But why? Why can't he succeed now? There must be something wrong. There must be something I didn't expect. Rocky seemed a little crazy at this moment, which made the clan leader's heart sink. Could this state be? Sure enough, the next second, Rocky sat down again and began to emit even more amazing mental energy. Even compared to Rocky 10 days ago, the current mental energy seemed to have increased several times. The practice of the divine word these days, which forgot to eat and sleep, also made Rocky's mind practice intensively. Advertisement. It is normal for the amount of mind energy to increase. It's just that because of Rocky's top talent, the increase in the amount of mind energy is a bit amazing. This level is no longer the level that the Patriarch can forcibly stop. If you want to forcibly stop Rocky, you may have to directly launch a fatal attack. The Patriarch stood there and felt that he talked too much for the first time. If he didn't say that sentence just now, Rocky could go back with him and have a good rest. No longer like now, he seemed to be possessed at every turn. Helplessly left the cave. And Rocky in the cave has been maintaining that state. The brain is frantically thinking about which step he did not do well. However, he tried many times again, and even Rocky carefully carved the divine word every time, but there was still no change. Just when Rocky was about to fall into a dead loop again, Rocky suddenly thought of something. The word God would occasionally appear in the abilities of Nin, and this word God was not added later. It was there from the beginning. In other words, if I want to add the word God I want to the sword of the wise king and strengthen the power of apparition, I need to rematerialize the sword of the wise king. If the sword of the wise king is to be rematerialized, it means that Rocky even has to give up the current sword of the wise king. Giving up the current sword and rematerializing it is basically like abolishing one's martial arts and practicing again. For a moment, Rocky didn't know whether he should do this. After thinking for a moment, Rocky suddenly gritted his teeth. At worst, I can start over again. I can modify my information column freely. No matter how bad the result is, I'm not afraid. Even if there is no ability, relying on top talents and simply practicing mind energy, you can become a terrible monster. Let's start over. The sword of the wise king floated in front of Rocky. As Rocky gently opened his hand, the sword broke apart. This time it was different from the previous shattering. Instead of dissipating into a crystal state, it shattered directly and dissipated into chi. Along with the dissipation of chi, it also means that this part of chi disappears permanently. After all, Rocky wanted to materialize it permanently before, so abandoning it will naturally reduce Rocky's chi. If it's just a little less chi, it's nothing. At worst, you can practice it back. Chapter 16, New Weapons with the Power of a Decisive Kill. Light. The white light flickered continuously in the cave. The next day, the chieftain who came to the cave entrance to deliver food looked at the constantly flashing light, and immediately dropped the basket in his hand and rushed directly into the cave. When he entered the cave, he saw Rocky sitting cross-legged in the middle, with 200 swords flashing white light floating around his body. The first sword he had seen before was the weapon that Rocky materialized for the first time, and he had never seen the second sword before. Advertisement. The other one was even bigger, and could even be called a giant sword. It was even taller than Rocky himself, and the white light emitted by the two weapons was actually the two swords seemed to be broken. From time to time, white crystals like glass would burst out. It seemed that the state was a little unstable. This is... Why did Rocky materialize the second sword? What is this for? When the chieftain was puzzled, Rocky's body slowly fell from the air. Rocky opened his eyes and looked at the chieftain. Grandpa Chieftain, I succeeded. Success? What success? Rocky grabbed the sword of the wise king, held the sword in his palm, and handed it to the chief. The sword was still the same as before. Just when the chief didn't understand what Rocky was talking about, he suddenly found a strange pattern on the sword. And this pattern is not the two divine characters in the cave? One is the divine character that strengthens the ability, and the other is the divine character called the rule text. The application range of this divine character is relatively wide. You can do some simple things with the will of the person who engraved the divine character. For example, the iron box that Jin gave to Gon probably used this divine character, and the iron box can only be opened if certain conditions are met. Otherwise, unless the power is strong enough, it cannot be opened by brute force anyway. And Rocky used this divine character. Did you successfully engrave the divine character on the weapon? The chief now understood what Rocky was saying, but he was even more excited. This. How did you do this? Rocky smiled and said, I discarded my previous weapon. This is a rematerialized weapon. Advertisement. The tribe leader's smile froze when he heard this, and he looked at Rocky in horror. Are you okay? After carefully checking Rocky's body, the tribe leader was relieved to make sure that there was nothing wrong with Rocky. You idiot, don't you know that if you abandon your materialized things, you will face the backlash of thoughts, and the degree of backlash is not something you can control. If it's more serious, you might die directly. Are the consequences so serious? Rocky was stunned for a moment and didn't expect that there would be a risk to his life. If he knew, maybe Rocky wouldn't dare to try it. However, this backlash seems to be a permanent sacrifice of part of his chi. But this backlash doesn't matter to Rocky, it's just like half a day of successful practice is invalidated. It's nothing. But looking at the tribe leader's appearance, it's true that he can't do this kind of dangerous operation casually in the future. Don't worry. I'm fine, Chief. You. The chief wanted to continue talking, but then he realized that it had already happened, and Rocky was indeed fine. Next time, you must not do such dangerous things. Tell me what you think as soon as possible. Rocky nodded obediently. Okay, tell me. Why did you carve the word God on the sword? Pick up the sword of the wise king, and Rocky pulled the chieftain outside. He just wanted to try out the new ability of the sword of the wise king. When he came outside, the chieftain was confused. What was he going to do? But Rocky said directly, Grandpa Chief, be careful. I'm going to attack you. Hearing Rocky's words, the chieftain frowned. Did he want to try out the new ability on himself? But from what Rocky said before, Rocky's ability should actually be more suitable for surprise attacks. When he knew the other party's ability, it was still difficult for Rocky's ability to achieve the effect. After all, as a person with materialized abilities, the power of the mind is not actually strong. The chieftain smiled and said, Come on. Grandpa also wants to see the actual effect of your ability. But the next second, Rocky's mouth corners slightly raised. The blade in his hand swung violently, and the chieftain frowned when he saw this action. Didn't they say before that the weapon needs to be thrown out and then apparition can be performed? Rocky was about 10 meters away, so swinging his sword was useless. Snap! Suddenly, there was a faint sound of glass breaking, and Rocky exploded as if he had turned into a glass man. Advertisement. In the flash of white light, the cold blade appeared in front of the chief's neck. The blade stopped immediately. The chief stared at Rocky with his eyes wide open, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at his throat. Although he had used Jian as soon as he noticed something was wrong. But Jian was not hard after all, and when facing a striking attack, he could save his life but could not avoid injury. Moreover, Jian could not stop the sharp blade. If Rocky was the enemy, he would be dead now. Even though his mental energy was much greater than Rocky's, this unexpected ability was enough to instantly kill an enemy several times or even dozens of times stronger than himself. This is the real ability of this sword. As long as my attack is launched within a certain distance, I can move directly to any position I want around the enemy at any moment. The target can only be the enemy. Rocky also added in his mind that he must say that sentence to the enemy, I am going to attack you. Only then can it work. For example, like the bomb demon, it needs to cooperate with language to complete the preconditions before it can be activated. This is the only way for Rocky to develop this ability by using the divine word and constraints without sacrificing anything. You little devil, really, a monster. The patriarch looked at Rocky for a long time and smiled. Indeed, Rocky's ability still has flaws. At least before Rocky grew up, the apparition was not that strong. But if you add today's ability, which can directly apparition without throwing, the two abilities are combined. Even more terrifying. When the enemy is used to Rocky's apparition, if Rocky suddenly activates this ability, it will be a sure kill. But at this moment, the chieftain was more curious, where's the other sword? Another sword? Rocky smiled. Yaksha King's sword, this is Rocky's second weapon, and it is also a skill Rocky developed for transmuter. The main skill of this sword corresponds to transmuter, which can release telekinetic bullets and launch tracking attacks on the target. As long as it is hit by the apparition once, it can release telekinetic bullets for tracking attacks. Although it is a sword, its main means of attack is long-range attack. In theory, Rocky should mainly develop melee ability to highlight the advantage of ability, so he chose to develop long-range ability. Because Rocky is afraid of death and saving his life is important, long-range attack interferes with the enemy and then takes the opportunity to escape. If he can use the Yaksha King's sword, then it is no longer an enemy that he can defeat. There is nothing shameful about running away in the face of such an enemy. Chapter 17 The Little Devil Playing with His Fingers. The ability of this sword is mainly used for long-range attacks. Performing specific actions can release telekinetic bullets to attack the enemy. After listening to Rocky's explanation, the clan leader stroked his beard. How should I put it? Advertisement. This ability is not a good ability. The ability of the manipulator, developing the attack method of the transmuter. Even from the system distribution map of NAN, it can be clearly seen that the ability of the transmuter is the worst in materialization. Under this situation, developing the ability of the transmuter is just asking for trouble. And even if Fudomaru wants to increase the power of the transmuter, it may be difficult. Even if the ability of the transmuter is perfectly mastered, the power that can be exerted is only 40%. If the previous ability is to perfectly achieve the effect of unexpected killing, then this ability is basically a useless ability. In terms of the power of the manipulator ability user, the attack of the transmuter is probably not only weak in power, but also not fast at all. It would be better if Rocky could perform 2 more apparitions. And releasing such an attack consumes a lot of mind, which is not worth the loss. Well, this ability is not bad. Although Rocky's ability is indeed a failure from the perspective of the ability user. But if you think about it from the perspective of making up for Rocky's long-range combat ability, it is still good. Even if it is a bluff, the enemy may be a little afraid at the first time. In the battle of mind users, you never know whether the enemy's attack will have any unexpected abilities. So it is better not to be hit by the enemy's attack as much as possible. Otherwise, it is very likely to be hit by the enemy's ability. Looking at the helplessness in the face of the patriarch when he spoke, Rocky also guessed that the other party also saw that it was indeed a bit useless for him, a manipulator ability user, to develop the transmuter ability. But the ability. Just use it in the right place. It is easy for Rocky to hit the enemy by apparition, and the enemy will not be willing to be hit easily at the first time when releasing an attack with a tracking effect. It is enough to delay the time. But what I didn't expect is that you, little brat, are really amazing. The clan leader suddenly smiled and looked at Rocky. You have already started to use other systems to develop your manipulator ability, which is great. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Without anyone's guidance, Rocky may just rely on instinct to develop this step of ability, but in the eyes of the clan leader, this is talent. Okay. The next step is to start training for different mind systems. As a manipulator, it is best to first train the conjurer ability. Among the mind systems, the conjurer ability is the system where the manipulator ability can exert the greatest power. It can exert 80% of the power. So it is indeed necessary to practice it as the first step, and Rocky also has some ideas for the third weapon to be developed. However, it is not developed immediately, but it is necessary to practice the abilities of the 4 systems of conjurer, enhancer, transmuter, and emitter. Push it to its limit, and then increase the amount of mind energy. The development of abilities is enough at this stage. As a NAN, the amount of NAN is the most important. NAN is just a means to improve combat power, or to convert the amount of NAN into stronger combat power. Now that the means are available, we cannot put the cart before the horse. The most important thing is to polish the NAN itself. Okay. Grandpa, the clan leader, the next step is to start practicing on each system. Okay. Okay. But go home first today. Grandpa has prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Eat something first. You haven't eaten well these days. Your body is still in the development stage, so you must supplement your nutrition. Yes. I am only 8 years old now. I should eat more to develop better. This will also help to strengthen my physique and mind. For 10 consecutive days of practice, Rocky didn't get a good sleep. Basically, I used the time of practice to rest. Strictly speaking, it can't be considered as sleeping. After eating, even if it was only at noon, Rocky, who lacked rest, fell asleep. He slept until the next morning. After getting up and having a hearty breakfast, he started the first systematic practice. Conjurer practice. There is also a way of practicing conjurer in the original book, but the way of practicing is not exactly the same. In the original book, while running in the forest, avoiding obstacles, you also need to change the mind into a specific shape on your hand. But here the patriarch asked Rocky to make at least 4 fingers and the mind on the fingers change into different shapes at the same time. First, place 4 numbers at the same time, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then practice random changes of numbers. The patriarch gave a 4-digit number, and Rocky needed to change it with his mind within 3 seconds. He began to practice conjurer, and Rocky's terrifying talent once again shocked the patriarch. Advertisement. In one morning, the progress was visible to the naked eye. After only a few hours of practice, Rocky was able to easily change the corresponding 4-digit number. But Rocky was not satisfied with this, and he used all 10 fingers. However, this greatly increased the difficulty. At the beginning, the patriarch accompanied Rocky in practice, but as Rocky's visible progress, the patriarch seemed to be worried that his confidence would be hit if he continued. Let Rocky practice alone, and he would not accompany him. On the way back, the patriarch shook his head. Basic conjurer training was completed in one morning. This abnormal talent is terrible. At this time, there was a rustling sound in the bushes, and the patriarch frowned and glanced. It's those 2 little ghosts. He shook his head and left without asking any more questions. When the chief left, 2 heads popped out of the bushes. The chief is gone. He just came over there. Let's go see what's over there. Another person nodded, and 2 figures jumped out of the bushes and ran directly in the direction where the chief came from. And soon when they arrived at an open space, they found Rocky sitting under a tree, counting his fingers. It's that little ghost. Yet. About 10 days ago. The chief mobilized many people to look for that little ghost. He is the one who got lost. What's his name? Rocky. It seems to be this name. It seems that his parents died a long time ago, and he only has an uncle. Now it seems that the chief grandfather is responsible for taking care of him. One of the blonde little ghosts felt a little sympathetic to the other's experience after hearing this. He lost his parents at such a young age, and now he is playing with his fingers alone here. It seems that he doesn't even have a playmate. Why don't we ask him to play with us? It seems pitiful for him to be here alone. Another kid smiled and said okay. Chapter November 18th, Dangerous Time. The 2's little actions naturally did not hide from Rocky, who had already mastered the spell. But Rocky was a little curious about who was secretly rushing towards this side. However, the people nearby should all be members of the Kuruta tribe, so Rocky was not worried about encountering any danger. From that day, the atmosphere within the Kuruta tribe was quite good, and every member of the tribe was very concerned about the safety of other members of the tribe. Otherwise, if I were lost alone, although the tribe leader could lead the entire Kuruta tribe to search together, it should not be that everyone had good intentions towards me. Advertisement. But Rocky felt that day, although some tribe members preached, in fact, there was no malice in their eyes. They were just worried that the children in the tribe would mess around. That's right. It was not a large tribe. If the tribe members were not united, then there would probably be no need for Phantom Troop to destroy the Kuruta tribe, and I would have perished first. After a while, 2 little ghosts came out of the bushes, one after the other, approaching Rocky. Rocky was still a little confused. Could it be that he was wrong? There were still many problems within the Kuruta tribe. The 2 guys were very careful. Are they trying to hurt me? No way. I didn't do anything to provoke the Kuruta people. Why would anyone want to attack me? While Rocky was wondering, he had already put away his thoughts and started preparing to fight back. From the feeling, the 2 were just ordinary people. They didn't master the thoughts at all. It was simply a death wish to hurt me. Wow. Suddenly, when Rocky was thinking about how the other party would attack, one of the little ghosts suddenly jumped forward and shouted in Rocky's ear. This childish trick made Rocky stunned for a moment. He turned his head and looked at the other party calmly. The other party was a little disappointed when he saw that Rocky didn't react. Didn't it scare you? So they were so cautious just to scare me? Rocky couldn't help rolling his eyes and didn't know what to say. But soon another voice came, Pyro, he's still young. Fortunately, he didn't scare him. If he really scared him, it might not be easy to comfort him at that time. Who would be scared to tears? Do you think you are a child? I seem to be an 8-year-old kid. Suddenly Rocky was stunned. The other guy had blonde hair and his face looked much more childish. But the general outline was not wrong. Advertisement. This kid was Kurapika. Your name is Rocky, right? Kurapika came to Rocky and squatted down, showing an extremely friendly smile. The kid who got lost that day, his name is Piro, my good friend, and my name is Kurapika. Rocky was a little confused now. What did these 2 kids want to do with him? Piro, who was standing next to him, also squatted down in front of Rocky, and then smiled and said, "Isn't it boring to play with your fingers here alone? Why don't you go to the back mountain with us to explore?" Rocky was stunned for a moment, looked at the other party and then looked at his own hands. Do these two guys think he is playing with his fingers here? Who would be so bored to play with fingers? It seems that playing with fingers is not boring for children, and it is even fun. Why did you come to call me? This is what Rocky is curious about. Playing with fingers can be ignored, but what is the purpose of these two people coming here? See you playing with your fingers here alone, without any friends. If you are willing, we too can be your friends. Kurapika said. When Rocky heard this, he was stunned. If he looked at it from an adult's perspective, it seemed very naive, but considering the other party's age, it can only mean that the other person is kind-hearted and compassionate. Rocky also roughly understood that the two seemed to sympathize with him for not having a playmate when they saw him alone here. So they came to talk to him. He shook his head and said, "No. The clan leader asked me to complete my practice here. I will not leave until the practice is finished." Practice? The two looked at each other. What kind of practice is playing with fingers? I don't understand. Pyro wanted to say something, but Kurapika on the side grabbed Pyro first. Okay. Okay. Then we won't bother you, but if you want to find a fun place in the future, come to the lake under a yellow leaf tree in the west to find us. Where we live, Pyro and I are your friends from today. We will come to play with you when we are free. After saying that, he grabbed Pyro and was about to leave. But Pyro looked helpless. As the two figures gradually faded away, Rocky came back to his senses. Childhood friendship is really simple. It seems that it is okay to take a break occasionally, and it seems good to spend a day to gain not one but two sincere friendships. Advertisement. Wait for me. I'll go with you. Hearing Rocky's voice, Kurapika and Piro also stopped and waited for Rocky. They did not have any opinions about Rocky's rejection and then agreement. On the contrary, both of them laughed. What adventure? It's just a child's game, and Rocky probably wouldn't find it interesting in the past. But today, with his friends by his side, Rocky felt that time passed particularly quickly. It was dark in a blink of an eye. The three of them went home in a dirty state. When the tribe leader saw Rocky's dirty state, he didn't say anything but smiled happier than before. He urged Rocky to go to bed after washing up. At night, Rocky, lying on the bed, resumed the training that he had not completed during the day. At this time, Rocky suddenly remembered something. When he was with Kurapika and Piro today, the two had been discussing the topic of hunter. This is probably why Kurapika wants to become a hunter. While thinking about this, Rocky suddenly stood up and glanced at the calendar on the wall. November. No. Right. Rocky suddenly remembered something. Kurapika participated in the hunter trial when he was 17 years old. At that time, he said that the Kuruta tribe was exterminated 4 years ago. And the hunter exam was on January 7th. In other words, when he was 13 years old, but Kurapika's birthday was April 4th, so taking into account the birthday factor, the Kuruta tribe was actually exterminated when Kurapika was 12 years old. And it was either at the end of the year or at the beginning of the year. It is already November now. The extermination of the tribe may have happened in December or January. Otherwise, Kurapika would not have said it happened 4 years ago. Rocky even feels that the extermination of the tribe may have happened in January. If it happened in January, then Rocky has less than 2 months. In less than 2 months, Rocky does not know how much he can improve, but now Rocky has a new idea. After living together for so long, the clan leader grandfather treated him well, and Kurapika and Piro became friends with him. Should he run away alone and ignore them? And his uncle, although he took care of his predecessor for a long time, he also took care of him for a few days. He also treated him sincerely. If he really ran away alone under such circumstances, it would be too heartless and ungrateful. Chapter 19, Prophecy from Rocky. If I had never had any contact with the people here, and had never received any care from them, Rocky would not feel sorry for anyone if he ran away alone. But now it is different. During the time he lived in the Kuruta tribe, although the Kuruta people did not treat Rocky very well, they treated Rocky sincerely. Especially the chief grandfather, he was really good to him. Save them. Even with the golden finger, Rocky did not dare to say that he would be safe. Advertisement. That was Phantom Troop. It was not the level in the original book, but it was probably a good player. Rocky wanted to fight Phantom Troop after only practicing for a few months, which was a bit too arrogant. I am afraid that my ability is not enough to become a savior. He smiled bitterly. He was more than enough to protect himself, but it was probably impossible to save the entire Kuruta tribe. But he could not just watch these people being exterminated. What to do? Rocky thought about it and said, it seems that there is only one way. If he could not save everyone, and could not escape alone, he could only do what he could. Do your best. And the first step is. The next morning, the chief prepared a sumptuous meal as usual. He really felt like a grandfather during this period of time. And his grandson is a gifted person. The future of the Kuruta tribe seems to be more and more worth looking forward to. The mood is naturally good. But when eating, the chief found that Rocky's face was not right. What's wrong? Little Rocky, are you sick? As an An, the probability of getting sick is very low. Even if you are really sick, it is probably a serious illness. That's not easy to deal with. And Rocky shook his head, no, I'm fine, I just had a dream. Hearing this, the chief breathed a sigh of relief, dream. What dream made you like this? Did you have a nightmare? Nodded gently. It's okay, it's just a dream, it's not real, there's no need to be afraid. Although you are not yet an adult, you should still show your manliness. How can you be scared by a nightmare? No. Grandpa Chief, I dreamed, our Kuruta tribe was exterminated. After the voice fell, the chief, who was about to eat, also stopped. Exterminate the tribe. This made his eyes become much sharper in an instant, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes became much gentler when he looked at Rocky. It's just a nightmare, it's okay. No. Grandpa Chief, I feel that this dream is so real, even as if I experienced it myself. I don't think this is an ordinary dream. Rocky said very seriously. For Nan, dreams may be false, but they may also be true. People who practice Nan often feel more acute than ordinary people, and even their five senses or perception of danger are more incredible. Some Nan can even feel uneasy before they encounter danger. The chief stared at Rocky and looked at Rocky carefully. Advertisement. Rocky's eyes didn't flicker at all, he wasn't kidding. Then tell me what your dream was like. I dreamed of spiders. Spiders. The Kuruta tribe was wiped out by spiders? There are no creatures that scary in this world. Not to mention it's just a spider. It seems that the child saw an animal like a spider and felt scared, so he had this dream at night. Ha ha ha. Did a spider scare my talented little Rocky? No. Rocky shook his head, I'm not talking about an animal spider, but a group of people who have spider tattoos on their bodies, and there are numbers on the spider tattoos. One of the men with the number 11 tattooed on him looks very majestic and has a strong burst of will. He easily broke our house with just one punch. Then many people in the village attacked him, but there was no effect at all. Spider tattoo. The tribe leader looked at Rocky in surprise. Rocky's description reminded him of an organization, Phantom Troop. Although he is the tribe leader of the Kuruta tribe, he is also very familiar with the outside world. The little ghosts living in the Kuruta tribe should absolutely not have heard of Phantom Troop. Rocky also couldn't know, but now Rocky can dream about Phantom Troop, although he doesn't know who the person with number 11 is. If he just dreamed about spider tattoos, it wouldn't be too coincidental, but spider tattoos with numbers on them, this is too coincidental. He also knew that the Phantom Troop group had spider tattoos on their bodies, and every member of the brigade had a number on their body. This kind of information is not too secret, and it is easy for an An to obtain this kind of information. But that's all. If you want to know more about Phantom Troop, you can't get it casually. And Rocky, a kid who has been in the Kuruta tribe since he was a child and has never left, it is absolutely impossible for him to know these, and it is even more impossible for him to just happen to dream about Phantom Troop. Advertisement. Coincidence. Or is it that Rocky's perception of danger made his mind tell him in the form of a dream that danger is coming? There was no dream at all, it was just an excuse Rocky made up himself. He had to say that the child's identity and the prophecy of the dream were used to tell the chieftain about the danger of the Kuruta tribe. Although it may not be effective, it would be good if it could play a preventive role, and perhaps it could keep more Kuruta people alive. Now Rocky can only do so much. It would be more believable to say that he knew the Kuruta tribe was exterminated than to say that such a prediction would be more believable. Prophecies given by a genius are always easier to believe than those who claim to know the future. After saying this, Rocky started to eat, and his clothes looked very heavy. The chieftain who saw Rocky like this now wondered if Rocky really had a premonition of something. This kind of thing should indeed be prevented. However, according to the time, the next relocation of the Kuruta tribe will only take 3 months, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Instead, the tribe members can be summoned to take precautions recently, and the barrier near the tribe should also be reinforced. All these years have been repaired, and no reinforcement has been carried out. Looking at the chief who was lost in thought, Rocky sighed that there was only so much he could do now, if there was still no change. Then the next opportunity would be when Kurapika left the village, and then he would find a way to get more Kurutas to leave. After that, the remaining Kurutas could only try their best to save them. Perhaps during this period, he could find a way to get the chief to agree to relocate the Kurutas, and then he might be able to avoid the disaster of extermination. And the plan to save the Kurutas should not be too hasty. If he was strong enough, then his words would carry more weight. Strengthening his own strength was the first priority. Time was running out. Hurry up and practice. If it was the most ideal state, he could make another modification before the arrival of Phantom Troop. Then there might be other ways to save the Kurutas. Chapter 20 Development of Red Eyes. Rocky won't go to look for Kurapika and Pyro today. Time is tight, so there's not much time for fun. Now I have to hurry up and practice. I came to the old place where Rocky stayed yesterday, an open area in the forest. In the practice of the mind system, in addition to the manipulator, there are 4 other systems that need to be practiced specifically: enhancer, conjurer, transmuter, and emitter. Advertisement. At the same time, the amount of mind energy must be increased. There are also various application skills of mind, such as Zhou, Yuan, Yin, Jian, Jin, Tang, and Lu. These all need to be mastered proficiently. Just thinking about it makes me feel overwhelmed. No, there are too many things to practice. I don't know where to start. Now Rocky feels that each one is very important. The targeted practice of each system is important, but the application skills of mind are equally important. The same is true for the amount of mind energy. If you want to consider escaping, the first thing to practice should be Yin. But now Rocky is not just thinking about escaping, he also has to save the Kuruta tribe as much as possible. Suddenly Rocky thought of something. And the fiery red eye. The power of the fiery red eye is the shortcut that can quickly improve Rocky's combat power in a short period of time. Now the blood power of the fiery red eye has decreased. I don't know how long I can maintain the state of the fiery red eye. Let's try it first. Open the fiery red eye, and this time Rocky feels that it has become a little difficult to open the fiery red eye. This is the change after the blood power decreases. It requires more intense emotional stimulation. With this discovery, Rocky was a little surprised. If the level of blood power determines the difficulty of opening the fiery red eye, then if it is the top blood power, does it mean that the fiery red eye can be opened with just one thought? And the intermediate blood power can bring more improvement and less burden on the body. Can it be understood that the higher the blood talent, the stronger the power can be, and there is no burden on the body? If that is the case, then the modification of blood power is necessary. When I turn on the red eyes, I will become an enhancer. Advertisement. Maybe I can develop some powerful abilities based on this state. The enhancer ability made Rocky think of Gon first, the terrifying ability that directly increases his combat power. It would be nice if he could develop a similar ability to use it specifically when the red eyes are turned on. It's like turning on the berserk mode. While Rocky was thinking, the red eyes state ended. After testing, the red eyes can last for 10 minutes. Although 10 minutes is not too long, it is a terrifying improvement compared to before. When Rocky mastered the method of turning on the red eyes, he could only turn it on for 3 seconds. But now he can extend the time to 10 minutes. I didn't expect that he could improve so much without realizing it. Could it be that because of the practice of mind, the physical fitness has been enhanced, so the red eyes maintenance time has increased unconsciously? Probably the only way to understand it. But 10 minutes is enough to deal with special situations. After feeling my own situation, I feel very tired now, at least a little more tired than the state after the normal training. This means that if you use the fire red eyes, if you can't kill the opponent during the use, then once you leave the fire red eyes state, you are basically no different from dead. It's also necessary to consider the intensity of the battle and the consumption of physical strength. It's probably difficult to maintain it for 10 minutes in actual combat. But at least 1 or 2 minutes of burst time can still be done. The problem is to develop the ability. What kind of ability should be developed for the red eyes? Since it becomes an enhancer when it is turned on, it is natural to develop the ability of the enhancer. If it is an ability similar to Gon, then maybe I have a good idea. It is obviously unnecessary to develop one's own ability like Gon. I can't reach the emotions and thoughts when Gon developed his ability. It is impossible to develop the same ability as Gon in that emotional state. And the price paid for Gon's ability is too high. Rocky doesn't want to pay the same price. And Rocky's idea is the same as the ability he has already developed, the apparition. The power of the 6 gods. The giant god. The ability of the enhancer corresponds to the giant god in Rocky's opinion. When entering the state of the red eyes, you can turn on the power of the giant god and increase your own mind power. Advertisement. Now it can't be modified, and the restrictions and oaths can't be too harsh. The limitation is that it can only be used when the red eyes are turned on and the Titan power is entered. The 2 abilities of Phantom Shift and Phantom Sword, and even all the abilities of the manipulator that may be developed later, can only exert 40% of the original power. Designing such conditions is actually quite loose. Such loose abilities will not bring too much improvement. If you want to improve the power of the ability, you can only constantly hone your Nen. While improving your own strength, Nen will also increase accordingly. This requires time to accumulate slowly. But at least you can become stronger in the state of red eyes. This idea cannot be developed immediately. I hope that in the next period of time, this ability can have a basic prototype as soon as possible. In the morning, practice a system and an application skill, and in the afternoon, develop Nen. Practice Nen Qi in the evening. Use the practice of Chan to replace sleep. Although it is impossible to really not sleep, it can compress the time required for sleep to the limit. Using Chan to replace the rest of sleep can also give the body a rest to a certain extent. Just 4 hours of sleep a day is enough. The rest of the time is all spent on cultivation. Now there are still more than 40 days left before the countdown to the next modification permission, and it will be December in more than half a month. If Phantom Troop attacks the Kuruta tribe in December, then I don't have much time. Recently, I have to keep an eye on Kurapika and Peiluo. Once Kurapika gets the pass and leaves the village, it will be the day for Phantom Troop to attack. After a day of cultivation, Rocky went back in the evening. And when he went back, he also had to see if the clan leader grandfather had made any changes. As soon as he got home, a pair of big hands grabbed him. "Boy! You haven't come back to see me for a while. It seems that living here is more comfortable than my place, right?" Hearing the voice, he knew that this was his uncle in this body, Gao Yu. "Okay, little Rocky, go take a bath. The food is on the table for you. Grandpa still has something to say to them." Rocky nodded and glanced at these Kuruta people. 12 of them were Nen. It seems that what I said this morning was still useful. At least the clan leader is worried about what these Nen in the clan are discussing. Chapter 21 The First Step to Changing Destiny. Rocky entered the bathroom. Although he was taking a shower, he still kept his ears perked up to listen to the conversation outside. This morning, little Rocky told me that he had a strange dream. "I dreamed that the people of Phantom Troop destroyed the Kuruta tribe." As Rocky's uncle, Gao Yu was stunned for a moment. "Chief, you just called us here because of a dream." Although Gao Yu didn't seem to be very smart, there were smart guys in the tribe. Advertisement. "Chief. How did Rocky know about Phantom Troop?" The chief shook his head. "It's impossible to know about Phantom Troop through any channel." Hearing this, Gao Yu was also stunned. Yes, that stinky boy of his own, who had never come into contact with people outside at this age, how did he know about Phantom Troop? Even he had only heard of this name vaguely once. Maybe some of you don't know much about Phantom Troop. Let me tell you about it. After the basic information of Phantom Troop was finished, all the tribesmen were stunned. How did Rocky dream about these people? And it's not a big deal if it's just a dream. Hearing this, the chief sighed and shook his head. "No. I think this is not just a dream, but also a prophecy." Prophecy. Everyone looked at each other, as if they thought the chief was a little too fanciful. "Yes, it's a prophecy." The chief looked at everyone very seriously. "As Nen, you should know very well that Nen are very sensitive to danger, and Rocky is a genius that my Kuruta tribe has never had. You all know this very well." The dream he suddenly had may not just be a dream, but he sensed the danger and showed him some future scenes. The chief lowered his head and thought, it may even be a certain ability that he has not yet developed, which is reminding him of the coming of danger. Although this seems to be somewhat credible, it is hard to say whether it is a dream or a prophecy. Seeing that everyone was silent, the chief raised his head and said, "I've been thinking about it for a day. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter even if it's just a false alarm. If nothing happens, isn't it the best for the Kuruta tribe? But..." Advertisement. The chief paused here and said, "What if, even if there is a 1 in 1,000 chance that it's true?" The others also frowned, and their expressions were quite solemn. "If it's true, then the entire Kuruta tribe is finished. The Phantom Troop group is quite brutal. Once they are targeted, they are powerless to resist. So, I would rather believe that this is little Rocky's prediction of the future of our Kuruta tribe than pretend not to hear it." Gao Yu was the first to stand up. "Chief, what should we do if it is true?" The chief sighed. "Little Rocky's dream did not mention the time, so we don't know when it will happen. But it is still necessary to strengthen vigilance. The barrier within the tribe has not been properly repaired for many years. We are used to living a peaceful life. We feel that the outside world seems to have begun to ignore our Kuruta tribe. Little Rocky has reminded me." The chief sat down and tapped the armrest with his fingers. "First, everyone will build a new barrier tomorrow based on the existing barrier. Second, Haizo, you will leave the village tomorrow and go to the outside world to collect information about Phantom Troop. Remember, you only need to collect a little bit. Don't ask too much. It will be bad if you attract attention." The man named Haizo was about 30 years old, with a light beard and a quiet look. He looked more like a small business owner or a company employee on a business trip with glasses. Such people were the least likely to be noticed. "Okay, I understand, Chief. Third, if an emergency really happens, do our people have a place to escape?" Regarding the third point, everyone obviously didn't know how to answer. After all, they have been living in peace for so many years, who would think about what to do when they encounter danger. Seeing their looks, the chief sighed, then we need to develop a plan to deal with emergencies. If the tribe is attacked, where should ordinary tribesmen escape to? In case of an emergency, some people should be left to block the enemy, but the rest of the people must also have a place to escape. When I heard this, Rocky had already finished his shower and was wiping his hair with a towel. If they couldn't think of a solution to this problem, maybe I could tell them a solution. The cliff where they explored the terrain during the previous training was the best escape route. But that is only suitable for none like me, or even strictly speaking, only for me. And if you want ordinary people to escape through that route, then the only way is to dig a tunnel. Advertisement. If you want to dig a passage in such a big mountain, it is not something that 1 or 2 people can do. However, a large tunnel is naturally impossible, but if you just dig a small passage that can accommodate 2 or 3 people or even 1 person, there is still hope. If none work together, it is not impossible to dig a passage of hundreds of meters in length in about 10 days. Grandpa Clan Leader. I know a good place, and that direction is also the only location without a barrier. Rocky suddenly walked out of the room and said, interrupting the discussion. Everyone looked at Rocky. The clan leader was stunned for a moment. What place? Rocky came to the window and pointed to a cliff in the west. The height of the cliff in that direction is destined to make it impossible for anyone to come from that direction, so there is no barrier. And the inherited divine word of the Kuruta tribe is also a cave opened in that direction. I have used my ability to climb that cliff before, and there is a canyon behind it. If we can dig a passage, then once we pass through it and destroy it, the cliff alone will be enough to block the enemy for a long time. And during this time, if we can quickly pass through the canyon and destroy it together, it will be even more impossible to be caught up. The patriarch was stunned for a moment. How did Rocky climb up the cliff? Even with Rocky's ability, it is impossible to apparate such a long distance at one time unless this kid couldn't have apparat continuously to get up there. If he falls down accidentally, he will die. This kid who doesn't know the height of the world is simply courting death. However, if what Rocky said is true, then this is a good idea. Take me to see it tomorrow, and you, Gao Yu, will come with us. If the terrain is really like that, then the escape route in case of an emergency will be set there. Seeing that there was no objection from others, Rocky breathed a sigh of relief. The first step to change his fate was quite smooth. Chapter 22, Permissions Reacquisition Status Full. Rocky, are you going back so early today? Rocky didn't look up when he heard the voice, but casually threw away his muddy hat and shovel. He waved his hand without looking back. No. Let's stop here if we are tired today. Anyway, there is only a little left, I will leave it to you. Rocky looked back at Kurapika and Pyro. The two nodded at Rocky, leave the rest to us. Go back and have a good rest. Advertisement. Pyro patted his chest and said. And Kurapika on the side also smiled at Rocky. More than a month has passed unknowingly. Since Rocky took the tribe leader to see the terrain, the tribe leader immediately confirmed Rocky's idea. The excavation of the escape passage was started, and the excavation action of course needed to be performed by Nan. After all, using Nan to excavate is not a little bit faster. And Rocky naturally participated in it, and because of Rocky's terrible Nan talent, Rocky was even more powerful than those adult tribe members. On the first day, Rocky felt exhausted after digging about 20 meters by himself. The digging process is equivalent to training the application skills of Nan. But just 20 meters made Rocky feel that his Nan was consumed too quickly. However, after resting, he increased his Nan by 80 meters on the second day. Rocky dug 100 meters by himself, which made other Nan of the Kuruta tribe feel incredible. They all understood why the tribe leader believed that Rocky was not dreaming, but a prophecy for the entire Kuruta tribe. Such a terrifying talent and such a speed of progress are inhuman. For such a genius premonition, it is probably not as simple as a dream. In the days that followed, Rocky's progress was even more exaggerated. Every day seemed to have earth-shaking changes, and this was because Rocky did not spend all his time practicing. Because of Rocky's abnormality, the time to open the channel was half faster than expected. This 800-meter-long channel was finally completed. However, the tunnel is not over after it is completed. It needs to be reinforced, otherwise the tunnel will collapse if there is an earthquake or heavy rain that affects the geological conditions. The rest of the time is to reinforce the tunnel every day. And this work is not only done by Nan. So Pyro, Kurapika, and others are also here. During this month, Rocky continued to practice and made rapid progress. Originally, Rocky felt that he could not reach the level of the members of the brigade in a short time. But now it seems that there is really hope. Advertisement. After all, although the results of Rocky's various application skills are not perfect, they have been mastered one after another. The amount of mind energy has also increased by more than 10 times. Now Rocky estimates that he is probably at the same level as the clan leader. The practice of each system has also been continuously enhanced. Although the effect is already amazing, Rocky feels that he is far from reaching his limit. Since he has a top talent, he must be like Jin. Any attack-related ability can be imitated as long as it is hit once. Jin was able to do this not only because of his strong talent, but also because of his solid foundation. If he didn't have a solid foundation, how could he imitate other people's moves? During this period, Rocky was most worried about why Kurapika didn't seem to move at all. He didn't even think about leaving the village. Could it be that the butterfly effect he instigated affected Kurapika, making this guy not want to leave the village? If so, it would be even more troublesome. I don't know when Phantom Troop will come to the door. In other words, it could happen at any time. And now it's the end of December. Since Phantom Troop hasn't come to the door yet, it means that the other party is likely to take action in January. According to the estimated time, it's either December or January, either the beginning of the year or the end of the year. Now December should not be possible, so it's January. Next month is when the disaster of the Kuruta tribe will come. This is good, Rocky can make at least one more modification. At 8 o'clock tonight, the modification permission will be obtained again. And he can also see if there is any new information column. If there is a new information column, what will it be? So Rocky left early today. Usually, he would go back with everyone. When Rocky returned home, even the clan leader had not returned, so Rocky went to wash up alone, and lay on the bed while practicing the entanglement, waiting for the countdown of the modification permission to end. Host, Rocky. Race, human. Kuruta. Non-talent, top. Physical potential, intermediate. Bloodline ability, low-level fire red eyes. Physical condition, good. Rocky frowned. There is an extra information column? Isn't there an extra information column every time the re-evaluation is done? It seems that his guess is wrong. Advertisement. No. That's not right. Although there is no extra information column, the information column of the bloodline ability seems to be more detailed. Low-level fire red eyes. The information bar will not only increase, but also become more detailed. If so, it seems that the more detailed modification I thought of before may bring greater improvement. However, what will happen if the additional physical condition information bar is modified? Good. What if it is modified to excellent? Physical condition, excellent. Prompt that the status belongs to the variable information bar, and this modification can be maintained for 1 day. Confirm this modification, and estimate the countdown for the next modification permission acquisition, 1, day 0, hour 0, minute 0, second. Rocky was stunned for a moment. The modification lasts for 1 day, and the interval is also 1 day. If this is the case, that means I can always maintain my state in an excellent state. Do I not even need to sleep? When the state is always maintained in an excellent state, Rocky can't believe how amazing his training speed will be. However, if you want to maintain this state, you naturally can't modify other things. But it doesn't matter if it's 1 day. You can experience it first and then study what to modify. Confirm modification. Countdown to obtain modification permissions, 0, days 23, hours 59, minutes 59, seconds. The countdown has begun, and Rocky suddenly feels that the fatigue accumulated during the day seems to have been swept away. Even the amount of mind energy seems to have increased a lot. Is this the feeling of being in full state? The sleepiness is also swept away. Rocky turned over and wanted to see how effective this state of cultivation is. Quick! Take him to the house quickly, and call someone to come and check his injuries. First, use a bandage to stop the bleeding. When Rocky was excited, he suddenly heard a voice outside. He opened the door to check and found that the tribe leader and several people in Kurapika brought Pyro into the house and put him on the bed in another room. And there was blood on the ground. What's going on? Chapter 23, Dispute breaks out and the plot begins. Rocky came out, looking at the busy people, he didn't dare to ask, and waited until someone bandaged Pyro's wound and stopped the bleeding. A tribe member stayed beside Pyro, and the tribe leader asked the others to leave, including Kurapika. Okay, go back. I'll take care of the rest, someone will come to treat Pyro soon, don't worry. The others nodded and left, leaving Kurapika sitting on the sofa with her head down in thought, looking like she didn't want to speak. Advertisement. Rocky turned to look at the tribe leader grandfather, this is. Pyro was injured, but how was he injured? Could it be that an adult attacked the Kuruta tribe, but from the looks of everyone, they didn't want to. There was a problem when the passage was reinforced. A rock from the collapsed passage broke Pyro's leg. The chief patted Rocky on the shoulder and said, it's not a big problem. Don't worry, it can be cured. He glanced in the direction of Kurapika and said, go and comfort your friend. Rocky came to sit next to Kurapika and said, it's okay. It can be cured, but it just takes a while to rest. At this time, the other party didn't speak, and Rocky was a little surprised. Although it is indeed worrying that a good friend is injured, it is not that serious. A broken leg can be cured, not to mention that in this world of Nan, even if the doctor can't do it, Nan can still treat it. Soon, someone came. It should be the Kuruta tribe who is responsible for treating people. After entering the room and checking Pyro, the other party came out. The chief's leg is connected. It should be fine after a period of recuperation. Hearing this, the chief nodded and said, okay. But Pyro's eyes seemed to be blind. Ah. What happened? Did he hurt his eyes? The chief was a little confused. He checked on Pyro's condition and there was no sign of injury to his eyes. The other party thought for a moment and then slowly said, it's probably not because of this incident, but Pyro seems to have some kind of disease that caused his eyes to go blind. Because this collapse caused the disease in his body to break out. With the current means in the village, there is no way to treat it. The chief was stunned when he heard it. Disease. Advertisement. This is bad. Broken legs are trivial, but this kind of disease cannot be effectively treated with the conditions of the Kuruta tribe. After a long time, the chief sighed, okay, I know, you go back and rest. Rocky also suddenly remembered that Pyro seemed to have some kind of disease, but he didn't expect it to affect his eyes. Although he didn't know much about this knowledge, Rocky also knew that if the disease was not treated in time, it would only make the condition more serious, or even lose his life. Chief, I'll take him out for treatment. Suddenly Kurapika spoke, and this sentence made the chief's face even gloomier. Get out. Do you know how much of an impact it will have on the entire Kuruta tribe? The tribe leader who said this now had no kindness on his face. This was the first time Rocky saw the tribe leader get angry. Are we just going to watch Pyro die? Kurapika suddenly stood up and said angrily. You don't understand at all. My Kuruta tribe is a devil to outsiders. Once they find us. The tribe leader was interrupted by Kurapika before he finished speaking. It's always the same set of rhetoric, what red-eyed devil, what outsiders will harm us. Why don't I see them coming to harm us? And it's been so long, people outside may have already forgotten the Kuruta tribe, let alone the red-eyed devil. Just go out and find a doctor to treat Pyro, I'll go find him. You want to give up Pyro, I will never give up Pyro. Kurapika was very excited when she said this, and her eyes were faintly red. The chief looked at Kurapika with a firm look and was slightly moved. But this is the rule of the Kuruta tribe, and it is also the rule to ensure the safety of the Kuruta tribe members. He will not compromise easily. Rocky, who was standing by, saw the two people like this. He suddenly remembered that the plot might have begun. Kurapika wanted to leave the Kuruta tribe, which means that the genocide incident was about to take place. In an instant, Rocky became nervous for no reason. What he was about to face was Phantom Troop. It would be strange if he was not nervous. The two were still arguing, and at this time Rocky suddenly spoke. Grandpa Chief, let Kurapika go. Pyro can't just give up like that. He is also a member of the Kuruta tribe. If you protect others, won't you protect him? Advertisement. The chief kept silent after hearing this. That's right. Pyro is also a member of the Kuruta tribe. Since he is a member, it is also the chief's responsibility to protect Pyro. But when he thought of the rules of the Kuruta tribe, the chief sighed. Okay. What else can I say when you two little brats say so? Seeing the chief give in, Kurapika even looked at Rocky with gratitude. If Rocky hadn't asked for help, maybe this old guy might never agree. And the reason why Rocky spoke to Kurapika was because he thought about it. It was decided to try to ensure that the plot would not be affected too much before the genocide began. If Kurapika was prevented from leaving the village, then Rocky might not even know when the most basic Phantom Troop would come, and that would be the real trouble. But it's impossible for you to leave today. Although Pyro's condition is serious, there is still some time. You want to leave the village? Good. I'll give you a chance. If you can pass the test, you can get a pass and travel freely between the outside world and the tribe like I saw. Kurapika jumped up with joy when she heard this. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Rocky. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid this old man wouldn't agree so easily. The chief's face suddenly darkened when he heard the three words old man. Don't think that I'm giving you a chance, which means you can leave the village. You still have to pass the test. However, even so, Kurapika was excited. Don't worry, I will definitely pass your test, and I will definitely find the best doctor for Pyro. Ignoring Kurapika, the chief glanced at Rocky and said, Little Rocky, don't even think about leaving the village. Kurapika is already 12 years old, and she barely has the conditions to go out, but you are only 8 years old. Rocky smiled helplessly when he heard this. If the pass to go out was what Rocky wanted before, he would have gotten it, but now Rocky doesn't want any pass. He has to try, no matter if it can be changed, he will try his best to save the Kuruta tribe. Apart from other things, the people here are really good. Rocky likes this atmosphere very much, and gradually feels a little bit at home with the Kuruta tribe. Grandpa, don't worry. I won't leave the Kuruta tribe. For some reason, the chief always feels something is wrong when he hears Rocky's words, but this makes him very happy. Chapter 24, Test of Leaving the Village. The next morning, Rocky opened his eyes. He clenched his fists gently, still feeling energetic, as if the whole night of practice did not bring him the slightest bit of fatigue. The effect of maintaining the state is too abnormal. If it continues in this state, then Rocky feels that one day may be better than the previous 10 days of practice. And although the physical condition is very good, it still takes some time to slowly recover from the consumption of the mind energy. Advertisement. It's just right to send Kurapika off during this time. Kurapika, who was waiting in front of the clan leader's house early in the morning, was waiting in the living room early. Rocky got up and happened to meet the clan leader who was giving instructions. About the test. I also know your academic performance in the outside language and history, so you don't need to continue to test these 2 items. If the Kuruta people want to leave the Kuruta tribe, they need to complete 3 tests. The first is to learn the language and writing of the outside world. The language of the Kuruta tribe is different from that of the outside world, so you need to master the common language and writing outside, and practice using it as proficiently as your own mother tongue. The second is to master the history and humanities of the outside world. If you don't master these, you will attract attention when you go out, which may expose the secrets of the Kuruta tribe, so you must learn. As for the third one, there is only one test for you today. You need to go to the town closest to the Kuruta tribe and find a doctor who can cure Pyro. Pyro came out of the room. Although he was injured, Pyro was able to move after a night of recuperation. It has to be said that the physique of people in this world is strong. Or maybe this is the unique ability of the Kuruta tribe. Pyro will go with you. After you find a doctor, treat Pyro and then return to the village. And you must not open the red eyes during this process. If you complete the test, then I will give you a permanent pass, and you can go out and do what you want. Kurapika was stunned when he heard this. The tribe leader obviously took into account what he said before that he wanted to become a hunter. The test is a disguised agreement to treat Pyro's numbness. Last night, he still looked like the rules could not be changed. In fact, he still couldn't bear to see Pyro being tortured by the disease like this. Advertisement. Don't worry, I will definitely pass the test. Pyro looked at Kurapika. Thank you, Kurapika. Don't worry, I will try my best to help you complete the test. Kurapika didn't say anything but wanted to help Pyro. Pyro waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to do it. Drop these 2 eye drops on your eyes. The chief took out 2 bottles of eye drops. What is this? Kurapika asked. This is a special eye drop. Drop it on your eyes. Once you open the red eye will remain open for 24 hours. When I come back, I will judge whether you have passed the test by whether your red eye is open. The 2 nodded, and at this time Rocky suddenly opened his eyes wide. Special eye drops can keep the red eye open for 24 hours. This is the secret medicine of the Kuruta tribe in disguise. Rocky's red eyes can be opened for 10 minutes normally, but this potion can keep the eyes open for 24 hours. While thinking, Rocky heard Kurapika and Pyro say goodbye. Rocky came back to his senses and greeted the 2 people and sent them away. After the 2 people left, Rocky looked at the chief and said, Grandpa Chief, can you give me a bottle of the eye drops you just saw? The chief was stunned for a moment. What do you want that for? Didn't you say you didn't want to leave? Why are you? No. I don't want to leave the Kuruta tribe, I just want the eye drops. The chief frowned, just wanting the eye drops. Suddenly, the chief's eyes narrowed slightly. Little Rocky, it's rare that you can see it. But this kind of eye drops only makes the fiery red eyes look like they are open, and it doesn't have the power to really make the fiery red eyes open. Hearing this, Rocky was stunned and a little disappointed. Although there is no eye drops that can last for 24 hours, I have eye drops that can last for 1 hour. The chief took out a bottle of red eye drops from his arms. Although this thing can force you to maintain your fiery red eyes for an hour, it will cause a huge burden on your body. After using it for the first time, with your physical condition, you will probably collapse to the ground without any strength. When Rocky heard about the side effects, he was still a little worried, but when he heard the following words, Rocky's eyes turned slightly. Is there nothing else besides feeling tired without strength? Advertisement. The tribe leader said unhappily, isn't this serious? Draining all your strength will cause permanent damage to your body. Do you still think it's not serious? It seems to be quite serious for ordinary tribesmen, but does this side effect really exist for Rocky? As long as it does not damage his eyes and just makes himself tired, there is no side effect at all. As long as he modifies his state, he can guarantee a 24-hour excellent state. As long as it does not cause permanent damage to the body or blood, and only affects the physical state, then there is no effect. Don't worry. Grandpa, the clan leader. Rocky put away the eye drops and said, I won't use them recklessly. I just thought that if I encounter danger, I would have some hope. The clan leader no longer thought Rocky's idea was too strange. Although Rocky is younger, he sometimes seems more mature than Kurapika, a 12-year-old child. As long as you don't use them recklessly. After saying that, Rocky turned around and ran to the dining table to grab 2 fruits and bread. He ran out in a flash. I'm going to continue my practice today. Looking at Rocky who disappeared in the blink of an eye, the clan leader smiled and said, only at this time can I be more like a child. Rocky came to his old place. First, he took a look at the eye drops. He didn't know what it felt like to drop them in. Should he try it? Forget it, let's not do it first. Let's start the practice of practice first. Rocky's physical condition is the best now. In this case, he doesn't know how much his mental energy can burst out. At the same time, it's a good time to think about the evacuation plan. Rocky thought about it all night last night. Kurapika was about to leave the Kuruta tribe, and the extermination of the tribe was about to begin. At this time, Rocky chose to stay not to wait for death, but to save the Kuruta tribe. After thinking about it all night last night, Rocky has initially thought of a solution. Although this solution is not easy to implement, it is the only way. And the premise of this solution is that Rocky needs to improve his mind energy as soon as possible. Chapter 25 An unexpected discovery of the evacuation plan. The amount of mind energy is a crucial part of this plan. If the amount of mind energy does not meet the requirements, it may be difficult to realize Rocky's evacuation plan. First of all, through the previous prophecy, the Kuruta tribe has basically changed to a certain extent, but it has not been completely resolved. After all, before the incident happened, it was still too far-fetched for Rocky to make the whole village believe in the extermination of the tribe with his weight. Even if the tribe leader came forward, no one would just leave because of an 8-year-old kid. Advertisement. So early evacuation is basically impossible. Since it is impossible to evacuate in advance, then the only way is to find a way to send all the tribesmen to a safe place as quickly as possible when the incident occurs. And this requires Rocky to have more energy, otherwise even relying on Rocky's ability, there is no way to transfer the tribesmen in a short time. During the month of digging the escape channel, Rocky did 2 things. One is to find out the situation of the entire Kuruta village, understand the residence of every family member, and draw a map. The residences of the 43 households of the Kuruta tribe were clearly marked on it. At the same time, Rocky also researched 2 routes that could reach each household the fastest. Rocky planned to leave his own divine characters on the trees, stones, or even the ground covered by these 2 routes to assist his retreat plan. It would be a huge project to carve divine characters on all of these 2 routes to cover them completely. If it was the previous Rocky, it would be impossible to complete it, but it is different now. Rocky's physical condition is always in the best condition, and in this case it is nothing more than a matter of consuming Nen. The body will not feel tired, and with this prerequisite, the carving of the divine characters can be completed as quickly as possible. There is no problem in completing it within 2 days. After completing the carving of the divine characters, not only will Rocky be able to be within the range of the divine characters, Rocky's Nen burst will be stronger and consume less. At the same time, it can also superimpose Rocky's speed, strength, etc., allowing Rocky to burst out with stronger power. And to complete this plan, another key is when Kurapika will leave the village. After leaving, Phantom Troop will probably come to the door soon, but when exactly, will it appear as soon as Kurapika leaves, or will it take a few days? This is hard to predict. This is also the problem Rocky is most worried about now. It will take at least 2 days. In 2 days, he can carve the divine characters of the 2 roots and strengthen his own mental energy at the same time, which should be enough to meet the requirements. Of course, the more time the better, but if it is less than 2 days, it will be difficult for Rocky to evacuate the Kuruta tribe as much as possible. Advertisement. I have done everything I can, and the rest depends on God's will. The test for Kurapika is actually not too difficult. The only episode is that the tribe leader personally found some people to deliberately make things difficult for Kurapika and Pyro. Enraged Kurapika so that Kurapika opened the red eyes and exposed his identity. In the end, Kurapika really couldn't hold back his anger, opened the red eyes and beat the provocateur half to death. This also exposed the fiery red eyes, but fortunately, Pyro had tampered with the eye drops in advance, so that when Kurapika returned to the village, the fiery red eyes had already disappeared. Finally passed the test. Speaking of this, perhaps the extermination of the Kuruta tribe was also related to Kurapika. He exposed the fiery red eyes. If someone with a keen eye investigates, these small clues may be fatal. The timing seems to be just right. Kurapika exposed the fiery red eyes, and soon after he left the Kuruta tribe, he was exterminated. Before the sun was about to set in the evening, Kurapika and Pyro came back. Seeing that Kurapika did not open the fiery red eyes, the chief was very pleased to say that Kurapika passed the test and obtained a pass. From now on, he can enter and leave the Kuruta tribe freely, and can also go to the outside world. Kurapika was very happy about this. At this time, Rocky, who had returned home early to wait, asked, Kurapika, when are you going to leave? Hearing this, Kurapika turned around and looked at Pyro. We should wait until Pyro's foot recovers, and I need to prepare to go out. Rocky nodded. Judging from Pyro's physique, it will take about 3 to 5 days for his foot injury to recover. In other words, Rocky may have another week. Then this week is quite sufficient. He can even make more preparations. Do you want to go out with me? Kurapika asked with a smile. And Rocky shook his head, it's not the time yet. He didn't say no, just that it's not the time, which made Kurapika very confused, why it's not the time. After thinking about it, maybe Rocky felt that he was still young. You are too young now, and it's not suitable to go out. When you are older in 2 years, I will tell the tribe leader and take you out together. Advertisement. Rocky nodded. 2 years later. It is not known whether the Kuruta tribe will still exist after 2 years. In the following time, Rocky began to carry out his own plan, and Kurapika accompanied Pyro in the last time. Help Pyro recover from his injuries. Pyro's physique is still good, and he recovered quickly. After treatment, his eyes have temporarily stabilized and there are no signs of continued vision loss. But to completely cure it, better treatment is needed, or better medicine is found. Kurapika also wants to go out as soon as possible. And just the day before Kurapika went out, Haiza came back. The tribe member sent by the chief to investigate. Under the cover of night, he quietly returned to the Kuruta tribe. And he found the chief directly. The two met secretly somewhere. It was a serious matter and no news could be leaked. At the riverside at night, Haiza said solemnly, Chief, I did find something wrong. I investigated the information of Phantom Troop, but unexpectedly saw a group of outsiders in the town. They don't seem to live in the town, but in a broken house outside the town. These people are all Nen, and they are all masters. But I don't know who they are. I did a brief investigation on Phantom Troop, but I only found some insignificant information and nothing special. The chief frowned. Such a remote town suddenly came with a group of Nen, and they are all masters. You haven't been noticed by them. Hearing this, Haiza shook his head, Chief, please rest assured, my ability is absolutely impossible to be discovered. Haiza's Nen is not a combat type, but it is very suitable for lurking and hiding. Even if they can find clues, they will definitely not find Haiza. Otherwise, it is impossible for the chief to send them out rashly. The chief suddenly stopped talking, which made Haiza a little confused. Chief. What's wrong with you? The chief shook his head. I was thinking about little Rocky's prophecy. Chapter 26 The man with the reverse cross is overcast and rainy. As for Rocky's prediction, Haiza felt that it was alarmist at first, but now that he has indeed discovered the problem, he no longer thinks so. Although the advanced prediction of Nen is a bit incredible, it is not groundless. Even he himself now feels as if there is an inexplicable pressure on his chest. Chief, if Rocky's prediction is true, what should we do now? A group of Nen masters came here, obviously not to visit such a remote place. Advertisement. There must be a purpose, and at this time it is better to imagine them as enemies than to ignore them. The chief pondered for a moment, and then sighed, fortunately, because of Rocky's prediction, an emergency escape passage has been built in advance, otherwise it would be impossible for such a large tribe to sneak out from somewhere. Hearing this, Haiza also nodded. That decision did leave a glimmer of hope for the current Kuruta tribe. But now there are two problems. Although there is an emergency escape route, after escaping, it is nothing more than crossing the forest and reaching the other side, and on the other side is another town by the sea. By crossing the forest, compared with the normal route, half of the time can be saved, which is about 3 days. But this is only relative to ordinary people. For Nen, this time will be shorter. In the worst case, if they are discovered by the enemy, they can only have half a day of time difference at most. And in half a day, if the tribesmen want to be completely safe after arriving at that place, they have to hire a boat to go out to sea, and the destination is still unclear. Even if they escape from the pursuit of the enemy, they don't know where the next destination is. Of course, this can be thought about later. The most urgent task is how to transfer the tribesmen safely. Although the tribe of more than 100 people is not too large, with their families, not every Kuruta tribe member has combat power. Most of them are ordinary people. And the most fatal thing is that most of the tribesmen have only a vague understanding of the history and language of the outside world, and it is easy for people to find something wrong. Advertisement. At the same time, if this group of people really came for the Kuruta tribe, then once they found that the Kuruta tribe had moved, they would definitely chase them closely. Half a day might not be enough. If the other party has someone who is good at tracking, then it may be at most 1 or 2 hours, and such time cannot guarantee the safety of the tribe members at all. Someone needs to contain the other party to buy time for most of the tribe members to evacuate. The tribe leader thought for a moment. Haizo, you are proficient in the history of the outside world, as well as the language, culture, and customs, and you often live outside. Now I will give you an important task. What task, tribe leader? Haizo felt the solemnity of the tribe leader's tone, and the whole person became more serious. I will go back and inform the 10 families. You will take these people through the evacuation route we have planned before and catch them on the other side of the forest to wait. Once I send out the signal, you will immediately take these people into the town on the other side of the forest and find a boat to go out to sea. It is up to you to decide where to go. I just hope you can keep these people safe as much as possible. At the same time, I hope you can prepare a boat for me in advance, just in case. Hearing this, Haizo probably understood. He didn't understand why if the chief wants to leave, why don't we go together? The chief shook his head and said, it's not certain yet. What if the other party is not coming for us? So many people acting together will make it easier to be discovered. And if it's a false alarm, then we don't need to evacuate. Another reason cannot be explained clearly. Once the news is fully announced, all the people in the tribe will be panicked. So only 10 families are taken away, so that the excuse of finding a new place for the tribe to live can be used as a pretext to get by. If it is said directly, then everyone will probably want to evacuate as soon as possible. Now it is better to reduce the noise. In the worst case, at least these 10 families can evacuate, which can be regarded as a seed for the Kuruta tribe. Chief. Let me stay. I am Anan, if there are enemies, I can also stop them and buy time for other tribesmen. No. You are different, Haizo, if it really comes to that, the Kuruta tribe needs a chief, if I die, you will be the new chief. Then he handed the tribe leader's token to Haizo directly, if I die, you use this thing to make other tribe members obey your orders. Tribal leader. No need to say more. One last request, keep an eye on Rocky. He is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Kuruta tribe. With Rocky, it will only take 10 years for the Kuruta tribe to have a powerful Nin. Advertisement. The tribe leader smiled, maybe we won't have to live in hiding at that time. Haizo was now in tears, tribal leader. I will never let you down. Yes. The tribe leader nodded. After returning home, the tribe leader came to Rocky's room, where Rocky was practicing Nin at the moment. Seeing such a diligent Rocky, the tribe leader felt even more relieved. On the other side. In your dilapidated wooden house on the edge of the town outside the forest where the Kuruta tribe hid. A group of people were gathering. Who else hasn't come? Under the candlelight, the man with the inverse cross was sitting on a broken wooden chair, gently flipping through the book in his hand. Paknatan leaned against the wall. And Yuvajan and Phaeton. Krolo nodded, but for some reason he felt uneasy at the moment, as if something was slipping through his fingers. Was it an illusion? Or was there some implication? Krolo was not sure about this. There were 6 people now, which should be enough to complete the mission. But Yuvajan was a member of the death squad, so he still needed Yuvajan to lead the charge. The Kuruta tribe was not a simple race. One of the 7 beauties in the world, it was an honor but also a death warrant. 5 or 6 days passed in a blink of an eye. The weather had not been very good during this period, with drizzling rain every day and terrible gloom every day. Today was the day when Kurapika officially left the village, and Pyro's condition was almost better. At the entrance of the village, the chief smiled as he watched Kurapika go away. At this time when there might be danger, he did not stop Kurapika from leaving. If she was discovered, then Kurapika's death would be a warning to the Kuruta tribe. If not, then it would also be a disguised way to keep a seed for the Kuruta tribe. After Kurapika left, the chief found Rocky. Little Rocky. I want you to do something. Hearing this, Rocky was stunned for a moment, and then saw a man walking out from behind the chief. His name is Haizo, another person in the village who got a pass. I found a new place to live. You follow him to take a look. After hearing this, Rocky was stunned for a second, then lowered his head and smiled, at this time, I will not leave the Kuruta tribe. Grandpa, don't forget that the prophecy came from me. I know very well what may happen next. Chapter 27 Final Preparations. Hearing Rocky's words, the chief smiled a little. But after being happy, he still said very seriously, Little Rocky. You don't have to, you are still young, your world is very broad, follow Haizo to go to the outside world and go to where you should go. The chief also knew that with Rocky's talent, he could only grow up if he went to the outside world. Staying in the Kuruta tribe would only bury Rocky's talent. However, Rocky shook his head, go out? I will, but not now. Advertisement. The Kuruta tribe is in danger. If I leave at this time, then am I still a member of the Kuruta tribe? The chief was stunned. He didn't expect Rocky to have such awareness at such a young age. Rocky, the chief is also for the future of the Kuruta tribe. You should stay with me. Haisa couldn't help but speak. He was deeply touched by what the chief said to him before. But Rocky still shook his head. Mr. Haisa, I know, but it is absolutely impossible to leave at this time. I am also a Nin, and my strength is not weak. At this time, I can help more tribesmen. After saying that, Rocky looked at the tribe leader. Don't worry. Tribe leader, I don't want to die in vain. I just want to do my part. If there is really no way, I will choose to escape. With my ability, it is difficult for the enemy to catch me if I really want to escape. Hearing this, the tribe leader thought for a few seconds. Seeing that Rocky's eyes did not waver at all, he also understood that Rocky was determined. Even if he forced Rocky to leave, he might. Okay. It's up to you. But if there is danger, you must escape as soon as possible. In fact, at this time, Rocky was a little confused. Tribe leader, since you have believed my words, why don't all the tribesmen take the opportunity to evacuate? There is still time now. Hearing this, the tribe leader smiled. Little Rocky. Come to Rocky's side. The tribe leader squatted down and patted Rocky's shoulder. Sometimes, if you want to survive, you have to give up something. You may not understand this sentence now, but you will understand it in the future. Hearing this, the chief stood up and said, I won't disturb you from practicing. But it's best not to consume too much energy recently, just in case. Rocky nodded. Haisa wanted to say something, but the chief had already taken him away. After the two left, Rocky smiled. Abandon? Advertisement. He knew what the chief meant very well. If someone really came for the Kuruta tribe, the other party would never give up without leaving some of the tribe members. The fiery red eyes, one of the 7 beauties in the world, the other party finally found the shelter of the Kuruta tribe. If they got nothing, they would not give up easily. Even if they found a new shelter, they still had to live in fear, and the other party might even come to their door quickly. On the contrary, if only a part of them ran away, the other party might get what they wanted and would not continue to embarrass the remaining tribe members. Although this idea is not wrong, Rocky will try his best to protect more Kuruta people. Do your best. Rocky turned his head and released his mind again, and a mysterious totem began to emerge from the ground. This is naturally the word God, and Rocky carved his own word here, just to set up a ring here. Rocky wants to try it out. How big is the gap between his current level and the first-class masters, and if he can delay a member of the brigade, then he can buy more time for others to escape. When most of the Kuruta people are sent to the escape channel, Rocky will try to attract 1 or 2 brigade members here. In this way, he can test his strength and delay time as much as possible. However, Rocky never jokes with his life. What if the opponent is much stronger than him? Rocky naturally cannot be unprepared. And Rocky's way of dealing with it is, to reset his physical condition by modifying the information bar. Even if he is injured, as long as he still has a breath and a little consciousness, Rocky can modify the information bar and revive himself instantly. This is the hidden use of the modifier. Before, when Rocky modified the status, he tried it. The first time was to cut his palm, and the second time Rocky was so cruel that he broke one of his fingers. However, the results of both tests were instant recovery. With the results of these 2 tests, Rocky has confirmed that modifying the information bar can instantly reset his physical condition. All injuries will be instantly recovered. This gives Rocky a new ability in disguise. Of course, Rocky has not tested the situation of broken hands and feet, or fatal injuries, and he dare not test it. But since it can reset the injuries, all injuries should be able to recover instantly. With this blessing, Rocky dared to set up a ring and try to challenge the members of the Phantom Troop, but it also depends on the specific situation. Advertisement. Rocky has also considered which members of the brigade can be challenged and which ones cannot. The best candidate is naturally Yuvajan. As an enhancer, Yuvajan is very balanced in all aspects and is the best candidate for testing. The least ideal and least likely members to fight should be Maki and Krollo. The former is doomed to fail if caught, and the latter is impossible to win. Even the opponent's evil IQ may really kill him. Who knows what ability Krollo will use to suddenly catch him and make him unable to move. Except for these 2 people, the others are fine. Of course, Rocky will not fight these people fairly. The depiction of the divine characters is to prepare the stage for Rocky. With the cooperation of these divine characters, Rocky believes that there should be no big problem. His ability will be greatly enhanced, and the opponent will be suppressed. Among the divine characters that Rocky has mastered, there are many trap-like divine characters. Once the conditions are met, they will launch attacks or hinder opponents. There is still time, Rocky will try to make more preparations. Raise your hand. The sword of the wise king flew over from a tree in the distance. It fell into Rocky's hands. The Yasha King sword slowly emerged behind him, and the two manipulator weapons could now be controlled with ease. In addition, what kind of combat power these divine characters can really unleash, even Rocky himself is very curious. At this moment outside the town, Krollo closed the book and looked at the person in front of him. The only one left is Uvijin. He glanced at the other people in the wooden house. The members of the brigade who have arrived now, Franklin, Paknatan, Maki, Phaeton, Nobunaga, Krollo, Finks, and the figure standing in front of Krollo now. And number 8 who was taking a look outside the wooden house, the guy who was assassinated by Silva. Zaldik early in the original book. At this point in time, he has not been assassinated. However, his ability is similar to Shizuka's ability and cannot be considered a combat member. Uvijin will probably arrive tomorrow morning. Paknatan said. Krollo nodded, okay. Then we'll act tomorrow night. The net has been spread, and the next step is hunting. One of the 7 beauties in the world, fiery red eyes. Chapter 28. The hunt for beauty begins. As time passed by little, a figure pushed open the door of the wooden house. This man was as strong as a bear. Bang! The shabby wooden door was kicked open. Ha ha ha! So many people are waiting for me alone? Sorry, I met some interesting guys when I came here, which delayed me a little. Advertisement. Uvijin said as he threw the bag he was carrying aside, while Nobunaga looked at Uvijin with a dark face. You did it on purpose. Nobunaga gently patted the sawdust on his head, that's right. The wooden door that was kicked just now flew directly towards him and was smashed by him. The next second, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed at Uvijin fiercely. Uvijin's thoughts instantly gathered on his arm and faced Nobunaga's sword. Boom, buzz, buzz. The aftermath of the fight raised the dust on the ground. Uvijin smiled and said, it's intentional, so what? Nobunaga's face became even uglier. Looking at Uvijin catching the blade with his bare hands, everyone else smiled. These two guys won't be happy unless they fight. Nobunaga really wants to kill Uvijin, so why does he use the back of the knife? And Uvijin has no doubt that Nobunaga uses the edge of the knife. If it's the edge of the knife, catching the blade with bare hands? Wait for one hand to be chopped off. Captain, when will we start the action? Although I just arrived, I'm so excited now. Uvijin asked Krollo after he and Nobunaga separated. Krollo seemed not to have seen the scene just now, but just raised his head lightly, in the evening. After getting the answer, Uvijin didn't say anything else, and sat down to rest. Uvijin takes the mission of the brigade very seriously. No matter what kind of mission it is, he will adjust his state before starting. Then perform the mission with the most perfect attitude. Night falls soon. At this time, in the Kuruta tribe. The chief did not sleep, but sat there feeling inexplicably flustered. This feeling has lasted since the sun set until now. Maybe something will happen tonight. While thinking about it, there was a sound of wind chimes outside. And it was not just one wind chime, but the sound of a bunch of wind chimes shaking wildly. The chief suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the window, and a white light lit up in the southwest of the village. Advertisement. This light was invisible to ordinary people, but for Nan, it was like turning the sky into daylight in that second. Someone triggered the warning trap. Bang! Rocky's door was opened, and Rocky rushed out and stood in front of the chief. The chief looked at Rocky and nodded, the enemy is coming, Rocky. I'll notify all the tribesmen to evacuate. Grandpa Chief, you. I haven't exercised for a long time, it's time to exercise my old bones. The chief looked at Rocky, I have destroyed the god cave of the Kuruta tribe. Little Rocky, now you are the god inheritance of the Kuruta tribe, don't die. If you have a chance, just run away, no tribesman will blame you. Although Rocky was in a heavy mood at the moment, he would not cry here. The chief had already realized it. He had no reason to stop it. Bang! The window shattered, the Sage King's sword flew out, and the next second the white crystal flashed instantly, and he grabbed the hilt directly. Rocky, who had just appeared in the phantom, threw the Sage King's sword again, and it only flashed twice before disappearing directly from sight. Seeing this scene, the chief was stunned. It's only been a short time, that kid, his ability has improved so much. With a relieved smile, the chief turned around, opened the door, and walked towards the barrier-like defense line left by the Kuruta tribe. At the same time, the Kuruta tribemen who had been arranged by the chief in advance. A total of 12 people plus Gao Yu. 5 of them rushed towards the barrier-like defense line, and the rest quickly notified other tribesmen and took all the tribesmen to the evacuation site. However, both Rocky and the chief underestimated the strength of Phantom Troop. They did not invade from just one direction. After the first white light appeared, 4 more lights appeared in succession in almost 5 seconds. It means that the enemy invaded from 4 different directions at the same time. Among them, the southwest direction invaded the fastest. In the dense forest, two figures still rushed towards the Kuruta tribe at an amazing speed. The two were Yuvajin and Nobunaga. As a death squad, all they need to do is attract attention. Swish! Flashed by. What was that just now? Nan? Yuvajin asked. Hearing this, Nobunaga's figure caught up from behind and said slowly, "It doesn't look like it, but it should be some kind of warning thought. I didn't expect that the guy hiding in such a place would know such a clever way to use thought." The figure in front suddenly stopped while he was talking. Advertisement. With a roar, a log fell from the sky, tied with a rope and smashed like a heavy hammer. What's more surprising is that there is thought on it. Yuvajin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he punched directly. Boom! The log was directly blasted into pieces, and the air on it dissipated. I am more interested in these guys who want to hide now. How does this device do it? Nobunaga, who had already opened the circle, frowned. It's so strange that thoughts can stay in trees, rocks, and all seemingly inconspicuous places. And if it weren't for the circle, I'm afraid it would be difficult for Ning to find it. Yuvajin grabbed a stone and threw it directly in a certain direction. The huge tree was easily pierced by a small stone, and the word God left on the tree disappeared instantly. Ha ha ha. Interesting, too interesting, let's go. I can't wait to fight these guys. The two moved forward quickly. Along the way, Yuvajin only relied on a handful of stones to break all the traps along the way. 3 minutes later, the two stopped. Looking at the air wall that had been activated in front of him. A faint mind formed a barrier, blocking the way. Seeing this, Yuvajin frowned. Nobunaga stepped aside. And Yuvajin got ready, and the mind gathered instantly. Super Destruction Fist. Boom. The word God in the barrier instantly dissipated, and the air wall was directly lifted. Yuvajin curled his lips and said, "Tisk. Is this the only defense? Waste my super destructive punch." The aftermath of this punch even blasted a 4 or 5 meter wide mark on the ground behind the barrier. A thick smoke was raised. The noise here was so loud that the members of the brigade in other directions were speechless. Although Yuvajin would make a noise once he was discovered, this noise was too loud. At the entrance of the passage, Rocky, who put down a little girl from the Kuruta tribe, looked to the southwest. Rocky saw clearly the light released by the disappearance of the divine character. The divine character used for defense was so easily broken. Time was a little too fast. Rocky estimated it to be 20 minutes before, but now only about 5 minutes have passed. Chapter 29, The Red Bloom of Unique Beauty. It was only 5 minutes, and Rocky's plan was only less than 1/10 executed. In this case, the enemy has already broken through the barrier and started to attack the inside of the village. The situation is not good. Rocky put down the little girl and immediately ran out again, rushing towards the direction of the next house, hoping to evacuate these people as quickly as possible. On the other side. Advertisement. Yuvajin and Nobunaga, who took the lead in breaking through the barrier. They have unknowingly found a house at the outermost edge of the village. But there is no one in the house. Did the noise make these guys escape? Yuvajin touched his head, and Nobunaga frowned. Even if the noise was loud, it would be impossible for ordinary people to react quickly and escape from the distance of the road just now. According to the speed of the two people, these people can only escape less than 100 meters at most. But there is no sound around. If it were just ordinary people, then the reaction would be too fast, just like a well-trained army. This is unreasonable. As Yuvajin and Nobunaga were walking towards the room, a figure suddenly appeared, and the sharp blade slashed directly towards Yuvajin's throat. Ding! The blade broke, and the figure that passed by stopped behind Yuvajin, and then looked at the dagger in his hand in surprise. It was actually broken. I was attacking by surprise, and the other party had almost no defense, and only relied on his mind to block his knife. Ah! It's really an unexpected sneak attack. Yuvajin touched his neck, and the smile on his face didn't look like the expression of a sneak attack at all. Obviously he had noticed it a long time ago. Kachakaka. Yuvajin was excited now as he gently clenched his fist and his bones creaked. Nobunaga on the side suddenly said, "Yuvajin, remember the captain's order, don't mess around." Yuvajin waved his hand, "I know. Don't worry. I won't kill this guy. The purpose of this beauty hunting operation is not to kill people, but to obtain the red eye. And there is a very important condition to obtain the red eye. It is not possible to kill the people of the Kuruta tribe directly, but it is necessary to anger multiple parties. Stimulate the opponent's emotions and let the opponent open the red eye. As long as the red eye is opened and the opponent is killed at this time, the opponent's red eye can be preserved. This is the mission goal of Phantom Troop this time. If you kill directly, and the opponent does not open the red eye, then it is equivalent to wasting a Kuruta tribe member." Suddenly Yuvajin made a move, and the terrifying explosive power like a cannonball made him approach the opponent rapidly. Boom! Advertisement. A punch. Smashed the ground and smashed a huge hole directly. The Kuruta man almost didn't dodge, and was only slightly affected by Yuvajan's thoughts. He also felt that the parts of his body that were hit seemed to have completely lost all consciousness. Just one round of fighting, the gap was already despairing. His body couldn't stop shaking. Seeing this, Yuvajan was a little dissatisfied. Hey, hey! Are you scared like this? You are too useless. Okay, Yuvajan, stop playing, time is running out, so catch him as soon as possible. Nobunaga said, and Yuvajan nodded to indicate that it was okay. He was not interested in this kind of coward, and at this time suddenly a cold voice sounded. Ah! It's been a long time since we last moved. Who will go first, two little brats? Nobunaga slowly turned around and looked at a short old man who came out of the forest. However, at this moment, the other party was naked, with slightly bulging muscles, like an exaggerated shape of a bodybuilding athlete. What surprised Nobunaga even more was that it was a pair of red eyes. Look at that red! It is indeed worthy of being one of the 7 beauties in the world. It is amazing. Although it is just the eyes, it seems that countless stars are dyed red. Unique beauty. Swish. Nobunaga slowly pulled out the blade and looked at the other party calmly, then I'll do it. I want your fiery red eyes. The strong airflow spread out instantly when the mind energy burst out. At the same time, around the Kuruta village, the phantom troop members in various places are constantly advancing and have basically broken the barrier. Hunting. The screams kept ringing in the forest. There were phantom troop people in the southwest, northeast, northwest, and southeast. Basically, the entire Kuruta village was completely surrounded. No way out was left. At this moment, Rocky judged where these people had arrived based on the screams. They probably all entered the outskirts of the village. The Kuruta village was not too big to begin with, and now there might be enough time to save 1 or 2 Kuruta families in the center of the village. He glanced at the time. 7 minutes. It was only 7 minutes. Rocky's plan had to be suspended because the nearest scream was less than 100 meters away. At the moment, we can only think about the direction of the escape route. Advertisement. There is still a distance of more than 1,000 meters from the village, which is still a safe area that has not been discovered. Rocky came to the entrance of the passage and looked at Piro. Piro. You go first. Piro gritted his teeth fiercely, and he had already cried like a tearful man, and he was also extremely angry. The tribesmen were massacred, but he could not do anything. There are still a few families waiting here. From the beginning to now, Rocky has only saved 5 families, with only nearly 20 people. There are 5 little ghosts and 17 adult Kuruta tribesmen. You leave now, I'm going to blow up this passage. After the excavation of the passage was completed, explosives were buried. There are explosives at the other end of the passage and even in the canyon on the escape route. Piro, what about you? Rocky smiled and said, I'll try to stop them for a while. Piro opened his mouth and wanted Rocky to join him. Don't worry. You've also seen that I have special abilities, which are not comparable to yours, don't worry. Every second is important at this time. Rocky doesn't plan to say anything more, and urges these people to leave quickly. After everyone enters the passage, Rocky waits quietly. After waiting for everyone to pass through the passage and send a signal on the other side, he will immediately blow up the passage. However, not long after, there was a rustling sound. Rocky turned around suddenly. Have you found this place? Suddenly, Yao Yu rushed out, and he was standing at the entrance of the passage. Rocky! Why are you still here? Didn't the patriarch arrange for you to escape? Go quickly. Rocky shook his head, I will stop them with you and get some for others. Tear. The blood formed an arc in the air, and the scattered blood beads fell at Rocky's feet. Rocky lowered his head and looked at the blood at his feet. Raising his head, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. His right hand was torn off. And the figure who appeared on the other side casually threw the crushed arm aside. Ah! I thought there was no one in this direction, but I didn't expect there was a passage. What is this passage? An escape passage. You guys really thought it through. You actually prepared an escape passage in advance. Rocky raised his head and looked at the guy who was less than 10 meters away from him. Yuvajan. Chapter 30 Phantom Troop Yuvajan. Chi. Powerful chi, wrapped around Yuvajan. Just the chi that was emitted made him feel a strong sense of oppression. It was as if he was suffocating, and a pair of invisible hands grabbed his neck, making it impossible for him to breathe easily. Rocky's eyes slowly expanded. Is this the feeling of oppression from a first-class nin? Advertisement. It's really a bit too scary. Good expression. Suddenly, Yuvajan stared at Rocky, and felt his chi and was able to remain calm, even as a little kid. This made Yuvajan very appreciative. Uncle, can you still stand up? The face of Gao Yu, whose arm was torn off, was pale, and blood was constantly flowing. In just a few seconds, Gao Yu was about to lose too much blood and faint. Rocky, you go first and I'll cover you. Hearing this, Gao Yu was stunned for a second, covering his wound to try to slow down the bleeding. Rocky, what are you talking about? Rocky looked at Gao Yu, trust me, you go first and I'll stop him. Bang! Yuvajin just took a step forward and the ground suddenly seemed to be crushed by something very heavy. It suddenly sank. Boy, do you think you can stop me? Although you are calm and this is worth praising, you are too whimsical. Raising his hand, the Sage King sword appeared in Rocky's hand, and the long sword was pointed in the direction of Yuvajin. What? You don't dare to fight me one-on-one? I am also an user. At this moment, Yuvajin was temporarily absent-minded. I didn't expect a little kid to use Nen. This is really unexpected. Ha ha ha. Not bad. You have mastered Nen at such a young age, but a beginner like you doesn't understand what Nen is at all. At this moment, Gao Yu looked at the sword in Rocky's hand. Sword? Manipulator? When did Rocky develop this ability? How long has he been studying Nen? He actually developed Nen? Didn't the clan leader stop him? A beginner's ability to develop Nen will never be too strong. Under normal circumstances, Rocky should be urged to practice Nen and wait until he is stronger before developing Nen. However, Gaiyu did not think that there is a possibility that Rocky has reached the requirements for developing Nen, so the clan leader did not stop him from developing Nen. But this possibility was automatically ignored by Gaiyu. Let's go, uncle. Don't waste time, every second is crucial. Advertisement. The firm eyes of the storyteller Rocky shocked Gaiyu. Believe me. Hearing Rocky say this twice in a row, Gaiyu actually felt a sense of trust in his heart. You are not allowed to die. After saying this, Gaiyu went directly into the passage. But Yuvajin stood there without moving. Rocky frowned, aren't you going to stop him? No need. He is just a waste. It's not too late to catch up after you are dealt with. You can delay me for 3 seconds at most. However, Rocky smiled when he heard this. Putting away the sword in his hand, Yuvajin frowned when he saw this action. What? Are you giving up? The little devil who materialized, chose to materialize the sword? Stupid choice. Yuvajin said in his heart. But Rocky said, you are much older than me, it is not fair to fight one-on-one. I have another condition. I don't know if you dare to meet it. It was a slightly provocative statement. Yuvajin also sneered and saw Rocky's little thoughts. But he didn't intend to refuse, just take it as one of the fun of this hunting. It would be better to let the guy escape just now, because this might catch more Kuruta people who escaped through this passage. Yuvajin just looks straightforward, but in fact he is also very thoughtful. Okay. Tell me. Rocky pointed to a place. There is a good venue about 500 meters in that direction. We will fight there, which will be more advantageous for me. Okay. When Yuvajin heard Rocky say that it was advantageous for him, he agreed without hesitation. If he didn't have a little confidence in the challenge of an 8-year-old kid, he would not be Yuvajin. Even if it was advantageous for Rocky, Yuvajin was confident that the kid couldn't even break his defense. Came to the ring prepared by Rocky. And now the opponent is also Yuvajin, the most ideal opponent. But now the only uncertain factor is time. It must be as soon as possible. The passage has not been blasted yet. Once it is discovered by other Phantom Troop people, they can quickly catch up. So Rocky needs to delay for a few minutes, then escape and blast the passage. Is this the venue that is advantageous for you? Hey! It doesn't seem to be anything special. Yuvajin carefully observed the surroundings, but on the surface he seemed to be completely unconcerned. You will know soon. Rocky took out the sword of the Wise King again. This is a formal fight with the world's first class or even top Nen. Now we can know how big the gap is. Rocky let out a sigh of relief. Hey, kid, is that guy your relative? Advertisement. Rocky was stunned for a moment, so what? Nothing. Yuvajin waved his hand, just now he seemed to want to save an old man, but that old man has been killed by my companions. I want to ask if that old man is your grandfather or something. What? Rocky's eyes turned red instantly. This is the red eyes that opened when Rocky was out of control and his emotions fluctuated in an instant. Old man, doesn't that mean it's the clan leader? Grandpa. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, you are angry, your eyes are mine. In an instant, Yuvajin has appeared in front of Rocky, and a series of smoke has risen behind him. Boom. The sound of the explosion caused by the movement was heard. At this moment, Yuvajin's fist had already hit Rocky's neck hard, ready to break Rocky's neck directly with one punch. If he kills instantly, he can keep the red eyes. As he watched his fist getting closer and closer to Rocky, Yuvajin's smile grew stronger. Suddenly, white crystal fragments appeared in Yuvajin's eyes. What is this? Bang! A sound like glass shattering rang out. The next second, Rocky's body exploded and turned into countless crystal fragments. Then, in front of Uvijin, a long sword was flying upwards. Uvijin stared at the sword. A hand suddenly appeared on the hilt, and Uvijin's eyes shrank rapidly. A figure appeared out of thin air, quickly grasped the sword and turned it over, and punched. Boom! It hit Uvijin's face directly. However, the punch that hit most of the chi was blocked by Uvijin's chi. The reaction force made Rocky's small body bounce out like a ball. Uvijin stood there and touched his nose, which had already turned a little purple. Impossible. Although he didn't gather his energy to defend himself, the strength of a manipulator's energy is definitely not enough to break his training, not to mention that the other party is just an 8-year-old kid. Rocky looked at his fist after landing, and 2 fingers were broken. This is when he turned on his red eyes and transformed into an enhancer nin. This is Phantom Troop, this is Uvijin. Chapter 31, Continuous Flashing of Apparition. Rocky used his strength to temporarily straighten the finger. He endured the piercing pain. It was clearly an enhancer collision, but facing the top enhancer nin Uvijin, he couldn't even break the defense. And he got hurt instead. It seems that if he wants to hurt Uvijin, he must use the flow to create an advantage. Advertisement. Otherwise, it will be difficult to break the defense. The difference in the amount of psychic energy is too big. Uvijin rubbed his nose and looked at Rocky in the distance. I didn't expect that a little kid like you could actually hurt me. For your age, it's already very good. Uvijin narrowed his eyes and looked at Rocky carefully. From the way Rocky took out the sword, it was 100% certain that he was a manipulator. But the punch just now, according to Rocky's psychic energy, could not cause any harm to him at all, but it hit him again. Although it was just the tip of his nose that was slightly purple, Uvijin already felt something was wrong. If Rocky was an enhancer, he could do this. But he couldn't be. It's a bit weird. Boy! Uvijin said in his heart. And the next second, the red in Rocky's eyes gradually faded. Rocky, who successfully controlled his emotions, took the initiative to end the red eyes mode. Although the amount of energy in this state would increase a lot, it was still stronger to use his most common state in this place. Watching Rocky's red eyes fade, Uvijin's face became a little uglier. Because Rocky could not kill the opponent after removing the red eyes, he needed to catch the opponent. Otherwise, if he just killed the opponent, then the red eyes would be wasted. Although he was not very interested in red eyes, Uvijin could probably imagine that the red eyes of an 8-year-old kid would be more precious, especially when such a kid had such a strange ability. At that moment just now, Rocky suddenly accelerated and dodged his attack by some unknown method. At this moment, Rocky didn't know what Uvijin was thinking. He let go of the sword of the Wise King in his hand, and the sword body emitted a light of mind, floating beside Rocky. Uvijin frowned. First, a sword was materialized, and then it was controlled by mind? What kind of ability development is this? Is the person who guided this kid to development mentally ill? Whoosh! Suddenly, the sword flew directly towards Uvijin. He casually stepped back and dodged the attack, and the sword turned a circle behind him and stabbed directly at Uvijin from another angle again. Advertisement. After dodging many times in a row, Uvijin squinted his eyes and smiled. Boy! Your ability is interesting. You are the ability user of manipulator. Hearing this, Rocky did not answer, but even if he did not answer, Uvijin still saw the answer from Rocky's unchanged eyes. You are right. As a manipulator, you use the power of an emitter to control your weapon. Are you an idiot? The moment Uvijin said the last word, Rocky disappeared instantly. Apparition. He appeared directly beside Uvijin, holding the sword of the Wise King and slashing at Uvijin quickly. The energy gathered on the blade. Uvijin's eyes flickered rapidly, and he noticed Rocky's position with his peripheral vision, and immediately turned his hands to block. The moment the blade chopped on Uvijin's arm, the collision of thoughts actually made a sound similar to metal collision and cutting. Psit-zai-zai-zai-zai. You could even vaguely see a spark bursting from the blade. So hard. The energy on Uvijin's arm increased instantly, and the powerful force shook Rocky's sword out of his hand. And the next second, Uvijin's big hand grabbed Rocky directly. Rocky's chi hit the blade, and the blade slipped out of his hand. Rocky's chi was very thin now. If a hand with a lot of mind chi touched it, he would be crippled if not dead. Apparition. Wow! The broken white crystal appeared again, and Uvijin grabbed it in vain. Rocky, who appeared in the distance holding the sword of the Wise King, turned over and landed steadily. Uvijin looked at Rocky in surprise at this moment. Is the ability you just used teleportation? That's right. It's teleportation, not speed, but teleporting directly to the position of the weapon. How did this kid develop such a heaven-defying ability? Rocky exhaled lightly and adjusted his state. From the beginning of the battle to now, Rocky has been very nervous, and this kind of nervousness will cause Rocky's chi to not reach the best state. He can't even use all his chi. Now he doesn't seem to be so nervous. Relying on the apparition, even if he is defeated, he will not be killed instantly. What is there to be afraid of? Rocky raised his head. You will know soon. Bang! The body exploded and turned into white crystals. The sword flew out in an instant and rushed straight to Yuvajin. Advertisement. Yuvajin punched Rocky's sword directly. If it was a master of the same level, then Yuvajin would be looking for death. But what's the use of a sword to bully a kid like Rocky? Still couldn't break Yuvajin's defense. The moment the fist collided with the sword, Yuvajin's eyes shrank slightly. It was different from the weak power he imagined, on the contrary, it was a very good power. The collision of mind energy burst out a strong aftermath that spread out. Rocky's figure also appeared at the same time, and he grabbed the sword of the wise king directly, and the moment he and the sword were about to be thrown out, Rocky disappeared again. Turned into a white crystal and disappeared. This is the sword of the wise king flying backwards and circling in the air. The next second Rocky grabbed the long sword again, turned around and threw it directly at Yuvajin. Yuvajin jumped sideways to avoid it, and punched hard at the back of the hilt. I have roughly understood your ability. You can move to the position of the sword instantly, right? So my target should not be the sword, but the back of the sword. Yuvajin smiled in his heart, thinking that this punch would most likely hit. However, Rocky did not appear after the sword flew past. Instead, Rocky appeared instantly after it flew past, grabbed the sword of the wise king, and stabbed Yuvajin's back fiercely at close range. The way the long sword flew out of his hand to control the flying sword made the sword of the wise king stab Yuvajin's back. However, Yuvajin's reaction was very quick, and he directly focused his thoughts to defend his back. Before Rocky landed, his body disappeared again. Scattered white crystals floated around Yuvajin. And Yuvajin frowned, these crystals seemed a little strange. In a flash, Rocky directly started to flash continuously, and the word God gradually appeared on the surrounding trees. A series of white lights appeared instantly around Yuvajin's body. Apparition requires a materialized weapon to determine the coordinates, but when the sword disintegrated into white crystals, Rocky found that these white crystals were also regarded as swords. In other words, coordinates. Rocky can flash directly. At this moment, Yuvajin felt that more than a dozen places on his body were attacked at almost the same time. These attacks were not painful, but suddenly a strong gust of wind came from behind. Rocky appeared on a tree 20 meters away without knowing when. Then Rocky threw a huge sword at him. The speed of the sword was not fast, and Yuvajin was still wondering what Rocky was going to do. And the next second, 7 consecutive flashes formed a straight line in the air, and the white figures left by Rocky's flashes appeared in the air one after another. Ding buzzing. Chapter 32 The Power of the Strongest Attack. A crystal emitting white light inserted into Yuvajin's chest, blood dripped from the blade. Yuvajin looked up at Rocky holding the huge sword with his eyes wide open. Just a teleportation. He could actually attack like this, increasing his strength through continuous teleportation. Advertisement. He held the huge sword tightly with both hands, but still failed to block the impact. The blade almost penetrated his body by nearly 10 centimeters. Yuvajin could feel that if the attack just now had shifted a little bit, if it had pierced his heart, he would probably have died. He was a top enhancerman, but he was almost killed by a little ghost. The pain not only did not make Yuvajin weak, but it seemed to stimulate him. In an instant, like a wild beast, he pulled out the sword from his chest and grabbed the sword and pulled it back, trying to catch Rocky. At this moment, the sword shattered and turned into white crystals and dissipated. Almost at the same time, the crystals recondensed at a distance of about 10 meters, and then Rocky appeared. Rocky was panting heavily. He was sweating all over. He had consumed a lot of his energy and it was difficult for him to recover. His condition was not very good. This move was the strongest attack Rocky could perform now. He consumed almost 2/3 of his energy, but he still couldn't kill Yuvajin. He couldn't even injure him. Yuvajin should have stood up and his energy was not affected at all. On the contrary, the furious Yuvajin's eyes were no longer calm. If he attacked again, Yuvajin would not care about the mission. He wanted to kill Rocky. Anan who could leave wounds on him, at this age. Killing such a guy would make people feel more happy. Feeling Yuvajin's increasingly terrifying energy, Rocky was adjusting his condition as quickly as possible to recover to the best. Ah! I saw an incredible scene. Suddenly another voice sounded, and Rocky's expression suddenly changed. However, before he could turn around, Rocky felt as if the skin on his arms, chest, and calves was cut open by something. His subconscious mind surged and covered his whole body, making a sizzling sound. Rocky looked carefully. He didn't know when he was trapped by a transparent and almost invisible thread. His body couldn't move. Maki walked out slowly, pulling the thread in his hand. This kid is quite powerful. It can actually hurt a monster like you. Yuvajin's face looked even worse now. Anyone who was seen embarrassed would probably not feel very good. Advertisement. Why are you here? Maki pulled the thread in his hand and said, there is such a big commotion here, of course I have to come and take a look. Let go of that kid, I still have to continue fighting him. This made Maki speechless. Are you an idiot? Why do you want to let go after you've caught him? At this moment, Yuvajin didn't know whether Rocky could perform apparition in this state, and Yuvajin was thinking about it. Suddenly, the sword of the wise king appeared beside Maki. It stabbed towards Maki's neck quickly, and Maki's reaction was also very fast. He bent back and locked his eyes on the sword that flew out from the blind spot of his vision. He was slightly stunned. The ability to control weapons in the air? Snap! With a cracking sound, a white crystal suddenly condensed. Rocky appeared in front of Maki, holding the sword of the wise king, and stabbed quickly. At the same time, Maki felt the silk thread in his hand loosen. Escape? How did this kid do it? Swish! Maki turned over and supported himself with his hands, and kicked Rocky with his legs quickly. The speed was so fast that it should have been able to hit. But Rocky's body suddenly flashed, disappeared and reappeared and went directly from the left to the right. What? Maki sensed the fluctuation of chi on the other side, but it was too late to react. A knife pierced Maki's abdomen. At this moment, Rocky was also stunned. He thought that it could only cause a little damage, but he didn't expect that it could be directly pierced. That's right. Not everyone is a perverted enhancer like Yuvajin. Maki is not an enhancer. Hey! Boy, you have so many tricks. At this moment, Rocky's eyes shrank rapidly, and the voice behind him made Rocky's hair stand up instantly. I caught you this time. A big hand grabbed Rocky's leg, and a terrifying thought was coming. Instantly, a punch directly hit a sonic boom. Rocky turned his head and caught a glimpse of the fist bombarding him. Super destructive punch. A blow from the top enhancer in Yuvajin. Advertisement. If he was hit, it would not be as simple as death. At this moment, Yuvajin had completely ignored the leader's request, and now he just wanted to smash Rocky, the little BD, with one punch. At this moment, Rocky's eyes were locked on Yuvajin. When being caught, Rocky could not perform the apparition intact. But not being able to perform it intact does not mean that he cannot perform it. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Yuvajin's eyes shrank rapidly. Swish! A trace of red blood floated out from the corner of his eye and fell along his cheek. At the same time, with the release of the super destruction fist, although it seemed that nothing was hit, a terrifying roar was still heard. The strong airflow directly destroyed 5 or 6 trees in the distance like an air cannon. Yuvajin, who stopped, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his eye, and a wound appeared on his left face. A wound of 10 centimeters. The blood was constantly flowing out. Turning his head to think about his left hand, a foot with a calf was caught in his hand. Yuvajin's brows trembled a few times. This guy, actually abandoned his legs and teleport? Turning his head, Rocky supported his body with a sword, his face extremely pale. Maki turned over and covered his abdomen, one hand was quickly stitching himself. What's wrong with this kid? Why is he so fast? Maki's expression was not as relaxed as before. Yuvajin's low voice sounded, that's not speed, it's teleportation. This kid's ability is to teleport to the position of his weapon. Wiped the blood off his face, although it would flow again after wiping. But Yuvajin didn't expect that this kid would take advantage of the time when he used the super destruction fist to concentrate a lot of mental energy to attack him. Otherwise, the opponent would never hurt him. Throwing the broken leg aside, Yuvajin gritted his teeth and said, your reaction just now was good. You saved my life, but how much fighting power do you have now, kid? Maki was also very surprised. Is this really just a little devil? At that time, he made such a decisive choice, not only saving his own life, but also hurting Yuvajin, although it was not a fatal injury. Rocky glanced at Maki, who had been stitched, and then looked at Yuvajin, whose chi was still stable, still so powerful. Raise your hand. Throw the sword of the wise king in your hand directly at Yuvajin. At this moment, Yuvajin sneered, is he trying to fight to the death? Chapter 33 Sparks and lightning along the way. The long sword came straight at him. Yuvajin grabbed it and stared at the hilt. He was waiting for Rocky. If Rocky dared to apparate to this position, he could guarantee that he would hit Rocky with a punch in the first place. The super destruction punch obviously could not be used. Rocky's teleportation was too restrained by his super destruction punch. Advertisement. But even without the super destruction punch, his strong basic attack and defense capabilities were enough to crush Rocky. The next second, Maki was stunned and turned his head to look at the distance. Rocky was flashing madly. Every time he flashed, the word God would appear on the tree next to him. These words were carved in advance. It can help Rocky to use his abilities quickly and consume less energy. And between Rocky's flashes, although the interval was short, Maki could clearly see Rocky's figure. His foot recovered. Before, one leg was broken due to the forced teleportation, but now it was instantly recovered. What kind of ability is this? Yuvajin ran away. Maki's voice suddenly sounded, and Yuvajin only reacted at this time and looked into the distance. A white light quickly shuttled through the forest and disappeared completely in a few breaths. This speed was even faster than the previous fight with him. Damn it! Yuvajin squeezed hard, and the sword in his hand instantly shattered into white crystals and dissipated. On the other side, Rocky, who had already rushed 100 meters away, grabbed the Sage King sword with his backhand, and the Yaksha King sword, and the two swords flashed alternately and rapidly. Maki just jumped up and prepared to chase Rocky. At this moment, Yuvajin, who was beside him, suddenly burst out with a strong energy. He directly rushed her out. Boy, want to run? I won't let you succeed. Boom. The ground instantly sank, and the extremely brutal force made Yuvajin chase Rocky straight like a cannonball. All the trees that got in the way were destroyed along the way. There was no turning at all, whether it was trees or rocks, they were all smashed directly. However, this limited Yuvajin's speed. Rocky was even faster. In a few breaths, he almost slipped away from Yuvajin's eyes. Sparks and lightning all the way, Rocky just finished flashing, and threw the weapon again at the fastest speed while controlling the weapon with mind to fly faster and farther. He flashed continuously all the way. With the help of these divine characters, Rocky consumed very little mind. He even modified the state of his body just now. Directly recovered to the best state. Not only did the broken legs and broken fingers recover, Rocky felt 100 times more energetic now. The escape route planned in advance also made Rocky's way smooth. Although the fight with Yuvajin this time did not fully meet expectations, it was interrupted by Maki, who suddenly appeared in the middle. Once a second person appeared in the battle, then it would be absolutely impossible to continue the fight. In a one-on-one situation, Rocky could still rely on the things he prepared in advance to delay the fight, but in a one-on-two situation, Rocky would have no chance of winning no matter which two members of the brigade he faced. Now he was running away like crazy. Although the fight with Yuvajin was interrupted, Uncle Kagetsu should have escaped after such a long delay. And fighting with Yuvajin in another place was not without other intentions. Leading Yuvajin away from the direction of the escape passage also prevented other members of the brigade from discovering him. Stop right there! You damned kid! Yuvajin's terrifying roar came from behind, and Rocky covered his ears immediately. Otherwise, his eardrums would probably be broken by such a roar. With just such a simple roar, Yuvajin behind him had already closed the distance with Rocky. Even less than 100 meters away. Rocky didn't expect Yuvajin to be able to interfere with him like this. Advertisement. This was slightly different from his plan. Rocky looked at the passage that had appeared in his field of vision. He gritted his teeth gently. He rushed into the cave head first, and Yuvajin behind him almost followed. Almost as soon as Rocky entered the cave, Yuvajin rushed in the next second. However, Yuvajin was stunned for a moment because Rocky stood in front and did not continue to flee. Don't you plan to continue to run away, kid? Yuvajin smiled and his expression became a little strange. Although the light in the cave was not very good, Yuvajin clearly saw that Rocky's leg had recovered. This kid actually has the ability to heal himself? A broken leg was healed in a blink of an eye. No wonder he dared to give up his leg so decisively before, he didn't expect there was such a trick. This is really an unexpected gain. Catch this kid and hand him over to the leader, then he doesn't have to worry about missing arms and legs in the future. The leader can heal himself. Thinking of this, Yuvajin calmed down a lot and decided to catch the kid in front of him. Rocky looked at Yuvajin. You followed me in, didn't you think it was a trap? Hearing this, Yuvajin smiled and said, even if it's a trap, what? Can your trap hurt me? With powerful energy surrounding his body, Yuvajin now understood that although Rocky was just a kid, he was not simple. He knew how to concentrate his strength to attack, and also knew that when he used the super destruction fist, the thoughts of other parts were weaker. If it weren't for Rocky's insufficient thoughts, he couldn't compare with himself at all. Then I'm afraid the situation of the battle would be different. But now, as long as he maintains this super strong energy, Rocky's attack is not enough to hurt him at all. Rocky suddenly smiled. It's really not easy to hurt you, but I don't know how to bury you here. Advertisement. The moment the voice fell, Yuvajin's face suddenly sank. This kid won't. Rocky's fingers gently moved downwards, and the sword of the wise king that was inserted on the cliff outside the cave suddenly flew out, falling straight down. Without the help of the word god, Rocky usually needs to consume a lot of mental energy to control the weapon remotely, and the power is still pitifully small. Not to mention the speed. But it's different now. The power of falling can save a lot of Rocky's mental energy, which can be used to make the sword fly faster. It pierced straight into the fuse piled on one side of the cave entrance. The sparks from the friction between the sword blade and the stone directly ignited the fuse. Boom! Accompanied by a dull explosion, the cave began to crumble. Large pieces of stone fell, and this small passage began to crack. Yuvajin was stunned. Boy, do you want to die with me? Rocky shook his head. Who wants to die with you? Yuvajin suddenly felt bad and suddenly rushed towards Rocky at an amazing speed. A hand grabbed Rocky. And Rocky looked at him with regret, the hand that was so close. Sorry. Snap. Rocky turned into a white crystal and disappeared in an instant. His figure appeared outside the cave. He held the Xianwang sword in one hand and spun it quickly, throwing it directly over the cliff. Chapter 34 The Escape Begins. Swish. Rocky's figure suddenly flashed. He flashed quickly towards the cliff, flashing 32 times in a row. Rocky came to the top of the cliff and looked back. This time, it only took 32 flashes. Advertisement. It seems that with the improvement of strength, not only the distance of the apparition has increased, but also the speed has become much faster. One day, he will be able to teleport. At this moment, Rocky saw another figure rushing over. It seemed to be Maki. Although Maki sutured his wound, his speed was naturally much slower than that of himself who had prepared in advance and Yuvajin who was in a rage. Maki, who came, looked at the cave entrance that was still collapsing. He was stunned. Yuvajin, that guy, wouldn't. He fell into a trap. But even if it was a trap, the little devil was a little surprising. He actually buried himself and Yuvajin in the mountain together. This is a situation where there is no chance of survival. However, at this moment, Maki suddenly felt a strange sight. He raised his head. Maki's eyes suddenly shrank. Although the distance was several hundred meters, it was not so clear. But there was indeed a person standing on the edge of the cliff. That person was the little ghost just now. This little ghost was actually on top, and what about Yuvajin? Could it be that Yuvajin was buried inside and the little ghost was not buried inside? How did he deceive Yuvajin? Maki looked in the direction of Rocky, suddenly jumped up to a height of dozens of meters, and then stepped on the rock wall with one step, trying to jump vertically. However, he suddenly found that the rock wall was extremely smooth. He almost fell down. After falling 5 or 6 meters, he suddenly threw out his flying needle to stabilize his body. However, seeing the other party do this, Rocky smiled. Just stopped in the air for less than a second, suddenly accompanied by the sound of rocks sliding down, Maki fell down again. After falling to the ground, Maki looked up at the place where his flying needle had just pierced. The rock collapsed directly, as fragile as tofu dregs. It couldn't support the weight of a person at all. The unique geographical location here makes these rocks relatively moist, with smooth surfaces and no leverage points, and they are also very easy to break. If you want to use something to make a fixed point on the wall, it is impossible. Instead, it will not be able to withstand excessive pressure and directly cause the rock to collapse. So if you want to climb up, you must be able to remove the rock wall. Advertisement. Like Rocky, but Maki can't jump to a height of several hundred meters at a time. He can only stand below and look at Rocky. Maki is now a little angry, and has never met such a kid. Boom. At this time, a voice came from the collapsed cave in front of him. Is there anyone? Hey, come and help me. Maki heard Yuvajin's voice and could only take a fierce look at Rocky's direction and turned his head to start thinking of ways to move the collapsed rebel away. Although Yuvajin is very strong and can withstand the pressure brought by the collapse by relying on his mind, there is no place to leverage in that situation, and even Yuvajin has no way. He can only be pressed down. It was impossible to catch up now, so the only way was to find a way to rescue Yuvajin first. At the same time, Rocky didn't dare to go down to interfere. After all, the result of going down might not be good. Maki's fighting power was not weak. At the same time, Rocky suddenly looked towards the center of the Kuruta tribe. The flames had spread throughout the Kuruta village. From a distance, thick smoke and some flames rose from all over the forest. Just as Rocky turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, Rocky saw a person. Nobunaga of Phantom Troop. In the center of the Kuruta village, in front of a house that was burning fiercely. This is the home of the chief. Now it has been engulfed by the fire, and many Kuruta people have been captured. Almost half of the Kuruta people did not have time to escape. Nobunaga leaned against a tree, holding a handful of hair in his hand, and a human head was connected to the hair. And the head had a pair of scarlet eyes, staring at the front. Even at the last moment, the expression of the head was still extremely firm. There was no fear at all. Rocky's eyes shook violently, and his body suddenly softened involuntarily. Then Rocky's fiery red eyes reappeared involuntarily. A powerful aura suddenly erupted. Advertisement. The flock of birds on the top of the cliff felt the strong aura full of murderous intent. They flew away in panic in an instant. Hearing the panicked cries of the flock of birds in the air, the phantom troop members surrounding the chief's house looked up, looking in the direction of the killing intent. Under the illumination of the sky-high fire, Rocky's figure between darkness and light on the top of the cliff appeared in everyone's eyes. Crollo's attention was completely attracted by the pair of exquisite red eyes. The fiery red eyes, one of the 7 beauties in the world, are the real 7 beauties. The previous Kuruta people, their fiery red eyes are probably not pure, and the captured Kuruta people, even if their fiery red eyes are stimulated, are probably not as good as this pair. However, now this pair of fiery red eyes seems to be free. Crollo stared in the direction of Rocky. But Rocky paid attention to Nobunaga. Nobunaga. I will come to you soon. Rocky said in a voice that only he could hear. The strong killing intent made Nobunaga stunned for a moment, which was obviously directed at him. Interesting, it seems that there is still a fish that has slipped through the net, the captain. I will catch him back. However, just as Nobunaga was preparing to act, the captain waved his hand. No need. You can't catch up there. Nobunaga was stunned when he heard this. Why can't I catch up? There is a cliff hundreds of meters high over there. The cliff cannot be climbed. The other party must have used special abilities to get up there. You can't go up there. It will take about half an hour to take a detour, and the other party has already escaped. There is a canyon behind. If the canyon is blown up, it will be more difficult to chase. Although he was a little unhappy, Nobunaga still obeyed Crollo's orders. Captain, are you going to let that guy go? Phaeton, who was responsible for activating the fiery eyes of all the captured Kuruta people, said gloomily. Crollo smiled when he heard this. No. But I saw the map before, and if everything goes well, we can reach a seaside port town on the other side of the forest. These fleeing Kuruta people should want to leave here through that. It is highly unlikely that we can catch up with them by the same route. If we return to the previous town from here and chase them by car, we may be able to reach the town just before they get on the boat. Paknat and I'll go. Crollo smiled when he heard this, and looked up at the direction of the cliff where no one had disappeared. No need. There are already many people waiting for them there. If they can still escape like this, they are lucky. Crollo smiled and took out his mobile phone to make a call. Yet, a small half of the Kuruta people have escaped, and the direction of their escape is where you are. This is considered to be delivered to the door. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 35 Rocky is targeted by thieves. After hanging up the phone, Crollo focused his attention on the captured Kuruta people. At this time, Maki's voice was heard from a distance. Finks, Franklin, come and help, Uvijin is buried in the cave. Maki's voice was heard from a distance. However, when everyone heard this, they were stunned. Who? Advertisement. Uvijin. That guy was trapped? Who did it? Although Uvijin looked like he had no brains, how could a guy who could join the phantom troop really be just a simple guy? Crollo's expression became a little strange. Let Maki come and tell us what happened. When Maki came over, he told Rocky about the battle between Uvijin. Teleportation? Is this ability really possible? Phaeton was a little unconvinced. Although Nan is strange, not just any ability can be developed. The ability of teleportation is very difficult to develop. Ah. It's really difficult to develop this ability. Crollo also said, and then continued to ask, there should be many prerequisites for use. However, Maki shook his head and said, no. No? This made Crollo interested. This is interesting. How could there be no? The only condition is that it can only be moved to the position of one's weapon instantly. This condition is basically nothing for the Nin masters present. Crollo smiled, it seems that the other party paid a considerable price. If you want to develop this kind of perverted Nin without complicated restrictions, then the only possibility is that the other party has made a very serious oath. Only in this way can this perverted ability be developed. Crollo turned his head and glanced at Paknatan. Go ask those people and see if you can find any information. Hearing this, Paknatan nodded. Is the captain interested in the ability of this kid? Maki asked with a frown. Crollo didn't answer but just thought about something silently. This reaction was very telling. It's not surprising that the leader would target such a perverted ability. But the problem is that it's difficult to steal such an ability. And the other party has already escaped. Those people probably can't stop that kid. Crollo suddenly said. Speaking of those people, the expressions of the phantom troop were different. Each of them was thinking about something. At the same time, Rocky, who was rushing on the road frantically, could easily catch up with Pyro and others who had escaped before with the blessing of apparition. Rocky quickly crossed the canyon and detonated the explosives buried in the canyon before. Boom! Franklin and Finks, who were digging Uvijin, looked up at the sky. Advertisement. Feeling the strong vibration, a solemn look flashed in their eyes. If the leader asked them to chase before, they might not be able to catch up now. The other party had obviously made all the preparations in advance. If one of them passed through, the road behind would be blown up, so it would be even more impossible to pursue them. Krollo sat on a wooden block and read a book. He looked up and forgot about the flames rising from the explosion in the distance. The people of the Kuruta tribe are very cautious. They buried so much gunpowder on the prepared escape route. Does it include the pursuers? After saying that, he lowered his head and continued to read. The members of other brigades were constantly irritating the captured Kurutas. They dismembered their relatives and friends in front of them to arouse their anger, and killed them as soon as the red eyes opened. One after another, the Kurutas were tortured to death. Some were even cut into human sticks. Such a move was naturally from Phaeton. He even seemed to enjoy it and was very interested in torturing the enemy. Rocky, who blew up the canyon, continued to chase the Kurutas who had escaped before. Half an hour later, they finally caught up with these people on a narrow mountain road. The Kurutas now had tears on their faces, and even women and children were trying their best to escape. However, the speed was not fast, but fortunately the road here was rugged and changeable, and it would not be so easy to catch up if the enemy caught up. Rocky. Suddenly a voice sounded. Piro, who was at the end of the team, was helping other tribesmen while observing behind him. He soon found Rocky who was catching up. Piro. Rocky also jumped over, and a long sword arrived first, and then appeared directly in front of Piro. Looking at Rocky's strange ability, Piro seemed to understand why Rocky dared to say that he would stop the enemy. Where are the others? Piro asked directly when they met, but facing this question, Rocky couldn't help but think of the scene of Nobunaga holding a head under the firelight. Probably all dead. Piro's face instantly darkened when he heard this. He opened his mouth and finally just said softly, I hope you can escape. Did my uncle see it? Advertisement. Piro raised his hand and pointed forward. Several young and strong tribesmen made a simple unit price, carried Gao Yu who had fainted, and were running quickly. Although Uncle Gao Yu lost one hand, he finally survived. Let's go. Rocky patted Piro's shoulder and prepared to follow Piro. Piro looked behind Rocky and said, Do you think we still have a chance to come back? The sudden question made Rocky stunned for a moment. Yes. I will. Piro said worriedly, I wonder what happened to Kurapika. Rocky smiled, he was lucky. He left the village and escaped a disaster. Piro also realized that the village was attacked 2 days after Kurapika left. Kurapika should have left. Follow the team forward. However, the closer they were to the target town, the more uneasy Rocky felt. It seemed that something was waiting for them ahead. And in this small town by the sea. At the entrance of the forest near the town. A group of people have already driven here. The other party will most likely come from here. There are 3 entrances to the town. This is the most likely place, but don't let go of other places. Arrange people to monitor them. Once they are found, notify others immediately. A bald middle-aged man wearing a white suit and sunglasses ordered the people around him. He took out a tiger finger from the inner bag of his suit and put it on his hand. Humph. It cost so much to let that group of people take action, but in the end they let so many people go. It seems that Meteor Street is nothing more than that. In the end, we have to clean up the mess ourselves. Boss, there is a call from the other side saying that they are also going to send 2 people over. They hope we can catch a kid named Rocky and don't let him go. The subordinate suddenly spoke up, and was coldly glanced at by the man in the white suit and sunglasses. Do I need to listen to his orders? Don't leave any alive, kill them all. Chapter 36 The Mysterious Assassin. The number of people in this group is not too large, and there are only a dozen of them, but judging from their aura, they are all men. Rocky, who was rushing towards this side at this moment, suddenly stopped. The increasingly obvious sense of crisis made Rocky feel that something was wrong. He immediately accelerated and jumped over the top of the team in an instant, and came directly to the front. He raised his hand to signal everyone not to move forward. Advertisement. Seeing Rocky's action, the other tribesmen also stopped. Several young men who were leading the way at the front of the team came forward to ask Rocky what's wrong. Rocky looked back and saw that these 2 guys were the Kuruta tribe members who had dug the passage together before. Although they didn't look very smart, they were more honest and straightforward. This was probably because the unique closed environment of the Kuruta tribe made them not think much. I feel there is danger, and there may be enemies ahead. Originally, Rocky thought he had to explain that although he was only 8 years old as an Nen, it was right for them to listen to him. But the 2 nodded one after another, without refuting Rocky's idea at all. This made Rocky a little confused. Why are they so obedient? Although these people are simple-minded, it doesn't mean that they will listen to anyone. Do you trust me so much? Rocky couldn't help asking curiously. When the 2 heard this question, even the Kuruta tribe members behind them laughed. The chief said so. A Kuruta woman said with a smile while holding her child, if you encounter danger, it's right to listen to the orders of little Rocky. If the chief is gone, Hyza is the chief. If even Hyza is gone, then little Rocky is the chief. Another young Kuruta tribe member followed suit and said, the chief said that you are the hope of the Kuruta tribe. Let us listen to you. Although you are young, you are very powerful. These Kuruta youths have already understood this when digging the passage. Rocky can dig side by side with the adults in the tribe who can be called warriors at the forefront. It means that although Rocky is young, he is already the same as the warriors of the Kuruta tribe. Rocky himself didn't know that he had such prestige among the Kuruta tribe. After a few seconds of silence, Rocky nodded, thank you for believing in me. Turning his head, he saw that there was less than 200 meters away from the forest. Rocky thought for a while. I'll go and take a look. If there is any danger, run in that direction. Rocky's eyes passed through the gaps between the leaves and pointed to a very tall tree in the north. The tree was about 700 or 800 meters away from here in a straight line. Everyone, gather at that place. Carefully recalling the map he had seen before, if you go straight from the tree over there, you can directly reach the edge of the town, which is also the port of the town. If you are lucky, there may be a boat. If there is a boat, everyone will get on the boat directly. Don't worry about whether there is a destination. Anyway, take the boat and escape as soon as possible. Don't wait for me. Hearing this, the expressions of the Kuruta people looking at Rocky became more complicated. Obviously, Rocky is only 8 years old. There are only 2 children younger than Rocky, and the others are much older than Rocky. But in this situation, they can only rely on a child like Rocky. Others don't know whether they blame themselves or are grateful to Rocky. The mood is very complicated. Rocky doesn't care, and turns to look at Piro, you know the language of the outside world. If there is any situation, it depends on you to lead everyone. Hearing this, Piro nodded heavily, leave it to me with confidence. Advertisement. He glanced at the stretcher lying on the stretcher, the uncle of this body. If an emergency occurs, leave my uncle behind and run away. He is a warrior of the Kuruta tribe. If he knows that he has become a burden, I'm afraid he won't be happy. Hearing this, Piro shook his head, no. I don't want to leave any more people behind. Sure enough, after the bloody initiation, people can grow more. Piro's mind has grown a lot now. Okay. I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Rocky looked at it and touched the distance. Along the way, Rocky's absolute was almost perfect, not a single breath leaked out. When Rocky gradually touched the exit, Rocky clearly felt that there were many eyes gathered in this place. Although he had not yet sensed where these eyes came from, they were all staring at the exit. It seems that there is indeed danger in this town. But Rocky didn't understand, Phantom Troop people can't be here. If there are Phantom Troop people here, then the only possibility is that someone in the tribe betrayed the Kuruta tribe. Otherwise, the escape route that has just been determined would not be leaked in such a short time. Rocky wanted to find the enemy hiding in the dark as soon as possible and confirm the other party's identity. If it is really a Phantom Troop person, it would be bad. At that time, the fate of the entire Kuruta tribe can only be left to fate. One is fine, but if there are 2, Rocky will have no chance of winning and can only run for his life. Time passed bit by bit, Rocky captured the weak breath and condensed, and barely found 2 people. Hiding behind 2 big trees at the exit. Their breath was weak, but Rocky still saw them. Not from the brigade. If they were members of the brigade, then he should not be able to find them, and it is absolutely impossible to find them so easily. Who are these people? Why are they guarding here? Something is wrong. The demise of the Kuruta tribe is not just because of Phantom Troop. There are other reasons. Advertisement. Boss, we found these people here. While Rocky was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice from the phone not far away. Someone answered the phone and heard such a sentence from the other end. Rocky's eyes shrank rapidly. Have Pyro and the others been discovered? There are so many tribesmen, although there are not 50 or 60, there are nearly 20 to 30 people. This number of people hiding not far away, it is indeed easy for none to find them. Wait for us to come over immediately, and we can't let anyone escape. The voice came. Rocky turned his head to look at another tree. The voice came from behind a tree about 7 meters in front of the left. Do it. In a split second, Rocky had already made a judgment. What are you waiting for if you don't do it? Once Pyro and his tribe are surrounded, all the tribesmen will die, and now. All Rocky needs to do is attract attention. This time, there is no preparation. If the enemy is very strong, even Rocky himself may not be able to escape intact. He made up his mind. How can you become stronger if you are afraid of death? You were a loser in your previous life, so do you want to be a loser in this life? Let's do it. Instantly took out the sword of the wise king and threw it directly behind the tree. Whoosh! The blade easily cut through the bushes and cut the leaves. But at this moment, no one could see the flying sword. Non-application skills, invisibility. The sword of the wise king is materialized, so of course you can use invisibility. This is something Rocky had never thought of before. At this moment, he wanted to kill the enemy silently, but he directly used it. Chapter 37 Awakening New Abilities. The blade was out of hand, and under the effect of invisibility, there was no trace at all. Unless you use condensation. At this moment, Rocky stared at the direction of the tree, and the blade went around the tree directly, and flew over the head of the person hiding behind the tree. And from Rocky's perspective, he seemed to sense the position of the opponent. At the same time, he seemed to be able to use phantom shift to instantly move to the opponent's position. Advertisement. This made Rocky stunned. What was going on with this feeling? The blade was still flying, and Rocky controlled the current limit control distance to no more than 15 meters. With Rocky as the center of the circle, the surrounding 15 meters were all places where the blade could fly and control. Flying to another tree again, it circled and flew over the opponent's head. Rocky seemed to sense the same thing. This moment reminded Rocky of something. Mark. That's right, the blade flew over the enemy's head and could mark others, and Rocky had a strange premonition. If the sword was seen, then it could not be marked. This feeling made Rocky's heart beat faster for no reason. In just 7 seconds, Rocky marked all the 5 people he found. The next second, the limit distance for controlling the sword blade has been reached, and the farther the distance, the lower the speed and stealth. Rocky gently moved the fingers of his right hand, and the next second, the sword blade flying slowly in the air disappeared instantly. When it appeared again, it came to Rocky's hand, accompanied by a slight crystal burst. The corners of Rocky's mouth also raised slightly. He exhaled gently. Pa! This time it was no longer a flash of white light, but a silent black smoke, which appeared from the figure left by Rocky, but it lasted less than a second and disappeared. Compared with other times of apparition, this moment Rocky felt that his apparition did not seem to increase the impact force. The moment he appeared again, the sword in Rocky's hand cut directly at the enemy's throat. Swish! A knife easily cut the opponent's neck, and then Rocky suddenly disappeared in the next second. Only a faint black smoke was left, which quickly dissipated. 5 consecutive flashes. When Rocky stopped, he had returned to his original position again. Bang, bang, bang. There was a crash in the forest. As expected, there was a strong smell of blood, which made Rocky stunned. Advertisement. The continuous apparitions just now appeared instantly and attacked directly. Those people couldn't react at all, and Rocky could even clearly feel that these people couldn't even use mind defense. They were killed instantly by themselves. If they used mind defense, they wouldn't be killed instantly. This ability is completely different from ordinary apparitions. It's hard to explain the ability. Because I want to kill these people as soon as possible, the ability responds to me and awakens a new ability. It's not uncommon for new abilities to be awakened on the spot. The head of the Leopard Division in the original book awakened a new ability in the battle with Mo. It's true that when a certain emotion or idea is strong to a certain extent, the mind will change and respond. But unlike that unlucky guy, Rocky's awakened ability is obviously much stronger. And it is very practical. What happened? This guy is dead. The other 2 people hiding in the forest jumped out from the dark and looked at their companion lying on the ground. Both of them were shocked. After all, their companion was killed without any notice. How could this be possible? Who is it? Who did it? When did they do it? It was too weird that his companions were killed while his eyelids were lowered. At this moment, Rocky had already thrown the sword in his hand, and it was also hidden. However, this time Rocky felt that there was no need to mark it. Because, although these people are Nen, they are very different from the people of Phantom Troop. Not to mention compared with Yuvajin. The 2 were looking at their companions on the ground, and suddenly a strong wind hit them from behind. The moment he turned around suddenly, a sword pierced through his head and stabbed out directly from the back of his head. Blood flowers burst out from the back of his head. Rocky's thin figure, like a monkey, pierced the other person's head with a sword in one hand, grabbed the other person's hair with the other hand, and stepped on the other person's shoulders with both feet. At this moment, his eyes fell on another person. And this guy seemed to be scared silly, with his eyes wide open and an expression of complete fear. The next second, Rocky pulled out the bloody sword, rolled backwards in the air, and the knife in his hand flew out of his hand and flew directly to the opponent. The opponent saw the blade coming, and didn't even think about fighting back, and tried his best to escape. He turned around and ran. The next second, the sword appeared on his right side, and he could see from the corner of his eye that the sword almost caught up with him instantly. But he was still thankful that the opponent's attack was off. Advertisement. Suddenly, white crystals appeared around him. A hand suddenly grabbed his hair and pulled it back. The whole person flew into the air, and Rocky's right hand holding the sword fell directly to the opponent's heart. Puff! Blood splattered, making half of Rocky's face splashed with blood. He let go and let the guy fall to the ground. Rocky looked at the opponent coldly, and the sword was still stuck in the opponent's heart. The opponent stared at Rocky, with horror and surprise in his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't believe it when he saw Rocky's young face. A little devil. I was killed by such a little devil. Rocky squatted down and fumbled on the other person's body, and soon found a mobile phone. He opened the address book, ignored the phone calls at the back, and found that the latest call was 5 minutes ago, and there was a call every 10 minutes. There were 2 different numbers in total, and they were communicating with each other according to this time pattern. It seems that in addition to the group of people here, there are 2 other places with these assassins. I have to return as soon as possible, and there are 2 more groups of enemies that must be dealt with, otherwise the survivors of the Kuruta tribe will probably be wiped out in this forest. Rocky raised his hand out of thin air and threw the long sword that was supposed to be inserted into the enemy's heart. The sword disappeared from the opponent's body and reappeared, and it was already flying rapidly towards the distance. Keeping the state of shadow, Rocky directly and quickly followed the sword flashing. It took a few breaths to reach the position of Pyro. At this time, Rocky did not come out immediately, and controlled the sword to fly towards Pyro. Pyro stared at the surroundings. He, an ordinary person, could not see anything at all. And suddenly 2 words appeared on the ground in front of him. Enemy. Pyro was stunned for a moment, and then words appeared one after another. Go. When he saw this word, Pyro didn't know what was going on, but 2 more words appeared in the next second. Rocky. When he saw the word Rocky, although Pyro didn't know how Rocky did it, he stood up immediately and waved to the tribesmen around him. Go. And his words also made the people hiding in the dark stunned for a moment. They finally started to move, but they didn't seem to be in a hurry to do it. Chapter 38 The buyer behind the brigade. If these people don't want to take action, then Rocky will not give up this great opportunity. The sword of the wise king flew out directly. It flew towards the Tunan who followed the Kuruta tribe in an invisible state. When the sword of the wise king appeared above the head of the first Nan, Rocky suddenly thought of his Yaksha King sword. If the enemy is marked, can his Yaksha King sword directly release a bullet to attack the enemy? Advertisement. Although he has not tried it, Rocky's intuition tells him that it is possible. Looking at the sword of the wise king that has marked the second guy, this sword is more suitable for direct apparition. It is still not good for assassination or surprise attack. It's not that the ability is not good, but it is not suitable. Assassination is a one-shot kill, it seems that I have to create a new weapon. Rocky thought. It's best to have a dagger-type weapon that allows him to perform continuous and rapid attacks. But that's a matter for the future, and now he needs to deal with these 2 guys in front of him as soon as possible. Accompanied by the black smoke rising quietly, it dissipated in the air in a blink of an eye. Rocky's figure has appeared behind the first unlucky guy. The sharp sword of the wise king penetrated directly from the back and pierced the opponent's throat. When the sword was pulled out, a big bloody hole was left. He fell to the ground instantly without even a scream. Then another person seemed to notice the strangeness of his companion and turned his head, but the first thing he saw when he turned his head was Rocky's cold eyes. You. Swish. A sword to the throat. Blood splashed out immediately, but this time it seemed that Rocky had experience, and the blood did not splash on Rocky's face. Plop. When this guy fell, Rocky had appeared in the previous position. Slowly stood up and looked at the rustling bushes in the distance. That was the direction where Pyro and others fled. Rocky looked at the sword of the wise king in his hand and thought he was very weak. After all, when facing the members of the brigade, it was extremely difficult to cause any damage to the other party. However, he did not expect that facing these ordinary Nan, the other party could not even react to use Nan. It seems that it is not that he is weak, but that the members of the brigade are too strong, making him look weak. Now Rocky estimates that his combat power should be about the same as that of Gon and Killua when they left Greed Island. Advertisement. Maybe his Nan energy is not as good as Gon after the Greed Island initiation, but he has the blessing of Nan, and his combat power is definitely stronger than Gon at that time. This gave Rocky a general understanding of himself. As long as they are not top-level Nan users like Phantom Troop, then ordinary ability users should basically not be a problem for Rocky. Rocky turned around. Looking behind. In this case, let Pyro and others escape first. He will solve all the tales behind him, and more importantly, Rocky wants to find out who actually joined the action of exterminating the Kuruta tribe. They are waiting here. In addition to the fact that the Kuruta tribe has betrayed them, there is another possibility. This is a port. They are not here because they know that the Kuruta tribe will escape from here. They may not believe that a Kuruta tribe of more than 100 people can survive under Phantom Troop. They are here just to wait for the Kuruta tribe's flaming red eyes. Then they can leave as soon as they get the eyes. If so, the identities of these people are clear. They are the buyer's people. As for who the buyer is, Rocky is a little curious. It is not easy to have so many Nan working for him. It costs a lot of money to hire a Nan, and the other party has so many nin, although they can't compare with Phantom Troop in terms of strength. But it is easy for these nin to deal with ordinary people. This shows that the other party is also very terrifying. A strong killing intent flashed in Rocky's eyes. No matter who it is, I will get this account back for the Kuruta tribe sooner or later. The killing intent was released instantly, and the birds in the surrounding forest were frightened by the killing intent, screaming in panic and fleeing quickly around. Such a movement was naturally seen by the nin who came around. At the same time, they also felt the killing intent released by Rocky. At this moment, more than a dozen nin who were rushing towards this direction, after a short pause, immediately accelerated and rushed towards Rocky. A group of people in black suits soon appeared. But they were not the most important people. The first person Rocky locked on was a person in a white suit. Others were in black suits, which were convenient for hiding, but this guy was wearing white clothes. Such an eye-catching color can be seen from a distance in such a forest. And daring to wear it like this means that the other party is very confident in his own strength. Such a strong murderous aura. The other party took off his sunglasses and looked at the corpses lying on the left and right behind Rocky. Advertisement. Pa. He threw the sunglasses under his feet and crushed them with a casual kick. Killed my people. Very good. It seems that you have some strength. The guy in the white suit waved his hand and said, go chase those people from the Kuruta tribe. This kid is also from the Kuruta tribe. Leave him to me. Others immediately started to act after hearing the order. But suddenly, a subordinate who had just jumped out suddenly had a ball of blood on his forehead, and the whole person fell to the ground. Instantly died. Seeing this scene, other people retreated and looked at Rocky with horror. What happened just now? When did this kid take action? Why did one of their companions die inexplicably? If you want to go over, ask me first. Rocky said coldly. The sword of the wise king had already been suspended in the air using the hidden state. The guy just now was unlucky and just bumped into the sword of the wise king. Rocky just added a little strength to kill the opponent. He could only rely on the opponent's luck. Otherwise, in the state of hidden state, the sword of the wise king was controlled remotely, and the force was originally small. Normally, it would be good to leave a 2 cm deep wound on the enemy. Disperse. The man in white used condensation to look around. However, Rocky took back the sword of the wise king after completing the kill. As long as the enemy is experienced, it is impossible not to use condensation to observe the surroundings. Put away the sword of the wise king to avoid being seen. Even if you use hidden state, the opponent can still see it through condensation. But the man in white frowned and found nothing. It seems to be a trap-type trigger ability, or some special ability that is effective within a certain range. Disperse and stay away from this kid. Continue to chase those people of the Kuruta tribe and don't let any of them go. Although the man in white didn't really guess Rocky's ability. But the analysis is still about possession. It is indeed difficult for Rocky to start if he keeps a distance. One is that the hidden sword of the wise king can kill the enemy at a long distance, and the other is that these people have activated their thoughts, and it is highly likely that they cannot break the defense in this case. Boy, your opponent is me. I want to see if you can use the ability just now to kill me instantly again. Boom. Powerful thoughts burst out from the opponent's body. Rocky's eyes narrowed slightly, another enhancer. Chapter 39 Only half right. Strong and domineering mind energy fluctuations. At the same time, the opponent took out a weapon, a brass knuckle. This weapon is most likely used in close combat. Among all systems, there are only 2 types of nin who are good at close combat. Enhancer and Conjurer. Even Transmuter will not choose nin for close combat in most cases. Advertisement. After all, who would choose to rush up and be close to someone when they can kill the enemy from a distance? And what this guy said is not wrong. As long as they are farther away from themselves, there is no way to control the sword of the wise king to kill these guys. Watching his subordinates passing by quickly, the man in white smiled. Sure enough, as long as the distance is a little wider, your ability just now will be useless, right? You go and intercept those people from the Kuruta tribe, I will deal with this kid. Under the command of the man in white, the others quickly ran towards the distance. At this moment, Rocky wanted to intercept these guys and not let any of them escape. But the next second, the opponent's right hand with brass knuckles suddenly punched Rocky in the air. There was a crackling sound, and the shocking wave swept directly over. At this moment, Rocky dodged quickly. When Rocky dodged, a big tree behind him collapsed. Looking at the collapsed tree, Rocky frowned. Looking at the man in white in front of him, he still has the means of long-range attack. Even for Enhancer nin, it is not only possible to develop means of close-range attack. It can also develop the ability of long-range attack. But the power. Rocky took a look at the big tree that was directly broken in the air. It seems that if he is hit by accident, he will not be able to receive this kind of attack intact with his current self. Even if he uses hard force, it may be difficult. Boy, you still want to attack my men when I'm here. Kill me first. The man glanced at the watch on his wrist and said, but you don't have much time. It won't take too much time for my men to catch up with your people. A few minutes will be enough. In other words, you may only have 1 or 2 minutes to deal with me. Advertisement. If you can kill me during this time, then you may be able to save. The man in white who was talking suddenly felt a strong killing intent. He suddenly noticed the black smoke rising behind him. Then a silver-white light flashed. The next second he immediately replaced his whole body with thoughts. Wow! The blade cut, and sparks also burst out on his neck. But a shallow bloody wound also appeared. The instant appearance of Rocky made the man in white stunned for a moment, and his backhand attack was extremely fast and he used his elbow to hit Rocky hard. Judging from his attack movements, he should be like a professional Sanda athlete. The action was very swift. Even if he was attacked, he would counter-attack immediately. Rocky quickly dodged. He didn't even have time to complete his attack. He only cut about 5 centimeters on the opponent's neck. Then he disappeared. The disappeared Rocky returned to his original position. The sword of the Wise King in his hand also appeared. The opponent covered his neck and looked at the blood on his palm. The wound was not deep, probably just cutting the skin, and the depth was not even half a centimeter. What a weird ability. I was almost killed. There was a blood mark on the neck of the man in white, but after finding that it was not a fatal wound, he ignored his wound. He stared at Rocky intently. It was obvious that this guy's combat experience was much stronger than those men who had been killed before. He looked at Rocky and said, "Boy, it's a pity, your attack power is too weak, if it was stronger, I would have died just now." Rocky tightly grasped the sword of the Wise King, which was indeed a pity. But if he had not practiced for a long time, if he had been given another month, Rocky was confident that he could have killed the other party with that blow just now. However, the time for his own practice was still too short. Advertisement. Even if he had top-level talent, without so much time to practice, his strength would not be improved. You seem to be a manipulator. The other party looked at Rocky and suddenly took out a knife. This size of weapon, Rocky didn't seem to be carrying it on his body before. Then there was only one explanation, this was something that the other party materialized. The man with the ability of manipulator actually chose this kind of weapon. The man in white frowned, thinking of the sudden appearance just now. Rocky's ability is probably not simple. Teleport? It seems so. But can this ability be used so easily? It shouldn't be possible. Under normal circumstances, this ability should be very demanding to use, and it cannot be used under normal circumstances. Maybe it can only be used in a specific area. Thinking of this, the man in white looked at Rocky and returned to his original position again, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He took a big step and rushed towards Rocky quickly. Although the speed of this guy's sudden burst was not as fast as Yuvajan, it was still swift. Rocky originally planned to dodge, but suddenly saw the other party roaring excitedly. Your ability should only be used in a fixed area. If you are driven out of this area, your ability will be unusable. The other party came to Rocky and grabbed Rocky's shoulders with both hands. He pounced on Rocky like a brown bear, and rushed to the back quickly due to inertia. In just a few seconds, he covered a distance of more than 10 meters. He pressed Rocky to the ground, raised his right fist with brass knuckles, and punched the suppressed Rocky. He aimed at Rocky's stomach, trying to punch Rocky through the stomach. Crack! A punch hit the ground, and the brass knuckles were strengthened. The power directly penetrated the ground more than 10 centimeters, and then exploded underground. The man in white was stunned for a moment, looking at the white crystals scattered around and gradually disappearing. Your guess is half right. Suddenly Rocky's voice sounded. My ability can only be used within a certain range, but this distance is centered on me, and it is much farther than you think. The current limit of Rocky's flashing distance is probably about 100 meters. Snap! The sound of glass breaking rang out, and Rocky was stunned. Looking at the sword of the Wise King that he threw out, he originally just wanted to use the phantom shift to enhance the impact and kill the opponent. But the moment the sword of the Wise King was thrown out, the sword body showed a white crystal state. Although the shape of the sword did not change, the material seemed to have become crystal. The crystal sword directly penetrated the opponent's chest. No wound was left, but it was obvious that the blood mist exploded. The man in white widened his eyes and looked at the front with empty eyes. A little ghost, killed himself? Chapter 40, Phantom Sword and Unknown Journey. Rocky looked at the sword of the Wise King that was like a half crystal in front of him. He raised his hand to grab the sword and soon the sword began to become real again. The special form just now was like a state between a solid and a semi-solid state. It made Rocky feel very strange. He had never developed this ability, so how could he use it inexplicably? The death of the man in white also puzzled Rocky. He didn't see any wounds on the man's body, so why was he bleeding? Advertisement. He came to the body of the man in white and tore open the white suit on his back. Seeing the wound at the bleeding position clearly, Rocky felt even more incredible. The wound was obviously pierced by a blade, but it was not cut open, but like countless tiny needles. It pierced his body in an instant, causing his internal organs to be instantly severely damaged, and his blood vessels, muscle tissues, etc. were directly destroyed. This kind of injury is more terrifying than the damage caused by stabbing the enemy directly. I didn't expect these materialized weapons to be used in this way. This is simply an unexpected surprise. But strictly speaking, it is normal. Rocky may have incorporated his own ideas into the ability during development. As for whether it can be realized, it depends on Rocky himself. And some abilities may become real without knowing it, as Rocky's strength becomes stronger or his ideas change, but they may never appear. These things are uncertain for Nin. Rocky raised his hand and controlled the sword that changed into a crystal form to fly away. Whoosh! At this moment, not only did the sword fly faster and more powerful, but it also consumed more mental energy. Rocky clearly felt that in order to maintain the weapon in this state, he needed to consume more energy than usual. But the speed of travel was also faster. Basically 3 times as fast as before. This new form will be called the Phantom Sword. Rocky said in his heart, if his weapon can maintain this form, then Rocky will have more ideas in his mind. Sooner or later, he will develop that move, the real Phantom Sword. Control a full 13 weapons and launch continuous air attacks on the enemy. You don't even need to get close to the enemy to be able to directly beat them into a sieve. That feeling must be very, very cool. Advertisement. And now Rocky has another idea. It is necessary to develop the ability of a mind beast. When the men of the white-clothed man chased the Kuruta people, Rocky was a little annoyed that if he had developed the ability to summon a mind beast, then he could stop these people by himself. Instead of being restrained by a master for a short time, causing himself to be unable to do anything else. But all this must be based on the amazing amount of mind energy. So it is necessary to modify the physical potential to a more terrifying level. Otherwise, no matter how strong the ability is, it can only be used once or twice, which is not considered powerful at all. The real power is to treat the ultimate move as a normal attack. While Rocky was thinking, Rocky caught up with the guys before in less than 30 seconds. This time there is no need to mark. Rocky threw the sword of the Wise King violently, and the impact of a phantom shift in an instant killed in an instantly. When the other party screamed, the sound of crystals breaking was heard as Rocky's ability was used. The others turned to check. See. A white light kept flashing in the forest, and each time only some white crystals floating in the air and quickly dissipating could be vaguely seen. And every time these crystals appeared, a companion would scream and then die directly. In a few blinks of an eye, there was only one person left out of the dozen people. This guy glanced at the figure of the Kuruta people that could be seen in front of him. But at this moment, he was not thinking about how to kill these Kuruta people, but how to escape. He turned around and fled madly into the forest. Swish! Rocky appeared 10 meters in front of him, standing on the tree trunk, holding the bloody sword of the Wise King. The transition between hunter and prey is sometimes just a moment. Rocky said. The next second, his face flashed past the opponent. A sword pierced his heart. Rocky found that he was becoming more and more skilled in killing people. He was even a little too skilled. It seems that his talent may not only be reflected in the practice of Nin, but also in killing people. After a short rest of more than 10 seconds, Rocky stood up again and chased in the direction of Pyro. At this moment, at the port on the edge of the town, Pyro saw the only ship parked here. Looking back at the forest, he still didn't see Rocky's figure. He called the tribesmen to rush to the port. The ship was a sailboat. It can be seen that this town is also a remote and backward area for the outside world. Rocky's previous intention was to let them escape by boat, but the problem Pyro is facing now is that he has no money from the outside world. How to get on the ship in this situation? If they get on the ship like this, the captain may drive them off. Arriving at the port, there are about 20 people in the Kuruta tribe now. These people are the last hope of the Kuruta tribe. Pyro didn't know what to do. At this time, the captain stood on the deck and said, "You, come up." Suddenly, he heard the captain's voice and was stunned for a moment. I don't have money." Because of his nervousness, Pyro spoke the common language of the outside world, and his pronunciation seemed a little unstandard. However, the captain didn't seem to mind. Advertisement. He just smiled and said, "It's okay, I won't charge you. Your companion has already paid for you." Has the companion paid? Pyro was stunned for a moment. Who? The other party frowned. A man named Heizo. He told me to wait here for a long time, and if there are people dressed like him, he will take you away. If there are no people, forget it. Heizo. He had already brought 10 Kuruta tribesmen to stay in the town a few days ago. When the Kuruta tribe was attacked, the tribe leader sent a signal immediately. Heizo took his people away directly. Before leaving, Heizo made such preparations, which helped Piro a lot. Everyone, upload quickly. Piro stood at the port and looked at the forest in the town. Rocky, what are you doing? Come on. After everyone got on the boat, Rocky jumped out of the forest and ran towards this side at a very fast speed. Soon, Piro shouted Rocky and asked the captain to prepare to sail. When Rocky got on the boat, Piro looked at the blood on Rocky's body. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he understood what Rocky did. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise we would probably die. Piro said. Rocky smiled and said, it's nothing, those guys are pretty weak. When the boat slowly sailed away, Rocky suddenly saw a car coming on the muddy road leading to the town. In such a remote place, you can still drive, and it looks quite luxurious. The person who got off the car made Rocky's eyes shrink slightly. Fortunately. If we had delayed a little longer, we might not have been able to escape. The Phantom Troop's people could have caught up with us. The boat has already set out to sea. Even if the Phantom Troop wanted to catch up, they couldn't. Moreover, the Phantom Troop didn't know that the people of the Kuruta tribe had escaped by boat. Hey, right. Two little ghosts, where is your destination? You were in a hurry to urge me to start the boat. Now can you tell me where to go? After hearing this, Pyro and Rocky looked at each other. Both of them were confused. Chapter 41, Signs of a Coming Storm. Didn't the person who asked you to wait for us here tell you where to take us? Pyro asked the other party, but the captain took a sip of the beer he was carrying and said with a little drunkenness, of course not, that guy gave me money to wait for you. As for where to send you, he didn't say, don't you know where to go? Pyro understood immediately after hearing this. Heizo was worried that the Kuruta people behind him would be caught and then give out the Kuruta people who escaped in advance, so he made such an arrangement. Advertisement. But the problem is that now they don't even know where Heizo is. What should they do? Although there are still nearly 20 people in this small group of Kuruta people, it is estimated that only Pyro and Rocky are proficient in the outside world language. Although the other Kuruta people were a little worried when they saw Pyro's appearance, they didn't dare to ask casually. The captain felt that this group of people seemed to be stupid, and only the two half-grown kids were normal people. So he went directly to talk to Rocky and Pyro. When Pyro was at a loss, Rocky suddenly stood up. Then let's start the boat. As for where to go, just follow the direction I point to. Rocky had noticed two members of the Phantom Troop who got off the car and were checking the town. These two people were Nobunaga and Franklin. If they were discovered by the two of them, it would be difficult to escape. Basically, there would be no way to escape at that time. That's why Rocky asked the captain to start the boat immediately. Okay, you paid the money and you have the final say. Little guys. Go full speed. The sailors on the boat started to get busy. And Rocky pointed in a direction casually, and the captain looked at the direction Rocky pointed. Are you sure? At this time, Rocky had noticed that because the boat suddenly went full speed, Nobunaga and Franklin, who were walking on the street, had already noticed this side. Yes, that's right, drive as fast as you can. Hearing this, the captain threw the bottle in his hand and said, since I have taken your money, even the devil can't stop me, ha ha ha. Get out of the way, Gerald, let me steer the ship myself this time. The captain, who seemed unreliable, walked directly to the rudder. At this time, Rocky was still staring at the shore. However, looking at Nobunaga and Franklin rushing towards the port, Rocky's heart was already in his throat. Although they had already driven a distance, they didn't know whether these two guys would catch up. Advertisement. Waited for nearly half a minute. The two stood at the edge of the port and looked at the ship that had left. Nobunaga didn't get angry but laughed, these guys really got away. Hearing this, Franklin didn't understand. What was this guy happy about? Nobunaga, you don't seem to want to catch up with those guys. Nobunaga smiled, of course, that's the person Yuvajin specifically asked for, let Yuvajin deal with it himself. Speaking of Yuvajin, Nobunaga wanted to laugh. When he dug Yuvajin out of the collapsed passage, he saw that Yuvajin's face was covered with blood. Although he was not seriously injured, Yuvajin felt very aggrieved, and even instantly exploded. This guy wanted to rush out and continue to chase Rocky, but was stopped by Krollo. Inexplicably, Krollo felt that even if he let Yuvajin go out, he would not be able to catch up with the enemy, and might even be killed by the enemy. Although he didn't understand what this feeling was, it made Krollo feel that it was likely to happen. So he stopped Yuvajin and gave the task of chasing to Nobunaga and Franklin. And at this moment, Rocky, who was sitting on the boat, was breathing lightly. Rocky, what should we do next? Hearing the voice of Pyro beside him, Rocky rubbed his head. This was the most troublesome thing. More than half of the Kuruta tribe was destroyed, and it is not easy for the remaining people to settle down properly. However, Rocky suddenly thought of something. If we can get a pair of contact lenses for all these tribesmen, then there should be no problem. In the deep mountains and old forests, the people of the Kuruta tribe don't know that there are contact lenses in this world. If they are given a pair of contact lenses, then it doesn't seem to be a big problem even if they live in the outside world. Anyway, let's go to the next place first. After we get there, I will find a way to get some things and let all the tribesmen wear them. In this way, our eyes will not be discovered, and then it will not be a problem to live with people from the outside world. Hearing this, Pyro smiled, really? Really? Rocky smiled, but I'm very tired now, let me sleep first. After continuous battles, they were all life and death battles. Although Rocky's mental energy was basically restored. But there was no way to recover from mental fatigue. Rocky hugged his legs and fell asleep at a random place on the deck. I don't know how long I slept, but suddenly a violent shaking made Rocky wake up suddenly. Get up. Advertisement. Looking at the vast sea around, Rocky frowned, haven't we arrived yet? The crew on the ship were talking excitedly. At this time, Pyro suddenly ran over, Rocky. It's not good. What's wrong? Why is it bad again? Haven't we escaped from the hands of Phantom Troop? Could it be? Could it be that the people of Phantom Troop came to the door again? Rocky was wondering about this vast sea. Could it be that the other party also had a ship and caught up? The place you pointed at casually before is a place called the Devil Sea. There are countless ships entering there every year, but there has never been a ship coming out. Hearing this, Rocky was stunned. Then let the captain turn around. Rocky didn't care whether this was a legend or something else. It didn't matter. The important thing was that there was no way to take risks now. There was no need for this. After all, there was still a large group of Kuruta people. Safety was the most important thing. However, Pyro had an ugly expression on his face. I said it, but the captain said. Once the destination is decided, it cannot be changed. This ship never looks back. Rocky was speechless when he heard this. It can be like this. Ha ha ha. We have wanted to challenge the Devil Sea for so many years, thanks to you, we finally have the opportunity to go to that sea. What Devil Sea? We can definitely conquer it. Come on, brothers. The sailors seemed very excited, and each of them seemed to be mentally unstable. And Rocky looked in the direction of the rudder, and the captain looked at the sky excitedly. Muttering in his mouth. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming soon. Crack. Bang. There was an amazing thunder in the sky. The originally clear sky began to darken immediately. The wind became stronger. This is a sign of the coming storm. Chapter 42, Navigating the Stormy Sea. Feeling the strong fishy smell coming from the sea breeze, this is the crazy rolling of the sea water, causing the water in the deep sea to be rolled out of the water. Then it merges into the wind and blows over. And such a sea breeze means there is a storm ahead. Rocky said. The crew members who were pulling the sails tightly nodded and smiled. Advertisement. I didn't expect this kid to know a little about the ocean. Not bad. A big storm is coming soon. You can get ready. Don't be thrown out of the boat, or we won't salvage you. Hearing this, Rocky turned to look at Pyro, hurry up and let the tribesmen hide in the cabin. Pyro nodded and took the tribesmen who were still resting on the deck to hide in the cabin quickly. After settling the tribesmen, Pyro returned to the plywood, and Rocky had already come to the rudder. Captain, turn around. We are not going to the Devil Sea. Hearing this, the captain turned his head and looked at Rocky, showing a row of teeth. Oh. Is that so? Little boss, don't you want to enter the Devil Sea to avoid the enemies chasing us? Hearing this, Rocky's face changed slightly. What do you mean by avoiding the enemy? We don't have any enemies to avoid. Little ghost, I have been a captain for more than 30 years. I can tell who is on the ship at a glance. Don't think I don't know. It's just that this kind of thing has nothing to do with me. My ship can do it as long as you pay me. The captain raised his hand and pointed to the distance. You can only escape in this direction. If you change your route to other directions, if the other party has a phone, then there are several routes in the nearby waters, and the other party can easily grasp them. You can't escape if you go to other places. Rocky's expression was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, Rocky raised his head and looked at the captain again. Even so, it's not the time to take risks. The captain smiled. You do value your people, but it's a pity that we have entered this sea area. It's probably as difficult to leave as it is to get through. Rocky was stunned for a moment. Why don't you just turn around? Look around, kid, what do you think my crew are busy with? Rocky looked in the direction of the crew. These crew members are folding the sails? Just now, I saw them pulling the sails frantically and thought they were fixing the sails or something. Why are you folding the sails? When Rocky said this, he suddenly found something wrong. His extremely strong dynamic vision made Rocky clearly feel that the ship was accelerating. The sails have been folded, but the ship is still accelerating. If it is a modern ship, it's fine. The old wooden sailboat doesn't have electric oars. Rush to the side of the ship and look at the sea. This is... Rocky, with his eyes wide open, can clearly see that the water on the sea is flowing rapidly in a certain direction. This is a special undercurrent that goes to the Devil's Sea. You are very lucky. You found it directly today. In the past, ships that wanted to go to the Devil's Sea might not be found even after 3 or 4 days of searching. Rocky felt like vomiting blood after hearing this. Is this considered good luck? In a sense, it is considered luck. But Rocky doesn't really want this kind of luck at the moment. Hold the 2 little devils firmly, and then we will really start to accelerate. Squeak squeak. Advertisement. The boat was squeezed and made a squeaking sound because of the water flow. The center of gravity under his feet suddenly shifted, and the boat suddenly accelerated. Rocky grabbed the handrail on the side of the boat. Looking up at the front, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. It blew in his ears, making him almost unable to hear other sounds. He turned his head and looked at the captain at the helm. It was not easy to escape from the hands of Phantom Troop, and rescued some members of the Kuruta tribe, successfully saving the Kuruta tribe from the disaster of extermination. Now, but encountered this kind of thing again, why does it feel like they want to make the Kuruta tribe all extinct? Is this the plot kill? Rocky frowned and now felt helpless. In the vast ocean, even the topman has no place to use. Unless the ability is related to water. Rocky looked at the sea, and a picture flashed in his mind. One of the 6 gods, the water god Leviathan. A huge and very strange-looking creature, called the water god, can be summoned. The summoned water god can exert terrifying power to devastate the enemy. At the same time, as a water god, controlling the water flow is naturally his own ability. Rocky glanced at the 2 swords floating around his body. He even developed this power. If he could reproduce the power of the 6 gods in this world in the form of Nen, how powerful would he be? When Rocky couldn't help thinking, a wave suddenly hit the ship. The whole ship made a sound of being overwhelmed. At this time, Rocky also came back to his senses. Looking at Pyro, who was almost knocked to the ground by the waves while holding the guardrail. Grabbing Pyro's arm, he asked him to hold the guardrail tightly. Be careful. Don't fall. Pyro nodded and asked Rocky, Rocky, do you think, will we die in the sea? Rocky didn't know how to answer this question, because he didn't know what would happen. The hunter world has all kinds of incredible things. Rocky didn't know whether the so-called Devil's Sea was a natural weather phenomenon or the effect of some mysterious force. Advertisement. Now we can only leave it to fate. 2 little ghosts. Get ready, it's coming again. The captain's voice sounded, and Rocky looked up immediately. A huge wave was sweeping towards the direction of the ship. Looking at the wave that was almost 3 or 4 stories high, Rocky was speechless. Can this broken ship withstand such waves? However, the result surprised Rocky. This seemingly shabby wooden boat actually held up. But the sea surface became more and more turbulent. The terrifying waves came one after another, becoming more and more dangerous. Time passed by little by little. In just half an hour, the ship was carried by the current and rushed directly into the core area of the sea. At this time, the captain suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone get ready. Life or death, depends on this. Rocky was about to ask when he heard this, but suddenly the ship rose. To be precise, under the control of the captain, their ship drove onto a huge wave that was surging. In the blink of an eye, it had risen to a height of 100 meters. And on the opposite side, a wave of spray also swept over. The height was even much higher than theirs. Here it comes. As long as you jump over, you can enter the Devil's realm that no one has ever set foot on. Are you ready, guys? A group of crew members were cheering excitedly. Rocky's mouth twitched slightly. Jump over? The ship is not an airplane, it can't fly. Is this guy looking for death? Rocky gritted his teeth and opened his information board. I had planned to settle down with the Kuruta people and then slowly study it. But I'm afraid it's not possible now. Chapter 43: An Unexpected Encounter. Rocky opened his information bar. Host, Rocky. Race, human. Kuruta. Non-talent, top. Physical potential, intermediate. Advertisement. Bloodline ability, low-level red eyes. Physical condition, good. Currently has modification permission, can modify. Opening the information bar is naturally for modification, and Rocky originally planned to keep the modification permission until he went to a place and settled down. Then he would slowly study it, but now he is afraid that it will not work. His eyes were directly locked on the information bar of physical potential. Because of the danger he was facing now, Rocky felt that the only thing that could increase his chance of survival was physical potential. Rocky didn't think about it, and silently modified it in his mind. And this time Rocky directly modified the text he had always wanted to try. Physical potential, immortal, unlimited potential. When Rocky finished filling in the text and wanted to confirm, a new window appeared. Hint: the current information column has not yet fully acquired information, and cannot be modified in depth. Modification failed, please try again. Seeing this prompt, Rocky was stunned for a moment, and then a light flashed in his eyes. The prompt is that deep modification cannot be performed, and all information has not yet been fully acquired at this stage. So does it mean that if you can fully acquire the information about your physique and potential, you can make deeper modifications? Rocky moved his eyes to the information column of bloodline ability and looked at the text displayed behind the bloodline information column. Low-level fiery red eye. It only showed a low level before, and now it is the fiery red eye of the second level, which means that more information has been acquired in this information column. So this column can be further modified. Rocky's eyes turned slightly. These thoughts only flashed through his mind, even though Rocky was very eager to try now. But the most critical issue at the moment is to survive first. As long as you can survive, there will be plenty of opportunities later. And now. Physical potential, top. Modification completed. Modification permission acquisition countdown, 39, days 23, hours 59, minutes 59, seconds. After the physical condition is modified to the top level, it will take a full 40 days for the next modification. Fortunately, it is not too long. Rocky closed the information bar. He opened his eyes the next second and felt that his body suddenly seemed to be more powerful. And Chi. He could clearly feel that it seemed to be floating more violently. Chi increased. Advertisement. The top physical potential, even if Rocky did nothing, actually made Rocky start to increase his chi. Rocky closed his eyes and silently sensed the condition of his body. It seemed that he could burst out more chi, and his body could withstand a large amount of bursts, and the chi would recover quickly in a very short time. Of course, I haven't tested it, so I don't know if Rocky's premonition is accurate. But it shouldn't be wrong. Clenching his fist, Rocky felt that his strength had also increased a lot. Is the effect of the change in physical condition so obvious? While Rocky was thinking, there was a sudden shake, and the next second the sea water submerged Rocky. Coming out of the sea, Rocky wiped the water off his face and looked at Pyro, who was breathing heavily. Are you okay? Pyro nodded and grabbed Rocky's arm. I'm fine, thank you. Hold on to me or I might fall into the sea. Put Pyro on the edge of the guardrail and let him hold the guardrail. At that moment just now, Rocky's reaction was also very quick. Although he was younger than Pyro, the power that burst out at that moment made Pyro look at his shoulder. Directly pinched by Rocky Purple. This made Pyro feel very painful when he moved his arm. It's coming. Suddenly accompanied by the captain's roar. Rocky looked towards the bow. The huge waves have lifted the entire ship to a height of 100 meters, and at this moment the waves are like a hillside. Their ship has reached the top of the hill and will soon rush out. The captain glanced at Rocky and said, "Little boy. How spectacular. No matter what the result is, I will not regret taking such an adventure. Although I did not pass the hunter trial, I am determined to become the best ocean hunter." Crack. The ship flew directly, and Rocky's body gradually floated up in the air. Holding the guardrail on the side of the ship tightly, Rocky also pulled Pyro to prevent him from being thrown off. In the second of flying in the air, Rocky's brain was instantly empty. Hunter. Boom. The ship plunged into the huge waves on the opposite side. And the height difference was only about 1 meter, so it could jump directly from this wave to the wave on the opposite side. The sea water swept in, and the impact brought by the sea water made Rocky feel that his eyeballs were about to be dug out by the sea water. I closed my eyes. He held onto the guardrail with both hands while holding onto Pyro tightly. Swish. The sound of surging water continued to sound, and along with the thunder in the sky, the storm officially arrived. After an unknown amount of time in the water, the boat broke through the surface of the water and sailed straight toward the depths of the storm. Advertisement. Accompanied by the gentle beating of the waves, on a beach at an unknown location. Rocky opened his eyes and looked at Pyro lying on his side. He got up and woke Pyro up. There was no time to check Pyro's condition. Rocky stood on the beach, with the dilapidated boat behind him. And the others were also washed onto the beach by the sea water one after another. Rocky looked at these people, some of them were crew members, and the other part were people from the Kuruta tribe. It seemed that the people from the Kuruta tribe were in trouble, but they had drunk too much seawater and had not woken up yet. Not a single person was missing. This was a blessing in disguise, and it was not in vain. Pyro, where is this? I don't know. Wake up all the tribesmen first. While Rocky was talking, he suddenly stopped. He turned around quickly. He pulled Pyro behind him. Rocky looked up at the boat. A man was standing on the broken ship in the sun, gently stroking the mast that was broken by the sea. Because it was backlit, Rocky couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, but could only see the outline of his body. A very strong man. To be able to break through the storm with such a ship, these sailors and captains are probably the world's top level. The other party suddenly spoke. Rocky frowned, and the cold sweat on his forehead couldn't stop coming out. Instinct. Instinct told Rocky that the man in front of him was strong. Very strong. Even the oppression was more terrifying than facing phantom troop. Your perception seems to be very strong, kid. The other party suddenly said, turning his head to look at Rocky. Well, it looks like you're pretty good. It's amazing to have such a level at this age. In that case, whether you did it intentionally or not, you can't stay here. The other party took something out of his trouser pocket and pointed it at Rocky. Seeing the other party take out something, Rocky instinctively grabbed Pyro. In case the other party launched an attack, he could take Pyro and dodge at the first time. And the next second Rocky heard a sentence that stunned him. Use expel. Rocky's eyes shrank rapidly, and a sudden air enveloped him and even Pyro. Then the two rushed into the sky. At this moment, Rocky came back to his senses. Is this Greed Island? Chapter 44, Rocky lost his people. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rapid sound of breaking wind kept echoing in Rocky's ears. At this moment, Rocky had already reacted. He didn't expect that the so-called Devil Sea was actually the natural weather outside the Greedy Island. He didn't expect that he could enter the Greedy Island unexpectedly. But the problem is... Advertisement. Now, Rocky has been expelled. What's more terrible is, what about the other people of the Kuruta tribe? Have they also been expelled? Rocky thought about it and looked at Pyro on the side. At this moment, Pyro looked around in horror. Although he was wrapped in air, he would not be in any danger. But flying rapidly in the sky, such an experience is already completely stimulating to the extreme for ordinary people. Even when Rocky called him, he didn't react at all. He just looked around with a terrified look. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The speed of flight was very fast, and this speed made Rocky feel very incredible. Is this something that a human can do? Relying solely on the power of air, a person can fly at such a fast speed, and it acts on others, not on himself. Based on Rocky's current experience with Chi, he is probably far from being able to release this level of Chi now. Unless he continues to improve his strength, at least 10 times stronger than now, then he can probably release the same level of Chi. But how long will it take to improve 10 times? The gap is too big. In the 10 minutes that Rocky was thinking. Soon the land appeared in Rocky's eyes, and as the land got closer and closer, the flying posture began to change into a diving posture. Not good. Landing at this speed, not good. Crack. Accompanied by a violent roar, a thick smoke rose directly from the ground. A pit with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared on the ground. And Rocky stood in the middle in a half-squatting posture holding Pyro. His face was very gloomy. If he hadn't adjusted his posture in time and burst out Chi to protect himself, the impact force alone would have been enough to kill him. This is different from the anime. Gon and Killua's landings always seemed very easy. There was no such terrible impact force. Did that guy do it on purpose? This time Rocky was not wrong. It was indeed intentional. Advertisement. After all, when the ability to expel outsiders was set, it was considered that the people to be expelled would basically only be non-masters. Otherwise, it would be impossible to think of using this method to go to Greed Island. So there is no need to consider the force of landing. This kind of force landing is also a little color for the opponent. Let these people not try again. Putting Pyro down, Rocky looked up at the sky. Where are the other Kuruta people? Have they been expelled? If they were expelled, it would be okay. Rocky can find a way to catch them here. There are actually not many thoughts left at the moment of landing. If Rocky catches them hard, he can still do it. But... after waiting for a few minutes, Rocky still didn't see any Kuruta people being expelled here. Damn it! Where are the people? Rocky's face darkened. Could it be that the expulsion was random, and his people were randomly expelled to other places? If that was the case, then Rocky would go crazy. It was not easy to save some of the Kuruta people, but even the chief grandfather died for it. If even these tribesmen who have finally survived cannot continue to guarantee their safety, doesn't it mean that the chief's death is in vain? Rocky's eyes turned red. At this time, Pyro approached cautiously. He seemed to feel that Rocky's mood was not right. Rocky, what's wrong with you? After Pyro finished speaking, Rocky suddenly turned his head and looked at Pyro. The pair of red eyes made Pyro tremble slightly. He didn't dare to look at Rocky at all. At this moment, Rocky's eyes were too terrifying. Damn Leja, tribesman, if anything happens, I won't let you go. If Leja simply asked him to leave, then Rocky would have no problem and could leave with the tribesmen. But now the other party's forced expulsion has made the tribesmen not know where they were expelled. How can Rocky find them in such a big world? Where to start looking? And if he really starts looking for the tribesmen, then by then, I'm afraid that the tribesmen will not be found by then, and the phantom troop will be attracted first. Unless we wait for a while, wait for the matter of the Kuruta tribe to pass, and then secretly look for other tribesmen. But the longer the time drags on, the more dangerous the tribesmen will be. After all, only some of these tribesmen can barely speak a few words of the outside language, let alone the others. Advertisement. They don't even know the outside language at all, and they may encounter many dangers at that time. They can't wait for Rocky to find them. Gently clenched his fists. Looking at the angry Rocky, Pyro gently pulled the corner of Rocky's clothes. Rocky. Now, what should we do? Hearing Pyro's voice, Rocky exhaled gently and suppressed his anger. Fortunately, there is still a tribe member who is safe and sound. Looking at Pyro's eyes, there is a trace of confusion and fear of the future. Although Rocky is younger than Pyro, he can now give Pyro a great sense of security. Don't worry. It's okay. Let's find out where this place is and which city it belongs to. Rocky turned his head and looked at the sky again. Greedy Island. There is only one way to find the tribe members as quickly as possible, go to Greedy Island again and find Lei Jia. Although the expulsion may be more random, as a developer, he should be able to sense the approximate location of the expulsion. Only in this way can the approximate location of the tribe members be determined as quickly as possible and the search be carried out accurately. Liza. Wait for me, I won't let you go. Leading Pyro from the wilderness, he headed towards the direction that seemed to have some people. He soon found a road, and with his cute appearance, Rocky stopped a car directly. After the other party agreed, he took Rocky to a city. And when he first saw it here, Rocky was stunned. Even though he hadn't started to find out where this city was, Rocky looked at the iconic building. He had roughly guessed which city it belonged to. This is the Republic of Batokya. Rocky looked at the building that was directly inserted into the clouds. Pyro on the side was a little confused. How did Rocky know? And he knew it all of a sudden. Rocky lowered his head and smiled, just right, get some money, only with money can we find our people. Pyro didn't understand what Rocky said, but now he knew that it was right to listen to Rocky. At the same time, Rocky glanced at Pyro on the side. You have to become stronger, Pyro. In the outside world, there are no people who can protect our safety. Everything depends on ourselves. Chapter 45 New Weapon, Dragon King Sword. In a room on the 150th floor of the Sky Arena. Rocky sat cross-legged on the bed, exhaling gently and constantly tempering his chi. 10 days. It has been 10 days since he entered the Sky Arena. Rocky did not deliberately increase the number of floors quickly, but instead tried to maximize his profits by playing as many games as possible. Advertisement. So as to earn more money. In the original work, Gon and Killua could earn a full 200 million yuan by winning the game quickly and advancing to the 200th floor. Rocky deliberately won by a slight advantage every time and played as many games as possible to be entertaining. Even if he only reached the 150th floor, Rocky's income has reached 3 billion. And the people in the Sky Arena have found Rocky, hoping that Rocky will stay on the 150th floor and arrange more games for him. He will be rewarded twice for each game. If an ordinary player would agree to this condition, Rocky would probably agree, but Rocky refused directly. Making money is just a byproduct, and it is more for a temporary rest and improvement of strength. At the same time, teach Pyronin as soon as possible. In 10 days, Pyro's progress in Nin training was very slow. Even now, he couldn't even sense the chi, but Rocky still believed that Pyro was fine. Now he changed his mind and let Pyro practice the control of the red eyes first, and wait until he could open and close the red eyes freely. Then it might be easier to practice Nin. With the special blood of the Kuruta tribe, he naturally had to make good use of it. And in these 10 days, apart from spending more than half of the time on competitions to make money, there was only a little time left for training. But even so, Rocky also felt a new change. That is, after the physical potential was improved to the top level, Rocky's 1 hour Nin training results were already more than 10 times. Coupled with the top Nin talent, Rocky's current training speed can be said to be as crazy as a rocket. In just 10 days, Rocky could practice for less than 48 hours. But even in such a short time, Rocky's Nin chi has increased 3 times. This exaggerated speed of progress made Rocky himself feel terrible. That's why I decided to stay on the 150th floor for a while, at least for another month, waiting for the permission to modify it again. At the same time, I also want to see how much I can improve after a month of practice. Advertisement. How much can the amount of mind energy increase? And this period of time is also used for Pyro to practice the control of the red eyes. I hope that within 3 months, Pyro can successfully awaken the mind. If there is still no way to awaken after such a long time, then I can only try the last method. Force to open the mind, but whether that method can survive is a problem. This is not Rocky's decision, but Pyro's own decision. And during this month, Rocky also has to carefully polish the next weapon. New weapons. Of course, it is also possible to materialize it directly. With Rocky's current amount of mind energy, it is completely enough to materialize a new weapon. After all, the amount of mind energy has increased 3 times, but weapons without special abilities are meaningless to Rocky. There is no need to just change the appearance. So what Rocky needs is a new weapon with new abilities. The reason why you want to wait for a month until your new modification permissions are refreshed is to use the modification permissions to give the new weapon stronger capabilities. During this month, Rocky only needs to keep thinking in his mind and imagine the new weapon in his mind. Then continue to strengthen his thoughts, so that it will be easier to materialize it. Time passed day by day. On the first day after stopping the competition, Rocky basically spent 24 hours frantically training his mind. The amount of mind energy tripled in one day. And this cannot be called a big explosion of potential, because Rocky has not forced himself to have more potential. At the same time, after a whole day of practice, Rocky seemed to have plenty of energy. His body did not feel completely tired. Although he felt tired, he still felt that he could persist. On the second day, Rocky still maintained high-intensity training and started to practice Jian. It took a full 8 days. Rocky successfully increased the Jian time to 3 hours. Now, maintaining the Jian state, Rocky can easily maintain it for 3 hours. This 3 hours means that Rocky's Jian always maintains a near-perfect state. It was not until 3 hours later that Rocky's Jian form began to gradually deform. The offensive and defensive capabilities decreased by 20%. After 3.5 hours, the offensive and defensive capabilities decreased by 35%. It was not until 4 hours that the minimum 60% state of Jian was completely broken. The practice of Jian came to an end. Advertisement. Now there are only 20 days left, and the next step is to go further. Practice Yuan. For Rocky, Jian is for defense, and Yuan is for attack. He is an of manipulator. Relying on the ability of apparition, Rocky feels that Yuan can practice to a stronger state, and then Rocky's attack will be more terrifying. However, Yuan's practice is more difficult to master than Jian. In 20 days, Rocky has only expanded the range of Yuan to 20 meters. Don't underestimate the distance of 20 meters. Even Nobunaga of Phantom Troop, Yuan's best state is only maintained at a distance of about 4 meters. Of course, if it is purely for exploration, he may be able to expand to a larger distance. But Rocky can now achieve a perfect state of Yuan at a distance of 20 meters. This distance can be regarded as temporarily meeting Rocky's requirements. And now, Rocky has to suspend these practices, although there are still many skills that have not been deeply practiced. But the most important thing at the moment is new weapon. Fulong Wang Sword. Rocky has completed the conception these days, a weapon similar to the shuriken in the Naruto world, but with some modern elements. It can be transformed and expanded into a huge shuriken like the Fuma shuriken. At the same time, the 4 corners can be decomposed into 4 daggers shaped like fan blades. A total of 4. There is a circle similar to an iron ring in the center, which will be transformed into the handguard of the dagger after decomposition. And after the fusion, the circle of this iron ring can gather thoughts. The reason for this conception is to enhance the lethality, flight speed, etc. of this weapon as a shuriken. The adjustable size is also for the convenience of various scenes. This weapon is mainly designed for assassination, or when a faster flash speed is required. And now we have to add an ability to this weapon. However, Rocky has already thought of the ability. This weapon pursues faster speed and stronger lethality. Then as a condition, when using this weapon, Rocky can only retain 10% of his own energy that can be used for defense. The remaining 90% will be injected into the weapon to enhance the power. However, before developing this ability, Rocky still needs to take a look at the new information bar. Will there be any new information bars added this time? Chapter 46 New changes in the information bar. Host, Rocky. Race, Human. Kuruta. Non-talent, Top. Non-system, Manipulator. Physical potential, Top. Advertisement. Bloodline ability, low-level red eyes. Physical condition, good. Currently has obtained modification permission, can be modified. As expected, a new information bar appeared. Rocky was overjoyed. The appearance of a new information bar meant new content that could be modified. However, the information displayed by the NAN system that appeared this time made Rocky stunned for a moment. It was not the level. It was the manipulator. Rocky frowned and looked at the information bar of the NAN system. If it showed the manipulator, did it mean that he could change his NAN system? Change himself from a manipulator to a person with abilities in other systems? Thinking of this, Rocky automatically made changes for Rocky, and new information appeared on the NAN system. NAN system, trait system as expected. Rocky's eyes lit up. If this was the case, then he could modify his NAN system. However, after being happy, Rocky felt a little regretful. Although he could change his mind system, once modified, it would probably have a huge impact on his ability. Although his ability would not disappear, the power would definitely change due to the change of mind system. This seemed to be a waste of the Nen he had developed before. After all, it was Nen that consumed top talents. Although Nen still existed after modification, it was not what Rocky wanted to reduce its power. It would be great if it could be increased. Nen system, manipulator, enhancer. The sudden change of the information bar made Rocky stunned. This is also possible? Yes. It didn't say that he couldn't add a mind system later. Rocky glanced at the information bar of the Nen system, and then shifted his gaze to other information bars. Was he restricted by fixed thinking again? Although other information bars showed levels, it didn't say that he couldn't continue to add others later. However, other information bars described levels. Even if he added other level descriptions, he was afraid that the strongest one would be the only one that would have an effect in the end. Advertisement. All other entries will be overwritten. But in these information columns, the information column of physical condition is a little different. It is not a description of level. Does this mean that Rocky can not only modify his physical condition directly to excellent, but also add other entries? For example, always maintain excellent condition. Adding some such entries, then maybe it will be different. And Rocky thought that the modification was completed, and he could actually add other entries. However, Rocky took a look at the pop-up prompt box. Physical condition, always maintain excellent condition. Confirm the modification. Estimated time to obtain the next modification permission, 1080 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. It took nearly 3 years to modify it like this, which is too long. But on second thought, if it is really possible to maintain an excellent physical condition forever, then whether it is cultivation or learning, it will definitely provide better results. If possible, I can try to modify it. But not now. Just knowing that it can be modified in this way is enough. Rocky is not in a hurry. Now we have to look at another information column. Bloodline ability. This information column is the focus of Rocky this time. Because the information in this information column has changed before, it seems to be displayed in more detail. Before, it only showed a low level, but after the change, it showed a low-level red eye. Does it mean that there are other bloodline abilities that can be added? It is likely that it can, but Rocky does not know what the abilities of other bloodlines in this world are. It is temporarily impossible to try. Suddenly Rocky thought of another possibility. Maybe it is not just adding the bloodline abilities of other races in this world, but also describing the existing bloodline abilities in more detail. After thinking for a while, Rocky thought of the modified entry. Bloodline ability, perfect red eye. Looking at the newly added entry, Rocky felt that this has surpassed the level limit, but is the most perfect and ideal red eye bloodline. This should be stronger than the top red eye bloodline. Top blood only means the flaming red eyes that appear after the influence of the acquired factors under the top blood. And perfection directly ignores the influence of the acquired factors and directly shows the most perfect flaming red eyes posture. This is definitely a stronger modification than the top term. Advertisement. Rocky glanced at the time it took to modify it. The estimated time to obtain the next modification permission is 27 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. It only takes 28 days. This is a bit unexpected for Rocky, but this time does not seem unacceptable. And after this modification, Rocky wants to see if there are any obvious changes in the flaming red eyes. Even if the effect of the modification does not meet his expectations, there is no problem at all. After all, it is less than a month, and Rocky can continue to wait. Confirm the modification. When Rocky silently confirmed it in his heart. The modification is completed. Host, Rocky. Race, human. Kuruta. Nen talent, top. Nen system, manipulator. Physical potential, top. Bloodline ability, perfect flame eye. The flawless scarlet eye can perfectly burst out the power of the flame eye, bringing all-round enhancement, and at the same time enhancing the power of the attack on the enhancer by 100%. Physical condition, good. Estimated time to obtain the next modification permission, 27 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Rocky looked at the new pop-up information bar. He didn't have time to feel the changes after the modification was completed, but stared at the details behind the information bar. Is this a more detailed introduction? The enhancer's power is 100%. It turns out that it is not a conversion of the mind system, but an enhancement of the power of a certain mind system. That's right. If Rocky is in a normal state, enhancer can only exert 60% of its power. After the enhancement, it will naturally exceed 100% of the main system manipulator. In this case, it is understandable to show the characteristics of enhancer when doing Mizumi style. After all, the power of enhancer can be exerted at its highest level. Wait. Rocky suddenly looked at the detailed description of the bloodline ability. This thing may also be able to be modified. However, compared with modifying the large entries outside, modifying this detailed introduction may take more time. But the more time you spend, the better the effect you will get. Being able to define your own information in more detail will naturally take care of more aspects. Gently clenching his fist, now there are more things that can be modified. Chapter 47 A Trivial Price. However, although there are more things that can be modified. But now is not the time to make modifications. Now Rocky has to develop weapons first. The new weapons have been conceived, and the ability is missing. And the ability setting is also very simple, strictly speaking, just one point. Advertisement. A large amount of thoughts can be injected into the weapon to enhance the power, speed, etc. At the same time, when the Fulong Wang sword is combined and transformed into a giant shuriken, it can be phantom shifted at a distance of 1 meter with the weapon itself as the center. No other conditions are required, and the number of times it can phantom shift is 2. This is the ability Rocky wants. As a weapon that Rocky wants to use to quickly deal with the enemy, the Fulong Wang sword must be powerful first. Secondly, it must be unexpected. If the Fulong Wang sword itself can flash, then the enemy thinks he has avoided the attack, but as long as the distance is less than 1 meter, the Fulong Wang sword can instantly flash to the fatal part and carry out an unexpected and devastating blow. And this time, as a condition for the exchange of the ability Rocky wants, Rocky has to use his own blood to exchange. The oath is to offer the power of one's own bloodline. And the only restriction Rocky set for himself was that when using the Fulong King sword, he could only retain 10% of his own thoughts, and the rest of his thoughts needed to be injected into the Fulong King sword. Buzz. The moment Rocky set the restriction and oath for himself. When he had already made up his mind, the next second, the thoughts seemed to gather automatically in front of Rocky. Flashing with white light, the powerful thoughts gathered directly. A sword gradually materialized in front of Rocky's chest. A weapon almost the same as the Fulong King sword in Rocky's conception appeared. However, it obviously had more divine characters on it, which was naturally added. Rocky learned the divine characters of the entire Kuruta tribe. Among them, the divine characters that enhance power, strengthen ability, reduce the use of thoughts, and so on, Rocky directly engraved them on the materialized weapons. This may reduce a lot of costs. And the facts also proved that Rocky's idea was correct. However, the development of Nen is not just up to the Nen user. After all, in the process of developing abilities, there are many abilities that may suddenly awaken. This time, the Fulong King sword not only has the word God engraved by Rocky, but also a word God that has never been seen before. Rocky doesn't understand what this word means. Advertisement. But the Fulong King sword has been successfully materialized. Now it's just a simple test. With a thought, the Fulong King sword instantly decomposed into 4 daggers. Under the control of the air, the 4 daggers flew at an extremely fast speed. It far exceeded the speed of the Xianwang sword and the Yaksha King sword, and was even more than 5 or 6 times faster. The Fulong King sword, which focuses on speed and one-hit kill, has 90% of Rocky's mind on it. It's not surprising to have this speed. And Rocky controlled the 4 swords to merge, and then the mind gathered in the center of the Fulong King sword and a mind geometric body similar to a mind bomb appeared. The entire Fulong King sword burst into a dazzling light. Wrapped in the dark golden energy, the Fulong King sword shot out instantly. At this moment, Rocky couldn't even control it and slowed it down. Fortunately, when it was about to penetrate the glass of the room, Rocky stopped it. It was like a bull charging at a very fast speed. Controlling the flight of this sword was much more difficult than controlling the Xianwang sword. It seems that I need to practice the control of this sword in the future. The ability was successfully developed. Rocky wanted to see how much he had paid. Open the information bar. His eyes were directly locked on the column of bloodline ability. Bloodline ability, top level fiery red eyes, top level Kuruta bloodline, brings all-round enhancement, and increases the power of attacks on enhancers by 95%. The detailed description has also changed. However, the reduction in level surprised Rocky. It was just a reduction from perfect bloodline to top level? This is too little. Did he only pay such a little to get the ability of Fulong Wang sword? As Nen becomes stronger, many restrictions and oaths are actually not needed. As long as the mind is strong enough, all the abilities you want can be developed. Rocky is now much stronger than before. Developing abilities on this basis will naturally not cost too much. On the contrary, the greater the price paid in this situation, the more terrifying the power obtained. Fulong Wang sword, in terms of the strength of its ability alone, is nothing. It is just that it becomes particularly terrifying when combined with Rocky's phantom shift. If the ability to apparate is removed, then the ability of the Fulong King sword alone is nothing. The little bloodline level sacrificed is probably just the price of allowing the Fulong King sword to apparate within 1 meter of himself. Rocky put away the Fulong King sword. Advertisement. He now has 3 weapons, and these weapons are always rotating around Rocky. And with the appearance of the 3rd weapon, Rocky suddenly found that his defense seemed to have been strengthened a lot. Now even if he stands still, relying on the defense of the 3 weapons all the time, maybe even bullets can't hurt him. Of course, it is a small caliber pistol bullet, rifles, or stronger firearms. I don't know if Rocky can hurt him. Rocky. I have decided, let's force awakenin'. Suddenly, Pyro's voice sounded, and Rocky turned around and looked at Pyro behind him. Although Pyro was not in and couldn't see the scene of his ability just now, he should be able to vaguely feel something. Really think about it, you could die if you're not careful. Pyro nodded, I know, but I don't want to be a burden now, so, please. Looking at Pyro's determined eyes, Rocky nodded, okay. Forced awakening of Nin means forcibly opening the target's aura nodes. If there is malicious intent in this process, the other party will be hurt, and crippled limbs are just the norm. Severe cases can lead to death. Rocky has already told Pyro about these things. However, before starting to force awaken Nin, Pyro actually dripped eye drops on himself. His fiery red eyes opened, and Rocky was stunned for a moment. I'm ready. Come on. Rocky put his hand behind Pyro and slowly injected chi. As the aura nodes on Pyro were opened, chi was felt by Pyro for the first time. But if it is not controlled, Pyro will die soon. The exhaustion of mental energy is equivalent to the complete loss of vitality. Pyro, close your eyes, feel your own energy, keep the energy around your body as much as possible, and don't let it continue to dissipate. When Rocky said this, Pyro seemed to be completely out of control, and it looked like his mental energy was running wild and he was about to die. Consciousness disappeared bit by bit. However, the last second before Pyro's energy almost disappeared. Pyro, who was unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of red eyes seemed like a demon from hell. Chi suddenly stopped flowing. Chapter 48 Unexpected Opponent. Pyro, what's wrong with you? Just when Rocky was sighing that Pyro's anger had been controlled, Pyro stood up and looked at Rocky with lifeless eyes. At the same time, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he looked like a running zombie. Rocky frowned and looked at Pyro in front of him, and the next second Pyro punched Rocky without any warning. Easily avoiding Pyro's attack, Rocky now felt that things were not going well. Advertisement. Continuously dodging while calling Pyro, hoping to restore Pyro's consciousness. However, this effect did not seem to be very good. Ping ping pong. The tables, chairs, benches, water cups, and teapots in the room were smashed by Pyro. Rocky dodged the attack and retreated to the corner of the wall without realizing it. Pyro pounced directly, and Rocky sighed softly. Raised his hand and punched. Bang! It hit Pyro's face directly, knocking him out and falling heavily to the ground. Looking at the motionless Pyro lying on the ground, Rocky approached and carefully checked Pyro's condition. The air had not leaked out. But now he seemed to have fainted, and his breathing was a little weak. Was this considered a successful awakening or a failure? It seemed that everything could only be known when Pyro woke up. Carried Pyro to the bed. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Rocky came to the door and opened it. It was the staff on the 150th floor. Although Rocky was young, the staff did not dare to underestimate Rocky. This was a monster player who had won all the way and played with his opponents in a very showy way every time. Lo! Mr. Rocky! I heard some noise in your room just now. Did something happen? Rocky said calmly, it's nothing. I just knocked over a few things. Don't worry, I will compensate you. That's not necessary. The waiter looked at the messy room, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This might not be the sound of something being knocked over. But he didn't intend to ask, just breaking some things was not important. You came here to ask this. The other party smiled awkwardly and said, No. No. No, I came here to inform Rocky that you have a game tomorrow at 10:30 am. Please be on time. Okay. I got it. After saying that, Rocky looked at the other party, and his calm eyes also doubled the pressure on the other party. Please call me anytime if you need anything. You are an excellent player in the Sky Arena. As long as you have any needs, we can provide all services. No need. Bang. Rocky covered his head helplessly after closing the door. Advertisement. Pyro's current situation gave him a headache. If I had known earlier, I would not have forced awakening. Now the situation is quite tricky. Observe it. If it doesn't work, think of other ways. If Pyro can wake up by himself, then it will naturally not be a problem. However, the situation is often worse than expected. The next day, no matter how Rocky shouted during the period, Pyro seemed to have become a vegetable, and there was no reaction at all. After all, not everyone is a genius like Gon, and the risk of forced awakening is like this. For ordinary people, it is a matter of life and death, and in most cases, it is direct death. As the game time approaches, Rocky can only leave temporarily to participate in the Sky Arena game. Arriving at the game, Rocky finally appeared after the host used countless words of praise to introduce him. As soon as he appeared, the audience cheered. Little monster! Little monster! Little monster! That's right, these guys call Rocky Little Monster. That's right, this is our little monster player in the Sky Arena, and his opponent today is also very interesting. We are both 8-year-old players. Don't be fooled by the fact that our little monster's opponent is also 8 years old, but he has advanced to the 150th floor at a faster speed. All his opponents were defeated. Then let's enjoy this wonderful game. Especially our Killua. As the host introduced, Rocky's expression changed slightly. Killua? I was busy with Pyro's affairs yesterday and had no time to check the information of my opponent today. Rocky had no idea that he would meet Killua. And it happened at this time. That's right. Killua did come to the Sky Arena when he was 8 years old, but he didn't expect to run into him. The cute 8-year-old Killua, who is taller than the original, walked onto the stage. He looked at Rocky very vigilantly. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, little Killua felt something was wrong. The opponent stood there casually and looked full of flaws, but he also had a feeling that every flaw of the opponent was a trap. What's going on? Why does a person of the same age give me this feeling? As a killer, he instinctively felt the danger. But Killua didn't believe that an 8-year-old kid could be as good as him, or even stronger than him. The game begins. Advertisement. At the referee's command, Killua rushed forward in one step, with a speed that ordinary people could not do at all. However, even with such a speed, Rocky didn't care. Easily dodged sideways, Rocky dodged 3 consecutive hand knife attacks. Killua's face became much uglier. How could it be? This guy actually dodged his attack so easily. When he came on the court, Killua put his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't know what his opponent was. And now Rocky put his hands in his pockets and easily dodged his attack. It seems that he didn't take Killua seriously at all. At this moment, Rocky looked at Killua. The 8-year-old protagonist is also the protagonist, but his strength is too weak. Although I am quite interested in the protagonist, I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry now. Rocky is most worried about the situation of Pyro, and he feels uneasy if he leaves for a second. If Pyro wakes up when I leave, and if Pyro's consciousness hasn't recovered and he goes berserk again, it will be bad. So. At the moment Killua stopped. Rocky suddenly took a step forward, just such a simple step. Killua only felt a gust of wind blowing on his face, and when he subconsciously stepped back, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Rocky, with his legs crossed, just turned around and exerted force with his waist. This action is very familiar to Killua, an over-the-shoulder throw. Crack! Accompanied by an amazing roar, Killua was directly smashed to the ground. The ground of the ring collapsed directly, and cracks appeared on the 3 or 4 floors around it. Killua felt that he couldn't breathe, as if he couldn't breathe at all. His consciousness began to blur. Sorry. I'm in a hurry. Rocky's voice came, and Killua completely lost consciousness at this time. Fainted. The audience was silent, and even the referee was stunned. This was Rocky's fastest fight ever. In the past, no matter how strong his opponent was, Rocky would always fight for the longest time. But this time, he killed the opponent instantly with one move. The audience, who had been silent for a few seconds, suddenly cheered. Seeing this scene, the referee and the host also breathed a sigh of relief. The length of time is not important. If you can make the audience happy, you can make money. It seems that after playing a long battle, the occasional instant kill scene can make the audience more excited. Chapter 49 The price of purchasing an intelligence rookie. End the battle. Returning to his room, Rocky has now reached the 160th floor due to his victory again. But Rocky is not going to stay in the Sky Arena any longer. If Pyro doesn't wake up in a few days, Rocky will have to find other Nen and figure out what happened to Pyro first. In the next few days, Pyro remained motionless and in a coma, like a vegetable. Advertisement. During these days, Rocky also successfully purchased an address on the internet by spending 100 million yuan. Where? It is the contact point of the Nen, that is, the underground dark web, and it is also in an organization that is not a hunter organization. Provide intelligence, work, tasks, and other services. After Rocky went through the formalities at the Sky Arena, he left the Sky Arena, and the next time he came, he had to start from the first floor, but it didn't matter to Rocky. Taking a special airship, Rocky came to another country. A place called the Republic of Miyagi-Ata. This is the location of the Nen organization that Rocky bought for 100 million yuan. Because he was not sure about leaving Pyro in the hotel, Rocky directly put Pyro in a black bag. He carried the bag with him at all times. At the same time, Rocky also bought a mask. Although this kind of thing may not be useful for Nen with special abilities, it is always better to be careful. And Rocky also put on contact lenses, which he usually carries. He materialized the sword of the Wise King and put it directly on his back. This is also to make others mistakenly think that he is a Nen of other systems. Visible weapons can make people feel more at ease than invisible weapons. Came to a very luxurious high-end villa area. Led by the security guard, Rocky walked into the villa, which was completely opposite to Rocky's imagination of remote, dilapidated, and inconspicuous. This place is so eye-catching that Rocky even wondered if he was fooled when he came in. A waste of 100 million in vain. But after entering the villa, he saw two Nen, sitting on the luxurious sofa in the hall with their eyes closed. Rocky came in and the two had no reaction to Rocky's weird appearance. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed to the room upstairs. Arriving at the room upstairs, Rocky pushed open the door, and saw a small room with bright lights. There were no special decorations, only 4 simple white walls that were clear at a glance. A middle-aged man sat in the middle of the room, and 2 stools and a table were the only furnishings in the room. Rocky came to sit in front of the other person. The other person looked at Rocky. Although Rocky was wearing a mask, judging from his height, he was either a stunted human or a ghost. Advertisement. If it was the latter, it would be a bit surprising. Sir, what help do you need? Information. Rocky said in a deep voice. What kind of help? Tell me, our prices are different according to different situations. Rocky's eyes turned slightly. What about ordinary people who are forced to awaken Nen, but become vegetative? Do you have any information about this? Hearing this, the other person was stunned for a moment, and glanced at the black bag behind Rocky, which was big enough to hold a man of his stature. The other party smiled and said, I see. Of course, we have this kind of basic information. It seems that the awakening ability has not been long. Rocky did not answer, and the other party did not continue to talk. But he said a price. 30 million. This price is for customers who come here for the first time. In other words, it is the price for rookies. Rocky waved his hand indifferently and said, okay. The other party did not hesitate. It was only 30 million, which was easy for a Nen to earn, and he did not think Rocky would dare to default on the debt. Becoming a vegetable when forced to awaken is actually the same as death. This kind of person doesn't have enough talent to become a Nen. After saying these 2 sentences, the other party looked at Rocky and had no intention of continuing to speak. In other words, 2 sentences for 30 million. Is there any way to wake people up? 70 million. Rocky nodded and said yes. In fact, these people also have a chance to wake up. Some people become vegetative for more than 10 years, and their chi automatically grows to a certain limit and they can wake up. Of course, everyone's critical point is different, and no one can tell when they can wake up. Rocky frowned when he heard this. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that Pyro? After a few seconds of silence, the other party was not in a hurry and just looked at Rocky quietly. After a long time, Rocky spoke up, if other people have a way to give him chi, can he wake up? The other party smiled when he heard this question. Theoretically, it is possible, but it is impossible for different individual chi to merge. Especially in the vegetative state, the chi that is unconsciously controlled will repel all external chi. Even if 2 people develop abilities together, they need to consciously control chi. In this case, it is extremely difficult to develop an ability together. Not to mention an unconscious vegetative person. After hearing the previous words, Rocky already had an idea. Advertisement. Maybe. I can really save Pyro if my idea succeeds. The answer just now is a gift. If there is nothing else, you can leave after going downstairs to pay the money. The other party looked at Rocky with contempt. He didn't care about a newcomer like Rocky at all. A few words, 100 million is gone. Rocky raised his head, I want another piece of information. What? Is there any way to get Greed Island now, or who has it? The other party was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that a newcomer actually knew Greed Island. 500 million. Rocky still nodded. No problem. There is a rich man in this country who has 2 games of Greed Island, but they are not for sale. As for the others, there are many. I can list 10 targets for you. And now there is only one way to get Greed Island, rob. Or steal. From these people. There is no Greed Island on the market anymore. After hearing this, Rocky stood up directly without any other words. A total of 600 million, thank you for your patronage and welcome to visit next time. Money doesn't matter to Rocky, just knowing useful information is enough. Leave the villa. Rocky lifted up Pyro on his back. There are only 2 things to do now, one is to find a way to return to Greed Island. The other is to wake up Pyro, otherwise Pyro can't wake up, and Rocky is worried about leaving him alone outside. And Rocky has some ideas to wake up Pyro. Although under normal circumstances, it is indeed impossible for the chi of two people to merge, and repulsion is indeed terrible. But Rocky and Pyro have one thing in common, and maybe some miracles will happen because of this commonality. That is, blood. Chapter 50 Bloodline Link King's Sword. After coming out, Rocky took Pyro and left the city by car. In order to prevent being tracked by these guys. A non-hunter in an organization, it is hard to guarantee that they will not have any ideas. On the way to the next city, Rocky got off the car halfway and headed for the wild forest. In the forest, Rocky wandered around for a long time before he barely found a good place. Advertisement. Put Pyro down and looked at the sleeping Pyro. Rocky simply fed him some water and liquid food. Food and water, Rocky naturally couldn't run directly to the wilderness without preparation. After ensuring Pyro's basic nutritional needs, Rocky began to think about how to make Pyro recover. When Rocky heard the information from the black-hearted businessman before, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Use external factors to help Pyro improve the power of mind. This is quite interesting to Rocky, and it also makes Rocky think of an ability. In the fantasy world, the power of the king can be shared with others. Everyone's magic power comes from the king. Although Rocky is not a king in this world, he is a member of the Kuruta tribe, and Pyro is also a member of the Kuruta tribe. Both of them have the blood of the flaming red eyes, so they can use the blood to connect. Maybe they can develop the ability to share their own power like this. But the problem Rocky is thinking about now is that if he shares his power with Pyro, it means that his power will become weaker. And whether the thoughts he shares with Pyro are permanent or temporary is also a question. Will temporary sharing affect Pyro's awakening? The worst case is that it is temporarily shared but Pyro has no signs of awakening at all, then the ability is useless. So it is better to develop the ability of permanent sharing. But permanent sharing will weaken Rocky himself. Sighed softly. After thinking about it for a while, Rocky felt that there was a way to solve this problem. Since it is a connection through blood, the cost of permanent sharing of power should be placed on blood ability. Sharing ability reduces blood level, the more you share, the more it will be reduced. If this is the price, then Rocky doesn't care. Bloodline abilities can be modified, and now he still has top-level bloodline, so it doesn't matter if it is reduced. Thinking of this, Rocky exhaled lightly. Whether this ability can be developed or not, he doesn't know now. He can only try it first. Advertisement. After developing so many abilities, Rocky has also gained some experience. No matter what kind of ability you develop, if possible, it is best to put yourself in some extreme emotions or states, so that the mind will seem to react by itself. Extreme panic, the mind will automatically change into some powerful ability for you because it wants to protect you. Extreme anger, the mind will naturally evolve into some terrifying ability because you want to kill someone. And now, Rocky needs to put himself in the extreme thoughts and emotions of wanting to save Pyro. Let the mind react first, so that you can further formulate constraints and oaths to quickly develop the ability. In fact, the development of an ability does not necessarily require constraints and oaths to develop. For example, Netero spent decades carefully honing his abilities, and his abilities have no constraints or restrictions. The ability is also extremely powerful. There is no difference between the two development methods, but the latter requires more energy and time. But what Rocky lacks now is time. As Rocky began to develop, he entered the state of meditation directly. Time flies. It was 5 days. During these 5 days, Rocky meditated deeply for a long time and strengthened his idea of saving Pyro. And the chi began to change in this process. Rocky is a manipulator, and even if he wants to save someone, the ability he develops is actually to materialize something. The prototype of the ability appears, and a large number of white crystals surround Rocky, but there is no way to condense into a real object. Rocky doesn't know how to successfully materialize this object. He can only keep this state. It lasted for a few days. And one day, Rocky suddenly thought of something. He turned around and cut a wound on Pyro's hand. The moment the blood flowed out, the white crystals began to change, and the color changed. Purple crystals were formed. And these crystals that have been surrounding Rocky finally completed the materialization at this moment. A short knife appeared in Rocky's hand. With the appearance of the short knife, Rocky clearly felt that part of his bloodline ability seemed to have been taken away out of thin air. Bloodline ability, top-level red eyes, top-level Kuruta bloodline, bringing all-round enhancement, and at the same time increasing the power of the attack on the enhancer by 91%. Although his bloodline ability has obviously decreased, his bloodline level is still top level? Is it just such a small price to pay? Advertisement. That would be great. In the future, Rocky can share his abilities with not only Pyro but other tribesmen as well. Let all the Kuruta tribe's ability users become stronger. This may be the thought hidden deep in Rocky's heart, and then seems to be affected. It seems that he knows what to do next. Rocky puts the short knife, which is still in the state of crystallization and entity, on Pyro's chest. As soon as it touches Pyro's body, the crystal breaks directly in the next second, turning into countless tiny crystals and flying into Pyro's body. And at this moment, an inexplicable connection also makes Rocky seem to be able to feel Pyro's life state. At least he can roughly feel whether Pyro is dead. At the moment, Pyro's chi seems to be stronger, and the weak chi begins to become stronger. But it seems that it is not enough to wake him up. Rocky frowned. I always feel that something is missing, and it should be successful with only the last step. What is missing? That's right. Rocky clapped his hands suddenly. He smiled and looked at Pyro, who was lying with his eyes closed. From today on, you are my sword and my shield. Use this power to protect me forever. Protect your king. After this inexplicable sentence was finished, the next second Pyro's energy suddenly surged. Then Pyro opened his eyes and took a crazy breath. He stood up and looked around blankly. Rocky quietly observed Pyro. At this moment, Pyro seemed to have a lot of information to process in his mind. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Rocky. King. The word king made Rocky stunned for a moment. It seems that the words just now are like some kind of contract, and Pyro's king is considered to have agreed to the contract. Rocky smiled and said, just call me by my name. Finally, I didn't waste my energy to wake you up. Pyro also roughly understood the situation and nodded, thank you. Rocky, you saved my life. Waving his hands, Rocky said he didn't care. Now Rocky was curious about, can you use my ability? Chapter 51, Fantasy Game Greed Island. Pyro lowered his head and felt it carefully for a moment. Then he raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers, crackling. The sound of crystals colliding sounded. Purple crystals appeared instantly and then condensed into a short knife with an exaggerated curvature of the blade. The shape is more like the claws of a cat. The attack range is less than 1 meter, but the length of the blade is far more than 1 meter due to its arc shape. Advertisement. However, this shape is very convenient for throwing. While Rocky was analyzing, Pyro suddenly threw the scimitar in his hand. The scimitar flew over a distance of 5 or 6 meters in the air like a full moon, and the next second, the phantom of the purple crystal appeared. Pyro grabbed the scimitar and the phantom was instantly performed. Seeing this scene, Rocky's eyes lit up. It really works. Pyro was also excited. Rocky, this is your ability? Great, so amazing, you can actually teleport. It's not really teleportation, you still need weapons as the coordinates of the flash. But even so, it's amazing. For Rocky's modesty, Pyro felt that it was nothing. Then Rocky asked, how far can you flash now? That was my limit just now. Pyro answered quickly, and this answer made Rocky stunned for a moment. Is the distance of 5 or 6 meters the limit? If you use your own ability, shouldn't you be able to see the range of the weapon clearly? This distance should be at least 100 meters. But Pyro's distance is too close. Are there any other abilities besides this? Rocky asked, and Pyro shook his head when he heard this question. No. Are there any other abilities I can use? Without answering Pyro's question, Rocky thought. In this case, it is highly likely that the person who accepts this ability link can use his own apparition after agreeing to the contract, but the extent to which he can use it depends on himself. At the same time, other abilities cannot be shared. After all, it only consumes a little bit of blood power, and it is already very good to have such an effect. In addition, when materializing the items, Pyro's blood is added. It may be that it has been decided here that if you want to improve the strength of the ability, you need to rely on the other party himself. Rocky. Rocky. How far can you flash? Advertisement. Pyro, holding a scimitar, looked at Rocky curiously. About 100 meters. After saying that, Rocky stretched his body gently. These days of crazy meditation is indeed a bit tiring. I don't know how Netero can persist in polishing the 100-style Guanyin for decades. Take a rest here for a day. You can take the time to study the ability of apparition. We will leave tomorrow. Where to go? Pyro tried to flash again. Go find other tribesmen. Rocky couldn't help but clench his fists when he thought of Lei Jia. He didn't know where the tribesmen were. I hope nothing happens to them, otherwise Rocky will not let Lei Jia go. The next day. After a day of rest, Rocky regained his spirits, and an unexpected gain was that although he was mainly meditating these days, but I didn't expect that the amount of his mind energy increased a lot. Compared with before, it has at least doubled again. I estimate that my current level should be close to the level of the bomb demon in the original book. This only refers to the level of fighting with bare hands and relying only on mind energy, not using abilities. If you use your ability, it will be more terrifying. At the same time, Pyro is also familiar with the ability of apparition, and he likes a weapon that can be summoned at any time. Before setting off, Rocky asked Pyro to do a water-seeing ceremony. Emitter. Rocky was stunned. Pyro frowned. What is an emitter? Is it bad? Shaked his head. There is no good or bad system category, it depends on how you develop your own ability. Develop ability? Don't I already have ability? You are using my ability, you can also develop your own ability. Rocky got up and put on his bag. Let's go. I'll explain it to you on the way. Now. The destination is another city 500 kilometers away. According to the information obtained from the black-hearted businessman before, there is a rich man in this city. Because he is interested in fantasy things, he bought several sets of Greed Island games. Rocky now has more than 2 billion left, which is not enough to buy a set of Greed Island. So there are only two ways left, one is to use this money to directly buy 2 game positions, and the other is to directly become a villain. Advertisement. Find the memory card and enter the game directly. With Rocky's current level of mind comparable to that of the bomb demon, there should be no enemy that can threaten Rocky when he enters the game. After all, the bomb demon in the original book is rampant. Most of the players have become a meal. There is no danger in entering the Greed Island. It's just that you need to protect Pyro, but Pyro, who has his own abilities, is not weak even though he is just an beginner. The combat power of capable and incapable Nin is completely different. Rocky took Pyro on the road quickly. The target location is a villa halfway up a mountain. A large group of bodyguards with guns and 3 Nin are guarding this place. The 3 Nin looked at their employer with a serious expression. That rookie probably gave up. If he had any idea about you, he would have done it long ago. Another Nin also said, indeed, maybe those guys just wanted to take the opportunity to make some money this time. Fortunately, 30 million is not a lot. Although 2 Nin mercenaries said so, the employer still seemed worried. Don't relax recently. I don't want my game to be stolen. Stolen. But Rocky didn't think about stealing anything at all, but planned to enter the game directly. After several days of traveling, he finally arrived here. The heavily guarded villa surprised Rocky a little. It shouldn't be so strict under normal circumstances. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, now Pyro also has the ability of apparition, it is not difficult to sneak into this villa. The game storage point is located in a basement. Although there is a door that requires a password to open, it is very easy for Rocky to enter. The game memory card and ring were found in another place. There seem to be a lot of these things. When someone opens the door, throw the sword into the room. Of course, the sword is hidden during this process. After successfully entering the room, Rocky opened the door from the inside and let Pyro in. The next day, when the employer came to the underground secret room again to check on the status of the game strategy personnel, inexplicably found 2 more memory cards. This made the rich man roar in anger instantly. There are only 3 of the 5 reserved positions now, and there is no way to pull them out. Who the hell did this? Chapter 52 Entering the new game plan. It takes time to enter the game. The next player can enter only after the previous player has finished listening to the explanation of the game. And in order to ensure safety, it is natural that Pyro enters first. After waiting for a few minutes, Rocky also started to enter the game. I had agreed with Pyro before, and I would wait at the starting point. On the way here, Rocky also roughly explained what Greed Island is. Advertisement. When Pyro knew that this was a game developed by a Nin, and that he would die in the game and die in reality, it was really shocking to hear such news. Pyro, who had just become a Nin, obviously did not know enough about the power of Nin. Rocky came to the initial hut. Looking at the woman in front of him. If Rocky remembered correctly, this woman's name was Yitan, who was responsible for the game explanation at the entrance and the questions of No. 000. While listening to the other party 493 explaining the rules of the game, Loki was also analyzing the other party. It is likely that the other party is an emitter or conjurer. There is no basis for this, it is just Rocky's simple feeling. When the other party finished explaining, Rocky looked at the other party indifferently. Isn't it boring to stay in this place all the time? The sudden question made Yitan's standard smile freeze. Few players will find that she is a real person as soon as she enters. This player named Kuruta seems to be very unusual. She seems to be a companion of the player with the ID Kuruta Pi in front. However, Yitan does not need to answer questions outside the game, but just smiles at Rocky again. The other party does not want to answer, so Rocky leaves. To be honest, Rocky was quite curious at that time. As real people, this Miss Yitan and the other twin Miss Elena who was responsible for sending the players away, they have been on Greedy Island all the time, don't they really get bored? What also interests Rocky is this room. If Rocky feels right, it should be a materialized house, and the white light on the wall flows with strange patterns. These patterns have no meaning, but there is a high probability that the word of God is engraved under the light. It's just that I don't know what word of God they engraved in this room. There should be quite a few. To receive players from all over the world to this place, at least with the divine word and Rocky's power that Rocky currently possesses, it is impossible to achieve such an effect. Interesting. The Greed Island is indeed very interesting. After leaving the initial hut, Rocky saw Pyro waiting at the door. This guy didn't even go down the stairs. Advertisement. Rocky, are we entering the game now? Pyro seemed to be relieved at last seeing Rocky. Rocky nodded. Ah. Come in. Is this really the island where we accidentally landed last time? It doesn't look like it. This made Rocky roll his eyes. Of course, this is not the seaside. Pyro scratched his head. Then what do we do now? Where can we find our tribesmen? Hearing this, Rocky stopped and stood on the last step. The first task now is not to find our tribesmen, but to become fishy. Become stronger. Pyro was a little confused. And Rocky didn't intend to explain anything. If you want to find your tribe members, you must first meet Lei Jia. Meeting Lei Jia is easy. But you don't know if he will tell you the location of his tribe members after meeting him. And meeting Lei Jia is not that simple. First of all, you may not be able to find him if you look for him alone in private. Although you know where he is, it is highly unlikely that you will be able to teach him a lesson if you go to Rocky now. The strength is definitely not as good as Lei Jia's. Secondly, most of the tribesmen have been expelled, and even expelled to different locations. Those expelled tribesmen cannot have not encountered danger or even death. So Rocky wants to beat Lei Jia severely. If it is confirmed that a tribe member has died, then Luo Yu will definitely come back for revenge. Become stronger. But if we find the tribe members earlier, won't they be safer? That's true, but those who are in danger will die, and those who won't die will either burst their potential or learn to survive. Time has passed so long, and it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. If the strength is not strong enough, it may not even make Lei Jia speak. Just listen to me. $300. Without thinking too much, Pyro nodded in agreement. Becoming stronger is not without direction. If you can't see Lei Jia directly, then there is only one way to see Lei Jia, the strategy game. Make Lei Jia have to see you through events. As for the 8-on-8 dodgeball battle of Liza, Rocky does not have the resources like Gon and Killua to gather so many powerful men. Advertisement. The only one he can rely on is himself, in other words. It is time for Rocky to develop the ability of his mind beast. As a manipulator, it is normal to develop his own mind beast ability. However, if he is not a transmuter, most of his mind beasts are in the manipulating form rather than the self-control form. In this case, even if the mind beast is developed, it is likely to be defeated by Liza. In this case, we need to think of other ways, and it just so happens that the information bar that was refreshed before has already added the information bar of the mind system. After waiting for more than 10 days, Rocky will be able to modify it again, and then he can directly add a mind system. Add the transmuter's mind system. And adding the transmuter's ability will also be of great help. First of all, Rocky was originally a manipulator. The ability of the transmuter can only be exerted by 40%, and if the transmuter's mind system is added, then from the perspective of the transmuter, Rocky transmuter can exert 100% of its power, enhancer and emitter can exert 80% each, and on the other hand, manipulator itself also has it. Then, in addition to the special system, the ability of his conjurer can also exert 100%. Rocky guessed that if the ability of transmuter was increased, then the ability of his enhancer and emitter would be increased in disguise. In this way, the power that Rocky's various systems can exert became like this. Manipulator, 100%. Conjurer, 84.00%. Special system, 0%. Emitter, 80%. Enhancer, 80%, normal state. Transmuter, 100%. Each system can exert at least 80% of its power, and improving one system also enhances the other two systems in disguise. Rocky thought, and suddenly a roar came from the sky. Crack! Accompanied by the fluctuation of mind energy, a person fell directly from the sky and appeared in front of Rocky and Pyro. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared, Pyro opened his mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. Rocky curled his lips. The guy who bullies newbies is here so soon? People like this. They are really annoying. Another newbie is here, great. I haven't seen a newbie for a long time. Then you two are my chickens. Chapter 53, The Mind System Increases the Development of Mind Beasts. The other party directly recited the spell, took out a spell card from the card collection book, and wanted to use it on Rocky and Pyro. But suddenly a weak wave of mind energy appeared. The guy suddenly widened his eyes. He looked forward in horror. Rocky held a long sword in his hand, pointing directly at his throat. Advertisement. If your throat moves again, I will pierce it immediately. The other party looked at the kid in front of him in disbelief. Isn't he a rookie? And how could such a kid have such a terrible speed? Now do whatever I say. The other party blinked his eyes and didn't even dare to nod, for fear that he would touch Rocky's sword when he lowered his head and be pierced in the throat. Pyro, check his card collection book and put all the cards in your card collection book. Piro nodded, but soon asked, what book of mine? Hey! Rocky sighed, you raise your hand with the ring and recite. Piro did as he was told, and a book appeared with white smoke. Still surprised, Piro heard Rocky urging him. Piro quickly stepped forward to take the other party's book and searched through it 10 pages at a time. Put the cards with numbers in the designated pockets, and the cards without numbers in any pockets. Piro still understood these, but Rocky still reminded him. Soon, the two of them got a total of 21 cards for the designated pockets, and only 7 cards for any pockets. It seems that you are not that good. As an old player, you only have so few cards. Seeing Rocky's disdainful look, the other party also understood at this time. Do you know the rules of the game of Greed Island? Rocky didn't say anything, which made the other party more certain that Rocky knew. How could you, a newcomer, know that? Did an old player tell you in advance? Damn! I'm in trouble this time. You got the cards, so you can let me go. Hearing this, Rocky put away his sword and put it behind him casually. The other party took a few steps back with a vigilant look on his face, and then ran away quickly. What are these cards for, Rocky? You'll know soon. Rocky said, looking in a direction, let's go to the nearest town first and collect some food and daily necessities. Develop the mind beast. Advertisement. Deal with Leisha. Rocky has no idea about the mind beast now. To be precise, the mind beast he wants to develop is probably impossible with his current level. If he uses talent or something to restrict and pledge, he may be able to develop it. But that will delay at least another month, and Rocky needs it as soon as possible. And how long it will take for the next modification is still unknown. After arriving at the nearest town, Rocky naturally has no shortage of money in the game through the card of the previous player. After buying some daily necessities, Rocky took Pai Luo to the wild. Waiting for the next modification, there are still more than 10 days. During this period, Pai Luo will have a special training, and Rocky himself will also conduct further and more refined training. Mind. This kind of thing requires training very much. If you don't exercise for many years, even your hands and feet will become unfamiliar. Just like Ju Zi Ju La in the original book. The first step of Piro's training is to increase the amount of mind energy. Digging tunnels, smashing stones, and training must be carried out continuously. At the same time, you must stay alert at all times and places. It is also necessary to practice falling stones while sleeping. At the same time, Rocky is also doing the same training as Piro. Although Rocky has already mastered the skills of using these mind energy, basic training is equally important. More than 10 days have passed in a blink of an eye. This time, Rocky is also looking forward to the appearance of a new information column, otherwise he will make the changes according to his original idea. Host, Rocky. Race, human. Kuruta. Non-talent, top talent, highest level non-talent of humans. Non-system, manipulator. Physical potential, top. Bloodline ability, top fiery red eyes, top Kuruta bloodline, brings all-round enhancement and increases the power of enhancer's attack by 90%. Physical condition, good. No new information column appeared this time, but a more detailed description appeared in the talent column. This means that Rocky can make more detailed modifications to this talent. Also, they are top talents, but there are differences at the same level. Gon, Killua and others may also have the highest level of non-talents of humans, but if Rocky adds a sentence like their comprehension is against the sky, and they are the most talented among humans, then his talent will become even more terrifying. It would be nice to have a detailed introduction. Advertisement. But since it is just a detailed introduction, there is no need to rush to modify it. Or follow the original plan and add a transmuter to his non-system first. Non-system, manipulator, transmuter I. Confirm the modification. The estimated time for the next modification permission acquisition is 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. It only takes 7 days? That's not bad. 7 days is enough, then let's decide. Let's add a transmuter first. After completing the modification, Rocky didn't feel any other changes in his energy or body. It was only after releasing a telekinetic bullet that he felt the change. The power of the telekinetic bullet can not only be kept at the same power as the original body to the maximum extent. At the same time, Rocky's telekinetic bullet can easily fly a distance of 50 to 60 meters, and the experience is amazing. Rocky seems to have experienced the joy of transmuter. After adding the release system, Rocky will develop new abilities next. Rocky already has ideas about the development of new abilities. Telekinetic Beast. Luo Qi doesn't think the abilities of the mind beasts that have appeared in the hunter world are that powerful. And you have to develop them in combination with the abilities you already have. You can modify the information bar, and in principle, you can have as many abilities as you want, as long as you have enough time. but try to form a complete system. And Rocky now has an idea. Ice. Ice God. Noctis can summon 6 gods to help him fight. It can even be said that it clears the field with one move. Rocky suddenly thought of the 6 gods, and the number 6 corresponds to the 6 mind systems of Nen. I don't know if it is possible to develop the 6 gods. And the first one to be developed is the Ice God. It corresponds to his own manipulator. At the same time, if the Ice God is developed into the form of a mind beast, then the transmuter should also be able to play a big role. The cost of developing the 6 gods ability is probably not small. Rocky only has an idea. If the cost is too high, then Rocky will choose to give up. Now, you can try it first. There are exactly 7 days to try the first step. Rocky, what are you doing? Ice making. Rocky put a large pair of saltpeter into a jar. Chapter 54 The Ability of the Red Eyes. Ice making. Pyro looked up at the sun hanging in the sky. Although the temperature is indeed quite hot, it's not so hot in this season. It's not so hot that ice is needed. Besides, if you need ice, why not just buy it? The store in the small town before basically has everything. Advertisement. Everything you can think of in daily life is provided. In the simple cellar dug by Rocky himself, there is a huge pool. Rocky puts jars in the pool, which are filled with saltpeter and water. Saltpeter can absorb heat, so that the temperature of water can be quickly reduced until it freezes. Ice making is not Rocky's main purpose. The main purpose is to observe the phenomenon of freezing. Or to let oneself deeply experience the low temperature environment. This is also to help the development of the mind beast in the future, of course. Don't expect to be able to fully understand and integrate this feeling of lowering temperature into your own energy minister in the future. That's not realistic. Killa converts the mind energy into electricity because he has been influenced by the electric current punishment since he was a child. Only in this case can he develop such a handsome ability later. Therefore, the experience and understanding of a certain thing by the ability user is very important for the development of ability. 7 days. It happened that Rocky used these 7 days to experience the feeling of being in a low temperature environment and remember this feeling. Although it is impossible to get it right in one step like Killua, and understand the key points instantly. But there is at least a sign, and the next step is to rely on constraints and oaths to mature. For 7 days, Rocky basically stayed in the cellar. Feeling the low temperature environment, carefully observing the freezing process. At the same time, he could not use mind to resist. Every time he came out of the cellar, Rocky's body was covered with frostbite. However, although the frostbite was quite serious, Rocky's physique was quite abnormal. After sleeping for a night, he basically recovered. As an Nen, the aura itself has a certain effect of enhancing recovery. In addition to Rocky's top physique, the recovery speed cannot be achieved at a visible recovery speed. But for general minor wounds, such as those caused by a knife, it takes about 10 hours for the wound to recover from scarring to shedding. This recovery speed is quite amazing. Maybe in the future, a special healing ability can be developed, just like Kurapika, by strengthening the self-healing and regeneration ability of cells, the injury can be instantly recovered. Advertisement. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Rocky also saw that Pyro's talent was indeed very ordinary. He had just begun to comprehend Joe's skills after 7 days. This kind of talent is probably average among Nen. It may take several years of practice to become a strong one. Rocky shook his head. Rocky, aren't you going in today? No. Rocky shook his head. Pyro, who had several big lumps on his head, asked Rocky listlessly in the early morning. These days of vigilance training took Rocky less than 3 hours to master, and Pyro. 7 days have passed, and now he is still hit on the head by falling stones when he sleeps at night, but the frequency of falling stones has decreased a lot. Maybe it will take another half a month to master it. Looking at this Pyro, Rocky couldn't help but sigh that if he didn't have the golden finger, he would be worse than Lang Luo. But there is no if in everything. So this is fate. Rocky clicked on the information bar. There was no special change as last time. Talent, physique, and bloodline are all top-notch, and the detailed introduction is the same as last time. There is nothing to study. There is no new information column. There will probably be no new information column in the 7-day modification. Rocky has expected this. And this time Rocky has only one modification to make. Modify the bloodline. Why did Rocky still choose to modify the bloodline ability this time? Of course, it is not without purpose. During these 7 days, Rocky thought a lot. While feeling the cold, he was also thinking about how to develop the 6 gods. Although the top priority is to develop the mind beast to deal with Lei Jia, Rocky cannot only focus on the mind beast. Instead, it needs to be more long-term. Develop the 6 gods. The first one is the ice god. The purpose is to create a mind beast, a powerful mind beast. Based on this purpose, Rocky will choose to make ice while perceiving and experiencing the formation of ice, creating a condition for developing the power of the ice god. At the same time, Rocky also thought a lot. If it is the ability to control ice, then the difficulty of developing the ice god will increase exponentially. After all, control means a lot of conjurer training. Advertisement. If you want to master the change of a thought, it is not only difficult, but also time-consuming. So Rocky is considering giving up the ability to control ice. There is no need to control ice, and you don't need to use your own thoughts to freeze something. It is enough to release the ice-attributed thought beast through the thought beast. After determining the ability you want, you have to talk about how to achieve it. If you don't have so much time, you have to achieve it through approach, restriction, and oath. Then, the first step is restriction. Rocky doesn't care about restrictions. After all, Rocky can be modified. Through the power of the oath, he can achieve the power he wants to a large extent. But this time is different. 6 gods. It is not difficult to represent the power of the ice god with just the thought beast, but what about the other 6 gods? The ability that Rocky imagined is quite terrifying. So the restriction also needs to be more stringent. First, to use the power of the 6 gods, you cannot use it in normal state, but only when the red eyes are turned on. Of course, the ability to use just by opening the red eyes seems to be very relaxed. On this basis, Rocky also added a little bit. When the red eyes are turned on, once the 6 gods' power is used, the bloodline power will be continuously consumed, and the consumed bloodline power will increase exponentially. Once the bloodline is exhausted, Rocky will never be able to use the 6 gods' power. In other words, this power is basically used less and less. The price is also not small. On this basis, Rocky made a vow that once he lost the red eyes, he would lose none forever. No, my. Such conditions are not much worse than the conditions of Kurapika risking his life, but Rocky did not gamble his life. So, at this point, it is clear why Rocky wants to modify the bloodline power this time. Bloodline ability, top red eyes, top Kuruta bloodline, brings all-round amplification, and at the same time increases the power of the enhancer's attack by 91%, nephew. This is the original, now Rocky is about to start the modification. Bloodline ability, perfect eternal eye, the most perfect of the 7 beauties in the world, brings all-round enhancement, and when it is activated, it will increase the power of all mind systems by 100% in all directions. Looking at the modified information bar, the top level is modified to the perfect level, and the term eternity is added, and the subtle parts are also modified. The modification is not about the number of words, but about the effect. If the effect of the modification is better, it takes more time, and the time required for such a modification is. The estimated time to obtain the next modification permission is 36. Chapter 55, The Eternal Perfect Eye. The estimated time for the next modification permission acquisition is 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. 1 year. It takes a whole year to complete such a modification. Rocky exhaled lightly. As expected. It is not an easy modification to complete. Advertisement. But if the modification is really successful, then the successful development of the power of the 6 gods should not be a problem. It doesn't matter how much blood power is consumed. I have the eternal perfect eye, so there is no problem of consumption. The consumption problem does not exist, and it doesn't matter how much is consumed. Confirmed. It's only a year. It's already very good to be able to fully develop the 6 gods within a year. And in the next period of time, there are probably only 2 things to do. The first is to find Lei Jia to confirm the whereabouts of the tribesmen, and the second is to find the lost tribesmen. The first thing should be completed soon, but the second thing may not be so easy. The world is so big, and it is not an easy task to find tribesmen all over the world. Rocky opened his eyes again. And took off the contact lenses. The next second, Piro beside him suddenly raised his head and looked at Rocky. Red. A touch of crimson color lit up. That was a beauty that made people unable to move at first sight. The beautiful red, as if the entire starry sky was put into the eyes, and then died with a faint 940 red. Unconsciously, even Piro was stunned. Rocky, your fiery red eyes, are so beautiful. Even Piro, as a fellow tribesman, couldn't help but sigh like this. It is enough to show that although Rocky's fiery red eyes are also fiery red eyes, the same eyes are also different. For a while, even Piro was fascinated. Rocky didn't care too much about Piro's words, but was feeling his own power. The moment the fiery red eyes were opened, all the power of Loki burst out. No. To be precise, it's not just 100%. It should be said that it's doubled. Rocky was stunned for a moment, and clicked on his bloodline information again. The 7 most perfect beauties in the world, bring all-round amplification. When activated, it will increase the power of all mind systems by 100% in all directions. Advertisement. Amplification. I used the word amplification. This feeling Rocky understood, the modification seemed to exceed Rocky's expectations. I was originally just a manipulator, and the ability of the manipulator could be exerted 100%, but if the red eye is turned on, my manipulator's ability should be, BHCD, to be precise, it can burst out 200% of the power. This is unexpectedly a surprise. Other systems, such as Conjurer, Emitter, Enhancer, which could only burst out 80% of the power, have all been amplified by 100%. In other words, it can burst out 180% of the power. Isn't this doubled? Such an increase in power, then it is not in vain that I spent a year. Rocky was secretly happy. The modification has been completed, so the next step is to develop the ability. 6 gods. The ice god that is now ready to be developed is the ability of the mind beast. Rocky is going to put it on the manipulator. Although the mind beasts developed with the ability of the manipulator should be remote controlled, but that does not mean they cannot be autonomous. Rocky also has the ability of transmuter. And after opening the red eyes, all the systems are increased by 100%. It should not be difficult to give the mind beast the ability to control itself. The reason why transmuter can make the mind beast act on its own is only because the ability of emitter can also exert 80% of its power. And the ability of emitter, the ability of manipulator, can only exert 60%. Naturally, it is not enough to make the mind beast act independently. The reason why Rocky chose manipulator is that he does not intend to control the changes of ice, so he directly uses materialization and materializes the power of ice through the power of manipulator. It is enough to let the mind beast have the power of ice. Carefully recalling the 7 days, the process of ice condensation, and the low temperature of ice. The feeling of being frostbitten under the low temperature. Everything at this moment seems to be some kind of information, which makes Rocky find the feeling of materialization. And it is only this slight feeling, combined with Rocky's constraints and oaths, that the mind begins to respond. Boom! The rapidly condensed air appears around Rocky's body. The first thought ball formed a white light ball. After the light ball condensed into shape, a faint white smoke was emitted. This should be white smoke similar to ice. Advertisement. And Pyro on the side was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Rocky was going to do. But the next second, when the white light ball kept changing and gradually took on a human-like shape, Pyro was stunned. What is this? The white light appeared little by little, but the human-like shape formed by the light. It seemed to have a bit of a mechanical feeling. The hands were very long and fell directly from the shoulders to the ground. The sharp 5 fingers were very slender, and the fingertips were shaped like drills. The forearms were very thick, like a huge iron box, but the upper arms looked very slender, showing the prototype, and the joints were shaped like a sphere. The body looked like a slender robot, with a pair of horns on the head that bent upward at an 85-degree angle. When the white light faded, white smoke was released from all the joints of the body, and the main body looked like light blue ice crystals. 2 meters tall, looks like a giant. But the slender body structure, coupled with a pair of arms that are extremely long, even like 2 spears. You can tell at a glance that it is very lethal. Nan, can it still do this? Pierrot was completely confused. Although Rocky had talked about various developments of Nan before, he had never thought that it could be developed in this way. But Rocky now has no time to answer his question. Continue. The next white ball of light appeared. The same shape, but this time it seems a little different. There is a pair of huge ice crystal wings on the back. Can it fly? The third one. The body has become much more bloated, and it seems that the power has increased, but the speed should be reduced accordingly. Watching the beasts appear one after another, Pierrot fell to the ground and looked at the beasts that had surrounded the city. These dozen beasts released strong cold air, so that the ground condensed ice crystals very quickly under the influence of the cold air. Several of the beasts did not emit white smoke, and it seemed that they had no effect on the surrounding temperature. Pylo didn't quite understand what Rocky was doing. Soon Rocky opened his eyes. The general form has been completed, but the ability development is not overnight, and it still needs a little time to polish it. Only then can it reach Rocky's definition of a mind beast. It should be done in a month, and then you can go find Leja. Wait. Leja, I will be here soon. Chapter 56, Power of the Ice God. 15 Ice Beasts. Boom. A pile of rocks the size of a truck was instantly blasted apart by a group of thoughts. The broken rocks were shattered into pieces. It continued to scatter around, and frost condensed on the ground. Behind the pile of rocks was an animal that looked like a little mouse. When it saw the white monster in front of it, it seemed to be frightened. Advertisement. It turned into a card with a bang. The card was gently clamped by a blue-white finger that was as dazzling as a diamond. He turned his head and disappeared in a flash with the cold white air. A white smoke passed through the sky. There were even a few snowflakes falling. At this moment, the player who was attacking the card below was stunned. How can it snow in this weather? Hearing this, the companion beside him rolled his eyes and said, "You should have a limit to your outrageous words. It will snow in this hot weather. Look, isn't this a snowflake on my arm?" The other party glanced at his arm, and there was indeed a snowflake, but it was just a snowflake, not snowing. The expressions of the two people instantly became solemn. This abnormal phenomenon must be caused by something. Is it some mysterious monster that has not been discovered yet? On the other side, more than 10 kilometers away, a white figure fell from the sky and handed a card to Rocky. Rocky took the card and put it in the card collection book. Then he looked up at Pyro in front of him, trying to conquer the bubble horse in front of him through the mutual transformation of Ju and Chan. But he failed after trying many times. And Rocky shook his head when he saw this, and then went straight forward, easily passed through the red and white bubbles, and grabbed the bubble horse. Bang! Number 585, C50 Bubble Horse. This level of card should be the weakest in the entire Greedy Island. Rocky sighed helplessly, and Pyro on the side was indeed very unwilling. Damn it! I will succeed next time. But is there a next time? Rocky said, there is no time. It has been more than a month. It's time for us to find our tribesmen. Rocky looked back at the 15 figures standing not far away. 15 mind beasts lined up neatly. 3 ice beasts of control, 6 ice beasts of fighting, and 6 ice beasts of strength. Advertisement. This is Rocky's achievement in this month. Now he can summon all 15 mind beasts. And summoning these mind beasts consumes 5% of Rocky's mind energy. That is to say, when Rocky is controlling the mind beasts, the amount of mind energy he can use is only 50%. However, although summoning mind beasts consumes a lot, it is very cost-effective for Rocky. These mind beasts are very powerful and have the ability to control themselves. They can even understand their intentions to a great extent. Although they are not as good as Kate's turntable, which has its own will, Rocky's mind beasts seem to be infinitely close to having independent consciousness. They just can't speak, but they seem to learn. This makes Rocky very excited. Learning means that as long as they continue to grow, they can understand even extremely complex commands. At the same time, as long as it is within the scope of realization, Rocky's ideas can be accurately transmitted to the minds of these mind beasts at the first time. However, once out of sight, they will execute Rocky's last order. Although they are autonomous, they are not that smart. In terms of attack, they are very powerful. Although they consume half of their thoughts, their combat power is equivalent to 1/3 of Rocky's own, each one. There are 3 main means of attack. The first is the ability to freeze the enemy directly through contact. The frozen part or the frostbitten part cannot use thoughts. The second is to use thought bullets to attack, which will only carry a part of the freezing effect. The freezing effect is not strong, at most it can paralyze the enemy's actions. The third is to spit out cold air to attack. The attack of cold air is only effective within a certain range. In the case of long distance or large range, the power is limited. But if you gather 15 ice beasts, Rocky can even create an ice storm that covers a small town. This is still very good. The above. This is the result of Rocky's 1-month practice. The effect achieved by constantly polishing this ability. Such an effect has already satisfied Rocky. And the size of these ice beasts can also be slightly adjusted and controlled. The smallest size cannot be smaller than Rocky, and the largest size can expand to 3 meters high. At the same time, as Rocky's ability increases in the future, I am afraid that this ability will continue to grow, so it may not be a problem to create ice beasts as tall as mountains. Okay. Then where should we go to save our people? Pyro asked, and he was not unhappy because he could not continue to practice. On the contrary, he also believed that saving people was the top priority. A place called Xiaofurubi. But I don't know if it will work. If not, I'm afraid I'll need to gather some players. Advertisement. Rocky said. Pyro on the side didn't quite understand why it didn't work and needed to gather players. Could it be that Rocky wanted to find someone to help? This is indeed a good idea, but it's probably not very risky to find a stranger. Rocky took out a companion. This was purchased directly from the store with money before. Use companion, Xiaofurubi. Boom. In an instant, Rocky, Pyro, and Rocky's mind beasts all took off and flew rapidly towards Xiaofurubi. In the original book, it takes 15 players to use companions to reach Xiaofurubi to capture 1 ping of coastline. But Rocky can't find so many people, so he tries using his mind beasts first. If it's just the number of people who are companions who are used to judge, instead of 1 player, it would be the best for Rocky, otherwise he would have to find players. This is equivalent to sharing information with other players. Some smart guys will inevitably think of something. If this defense game is broken, it will be bad. Rocky also wants to break through. After all, the conditions for getting the 3-long card are still very good. Bang! When Xiaofurubi landed, Rocky took back the mind beast directly. Pyro on the side looked around. Is this Xiaofu Rabbi? Rocky's eyes were directly fixed on the direction of a lighthouse. Let's go. Liza and his 14 demons. And now I have 15 mind beasts. In a month, Rocky's Nen Chi increased wildly. In addition to polishing Nen, Rocky's crazy training this month was to improve the Emperor of Chi. With the eternal red eyes, Rocky is not worried about the power of Nen. The only thing he needs to pay attention to is the amount of Nen Chi. So if the Nen Chi is increased, all problems will be solved. Come to the door of the house built under the lighthouse. Rocky knocked on the door gently. Soon the door opened. The prisoners dressed the same as in the original book opened the door. Who are you looking for? Rocky looked at the other party. I'm here to drive you out. The other party was stunned when he heard Rocky's words. Since the day when Greed Island was established, they have been waiting for this sentence. They have been waiting for so long and have never heard it, but they didn't expect to hear it today. On Chapter 57, One Ping Coastline. Although what the other party said was correct, the number of people was only 2. This is not okay. According to the instructions, the other party needs to have 15 people. Humph. You two want to drive us away? Go back. This was said according to the instructions before, to deal with players who come to the door and do not meet the requirements. However, just when this guy wanted to close the door, Rocky suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked the door directly. No matter how hard the other party tried, he couldn't close it. Advertisement. At this moment, this guy was shocked. What kind of power is this? And he didn't even use his breath. How could he have such power? Rocky didn't fall behind in strength training. If he used the door of Killua's house as an example, Rocky estimated that he should be able to push open the third door. Hey! What do you want to do, kid? Rocky didn't care about the other party and broke in violently. The other party was directly knocked aside by Rocky's 957 and fell to the ground. After entering, he found that there was a huge venue inside, and there were many fitness equipment in the center. Rocky didn't care about the others, but they were interested in Rocky, the guy who dared to break in directly. I have been here for so long, and I have never encountered such a situation. At this moment, Rocky's eyes were fixed on a man who was doing bench press, and the barbell looked very heavy. The barbell plates that could bear the weight had bent the bar. The degree of bending even made people feel that the bar might break at any time. Crack! Crack! Such a sound would be heard every time he moved. Rocky took a step and walked towards the man with pyro. However, before Rocky got close, the other party squinted his eyes and smiled. Please wait a moment, there are still 50 to go. Hearing this, Rocky stopped. Pyro looked at the man at this moment and remembered that this voice was the guy who suddenly said something about expulsion and sent himself and Rocky to an inexplicable place. So he was here, but how did Rocky know? I haven't seen Rocky go out to investigate these days, but he can know these things. It's too strong. Boss. Them. Well. Don't worry, I'll handle it, wait till I'm done. 50 bench presses were also finished quickly. Bang. Advertisement. The weight-bearing barbell was directly pushed aside, and the floor on the ground was directly smashed and cracked. The other party slowly got up, took the towel handed over by the person next to him and simply wiped the sweat off his body. See you again, kid. Liza looked up at Rocky. He knew that this kid might come again, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Finding the game of Greed Island in the outside world in a short time, and successfully entering it shows that the other party is still very powerful. And compared with the last time, this time I felt Rocky's aura was even stronger. It's still a very obvious improvement, and this speed of improvement is a bit terrifying. Where are my people? Rocky asked directly. Lei Jia glanced at Rocky and said, sorry, I have no obligation to tell you. Boom. Instantly, Rocky's mind burst out, and the perfect spreading mind energy made the glass of the entire venue creak. The invisible wave continued to spread with Rocky as the center, sweeping wildly around. And the vicious murderers around also retreated with horror on their faces. Originally, he looked like just a brat, but I didn't expect the power of mind to be so terrifying. This is too perverted. This level of chi is much stronger than theirs. Lei Jia also opened his mouth slightly. Although he could roughly feel that Rocky had become stronger before, when Rocky took the initiative to release chi, he accurately felt how strong Rocky was. At this moment, Rocky looked at Lei Jia. Tell me. Where are my people? Seeing Rocky's persistence, Lei Jia sighed, go away. I won't tell you, and not telling you may be a good thing for you. You are talking nonsense, our people, not telling us is good for us. Pierrot on the side was furious, did you expel our people too, and tell us where they are? If you hadn't separated us from our people, we wouldn't come to you now, and you are unwilling to tell us after we found you. I'll kill you. Pierrot wanted to do it, but was held back by Rocky. Although he stopped Pierrot, Rocky continued, he is right. You separated us from our tribe, but now you are unwilling to tell us the whereabouts of our tribe. You also said that it is for our own good. Do you think this is reasonable? Liza was silent. After thinking for a few seconds, he looked at Rocky. This is Greed Island. Since you came in, you should know where this place is. Use the rules of this place to defeat me, then I will tell you. W.I. Okay. Advertisement. Rocky nodded. But he did not mean to leave. Just follow your rules. Liza frowned slightly. Although Rocky's anger had been put away, he did not mean to leave. I came here to drive you out. Hearing this, Liza smiled. No, there are not enough people. Not enough people. Rocky smiled. I am enough. No, it must be. Stop talking nonsense. In the end, you will have to clean up the mess. Rocky suddenly spoke and looked at Liza. Liza and the 14 demons, from the name, it seems more like some kind of isn't it nin. This sentence made everyone on the other side, including Lei Jia, stunned for a moment. How did this kid notice it? No matter how many people there are, no matter what kind of clearance method, you still have to finish it in the end. As long as I don't get your approval, I'm afraid no one will pass this defense game. In that case, don't let me waste my time, why don't you test me yourself? At this point, Rocky's mouth corners slightly raised. If you still insist, then I will pass the information here directly to other players. I believe you don't want a group of scum to come to you every day to challenge you. 5.0. To be honest. Under normal circumstances, the players who can conquer here should be masters according to the original expectation, and masters can't pass the information so easily. But Rocky happened to meet him. If he really did that, Lei Jia would have no leisure days in the future, and it would only be a matter of time before Greed Island was breached. And his role in controlling the passers would be gone. Liza opened his eyes and looked at Rocky. Very good. You are very smart, kid. But I asked you to find more people just now, not to delay time or to perfunctorily deal with you, but for your own good. Didn't you say you would follow my rules? Then come on. Buzz. Purple mind energy burst out. White light fell to the ground. Then one figure after another appeared. Chapter 58 Dodgeball Battle First Ball. Since you want to challenge now, I can agree. But you have to think about it. This is the 88 game. If you win, I can tell you the whereabouts of your people. If you lose and want to come next time, you don't need to follow the rules. Hearing this, Rocky nodded in agreement without hesitation. No problem. Advertisement. Seeing that Rocky still insisted, Lei Jia didn't say much. He waved his hand and asked his men to start moving the fitness equipment around the venue. Then the dodgeball battle venue was drawn in the center of the venue. I am the referee in charge of this game, no zero. Next, I will explain the rules of the game to everyone. The rules of the dodgeball battle are very simple, in fact, the same as the rules of playing sandbags when we were young. It's just that it has become a dodgeball battle here, and the design of the outside and inside the field has been added. Back. There is also a sandbag game that I played when I was a child. As long as you catch the sandbag, you have a chance to revive your companion. The rules of the game are not difficult for Rocky, and he can understand it easily. However, Piro was a little confused when he heard the rules of the game, and it seemed difficult to understand. Are you sure there are only 2 of you playing with me? Hearing this, Rocky glanced at Piro, then turned to look at Lei Jia. I am enough. Lei Jia held the ball and looked down at the kid in front of him. The kid in front of him was very confident, strong, and talented. But it was not enough to challenge him now. The prisoners watching the game also showed their interest in watching the show. This kid is very arrogant. It's good enough to find this place, and you want to defeat Lei Jia, it's impossible. Although the energy was very strong before, it's not good enough compared to Lei Jia. Rocky had taken off his outer clothes and threw them to Piro. After taking Rocky's coat, Piro glanced at him and asked Rocky, do you really not need me to help? Rocky rolled his eyes when he heard this. Where did this guy get the confidence to help? It's fine if he doesn't cause trouble for Rocky, but he can't even help him. You don't need to watch from the side. Piro nodded when he heard this. To be honest, he also wanted to try. But it seems that the other party is not weak. He knows his own strength well. It's not that he doesn't want to mess up. Since you are alone, let's start. Liza didn't want to say anything more. Rocky's talent is very good. He was able to return to Greedy Island in a short time, and he also found this place quickly, which is enough to show his talent and strength. So Liza wanted Rocky to go back and hone his strength on Greedy Island. Advertisement. After all, no matter how you look at it, Rocky has this level of strength at this age, which is also a rough diamond. If he is polished well, he will definitely become a powerful nin in the future. Although Lei Jia had no intention of accepting disciples or teaching others, it was not bad to give some guidance to a talented child. Let's kick off. Rocky looked at Lei Jia, who waved his hand to signal number 0 to come to the court and grab the ball in the same way as basketball. However, as the ball was thrown high up, the game officially began. But now Rocky was the only one on the court, while Lei Jia had 7 mind beasts. Since Rocky was alone, there was no way to grab the ball. The ball fell into Lei Jia's hands, but Lei Jia threw the ball to the mind beast next to him the next second, and the mind beast threw it directly. Passed it to Rocky. Rocky caught the ball and glanced at Lei Jia. You are still a kid, so I'll give you the chance to attack first. This is underestimating himself. Do you think of yourself as a newcomer? This guy doesn't know how much effort he has put in to stand here today. Spend all his time training. Okay. Rocky just said one word softly. Holding the ball with one hand, powerful thoughts burst out instantly, and the energy was transmitted to the ball like a burning flame. In just a short second, the thoughts were gathered. The ball burst into a dazzling light blue light. Rocky's mouth corners slightly raised. Hey, hey, hey. This kid has a lot of energy. And the control is amazing. The gathering of thoughts is so simple and fast, no less than Lei Jia. What level is this? It's the level of a first-class nin or a top nin. How old is this kid? The prisoners looked at each other one by one, even the arrogant Papapo in the original book. They all took a step back silently. Just by seeing Rocky's thoughts, he had extinguished the idea of provoking Rocky. This kind of monster. He is not someone he can face. Wow. Very smooth power. Advertisement. Boom. The moment Lei Jia finished speaking, Rocky leaned back and threw the ball in his hand directly without using the volleyball spike technique. The moment the ball left Rocky's palm, ripples spread in the air. The speed reached instantly was probably not much different from a pistol bullet. Pang! The volleyball with a lot of mind flew directly past Lei Jia, and the strong wind blew Lei Jia's hair away. However, Rocky's target was not him, but the mind beast behind him. Bang! It hit the target with a violent roar. Then the ball flew high and rushed directly to the ceiling. It even smashed a hole in the ceiling. This is exactly the same as the first time Lei Jia attacked Gon in the original book. The mind beast hit by Rocky did not explode, but flew out of the court directly. It hit the wall at the edge of the stadium fiercely. Rocky narrowed his eyes. Very good. It is not dead yet. This mind beast has a strong ability to resist attacks, or in other words, when these mind beasts are attacked, Lei Jia's mind will only be reduced, instead of disappearing directly. While Rocky was thinking, the prisoners on the side took a breath of cold air. Just such a casual ball. It has such power, it is Lei Jia's mind beast. And after hitting the mind beast, the ball can also directly bounce to the ceiling and smash a hole. If this power hits them, they will probably die directly. Are the kids now so fierce? This kid is only about 8 or 9 years old. When I was 8 or 9 years old, I was still playing in the mud, and this kid was already very fierce. Monster. Lei Jia opened his eyes slightly, but still couldn't see his eyes. With this power, it seems that you are also a transmuter. Hearing Lei Jia's words, the other prisoners were stunned. That's right. The power of this guy's mind did not decrease after he released it, which means that the other party is either a transmuter or an enhancer or emitter. But with that kind of power, it is very likely that he is a transmuter. Kakaka. Twisting his neck and shoulders slightly, Rocky looked at Lei Jia expressionlessly. Guess it yourself. Chapter 59 Liza and his 14 demons. Looking at Rocky, Lei Jia was not angry at all, but smiled. I didn't expect Rocky's strength to reach this level. It seems that the previous chi burst was not full strength. If so, it would be interesting. This game will definitely be interesting. Advertisement. Lei Jia thought. At this time, number 0 suddenly said, based on the possible landing point of the ball, it is classified as Lei Jia's infield ball. Player number 3 is eliminated. Please move to the outfield. Lei Jia took the ball. He glanced at Rocky. Are you ready? Rocky glanced at Lei Jia lightly, without any preparation. He just stood there and looked at the other party calmly. The ball just now. Rocky is quite sure that he is definitely stronger than Lei Jia in terms of chi now. Of course, this may be because Lei Jia's chi is also responsible for the operation of the transmuter of the entire Greed Island. So the chi he can mobilize himself should not be too much. Providing chi for the operation of the entire game will definitely not let Lei Jia be affected at all. So Rocky guessed that Lei Jia probably had about 50% of his chi, which was needed to maintain the operation of the entire defense game. And in this case, it would not be difficult for Rocky to catch Lei Jia's attack. Besides, even if there were some errors in the guess, or some other mistakes, Rocky could also enhance it by turning on the fiery red eyes, and generally speaking, he would never be weaker than Lei Jia. So Rocky didn't need to do any preparation at all. Come on. Looking at Rocky's arrogant look, Lei Jia opened his eyes and looked at Rocky. It's not a good habit to underestimate the enemy, kid. The ball in Lei Zha's hand also instantly gathered a lot of qi, and the speed of the flow and gathering of the mind qi was exactly the same as Rocky's just now. The same powerful mind qi wave spread, and the air also flowed at a high speed. A faint wind began to form around the ball in Lei Zha's hand. Liza took a step forward, and at the same time, he grabbed the ball in his hand fiercely, his eyes locked on Rocky. Here it comes. Boy! Boom! The moment the ball was out of his hand, the speed of the explosion was a few points faster than Rocky's just now. This does not mean that Liza has more and stronger energy, but that he is more experienced and skilled in this kind of throwing attack. He can hit all the power into one day and turn it into the power of throwing the ball. However, Rocky is much worse in terms of skills, which leads to a lot of power wasted. But... Bang! Advertisement. Standing in place, Rocky raised his right arm and caught Liza's ball with one hand. The powerful collision of thoughts caused a terrifying roar. The ball even produced white smoke due to the high-speed rotation. Seeing this scene, Pyro on the side excitedly made the yes action, and the prisoners around looked at each other. Hey, hey, hey! Are you kidding? Liza should have been serious about the ball just now. But unexpectedly. What kind of power is it to be caught by such a little kid with one hand? There are only two possibilities to do this. First, Rocky's energy is far greater than Liza's, and second, Rocky is an enhancer. No matter which one it is, it's unlikely. The previous attack shows that the possibility that Rocky is a transmuter is more than 80%. Secondly, Rocky's mental energy can't be more terrifying than Lei Zha. This kid is only about 7 or 8 years old. How can his mental energy be more terrifying than Lei Zha? Now Rocky can finally feel what top talent and top physique are. The combination of the two is a rapid improvement. My mental energy is definitely not inferior to Lei Zha. Just now, just in case, Rocky opened the red eyes, but he didn't expect that the ball fell into his hand without much feeling. It seems that there is no problem at all even if the red eyes are not activated. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Lei Zha's forehead. What is going on with this little monster? He easily caught his attack with one hand, and even his footsteps were very casual. This kind of footsteps has no support at all. In theory, even if he can catch the person, he will be knocked out. But Rocky just stood still. This means that the power disappeared at the moment of collision. There is no impact force at all, which means that the opponent can catch a stronger attack. That's not good. It's my turn. Rocky smiled. He raised his hand and raised the volleyball in his hand high. Crazy gathering. Buzz. The ground shook suddenly, and the light blue mind wave released from Rocky's body basically occupied half of the inner cord instantly. Seeing Rocky's mind burst so amazingly, Lei Zha's eyes could not be smaller now. Pervert. Is this kid a monster? Advertisement. Just like that guy Jin, he is just like an animal. Can this kind of mental energy really be controlled at this age? However, such a huge amount of mental energy was gathered into the volleyball in an instant. At this moment, the volleyball burst into a blue light, like a dazzling blue gem. The volleyball was thrown high by Rocky. Seeing this action, Yi Shifuza's eyes shrank slightly. Not good. This is a smash. This kid's attack is serious this time. The previous attack was just a test. I didn't expect that the previous level was not considered full strength. Interesting, Mr. Jin, it's just as you said, there are still many monsters in this world. With a strong mental energy fluctuation bursting out all over his body, Lei Zha now has no idea of guiding the younger generation of kids. The only thing he has is the seriousness of facing opponents of the same level. Don't you plan to hide? You might die. Rocky jumped up and saw Lei Zha's action and spoke. Lei Zha smiled and said, hide? Are you kidding me? Is there any difference between hiding and admitting defeat? That's true, Rocky smiled. Crack. A powerful smash in the air. The volleyball flashed with dazzling light, and fell like a blue meteorite. At this moment, the two mind beasts beside Lei Zha moved. The two of them appeared on both sides of Lei Zha, one on the left and one on the right, and then used the action of patting the ball, and the 6 hands of 3 people all hit Rocky's ball. At the same time, the two mind beasts actually, wow, how good, surged with the light of mind energy. Liza and his 14 demons. These mind beasts are not just as simple as passing the ball. As Lei Zha's mind beasts, they can also pass on Lei Zha's mind. Divide all your mind into 3 parts, and unload the force of Rocky's smash from 3 different directions and angles. Finally, Lei Zha himself will catch the ball. The moment the mind of the 2 mind beasts is exhausted, they retreat directly. After 2 attempts, the ball, which was emitting dazzling light, had dimmed a lot. Crackling. Zzz. The veins on Lei Zha's hands bulged, and he frantically withstood the impact of the ball. 2 streams of mind rubbed against his arms frantically. It lasted for 5 seconds before the light blue mind light dissipated. The ball bounced into the air and was caught by Fu Zha's mind beast. In this way, the two mind beasts that caught the ball earlier and Lei Zha were not eliminated. Beautiful catch! Rocky praised. Chapter 60. You are not the only one who can use mind beasts. Although he caught the ball, it was not easy. Lei Zha looked at his slightly red arm. There were some scratches on the part that collided with the ball just now. And he gathered a lot of thoughts to protect his arm. He was injured in this situation, which means that Rocky's thoughts are even more powerful than his own. This guy is 100% a transmuter. Advertisement. Boy. What's your name? Suddenly Lei Zha stood up, grabbed the ball and walked forward slowly. Rocky. Lei Zha stopped Rocky. As he casually threw the ball to the number 3 thought beast, Lei Zha's eyes were fixed on Rocky's figure. Very good, I remember your name, and now I won't treat you as a rookie. I will use all my strength to fight you, be careful. Although Rocky seems to be more powerful in thoughts, Lei Zha is more confident in the dodgeball battle, even if the opponent is stronger than him. He believes that he can win. Absolutely no problem. Seeing Lei Zha's serious expression, Rocky cheered up. Then come on. I never thought of holding back on you. Ever since Lei Zha used expulsion to separate him from his tribe, Rocky was very angry. Of course, the other party has his own responsibilities, but it has nothing to do with Rocky. He will still be angry when he should be angry. Well. No need to hold back. 327, we will all go all out, and you can get the news you want if you win. The hand of the number 3 mind beast suddenly flashed with purple mind chi light. The next second, the ball was quickly passed to the number 7 mind beast, and mind chi light also appeared on the arm of the number 7 mind beast. The ball was passed again, and this time the speed and power increased even more. In a few seconds, the continuous pass was passed, almost nearly 100 times, and each of these passes would increase the mind on the ball. Rocky speculated that this was probably one of Lei Zha's abilities. Now it is the ball that is passed, and mind is attached to the ball, but in the battle, it is probably the mind bullet that is transmitted. The mind on the ball is getting stronger and stronger. Just passing the ball made the whole stadium suddenly vibrate, and the windows kept shaking. The terrifying vibration directly shattered the glass windows. The next second, the windows shattered. The sudden sound made the prisoners stunned for a moment. Feeling the strong wind and the more terrifying thoughts, everyone held their breath and stared at Lei Zha. This was the real power of this man. Advertisement. He had always been guarding them, and before, Popo wanted to resist him, which was simply seeking death. At the moment when Rocky's eyes flashed slightly, Lei Zha suddenly moved. He had never passed the ball to him, but this sudden pass Lei Zha had already made preparations. Similar to the action of a golf swing, he clenched his fists and hit the ball directly in an instant. Crack! The roar sounded, and the purple thoughts suddenly burst out, like the sudden burst of supernova flames, and the thoughts spread rapidly to the surroundings. It was like countless purple blades spinning at high speed on the surface of the sphere, shooting rapidly in the direction of Rocky. Swish! Instantly. Leaving a purple trail in the air. You can't even see the trace of the ball. The speed and power are perfect. Even Lei Zha himself is very satisfied with his own ball. This is a perfect shot. Will Rocky dodge it? Liz's mouth corners slightly raised. No. He can't dodge it. This kid has never thought of retreating since the beginning of the battle. So, he will never dodge it. If he doesn't dodge, then this kid will definitely not be able to block this attack. From Rocky's point of view, the worst result is probably serious injury. As for death, it shouldn't happen, as long as this kid doesn't do anything stupid. Lei Zha is now looking forward to Rocky's response. At this moment, Rocky took a horse stance for the first time, and put his hands in a ball-passing posture. Seeing this action, Lei Zha's smile suddenly paused, and then the corners of his mouth rose wildly, revealing a very exaggerated arc. Want to catch it? Boy, how much you look down on me. Bang! The ball hit Rocky's hand hard, and the gathered thoughts and Lei Zha's thoughts collided wildly. In an instant, white light shone throughout the venue. All the prisoners opened their mouths and looked at Rocky in horror. Baita, this guy actually intends to catch this ball, is he looking for death? It's impossible to catch it. Didn't he see that terrifying thought? This time he's dead. Bang! The impact continued, Rocky gritted his teeth, and his thoughts burst out wildly. Although his thoughts were more than Lei Zha's, and the power of his thoughts was also stronger than Lei Zha's, but this kind of catch. The opponent's thoughts will cause multiple damages due to the superposition of speed and power. So it is impossible to simply judge whether it can be caught based on the amount of thought energy and the power. Bang! Advertisement. Another impact sound erupted, and this time Rocky's body flew backwards instantly. Still failed to catch it. But Rocky turned 360 degrees in the air, unloaded all the power, and threw the ball high. Caught it! Pyro said excitedly. At this time, he suddenly found that the place where Rocky fell was outside the court. If Rocky fell outside the court, he would lose. Even if he caught the ball, it would not count. The ball in the air fell outside the court, which was bad. At this moment, Lei Jia was looking at the ball in the air. It was just thrown high to a position of 5 or 6 meters. He tried his best to hit it, but this kid could make such a perfect response. Although the rules showed that this kid was bound to lose, he was not defeated in terms of hard power. Instead, he seemed to have taken advantage of the rules. Amazing! He can release the force like this, and with such a strong force, the ball didn't even hit the ceiling. But he still lost. If this kid finds a few people to challenge him next time, he might really be able to defeat Chu Jia. How old is this kid? He is so strong at this age. Has the outside world changed so much? At this time, even Lei Jia sighed, what a pity. What a pity. Rocky in the air looked at the ball less than 3 meters away from him. Under normal circumstances, there was no way to catch it. But who said it was a pity? Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Rocky's body, and at the same time, a blue light flashed, and a white cold air emerged. The temperature of the entire venue surrounding Rocky suddenly dropped sharply. A pair of white ice crystal wings slowly spread behind Rocky. Wings? Liza was stunned when he saw the wings appear, and the other prisoners were also stunned. However, the more shocking scene was below. 1, 2, 3. A full 7 figures suddenly appeared. 5 of them fell from the air and landed straight on the field. 2 figures appeared in the air. One of them grabbed Rocky and spread out his blue and white ice crystal wings, lifting Rocky up in the air. The other figure grabbed the ball in the air and slowly fell into the court. When Rocky fell, he backhanded the ball passed to him. He looked up at Lei Jia. You are not the only one who can summon mind beasts. Lei Jia. Chapter 61 The last of the Kuruta tribe. With the appearance of 7 ice beasts, the temperature in the entire venue suddenly began to drop. Frost began to condense on the ground. The sudden drop in temperature made everyone retreat, away from Rocky and the half of the area where Rocky's mind beast was. But their eyes still stayed on Rocky. Mind beast. Advertisement. This kid can actually summon mind beasts. And these mind beasts seem to be made of ice. Yet, it suddenly became so cold. The prisoners said. Zun turned his head to look at Lei Jia. Lei Jia was also very shocked at this moment. Transmuter. Mind beast. This kid actually developed a similar ability. This is too surprising. But what is unknown is how powerful this kid's mind beast is. Rocky raised the volleyball in his hand and threw it into the air. The next second, the ice beasts on both sides opened their mouths and exhaled a breath of cold air towards the ball in the air. The cold air instantly wrapped around the volleyball, and at this time Rocky suddenly burst out with a strong mental energy fluctuation. Powerful energy. As Rocky jumped up and smashed hard, the energy was directly released through his eyeballs. Although Rocky, who summoned the mind beast, seemed to have a lower amount of mental energy, the power of the mental energy did not seem to weaken. What's going on? At this moment, Lei Jia's forehead was sweating coldly, and he didn't understand how Rocky did it. Logically speaking, Rocky shouldn't and couldn't have reduced his power when his mental energy decreased. The reason is very simple, because Rocky has opened the red eyes. In the state of the red eyes, the power of the whole system is increased by 100%. This also led to the fact that although the energy of the ball hit by Rocky was reduced, the power was not weak at all and as the ball with cold air bombarded in the direction of Lei Jia. This time, Lei Jia immediately controlled the number 1 mind beast, the number 4 mind beast, and the number 13 mind beast formed by the combination of the number 6 and the number 7. The 3 mind beasts rushed forward to catch Rocky's ball. However, when number 1 and number 4 wanted to weaken the power of the ball first and then catch it. Suddenly, the cold air froze the hands of the 2 beasts. Although it was only covered with a layer of frost. But even a thin layer of frost made the hands of the 2 beasts unable to release their energy. The ball violently knocked the 2 beasts away and attacked Lingzang directly. At this moment, Lei Jia felt something was wrong and quickly moved his position. The next second, the 13th beast caught the ball. Advertisement. Covered with frost, the huge body of the 13th beast flew backwards like a rocket. Bang! It hit the wall of the stadium directly, creating a pit, and cracks like spider webs spread out. In an instant, it flew dozens of meters away and hit the wall of the stadium. This power! And when the 13th beast caught the ball, Liza swallowed his saliva silently. At this moment, Rocky shook his head in dissatisfaction. The power is still not at its maximum. The state just now was not good. Rocky estimated that he could only exert about 85% of his strength at most. After all, it was the first attack after summoning the mind beast. The state has not yet been adjusted. Player number 13 is eliminated. Since it is out of the court, the ball belongs to player Rocky. The calm voice of the Zero Mind Beast sounded. Liza came back to his senses and looked at Rocky in surprise. The ball just now was covered with amazing cold air, which can freeze the mind. Although it can only form a thin layer of frost, once it is frozen, the chi cannot be released. This ability is quite tricky. This means that in the next contest, you must not be frozen by Rocky's cold air, otherwise no matter how strong the chi is, it will be useless. Buzz. Suddenly, the wave of mind energy around Rocky spread again. Rocky slowly took off the contact lens on his left eye. Liza. Do you know the Kuruta tribe? Seeing Rocky's eyes, Liza was stunned at the moment. That beautiful color, the halo that seemed to permeate from the fiery red eyes, like a red starry sky. Beautiful. So beautiful. Are there such eyes in the world? Kuruta tribe. Liza frowned. He had also heard rumors about the Kuruta tribe. The 7 beauties of the world. It really lives up to their reputation. Liza sighed as he looked at Rocky. Now, Rocky would not be happy to hear such a description. The 7 beauties of the world, it is really because of such a legend that the group will destroy the Kuruta tribe. And now the remaining tribesmen have all disappeared because of this guy in front of him. When he thought of the appearance of the clan leader, Rocky's anger began to burn. That's right. We are the Kuruta tribe. Everyone that day, except for some crew members, is basically the last people of the Kuruta tribe. Advertisement. When Rocky said this, Lei Zha's expression suddenly changed. All the people of the Kuruta tribe? Before accidentally coming to Greed Island, the Kuruta tribe suffered a genocide. A group of thieves broke into the Kuruta tribe in order to seize the Red Eye and killed most of the tribesmen. I took the remaining tribesmen away, and you. Rocky raised his head and glared at Lei Zha. The chi on his body also exploded instantly, and the suddenly spreading chi shattered the floor suddenly. The cracks continued to spread. My people were expelled, and even expelled to all parts of the world. Many of these people don't even know the language of the outside world. Once they enter the outside world, they will face a life or death ending. If any of my people is missing, I won't let you go. Boom boom boom. After 3 consecutive explosions, Rocky's chi instantly exploded with a more terrifying amount than before. Perhaps because of anger, the most direct increase of chi was about 3 times. With this terrifying amount of mind chi, Rocky made a punching motion. A mind beast came to the front and raised the ball and placed it in front of Rocky. Waiting for Rocky's attack. Looking at Lei Zha who was controlling the chi to gather on his fist, his eyelids twitched wildly. This amount of attack, hey. If he was hit, I'm afraid he would definitely not have a good end. This is too much. Liza. Suddenly Rocky's roar sounded, and Liza came back to his senses. Bang. Liza suddenly said, I didn't expel your people. One punch. It hit the ball directly, and the eyeball was like a rocket. It hit directly in the direction of Liza. It brushed Liza's 4.3 side face, past Liza's figure directly, and hit the wall directly, blasting a huge hole, and directly blasting through the wall of the venue. You can even see the flying ball through the hole, flashing straight across the sea, and the trajectory left behind directly splashed countless water on the sea. Under the light, a rainbow appeared. Rocky looked up at Liza. What did you say? Liza swallowed his saliva and looked back at Rocky. I said, I didn't expel your people. Although they are not on Greed Island now, they are absolutely safe. Hearing this, Rocky glanced at Pyro, and Pyro was also confused. I expelled you because you are a Nin, and your people are not Nin, no. Liza explained. As for Pyro, it was because Pyro dragged Rocky and was taken out of Greedy Island. Chapter 62, The Kuruta tribe itself is a relic. Liza raised his hand and wiped the small wound on his face. Looking at the blood on his fingertips. Even though he had used all his strength to protect himself, he was still injured. That means if the attack just now really hit him, then he would probably die. Advertisement. His eyes turned slightly, looking at Rocky who had already put away his energy. This kid is really as strong as a monster. His talent may be even more amazing than that guy Jin. Are you serious? Suddenly Rocky asked seriously. Liza nodded. Really? Rocky exhaled. It would be best if the tribesmen were fine. Since they were not randomly expelled to all parts of the world, Rocky didn't need to blame Liza for the previous things. Sorry. It was not Rocky who said this, but Liza in front of him. Rocky and Pyro were stunned for a moment. Shouldn't they be the ones to say sorry? They misunderstood Liza. I didn't know you didn't break in on purpose, but because of the Nin, I tend to think you broke into Greed Island on purpose. If it's a normal situation, you can't be expelled, and you should be helped to leave Greed Island. Liza raised his hands and said, I admit defeat in this game. Rocky moved his lips, and before Rocky could speak, Liza continued to say, I'm not admitting defeat for other reasons, but your strength is indeed stronger than mine. Keep going, you will win. Liza glanced at the prisoners around him and said, there is a high probability that I will be injured, and if I am injured, someone may be ready to move, so it's better to admit defeat directly. The expressions of the other prisoners were a little strange. I should say sorry, but now I just want to know where my people are. Knowing that Rocky would ask, Liza released the beast, and Rocky also released the beast. Advertisement. You two come with me. He took Rocky and Pyro to a room in the venue. Before entering the room, he also told others to fix the hole in the wall. After closing the door, Lei Jia took out a card for Rocky to see. This is a teleportation card, a special card for the game GM, which can teleport a designated object to a certain location on the island. While Rocky and Pyro were still wondering why this guy took out this card, Lei Jia had already explained. After I found out that the others were not in that day, I used this card to teleport them to a certain place. My companions were responsible for sending these people back to the outside world, and I don't know what happened next. Rocky, then you can. I'll send you there right now, and I'll contact him and let him tell you where your people are. Rocky nodded, sorry for the trouble. Thank you. Waved his hand, I'm the one who should apologize. I didn't figure out the situation and sent you two off the island directly. I'm sorry that you've been worried about your people for so long. Okay, I'm going to use teleportation to send you there, get ready. Use teleportation. Swoosh. Accompanied by two voices, Rocky and Pyro disappeared in the room. The teleportation method is not similar to peering or magnetism, but similar to Knob's dimensional space. A black hole appeared directly under the feet of the two people, swallowing them up. When they appeared again, Rocky and Pyro have come to a room. You two are the ones who defeated Liza, right? I didn't expect that he is so strong at such a young age. This is the first time I have seen someone from the Kuruta tribe. As soon as they met, a well-dressed teenager kept talking to Rocky and Pyro. Rocky also knew this guy. Lister. One of the game creators of Greed Island. Advertisement. I'll take you to see Dwun, he's responsible for sending your people off Greed Island. Dwun, is Hunter's author clone. Are these two guys responsible for sending irrelevant people off the island? They came to a dirty and messy room. The sloppy Uncle Dwun, who was supposed to be playing games, didn't play games this time. Instead, he looked at Rocky and Pyro with an apologetic look. Please sit down, please sit down. He asked Rocky and Pyro to sit down very enthusiastically. At the same time, he served tea and some snacks to the two. However, with the strange smell in this room, he didn't feel like eating for the time being. Rocky was a little disappointed. This guy looked flattering, as if he had done something wrong. Where did you send my people? Is it true that Lei Jia said they are absolutely safe? Dwun, who was about to change the subject, touched his head and said with a smile, we sent them out, and they are absolutely safe. But what? Pyro put down the snack in his hand and looked at him nervously. But it may be troublesome for you to find your people. Rocky frowned, why? Dwun glanced at Lister beside him. Lister sighed. When we saw your people before, we felt something was wrong, because their clothes looked like some kind of ethnic costumes, and they couldn't understand what they said. So in order to find out if they were saints, Dwun contacted an expert in this field. Expert? Rocky frowned. Who is the person who can understand ethnic minorities, let's say ethnic minorities, and can even be called an expert? Jin. Have you heard of freaks? Jin? Rocky suddenly stood up, his brain working frantically. This guy contacted Jin and asked Jin to send his people away? Jin is an expert in this area. It seems to be right. Jin is a relic hunter. That guy needs to have a very deep understanding of the history of various countries, as well as various little-known human geography and history, etc. It is right to say that he is an expert. Then what? Rocky asked. From Rocky's reaction, Rocky obviously knew that BD Jin. Jin is a relic hunter. I know. Where are my people? Rocky directly emphasized his question again. Dwun scratched his head. Jin said that the Kuruta people are a kind of relic in themselves, a wealth of the world, and must be well protected. No one can know. To avoid accidents. After that, Jin told me that the Kuruta people were probably the last remaining Kuruta people. The reason they came to Greed Island was because they were attacked by phantom troops massacre, the Kuruta tribe was almost wiped out. Let me keep it a secret, don't tell anyone about this. He will find a way to protect the last Kuruta people. Hearing this, Rocky was still emotionally stable, then where are my people? This. I don't know. Dwun looked at Rocky embarrassedly. Pyro on the side said, can't you contact that guy again? The guy called Jin. List was also very embarrassed, I have contacted him, but... Mr. Jin, I'm afraid I don't know where he is in the world at the moment, and I can't contact him at all. I was lucky to be able to contact him before. In other words, Rocky and Pyro's luck is not that good. But the good news is that the tribe should be safe, but the bad news is that the tribe still doesn't know where it is. Chapter 63, The Journey of Hunting Gold. I really don't know what to say. The other party also means well, but this makes Rocky embarrassed. BB. Seeing Rocky not talking, Dwon and Lister became a little serious, and they didn't know what to say. Although their behavior was not good intentions, it was a bad thing for Rocky. Advertisement. Neither of them dared to look at Rocky directly. Pierrot on the side looked at Rocky now. What should we do? Looking at Dwon and Lister again, although Pierrot was also helpless, in general, as long as the tribesmen were not in danger, it would be fine. But fortunately, the tribesmen are not in danger. Pierrot could only say this to comfort himself. Rocky suddenly said, I must find the tribesmen. They are the people that the old man would risk his life to protect. Although they are safe now, protecting the Kuruta tribe is what I want to do for the old man. But, we are not sure when we can contact that guy Jin. The two scratched their heads. Lister even added, the time to contact Mr. Jin is uncertain. If you are lucky, you can contact him at any time. If you are unlucky, it may take several years. Rocky knew what to say later. Jin. The prodigal son of the Hunter Association. The difficulty of contacting Jin is no less than completing an S-level mission. At the same time, who knows if that idiot will not show up because he thinks it is interesting for him to find him. There is no doubt that Jin will do such a thing. He will do it 100%. If Jin knew that there was a Kuruta tribe member like him looking for him, then he would most likely not show up directly. Jin is a very shy guy who is very eager to find trouble. Rocky sighed helplessly, I will find the gold no matter what. Hearing Rocky's words, Dwon and Lister were stunned and looked at each other. Finding gold. That is a very difficult task. If Rocky can find the gold by his own strength, then he can be called a very powerful hunter. Dwon's expression became more serious at this moment. Advertisement. Boy, what's your real name? Rocky. Rocky, boy, it's not that easy to find Jin. Are you serious? Of course, I'm looking for him for my people. Do you think I would joke with my people? Hearing Rocky's answer, Dwon and Lister both smiled. But it's not that easy to find Mr. Jin. Lister said. I know. Rocky glanced at Lister, then looked at Dwon Jin, the wanderer of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association. It's probably one of the most difficult tasks in the world to find Jin. The two didn't seem to expect Rocky to know so much. It seems that Rocky has really done a lot of homework. Since you know, then we won't say much. I hope you can find Jin. If we have any news about Jin, we will contact you as much as possible. No need. Rocky waved his hand. Although Rocky had no clue about finding Jin, since his people were safe, Rocky also wanted to challenge one of the most difficult tasks in the world. I will find him myself. You don't have to offer any help to me. Seeing Rocky's expression, Dwon and Lister also smiled. Hey! Rocky, have you ever thought about taking the hunter license exam? Rocky was stunned for a moment. I'm only 8 years old. Oh. You're only 8 years old. Dwon nodded naturally, then turned his head and looked at Rocky with his mouth wide open. You're only 8 years old. You're 8 years old. Even Lister was stunned. Although Rocky was a little shorter, he should be around 10 years old. 8 years old, too young. Ah. I remember that the hunter test should be taken at the age of 12. Dwon's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know what to say. It was the first time he met a kid who couldn't take the hunter test because he was too young even though he had the ability. Sure enough, there are many monsters in this world. Dwon sighed, and then asked curiously, by the way, if you want to find Jin, where do you plan to start? Do you want me to provide you with some ideas, not clues, but ideas? No need. Rocky thought for a while, let's start from where Jin was born. Anyway, there should be some information about Jin in his hometown. Advertisement. Hearing this, both of them were obviously surprised by Rocky's idea. Is an 8-year-old kid so logical? What were they doing when they were 8 years old? Playing in the mud. Definitely not so logical thinking ability, and I have to say that Rocky's idea is very good. There are really clues about Jin in Jin's hometown. The two looked at each other silently, and they were a little curious about how long it would take for Jin to be caught by this perverted kid in the future. By the way, I want to get rid of one thing from you, and I want to ask Lei Jia to do me a favor. Hearing this, Dwon and Lister were a little curious. What did Lucky want them to do for? Tell me. Rocky turned to look at Pierrot. I want to let Pai Luo stay on Greedy Island. I hope Lei Jia can help teach Pai Luo how to practice Qi. At the same time, I hope you can help me protect Pai Luo. He is the only tribe member before I find Jin. I don't want him to encounter any danger. After hearing Rocky's words, both of them said that it was okay. Pai Luo on the side looked at Rocky. Rocky, don't you plan to take me with you? Hearing this, Rocky patted Pai Luo's shoulder. You want to protect the tribe members like me and become a warrior of the Kuruta tribe. You can grow the fastest on Greedy Island. This place is very suitable for training, you know. So you need to continue to practice here to improve your strength. When you can pass Lei Zha's test, then you can leave Greedy Island and find me. Pai Luo's eyes began to moisten. After all, he is still a little kid, about the same age as Kurapika. After experiencing the great changes in the Kuruta tribe, Rocky is now Pai Luo's only relative. Pai Luo couldn't pretend to be strong when he had to say goodbye to Rocky. And I'm going to look for Kurapika, he must still be alive. When he heard Kurapika's name, Piro was stunned for a moment. That's right. Kurapika is likely still alive. After wiping away his tears, Piro clenched his fists and said, I know. I'm too weak now and can't help you at all. Don't worry. I will leave Greed Island to find you soon, pass the trial of Lei Zha, and become a real warrior. I'll leave Kurapika and the tribe to you for the time being. Hearing this, Rocky smiled and said, Come on, Piro. Seeing that the two had finished talking, Dwon said, Since it's decided, do you want us to send you away from Greed Island? Rocky smiled and said, No, I know how to leave, and I also want to come back and try to conquer this game later. After all, the rewards for the pass seem to be pretty good. Hearing Rocky's words, both of them laughed. It's not difficult to conquer this game with Rocky's strength. You're welcome anytime. Dwon smiled. Chapter 64 Whale Island Jin's Other Child. Greed Island. Rocky looked at the island, which was indeed a very suitable place for cultivation. There was no need to worry about all the daily necessities, convenient transportation and all kinds of monsters that were extremely suitable for cultivation. Pyro. Just send it here. You have to practice well, and I hope you can come to me as soon as possible. Advertisement. Hearing this, Pyro nodded, Don't worry. I won't hold you back, and you should also look for Kurapika later, that guy must not be dead. Kurapika certainly wouldn't die, Rocky smiled, Don't worry. I will. Rocky came to the port with the so-called ticket in his hand, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the port. And Pyro looked at the direction where Rocky disappeared and turned back to look at the people behind him. Mr. Lei Zha, please don't go easy on me. I want to get stronger as soon as possible, otherwise. Looking back at the direction Rocky left, I won't be able to catch up with that guy next time. Hearing this, Lei Zha smiled. Don't worry. As long as you work hard, it won't. After leaving Greed Island, Rocky's next goal is Jin's hometown, which is Whale Island. Because this island looks like a whale, it is called Whale Island. The process of finding Whale Island was not easy. After all, it was just a small place that was not worth mentioning. It was not even known in which country it was located. After Rocky bought a map and determined the location of Whale Island, he rushed to Whale Island. 5 days later, Rocky finally boarded a ship to Whale Island and arrived at Whale Island. Rocky had only 2 purposes when he came to Whale Island. The first one was of course to find clues about Jin. Secondly, if Rocky remembered correctly, Kate had also been to Whale Island once in the original book. Rocky didn't care about Gon on Whale Island, but Kate. Because Kate just had the same purpose as Rocky. Looking for Jin. If he could meet Kate on Whale Island, he might be able to get some news about Jin from Kate. This is what Rocky thought. Advertisement. However, it was not certain whether he could meet her. It would be best if he could meet her. If he couldn't, Rocky would have other ways. If possible, Rocky also wanted to go to Gon's house to see what Jin left behind. Gon's box, of course, was not for the things inside the box, but to see the divine words left on the box. Jin can also carve some divine words, Rocky finds it very interesting. I don't know if Jin's divine words are the same as the inherited divine words of the Kuruta tribe. If they are the same, then Rocky has a more bold guess. Perhaps the divine words themselves are some kind of ancient civilization, but the inheritance has been interrupted. Originally, Rocky thought that the Kuruta tribe may have inherited part of it. And now Rocky thinks that the Kuruta tribe may have inherited more than just part of it. In what Dwon and Lister said before, Rocky caught a very interesting point. Jin said, the Kuruta tribe itself is a relic. This is intriguing. If someone else said it, it would be at most a description, but Jin wouldn't. Who is Jin? He is a professional relic hunter. In Jin's cognition, is the definition of ruins really that simple? He can say such a thing, so it is very likely that it is not a random description, but he found something from the Kuruta tribe. Thus, he defined the Kuruta tribe as ruins. Of course, it doesn't matter if Rocky guessed wrong. Anyway, Rocky is very interested in the word God that Jin has mastered. After arriving at Whale Island, Rocky got off the boat and learned about it briefly, and then he knew where the Mito family's tavern was. Arrived at the tavern. There was a woman cleaning the door. She looked quite old but still beautiful. Rocky walked past her and entered the bar. Mito, who was cleaning, was stunned for a moment. Sorry, this place is not open yet. It will be in the afternoon. Mito was stunned for a moment. It was a little kid? Are you alone? Little boy, have you lost your parents? Mito put down the things in his hands and hurried over to check if Rocky was okay. I came here alone. Hearing Rocky's words, Mito squatted in front of Rocky. You are such a little kid, why did you come here alone? You are not from here. Did you take the wrong boat and accidentally come to this island? No. Rocky climbed up the bar stool that was taller than him and sat like an adult. Give me a drink. Seeing Rocky's little adult style, Mito couldn't help laughing. You are a very brave child. You are not afraid of being lost alone. Then he went to the bar counter and poured Rocky a glass of juice and handed it to Rocky. Wait for me. If you sit here passively, I will call someone to come and see you and help you find your family. Find your family. Rocky looked at the juice in front of him and took a sip. You probably can't find the person I'm looking for. What's your parents' name? If you know the name, it will be much easier. What's your parents' name, kid? Advertisement. Kim. Kim. Mito dropped the rag in his hand and looked at Rocky in surprise. Kid, what did you say just now? Who did you say your parent is? I'm here to find Jin. This is his hometown, right? Mito looked at Rocky and his mouth twitched slightly. His thoughts were a little messy now. Kid, how old are you? 8 years old. 8 years old? Isn't that the same as Gon? No wonder that BD didn't even come back when Gon was born. So that's the case. So he was actually outside. Rocky didn't know what Mito was thinking, but now another small figure came in. Aunt Mito. I told you that I met. In the forest today. Gon, who was wearing a green dress, appeared in Rocky's sight while speaking. The two kids looked at each other. Gon was a little surprised. Who are you? How come I have never seen you before? Are you from outside? Faced with Gon's question, Rocky did not answer but just looked at him. What did you say you encountered in the forest just now? Rocky's tone was oppressive, which frightened Gon and he answered Rocky's question involuntarily. I met 10 very good brothers. He saved Kate. Rocky's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that he was so lucky to actually meet Kate. Jumping off the bench, Rocky walked directly out of the tavern. Before Gon could react, Rocky walked past him. Mito, who was behind, was feeling mixed emotions at the moment, but when he saw Rocky was about to run, he was about to chase him. Gon grabbed Mito. Aunt Mito, who is he? Watching Rocky disappear in the blink of an eye, Mito's face gradually darkened. Who is that kid? Humph. That guy Jin did such a good thing. He actually treated my sister like this. I'm going to go back and throw that BDS photo into the toilet. Mito chased out to find Rocky. Although Rocky is Jin's child with someone else, what Jin did has nothing to do with the child, and the other person ran so far to find his father. It's pitiful to think about it. It would be bad if something happened to the other person. Chapter 65 Meeting Kate Hunter Road. In the forest. Kate sat by the fire, feeling the wind of nature, and at the same time, she squinted at a fox bear cub not far away. This fox bear cub had actually fallen asleep. That boy is quite talented. While Kate was thinking, she suddenly felt a strange breath. Advertisement. She stood up instantly and pressed the knife on her waist with one hand, looking around vigilantly. At this time, the sleeping little fox bear raised his head and looked at Kate in confusion. Then he turned his head and changed his posture to continue sleeping. Kate walked forward, maintaining absolute vigilance, wondering whether she felt wrong just now, or there was really someone. A hand appeared by the campfire, gently stroking the sleeping fox bear. And picked up the fox bear and put it in his arms. Are you looking for me? Suddenly Rocky's voice sounded, and almost instantly the knife light suddenly lit up. Kate turned around and drew her knife with both hands, staring at the people by the campfire. Child. Looking at Rocky's figure made Kate stunned for a moment. It was just a child who could appear beside her silently. And the fox bear cub actually didn't resist at all, and was held in the other's arms. Meet strange children twice in a row in one day? Who are you? Kate asked in a deep voice. Rocky put the little fox bear down. The awakened little fox bear wanted to crawl into Rocky's arms, and Pikey didn't care about it and let it come. I want to find Jin. Rocky directly stated his purpose. Turning his head to look at Kate, but when Jin's name was mentioned, Kate's expression became more solemn. There are probably many people in this world who want to find Jin, but most of them are Mr. Jin's enemies. But is this kid in front of him the same? I'm not Jin. I know. Rocky looked at Kate. Your name is Kate, and you are Jin's disciple. Knowing this information, Kate became more cautious about Rocky. Don't worry. I'm not an enemy. If I were, I would have killed you just now. As Rocky said this, the Fulong King sword appeared beside Kate. The cold light flashing on the sword made Kate slightly stunned. When? Is this the weapon of the manipulator? Advertisement. It can actually be invisible. Snap. The Fulong King sword exploded like a crystal, and then dissipated directly. Rocky also used this to show that he hated demons. In fact, he wanted to try it just now to see what level Kate is now, but it seems that Kate's ability has not been developed yet. Although she knows how to use Nen, she is not a master. At this moment, Kate was quite shocked. Rocky. Such a little kid actually has such a powerful Nen. Even if the other party hadn't actively made the weapon visible, he might not have been able to find it. If Rocky attacks him, he will be seriously injured, if not killed instantly. Who are you? Why are you looking for Mr. Jin? Listening to Kate's question, Rocky waved his hand to signal Kate not to be so nervous. I have no ill will towards you, I just want to try to find some clues about Jin through you. It's a long story, if you want to listen, come and sit down. Hearing this, Kate was silent for a few seconds, then put away her weapon and sat down on the other side of the campfire, looking at Rocky and saying go ahead. Rocky smiled, this guy is quite vigilant. Simply told Kate what happened. I didn't deliberately hide the matter of the Kuruta tribe, after all, Kate is not the kind of person who will casually tell secrets. Rocky looked serious the whole time, and he didn't seem to be lying. And when it comes to Greed Island, it doesn't seem like he was lying. So you want to find Mr. Jin because you want to find your people. That's right. Kate nodded, but why do you want to find me again? Because as Jin's disciple, you may have clues about Jin. Kate smiled bitterly, so far, I haven't found any clues about Mr. Jin's whereabouts. It's a mistake to find me. Rocky nodded. Looking for you is just a try. It doesn't matter if you fail. Kate glanced at Rocky, so what are you going to do next? Rocky looked at Kate instead, why do I feel like you seem to have a clue about finding Jin? Can you tell me about it? Kate was stunned when she heard this. Although Kate didn't find any clues about Jin when she came to Jin's hometown, she accidentally remembered something and felt that there might be a chance to find Jin. But how did Rocky feel it? I just have a general feeling that maybe there are clues about Mr. Jin in that place. But... Kate looked up at Rocky. Please give me flowers. Rocky understood, but, if it's not enough, tell me. Advertisement. Kate nodded. Okay. Then I'll think of another way. Rocky stood up and prepared to leave. And Rocky didn't look like he was pretending. Could this guy really give up the clues? Kate didn't speak until Rocky was about to disappear. Hey. What's your name? Rocky turned around. Rocky. Are you really not interested in the fact that I might have clues to Mr. Jin? According to what you said, aren't you eager to find your people? Rocky smiled and said, maybe I can find Jin by following you, but I think I have a faster way, so it doesn't matter whether I know or not. This answer made Kate silent. Rocky saw that he had nothing to say and prepared to leave. But Kate spoke again, you have the potential to become a hunter. Have you ever thought about becoming a hunter? The sudden question made Rocky stunned. He had never thought about this. Finding Mr. Jin is an extremely difficult task in itself, and you could have followed me to find Jin, but you chose to use your own method. People like you are simply born hunters. Take the hunter exam. I feel that you will become a hunter as good as Mr. Jin. Kate paused and said, take the hunter exam, maybe you can also get more information and clues about Mr. Jin. This hint gave Rocky some new ideas. I'll consider it. Thank you. After leaving Kate's camp, Rocky also found a place on Whale Island and set up a simple camp. Find Jin. Relying on ordinary means, I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take to find it, 1 year? Or 2 years? It's possible. And Kate just gave a direction. The person who is most likely to have clues about Jin's location is Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. After all, Jin is a member of the 12 earthly branches. What are the 12 earthly branches used for? An organization that assists President Netero in handling the affairs of the association. So if Netero is found, maybe some clues about Jin can be obtained. But this is the conventional method. Rocky wants to use a more direct method. Use the ability to find the gold. Compared to relying on clues, Rocky thinks the ability is simpler and more crude. Chapter 66, The Flying King's Bow and 3 Types of Arrows. Develop abilities to track designated people. This idea did not come by chance, nor was it a sudden thought of Rocky. Speaking of this idea, it was the feeling that Rocky had when he first entered Greedy Island and used the companion. Even when he was expelled by Lei Jia for the first time and left Greedy Island, Rocky had a strange feeling. It seemed that a new word emerged in his mind. Advertisement. or a totem. And this totem became clearer and clearer when Rocky entered Greedy Island and used the companion, magnetic force and other spell cards to a certain place many times. Now after a conversation with Kate, Rocky felt that the strange words in his mind seemed to be more obvious. At this moment, when Rocky determined that he wanted to develop a new ability that could be used to guide the direction or track someone, a brand new weapon automatically emerged in his mind. 463. This kind of sudden flash of feeling, Luo Qi will not let go. It seems that Qi is actively guiding Rocky to develop new weapons. The development of abilities is often a sudden flash of inspiration. It is not what you think of, but your thoughts are guiding you to develop. However, the ability development this time will not be so simple. It may take a long time. Rocky feels that there are two things to do before the new weapon is formally materialized. The first thing is to make a bow. The second thing is to practice his archery. Rocky does not plan to complete these two things quickly. He does not plan to use any restrictions or oaths this time. Since it is guided by the mind, he will calm down and follow his feelings. On the first day, the bow and arrow were made. It was a simple rough wooden bow. The arrow was also very simple. The wooden strips found in the forest were sharpened at the front and a few feathers were inserted at the tail. The simple wooden arrow was ready. The process of practicing archery was relatively long. For the next 10 days, Rocky was immersed in the feeling of archery. At first, it was just simple archery without any other feeling. But when Rocky began to practice the mind synchronously, the amount of mind energy continued to increase, and a subtle feeling began to appear. Looking at the arrow, an ordinary wooden arrow can easily penetrate several consecutive trees by injecting energy. Even with Rocky's enhancer ability, even stones can be easily broken. As fragile as tofu. A month later, Rocky has been on Whale Island for such a long time, but Rocky himself doesn't feel anything. Advertisement. He just practices Nen every day and immerses himself in bow and arrow shooting practice. This lasted for several months. Kate had left Whale Island long ago, and Rocky was practicing in the forest, and Gon had noticed it. An accidental encounter, Gon didn't talk to Rocky, but just looked at Rocky silently, and the look he gave Rocky was also strange. It seemed that his expression was very complicated. Rocky didn't care, and when Gon came to find Rocky again the next day, Rocky had moved the camp. Now Rocky doesn't want to be disturbed by anything. Once affected by other things, Rocky feels that this feeling may disappear, and the development of new weapons may be interrupted. So at this time, no matter what happens, Rocky doesn't want it to affect him. After finding a more secret place, continue to practice. As time went by, Rocky didn't know how much his energy had increased, but he was making progress every day. The sense of fulfillment brought by the daily increase in energy made Rocky completely forget the passage of time. Half a year had passed without him noticing, and at this time Rocky had already noticed a change in his archery. The arrows injected with energy were not only very powerful, but also automatically deflected. Attack the target Rocky wants to attack. At this moment, the mysterious pattern or text in Rocky's mind became clearer. The last part was also completely clear. The time has come. Rocky immediately put down the attack in his hand that was almost worn out and hid directly in a cave in the cliff. Start to materialize the new weapon. This new weapon. Flying King Bow. This is the name Rocky gave it. Of course, the name comes from the world of Final Fantasy, but the shape and ability of this bow are completely different. The bow with the word New God engraved on it appeared. It is also a weapon condensed from white crystals. I'm afraid that others will not regard this thing as a bow at first glance. Instead, they will think that this is a peculiar spear-type weapon, or a spear that can attack the enemy at both ends. Because Rocky's Flying King bow is shaped like the Quincy bow used by the Quincy in the world of death. It's like the Hunter World version of the Silver Ridge Arc-Bird exterminating bow. Advertisement. The main body of the bow is composed of intersecting long and short crosses in octagonal shapes, flowing with white light and faintly revealing silver light. There are no arrows. But the mind energy is Rocky's arrow. Raise your hand. Pull the bowstring that does not exist at all, and an arrow formed by the mind energy appears. The arrow flashing with silver white light instantly shot out. The arrow shot towards the sea surface turned into a silver white stream of light and instantly left a track on the sea surface. Release your hand and the fourth weapon automatically floats in front of Rocky, and then the other three weapons also appear around Rocky. Xianwang Sword, Yaksha King Sword, Fulong King Sword, Fiwang Bao. The four weapons turned into crystals and made a ding-ling sound from time to time, rotating around Rocky. In the following time, Rocky sat cross-legged and practiced Qi. At the same time, most of the Qi was injected into the Fiwang Bao. The ability was formed unconsciously. The Fiwang Bao can shoot 4 different arrows. The first one is what Rocky wants. The guiding arrow can guide Rocky to find any person or thing. Of course, it is not that you can find it directly by just thinking of something. The more information you have, the higher the success rate of the guiding arrow. On the contrary, if there is no information, the success rate is only 1%. In this case, it is impossible to succeed unless you are very lucky. The arrow that must hit, when holding the Fiwang Bao, anything Rocky touches with his right hand can be marked. Up to 3 targets can be marked. No matter how far, at what angle, and no matter how the opponent dodges, the arrow will definitely hit. The reason why he can have this ability is that when holding the Fiwang Bao, all of Rocky's energy will be gathered on the Fiwang Bao. It is quite risky to approach the enemy in this situation. The risk is high. Of course, the benefits are also high. The arrow of extinction, like ordinary bows and arrows, can be used for ordinary attacks, but you can choose to consume blood power to enhance the power of the arrow. The power of the mind energy itself is not enough. The power of the arrow can be enhanced by consuming the power of the blood. The power of the arrow shot out is not just a matter of 1+1. It is a surge in power. The last type of arrow is naturally an ordinary mind energy arrow. There is nothing to say. Rocky opened his eyes. New weapon, the Flying King's Bow. Completed. It took 6 months and 17 days. Chapter 67 The Floating Shadows of the 4 Phantom Swords. Now, you can start looking for Jin. Rocky knows Jin's information. Although it is difficult to get Jin's information in this world, Rocky still knows a little bit. He knows a lot about his age, birthplace, name, and job position. Knowing this information, Rocky estimates that the probability of finding Jin is about 50%. Advertisement. If you want to improve the accuracy, it will be even easier. Get information about Jin's appearance, or find things Jin used. These 2 points are also easy. There are on Whale Island. Kin's photos and things Jin used. Rocky stood up and stretched his muscles a little. After all, he had been sitting for so long. If it weren't for Rocky's strong physique, he would have starved to death. Even with his strong physique and Nen, Rocky still felt hungry. He came to the entrance of the cave, jumped out of the cave halfway up the cliff, and plunged directly into the sea. But at the moment of falling into the water, Rocky suddenly frowned. Because the 4 weapons that had been hidden around him were slightly visible at this moment. At the moment of entering the water, Rocky felt a buoyancy. It was not the buoyancy provided by the sea water, but seemed to come from the floating power provided by these 4 weapons. I don't know if it's an illusion. A sea fish in front of him was frightened and was fleeing quickly. Rocky waved his hand lightly, and the sword of the wise king flew out and stabbed the fish to death, and flew back to Rocky with the fish stabbed in it. Go ashore. Rocky set up a fire and roasted the fish. He turned around and studied his 4 weapons. The moment I entered the water, that weak buoyancy, was it my illusion? The 4 weapons appeared at the same time, in a crystal state, and were not fully materialized. Rocky jumped up lightly, trying to simulate the scene of the slight buoyancy just now. But this time there was no movement. Injecting air. Advertisement. Injecting his own air into the 4 weapons, Rocky clearly felt a force lifting him up with the injection of air. Although he was not able to completely lift himself up, as the amount of air injected increased, Rocky's body floated up directly. It felt like the 4 weapons each had a rope, which was faintly pulling Rocky in the crystal state. It made Rocky's body fly up. He tried to increase the input of air and control the 4 weapons to fly. Sure enough, the next second Rocky's body also flew up. Rocky's face showed surprise. He didn't expect that the addition of the Phantom Sword could have such an effect. He could fly. Although the flying speed was not too fast. Rocky increased the output of his mind energy and the flying speed increased again. Rocky shuttled back and forth in the sky, but the flying speed was still not too fast. Suddenly Rocky thought of using the marking ability to assassinate, and his body seemed to be able to enter a state similar to crystal. What if it was that state? Would the flying speed increase? He tried to enter this state, but for a while he couldn't do it. While keeping the Phantom Sword in a crystal state, Rocky himself also entered an illusory state. I feel it, but I still feel like I'm still a little short of power. Try to turn on the red eyes. When the fiery red eyes turned on, Rocky's figure began to turn into a white shadow that flashed from time to time. Swish! Rushing into the sky, a trail formed by a combination of white light and smoke appeared behind Rocky. But it quickly dissipated. However, this time the speed of movement was so fast that although it was impossible to reach the speed of light, Rocky felt that it was absolutely possible to exceed the speed of sound. But it seemed that he couldn't attack in this state. It is necessary to switch back to the physical state. At the same time, the weapon does not have any attack power because it remains in a crystal state. New ability. And it is the ability to fly, which makes Rocky very happy. This is flying. Advertisement. The ability that humans dream of having. Now that I have mastered it, although this flying ability does not have the ability to attack, I can switch to the physical state. However, the flying speed of the physical state is very slow. After playing for more than 10 minutes, Rocky fell from the sky, and the air consumed by flying was still amazing. However, flying for more than 10 minutes was just a little tiring. It is estimated that Rocky can last for nearly an hour in this state. As the strength is improved through future practice, the time will continue to increase. Of course, if you switch to the physical state to fly, I am afraid that more air will be consumed and the flying time will be much shorter. However, such consumption is nothing to Rocky. As long as he continues to strengthen his practice, he can use flying and other things at will. Since it is an ability, it must have a name. Let's call it Floating Shadow. Rocky clapped his hands. This name is very good. Ability, Floating Shadow. Effect, flying, divided into physical flight and phantom flight. The former can fight while flying, while the latter can only fly. However, there is a huge difference in the flying speed of the two. The former can reach 40 km per hour, while the latter can exceed the speed of sound. Rocky picked up the grilled fish, his eyes flashing. In the future, as my ability becomes stronger and stronger, when I have more than a dozen phantom swords, I may be able to directly activate super powerful special moves. Really Phantom Sword? Thinking of the dazzling attacks in the Final Fantasy world, Rocky doesn't even need to do it. Execute the enemy directly from a distance. That kind of ability is really cool. Finish the grilled fish. Rocky has almost rested, and feels much better after eating. The feeling of hunger faded, and Rocky also felt that his condition was much better. He jumped up and turned into a phantom in an instant, flashing into the sky and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at Gon's retainer. 327 Rocky stood in the bedroom and looked at the photo of Jin placed on it. After looking at the photo, Rocky turned into a white light again and left directly from the window. Outdoors. Gon was sitting on a tree preparing to fish when suddenly a white light flashed in front of him, followed by countless crystals floating in the air to form Rocky's figure. Seeing Rocky suddenly appear, Gon was stunned. You are. I've seen you before, gang freaks. Gon looked at Rocky in surprise, his eyes sparkling with stars. How did you do this? Rocky smiled at this question. You'll know after becoming a hunter. I want to borrow something from you. What? Rocky raised his hand and pointed at the fishing rod in Gon's hand. Can you give me a piece of fishing line? This fishing rod was once used by Jin. Finding something used by Jin, only a part is enough, and it does not mean that Rocky needs to take the whole fishing rod away. Gon was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Rocky to make such a request. But a piece of fishing line is not a big deal. Okay. But I want to know, answer me a question. Go ahead. Rocky looked at Gon. Are you here to find Jin? Rocky nodded. Yes. BBR. One question, I've answered it, give me the fishing line. Chapter 68 An unexpected encounter with Jin's location. Although he still wanted to say something, Gon felt that he should keep his word. It seemed that he had only asked one question just now, and the other party did not need to answer the second question. He tore off a piece of fishing line from the fishing rod and handed it to Rocky. Gon looked at Rocky and said, Can I ask you another question? Hehe. Advertisement. Rocky smiled faintly and said, Okay. I can answer one question for you next time we meet. Gon was about to ask, is the other party going to leave next time they meet? But before he could ask, Rocky had disappeared, and countless broken crystals appeared in front of him. A white shadow rushed straight into the sky. It disappeared in an instant. Gon stretched out his hand, but he couldn't catch anything. He could only look at the direction of departure with a helpless look on his face. Mother-in-law heard Aunt Mito say that the man was Jin's child outside, and I don't know if it's true. If Rocky knew that Gon would make such a mistake, then Rocky would probably be quite speechless. How did he become the son of Jin? In the air, Rocky floated briefly, and at the same time, he grabbed the Flying King's bow with one hand and pulled the string with his right hand. A white light flashed and turned into an arrow. It kept flashing on the Flying King's bow. Guiding arrow go. Swoosh. The arrow flew out. The next second, a quick back shot directly through Rocky's body and flew quickly to the back. Although the guiding arrow disappeared in the blink of an eye. But Rocky could still feel the direction of the arrow. Instantly, 4 phantom swords appeared. Rocky's body turned into a phantom and flew in the direction of the guiding arrow. Soon, he caught up with the guiding arrow. A white light flashed quickly in the sky. Leaving Whale Island, less than 10 seconds later, Rocky looked back and saw that Whale Island had turned into a small black dot, and it was almost invisible. Following the guiding arrow. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, Rocky saw land. Rocky grabbed the guidance arrow that was still flying in the air and fell directly to the ground. During this process, the guidance arrow, which was supposed to be a collection of mind energy, turned into a crystal state under Rocky's use. It even seemed that the size could be controlled. This is a hidden ability. But what's the use of it? Easy to carry? Advertisement. Rocky frowned. Since it is in a crystal state, maybe it can be kept by your side. Rocky let go of the crystal and it broke and directly merged into Rocky's surroundings. Like other phantom swords, it began to rotate around Rocky. The direction pointed by the guidance arrow is always the same direction. It seems that even if it is integrated into his own phantom sword, its ability is still working. It guides Rocky in the direction. This is more convenient, and there is no need to worry about not catching up with the guidance arrow and losing the direction. Rocky bought a small backpack in the town and bought some things that might be used, such as food, drinks, and an engineer's shovel. Then put on a huge white cloak. Rocky's entire body, including his head, was wrapped tightly. After doing all this, he came to a deserted place outside the town, and Luo Zhou disappeared again. A faint white light appeared in the sky, which was hard to spot unless you looked carefully or were not in an. Passing over mountains, Rocky didn't know how far he had flown, but from the map he carried with him, he should have flown over several countries. The speed of the floating shadow was indeed fast. Suddenly, an airship appeared in front of him. Airships are a very common means of transportation in this world, so there is nothing strange about it. But Rocky saw the logo on the airship. BB. Hunter Association. The airship with the Hunter Association logo, is this airship from the Hunter Association? Rocky, while thinking, he quickly passed by the airship. And at the moment of passing by, Rocky saw a person looking out the window through the window of the airship. When the eyes met, Rocky was slightly stunned. Netero. The president of the Hunter Association. I didn't expect to have such an encounter, but Rocky didn't stop. Although he met the president of the Hunter Association, there was no reason for Rocky to stop. Continue flying. At this moment, Netero on the airship picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. A naughty smile. Ah. The young people nowadays are really amazing. Rocky, who was wearing a cloak, couldn't see his face and figure clearly, but from Rocky's energetic aura, he could roughly guess his age. 12, maybe younger. I really can't refuse to admit my age. Netero smiled. Although the feeling of mind is not as warm as the sun, it is cool in the cold. This means that at least he is not a child with evil intentions. This is just an accidental episode. Advertisement. On the other side. After flying for a full 40 minutes, Rocky finally stopped to rest. After resting for 30 minutes, when his mind energy was almost restored, he continued to move towards the direction of gold. This time, Rocky's flight time broke through 50 minutes. Visible progress. Every time the mind energy is exhausted, Rocky seems to be able to recover more energy when he recovers again. This is the abnormal ability of the top talent owner. After going back and forth 3 or 4 times, Rocky's continuous flying time should be about 3 hours in total. Basically, it can be said that he flew from the easternmost to the westernmost of a continent, across the entire continent. At this time, the guiding arrow finally changed direction. It means that it is not far from the location of gold. The guiding arrow in the crystal state began to crack when it came here. As Rocky approached a certain direction, the cracks became more and more. It seems that the guiding arrow will completely disappear after finding the target. This is also good. Rocky can determine which direction is the right one based on whether the guidance arrow is broken. After reaching the approximate range, the guidance arrow will no longer provide accurate location information. But with the reminder of the broken arrow, it is not difficult to find Jin's exact location. Rocky can even directly activate the circle to find it. But that would be too blatant. It would be bad if that guy noticed and ran away. Good thing. In a desolate mountain, there is basically no one here. Rocky looked at a big mountain in front of him. There is a cave right in front of him. There are traces of camps on both sides of the cave. Judging from the size of the camp, it should be a small camp for 1 or 2 people. Jin should have stayed here before. Enter the cave. Rocky felt something was wrong as soon as he came in. There is a stone statue at the entrance of the cave. Although the stone statue has been eroded by the years and is in tatters, you can still see its former outline. As he went deeper into the cave, the dark guidance arrow also broke into 3 pieces when Rocky came to a corner. Bang! The guidance arrow turned into countless crystal fragments and dissipated. This means that the gold has been found. Turning the corner. Candle light appears in front of Rocky. Unexpectedly, there is something else inside the cave. This is a huge space, a place similar to a temple that was artificially excavated. Chapter 69 Sudden Battle Extreme Control. Rocky was looking around, but he didn't see Jin at all. The guidance arrow had been broken, so Jin should be here. Although Rocky didn't think about how far the guidance arrow would take him when he was developing his ability. But the error shouldn't be too big. In other words, the target should be within his field of vision. Advertisement. Swoosh. A vortex suddenly appeared in the air. In the blind spot of Rocky's vision, a fist was rapidly hitting Rocky's head. Suddenly, Rocky's eyes shrank, and a strong sense of crisis came over him. At the same time, a strong wave of mental energy suddenly erupted. This is hidden. Not good. Snap. Suddenly the crystal exploded, turning into countless white fragments floating in the air. The powerful impact made Rocky fly horizontally more than 10 meters away and directly came to the center of the temple. The strong wind caused by Rocky's flying directly extinguished the only candle. Without the light source, the white light emitted by Rocky's weapon was even more dazzling. Hey! A figure appeared in the darkness under the light of Rocky's phantom sword. Rocky frowned. Looking at the 3 phantom swords rotating around him, the attack just now actually broke one of my phantom swords. But it was just broken, it seems that I can still use it. It just takes time to condense again, and the reunion time is about 1 minute. When this ability was developed, the phantom sword was set to be able to resist attacks. But Rocky didn't expect that someone could break one of his phantom swords with one strike. If he continued at this frequency, he would be attacked by the opponent at most 4 times. Then all the phantom swords would be broken. Rocky raised his hand and grabbed the Fulong King sword. The one that was broken just now was the Xianwang sword. In this case, the most ideal choice is the Xianwang sword. The narrow space is not conducive to the use of other weapons. But there is no other way. Rocky took out the Fulong King sword, and the remaining Yasha King sword and Fiwang Bao rotated around Luchi in a crystal state. The Black Shadow who saw this scene also had a slight light in his eyes. Manipulator. This ability is interesting. Suddenly Rocky split the Fulong King sword into 4, 2 in each hand, like short weapons. Weapons can also transform? While the Black Shadow was thinking, suddenly Rocky threw a weapon at him fiercely from a distance. The speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than a bullet. As the Black Shadow dodged, the chi on his body suddenly burst out, without any concealment at all. The dazzling light of the mind energy instantly illuminated the entire temple. Crack! The ground suddenly sank into a huge pit, and the strong wind instantly hit Rocky's face. Feeling the pressure of the wind, he didn't even have time to see the other party's figure clearly. Pa! Rocky's figure exploded instantly, turning into countless crystals and dissipating. The Black Shadow who was swinging his fist stopped in a hurry, and suddenly turned around to look at Rocky who suddenly appeared behind him. Hey! Swish! 2 Fulong Wang swords were thrown. One on the left and one on the right crossed to form 2 arcs, and they rotated rapidly in the air as if forming a sharp arc. The Black Shadow jumped up and the Fulong Wang sword swept past, instantly cutting off a pillar of the temple behind. The terrifying power made the Black Shadow slightly stunned. However, at the moment when the Fulong King sword cut off the pillar, Rocky appeared next to the pillar again. Advertisement. While rotating at high speed, he threw out 2 Fulong King swords at the same time, forming an arc-shaped attack route again. At the same time, 2 Fulong King swords attacked the Black Shadow from 2 different angles at the previous position. The 4 swords now attacked from 4 angles almost at the same time. By the way, the Black Shadow's route was completely blocked. There is no place to leverage in the air. Now it depends on where you hide. While Rocky was thinking, the Black Shadow threw 3 groups of mind bombs in the air in an exaggerated manner. Although the power of the mind bombs was not very good because they were used in a hurry, it changed the trajectory of the 3 Fulong King swords. He directly avoided the attack, and the remaining Fulong King sword cut the opponent's clothes against his chest and flew towards the ceiling of the temple. BHDG. However, at this moment, Rocky's figure instantly dissipated in the 10 moments of the color crystal explosion. 3 white shadows appeared almost at the same time, throwing the 3 Fulong Wang swords that had been changed in trajectory again. At the same time, Rocky also grabbed the Fulong Wang sword on the ceiling, and the mental energy gathered suddenly and turned into a straight light and shot towards the top of the Black Shadow's head. As soon as the Black Shadow landed and raised his head, he saw Rocky on the ceiling. Humph! The other party snorted coldly and seemed a little unhappy. Facing the attack, he did not choose to dodge but jumped straight towards Rocky. A violent kick directly stepped on the ground, and the powerful force pushed the Black Shadow, and it instantly passed through Rocky's 3 swords and punched the 4th Fulong Wang sword that attacked from the front. Mind energy gathered on the fist. The power of the mind that was condensed in an instant completely exceeded the energy that Rocky gathered on this Fulong Wang sword. The other party seemed to recognize this point, knowing that he had enough to fight and had no worries at all. Rocky's eyes shrank slightly. Fiery red eyes open. The hand grabbed the void and appeared directly on the 4th Fulong Wang sword, and the mental energy poured in crazily. Rocky appeared at the moment of collision with the Black Shadow's mind. Looking at the suddenly appeared Rocky, the Black Shadow's expression was only a moment of doubt, but immediately his eyes became firm. Advertisement. Both of them understood each other's thoughts. This attack was a competition of mind. Whoever has stronger mind will win. Of course, Rocky, who was holding a weapon, had a little more advantage. The moment the two minds collided, the entire temple suddenly shook, and the invisible shockwave caused cracks on the surrounding walls. Seeing the cracks, the Black Shadow's expression was a little distressed. The next second, the other 3 swords flew from all directions, gathered in Rocky's hands in an instant, and reformed a complete Fulong sword. And began to rotate at high speed, like a gear, the mind gathered in the center. The two minds continued to collide with each other, and sparks burst out. After seeing the other's face clearly, Rocky looked as if it was just as he expected. This guy is Jin. Jin was also stunned. Because the little ghost in front of him was the one described by Lei Jia. Break it for me. Rocky mobilized all his thoughts and injected them into the Fulong King sword, but at this moment Jin was sweating coldly, not because he felt he was going to lose, but because there was no need to do it. He thought Rocky was someone who came to steal the ruins, but now it was a misunderstanding. This kid is a member of the Kuruta tribe. Kid, stop. Misunderstanding. Hearing this, Rocky's eyes shrank slightly, and at this moment the attack had already been launched, and it was impossible to take it back. Crack. The Fulong King sword, which penetrated from top to bottom to the ground, maintained a high-speed rotation posture, and rose directly into the ground for nearly 100 meters in an instant before slowly stopping. Rocky, who was falling from the sky, looked at Jin, who was also in a state of lingering fear. Rocky smiled faintly. Fortunately, he changed his direction a little at the last moment. At the same time, Jin was really amazing and actually blocked it. Not only did he block it, but he also cleverly adjusted his posture slightly to change the direction of the burst of his mind energy, thus instantly deflecting his Fulong sword. This control of mind is indeed a bit abnormal. Chapter 70 The whereabouts of the tribe members. Jin's invitation. It was a close call. You almost killed me. I told you to stop but you didn't stop. Jin looked at Rocky in a speechless manner. Rocky raised his hand and the Fulong sword that was deep in the ground instantly flew out from the ground and came to Rocky and kept spinning. Don't. Stop, cease fire, stop fighting, we have no reason to continue fighting. Advertisement. Rocky was also very clear about this, put away the Fulong sword, and then looked at Jin to listen to what he had to say. Seeing Rocky stop, Jin was relieved and sat down without any image. You kid, you are the kid who broke into Greed Island before. You are also a member of the Kuruta tribe. Rocky nodded and said yes. That's amazing. How did you find me? Rocky didn't intend to answer this question. You can find me if you want to. Jin smiled. He thought he had concealed his whereabouts very well, and the kid in front of him could actually find him, so it seems that the method he used was not a conventional method. Ability. Great. You have been to Whale Island, right? Rocky was slightly stunned. Can this be guessed? I have been there. Sure enough, you shouldn't leave anything behind. Once you leave something behind, it should be easy for you guys with tracking ability to meet the tracking conditions. As expected of one of the top 5 Nen in the world, he knows Nen too well. Is it so easy to guess the conditions for using your ability? Yes, this is not a difficult thing. Anyone with a little experience can probably think of it, but Jin gave Rocky the feeling that he saw through it. But what I'm curious about is, what did you use to track me? Since the conversation has come to this, Rocky casually threw out a piece of fishing line. Catch the piece of fishing line thrown by Rocky. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You have also seen my son, right? How do you know? I guessed. This is the fishing line used by the fishing rod I used before. I left that thing on Whale Island. Now it should be used by my son. Yet. Jin nodded. Although he did not look surprised on the surface, he was actually quite shocked in his heart. It is precisely because he understands the ability and knows that the tracking ability usually needs to meet 4 to 5 conditions to accurately find the target to be tracked. Advertisement. And Rocky found him directly with a piece of fishing line. If this abnormal ability is used to track people, I am afraid that no one in this world can escape. Such abnormal ability. Worthy to join the group. Jin looked at Rocky and said, You are looking for me for your people. Yes, where are they? NGL Autonomous Country. Jin directly said the location, which made Rocky stunned. He thought Jin was going to beat around the bush with him. Wait, NGL? That's not, the Chimera Ants, what does Jin mean? No. The Chimera Ants haven't appeared yet. NGL is a place that has no connection with the outside world. Of course, the underground organization is actually connected with the outside world. But the connection between this country and the outside world is basically the minimum. From another perspective, it can prevent anyone from discovering the Kuruta people. The people in that country live a primitive farming life, which is just right for the Kuruta people. Even if someone finds the abnormality of the Kuruta people, because there is no communication equipment, the speed of news transmission is also very limited, and even wearing clothes will be regarded as a story. It seems to be a good place to hide the Kuruta people. Rocky's face changed rapidly, and then calmed down. From Rocky's expression, Jin also roughly knew that Rocky might have known about NGL, but he was worried and angry at first, and then agreed and relieved. What was this kid thinking? Why don't you think it's a good place? It's a good place. Rocky looked up, at least now. Hearing this, Jin frowned. What does it mean? What do you mean now? Will there be any problems after NGL? Thank you for taking care of my people. After saying that, Rocky seemed to be about to leave, which made Jin a little anxious. Rocky's tracking ability is so strong that he can't let it go like this, and his combat power is also very strong. As a manipulator, how can such a talent be let go like this? Boy. Wait. Rocky looked back at Jin, anything else? There's a place I want to go but I can't go for the time being, but if I can go there one day, I want to invite you to go with me. Want to go but can't? Dark Continent. 4 words emerged in Rocky's mind. Inviting me to join you, because you are impressed by my ability? Sure. If I am free then. Advertisement. By the way, your ability is not only for finding people. Jin looked at Rocky with some expectation. Please give me flowers, 0. Rocky nodded and said, I can find whatever I want, as long as I have enough information. Jin was stunned for a moment. What does information mean? Any information will do, as long as there is enough. Any information. These 4 words were too powerful for Jin. After hearing the previous words, I thought that Rocky would need to meet many conditions in the end, but after hearing the latter, Jin understood instantly. Perhaps Rocky needs many conditions to activate the tracking ability, but any condition will do. This means that the effects of difficult and simple conditions are the same, as long as the number is enough. Then this ability is indeed very abnormal. Are the development abilities of young people nowadays so terrifying? Jin shook his head. Oh. And Rocky said that if there was nothing else, he would leave first. At this moment, Jin suddenly said, wait, since you are here, are you interested in exploring this temple with me? Explore the temple. I am not interested in the ruins. Seeing this, Jin suddenly took out a dagger and cut a wound on his palm. If you are not interested in the ruins, then what about Nen? Suddenly, various light spots appeared on the walls around him. And these light spots seemed to be pulling some kind of power invisibly, allowing the wound on Jin's palm to heal slowly. Although the healing speed was not too fast, it was already visible to the naked eye. Rocky frowned and stared at Jin's wound carefully. Almost as soon as the surroundings changed, Rocky had already used condensation. Seeing Rocky's reaction speed was so fast, it was obvious that Nen's basic training was very solid. More satisfied. Now, are you still not interested in the ruins? Rocky looked up at Jin, and was now quite interested. The ruins seemed to be not as simple as the ancient buildings he understood. This world had thoughts, and the purpose of the ruins was likely to preserve the thoughts of the ancients. I have studied these murals for 3 months, and I still don't understand why this temple can automatically heal wounds. It's not just the wounds. My body only feels a little hungry after 15 days here. In other words, it seems that the normal daily consumption of the human body has been extended to nearly 2 months. As Jin spoke, his face had changed, and the joy of showing off his discovery to others appeared on his face. Chapter 71, Excavating the Ruins. New Hunter. How is it? Amazing, isn't it? Although Jin is an old man, his attitude towards Rocky is just like that of a child. Rocky nodded, it is indeed amazing. Speaking of this, Rocky turned his head to look at the mysterious pictures carved on the wall. These ancient murals are usually relatively abstract, and ordinary people can't see the reason at all, and can only roughly appreciate part of them. Advertisement. But in Rocky's eyes, it is completely different. At first glance, it seems that there is nothing, but when he looks again, Rocky can vaguely see the traces left after the airflow. These traces of residues are woven and intersected into a huge net. The formation of the net gradually forms a strange pattern, but this is only a part of it, and a large part has not been fully revealed. Rocky was fascinated, and Jin on the side did not disturb him, but looked at Rocky with interest. Sitting cross-legged on the ground and quietly waiting for Rocky, time passed quickly. Especially in this dark temple. The candle light had long been burned out. But even in a pitch-dark environment, it was the same for Rocky, because he didn't need light to see the murals, but could directly see the remaining tracks of the mind energy. These tracks kept appearing and disappearing quickly, with only a small part appearing each time. That's what Rocky saw. For a long time. Rocky came back to his senses and looked at Jin, who was making something in the corner, and asked, "How long have I been watching?" Jin turned around and looked at Rocky when he heard the voice, "About 3 days. It felt like just a moment, but 3 whole days had passed. Rocky felt a little incredible, as if he had completely forgotten the time. The feeling of being fully engaged is really good. Why didn't you call me? Jin's explanation is very simple, why should I call you? Maybe this place belongs to you. Wouldn't it be better if you can find secrets that I can't find? Wait until you figure out what you found. If it's convenient, I hope you can tell me. Rocky frowned, can't you see those remaining tracks? Sure enough. Jin's eyes lit up, you really saw something I couldn't see. You can't see. Ah. Although I can vaguely feel it, it's just a feeling. I can't see anything at all. I've been here for a long time, but I still have nothing to gain. Jin smiled and looked at Rocky, you are different. Since you can find more things as soon as you come here, it means that this place may have something to do with you. To be precise, Jin guessed that this place may be related to the Kuruta tribe. The reason why he found this place was because he became interested in the Kuruta tribe after contacting them. He looked up some information and found this place by accident. Advertisement. Now that Rocky has come and found more things, it means that this place may indeed have been built by the ancient Kuruta people. What are you doing? Jin glanced at the thing in his hand. Oh. This. I'm going to signal the people outside that the excavation of the ruins is about to begin. I have explored this place almost completely, and basically all the dangerous areas have been checked out. Now let people come in to do the excavation work, then there will basically be no danger, just avoid certain areas. Rocky only noticed at this time that there are several gates around, which were closed before, but now they are completely open. Jin has completely explored this ruins in 3 days, worthy of being a ruins hunter. Rocky lowered his head and thought for a few seconds, can I participate in the excavation of this ruins? Of course. Jin did not hesitate at all. Thank you. No need. Although you don't look like a relic hunter, you are very serious when hunting. Hunting? I'll ask you for another favor. Can you help me send a letter to NGL? I'll go find my people after the excavation work here is completed. Jin didn't agree to this request immediately, but thought about it and said, I think it's better to go back in person. It's better not to contact if it's not necessary. Doing so will easily increase the risk of the Kuruta tribe being exposed. Do you want to be exposed? Of course not. That's right. What Jin said makes sense. Okay. Then I'll go back after this is over. Rocky turned his head and continued to look at the things on the wall. Rocky is not interested in the excavation and development of the ruins, but he is quite interested in the things on the walls around the temple. Because this is likely to be a new divine character carving. It's just that the means of hiding are too powerful. And Jin, this guy, has mastered a lot of divine characters. The things left for Gon are using this kind of power. Being with Jin, Rocky also wants to learn from him the divine characters he has mastered. Rocky was also curious about the Greedy Island. Rocky was very sure that Greedy Island also used the power of the word God. Advertisement. He just didn't know how Jin and the others did it. If he could fully master the word God in this temple, then the 5th phantom sword might be in sight. However, this process was obviously continuous. But time was not a problem for Rocky at all. Next, Rocky continued to observe the murals and perfect the imprint of the word God in his mind. When he could not observe anything new, Rocky practiced Qi. In terms of the practice of mind Qi, Jin gave Rocky a lot of guidance. Time flew. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. After the follow-up large force of Jin's team arrived, the excavation work became faster. In almost a month, 80% of the ruins were excavated. Rocky also participated and found many interesting things. Mind. The mind left on ancient artifacts. These Qi always made Rocky feel a little strange. It is really amazing that a person's mind can be so strong that it can remain in something for hundreds or even thousands of years. The excavation of the 4th ruins is almost coming to an end. And Jin also saw Rocky coming out of the cave for the first time. Looking at Rocky coming out, Jin went up to Rocky and asked, is it done? Hearing this, Rocky looked at him calmly at first, and then the corners of his mouth slowly rose. It's done. Rocky raised his hand and a group of thoughts appeared on his empty palm, and Jin used concentration to watch. Is this a thought? The Kuruta tribe calls this a divine word. Hearing Rocky's words, Jin seemed to suddenly understand why only Rocky could find something different in this ruins. But Jin didn't look at this thought word for much, but raised his head and laughed. Maybe from today on, there will be another kind of hunter in the world. Rocky was stunned for a moment, what is this guy talking about? Rocky. I think you are very suitable to be a divine word hunter. Chapter 72, Results of 3 months at NGL. God word hunter. What kind of hunter is this? Is he looking for God words all over the world? That seems good. Rocky frowned, and seemed to be very interested in this thing. Looking at Rocky's expression, Jin also smiled and said, some hunters pursue power, wealth, and fame, but there are also many hunters who pursue things that ordinary people cannot understand. No matter what you want to hunt, you have the potential to become a top hunter. Advertisement. Jin said and patted Rocky's shoulder. Without saying anything more to Jin about hunter, Rocky spread his palms and said, don't look at it carefully. Have you memorized it? Jin was stunned for a moment. What should I memorize? This reading text. He shook his head and said, no. This is yours. Besides, I don't need to study the reading text anymore. I prefer the process of exploring the ruins and witnessing the glory of the ancient times. Unexpectedly, Jin was not interested in such a powerful divine word. He knew the role of the temple. In this case, giving up this divine word means you are leaving. Jin suddenly asked 17, Rocky nodded, ah. Since this thing has been figured out, there is no need to stay here. I want to go to NGL to see my people. Go. Jin nodded, but remember to practice and don't give up. Once you set foot on the road of Nen, there is no time to stop. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Rocky slowly bowed his head to Jin to express his gratitude. The other party's teaching to Rocky during this period has benefited Rocky a lot. Especially Jin taught Rocky's mind control is even more abnormal and even exaggerated. Conjurer, Enhancer, Transmuter, Emitter, Manipulator, 5 systems have been trained at a deeper level during this period under Jin's suggestion. Rocky's abilities have been greatly enhanced. Not to mention the amount of mind energy, the power of the ability has increased several times. This surprised Rocky. In Jin's words, although the strength of mind energy can affect the ability, it is not absolute. The cultivation of ability and the cultivation of mind energy are completely different. The combination of the two is not addition but multiplication. Therefore, a person's combat effectiveness cannot be completely determined by the amount of mind energy, and there are too many factors that determine it. Looking at the people around him, Rocky said to Jin, goodbye. Jin. Jin nodded. 5 phantom swords floated around Rocky, and some outlines could be vaguely seen. When the phantom sword appeared, Rocky turned into a stream of light. He flashed towards the sky and disappeared. Jin was stunned for a moment. Remember when I fought that kid before, he seemed to have only 4 weapons. Thinking of it, Jin smiled. It seems that Rocky has gained more than just reading the words in the temple during this period. He has also developed his abilities. But he didn't even feel when he developed it. Suddenly Jin thought of something and shouted madly at the sky. Boy, remember to take the hunter license exam. That thing can save you a lot of trouble. Advertisement. I don't know if Rocky can hear it. Jin could only shrug and continue to devote himself to the development of the ruins. At this moment, Rocky in the sky felt helpless when he heard Jin's words. Hunter license. I will take the exam, but I don't seem to be old enough now. It will take several more years before I can take the hunter exam. It's quite helpless to think about it. Isn't it enough to change the minimum age for the exam? Rocky in the air materialized the 5th phantom sword. Looking at the scepter in his hand. This is Rocky's 5th phantom sword, and also the most important gain during this period. The staff of the Holy King. This new weapon developed in combination with the divine characters in the temple is not mainly used for fighting. Although it also has a certain degree of combat ability, its main ability is to be used for treatment and can release the light of the Holy King. It can help others heal their injuries, and even when using this phantom sword to fight, no matter what kind of injuries they suffer, they can recover quickly. The divine characters in the temple are engraved on it. And combined with the pattern of the temple, the divine characters are engraved in that peculiar way, which seems to be able to exert a stronger effect. But unfortunately, this method does not seem to be able to be applied to other divine characters without thinking. However, in the future, maybe we can really find a way to study the engraving methods of other divine characters. But it will take a lot of time. Rocky put away the staff of the Holy King, and then took out the map and took a look. NGL. This distance will probably take 1 or 2 days to reach. After coming out of the temple, Rocky felt unprecedented fatigue and planned to find a city to rest first. Then go to NGL. The next day. At noon, Rocky finally arrived at the Republic of NGL. Naturally, Rocky, who came from the sky, was not discovered by anyone. The so-called national border was completely useless to Rocky. Advertisement. He did not ask Jin about the specific location of his own people. If Rocky could not even find people in NGL, a country as small as a palm, then Jin would be speechless. Rocky himself would feel embarrassed. This naturally did not stump Rocky, and he did not even need to use his abilities. He found the people of the Kuruta tribe in a plain area near the mountain with a small river. Although they were no longer wearing Kuruta clothes. But Rocky still knew these people. The number of people was the same as before. The small village of more than 20 people was not large in scale, but it happened that the surrounding flat land could be used for planting, which was enough to feed so many people. The sudden appearance of Rocky stunned all the Kuruta people. Rocky. It's really Rocky. He's not dead. Soon all the Kuruta people, whether they were busy or not, came running. They surrounded Rocky, and Rocky breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that these people were fine, the death of the chieftain was not in vain. Rocky, it's great that you're still alive. Rocky, I'm fine, it's great that you're all safe. Where's Pyro? Isn't Pyro with you? Rocky, Pyro is training in a place. He wants to become a warrior, so he won't come for the time being, but I'll tell him that I found everyone. Rocky, you're back. Should we leave here? Hey. Rocky was stunned for a moment and didn't understand why the tribesman thought so. Why do you ask like that? One of the tribesmen looked at Rocky. Before, the person who saved us advised us to give up everything of the Kuruta tribe and live as ordinary people, so we came here. Now that you are back, our Kuruta tribe has hope again, so we don't have to give up our Kuruta tribe. We can continue the Kuruta tribe by living like before. After hearing this, Rocky understood. These people probably think that they have to go back to the outside world, live an isolated life, and live according to the customs of the Kuruta tribe to continue the Kuruta tribe. Rocky looked at everyone and said, no need to change, just like now, the real continuation of the Kuruta tribe is people. It's us. As long as we are alive, the Kuruta tribe will still exist. Chapter 73 New Problems. Another group of tribesmen. After hearing Rocky's words, some of the Kuruta tribe members seemed a little confused, but the rest seemed to suddenly become clear. You can see the joy hidden in their eyes. For most of the Kuruta tribe members, the blood they carry is a burden to them. And not all the Kuruta tribe members will open the fiery red eyes when they are angry. After so many generations, the Kuruta tribe members with good bloodlines will have a higher probability of triggering the fiery red eyes, but some tribe members may only open the fiery red eyes once or twice due to anger in a few years. Advertisement. Most of the time they are just like ordinary people. So living an ordinary life is what they want. Rocky smiled and said, just like now, I hope everyone can live in peace and control their emotions. And learn the language of the outside world as much as possible. The language of the Kuruta tribe is different from that of the outside world. Among these tribesmen, only a few can barely speak a few words of the outside world. We are learning. We have been learning since we came here. Now most people have no problem with daily greetings. Rocky nodded. Then they entered the village of the Kuruta tribe. The village was a little small, but there were many such small villages for NGL. No one would care about such a sudden appearance of such a village. This also saved the Kuruta tribe from a lot of trouble. No words were spoken that night. After experiencing the life of the tribe for a day, Rocky found that he seemed to be out of tune with this place. Before, when the chief grandfather was here, Rocky didn't have this feeling, but now he has this feeling more and more. He is not suitable for this place. Besides, the tribe chooses a peaceful life, so for Rocky, as an staying here, he is bound to encounter trouble. Calculating the time, Rocky has been out of Greed Island for almost a year. The cooling time for modifying the bloodline is basically coming to an end, and now there is less than a month. Soon Rocky will be able to modify it again, and what Rocky is more curious about now is whether there will be anything new in the information bar this time. At the same time, Rocky was thinking about two things all night. The first thing is to go back to the original place of the Kuruta tribe and at least build a farm for the dead tribe members. The second thing is revenge. Now that the tribe members have been found and their safety is confirmed, Rocky will avenge the chief grandfather. All the Phantom Troop guys must be killed. Advertisement. Now think about it. What are the identities of the strange guys who appeared in that town at the beginning? Why did they intercept the Kuruta people? Phantom Troop is probably not the mastermind of the Kuruta tribe's genocide. Phantom Troop seems to have received some orders to come to the Kuruta tribe. This is what Rocky needs to do next, to investigate this matter clearly, and at the same time, no matter what the reason is, Phantom Troop must pay a price. Now Rocky is confident that facing Phantom Troop's people is not a problem. Especially after staying with Jin for 3 months, the rapid improvement makes Rocky very curious about what level of strength he has reached now. It's just right to use Phantom Troop as your whetstone. These guys are all top-notch Nen users. If you can kill them, then Rocky feels that he may be transformed. In the morning, Rocky quietly packed up his things and the short rest was over, just as Jin said. On the road of Nen, if you don't move forward, you will fall back. You can't stop for a moment. Yesterday, Rocky didn't practice basic Nen, and today he obviously felt that his condition had declined a lot. And today, the people of the Kuruta tribe seemed to know that Rocky would leave. They all came to talk to Rocky silently, lining up one by one. When the last Kuruta child finished speaking, everyone smiled and looked at Rocky silently. Without any extra words, Rocky quietly left. But when he was leaving, a tribe member suddenly looked at Rocky, as if he remembered something. Lord Rocky. Rocky turned around and said, "Don't worry, I'll come back to see you when I have time." The other party shook his head and said, "No. I want to say that your uncle, Lord Kazuki, he recovered from his injuries and left here a few months ago. He said that there are still people in the Kuruta tribe to find." There are still people. Rocky was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered. That's right. Before the Kuruta tribe was attacked, the chief grandfather asked Haiza to lead a group of Kuruta people to pass through the passage first and hide in the forest. If anything unexpected happened, they would leave immediately. And the boats that left the town afterwards were reserved by Haiza in advance. Haiza and the group of people didn't know where they went. Did he say where he was going to look for? The tribesmen looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't know, he didn't say it. I'm afraid it's not that he didn't say it, but that his uncle Kazuki himself didn't know where to look for it. It's just that as a warrior of the Kuruta tribe. Advertisement. He couldn't live an ordinary life like other people in peace. There were still some tribesmen who would not stop until they found him. Don't worry, I will find him. I will find another group of tribesmen too. The tribesmen led by Haiza numbered about 30 people. And the tribesmen he took away numbered more than 20 people. Adding up to 50 or 60 people, in other words, half of the Kuruta tribe members were saved from extermination. I don't know whether this result is good or bad. Rocky thought about turning into a white light and disappearing directly, watching the way Rocky disappeared. The Kuruta tribe members opened their mouths wide, with a look of surprise on their faces. The 3 or 4 little kids who were still about 10 years old were even more yearning. I also want to become a warrior like Rocky in the future. This is so cool. Find Kagetsu, go to the tribe, take revenge on Phantom Troop, and find Haiza and other tribesmen. 4 things. For a moment, Rocky didn't know which one to do. Finally, I thought about it and decided to go to the tribe first. Then look for my uncle Geiyu. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find something that Geiyu left behind in the tribe. It will be very helpful for finding Geiyu. After that, I will take revenge on Phantom Troop and look for Haizo's tribe members. Good Li Zhao, what Rocky didn't know was that when he wanted to find Geiyu, Geiyu was also looking for him. Sky Arena. Suki looked at the person in front of him. Are you sure this kid has signed up with you to become a player? I'm sure. Where is he now? He registered before and has left the Sky Arena. Where did he go? The receptionist shook his head. Sorry, we are just providing you with more information. I have money. This is not about money, sir. If you are a hunter, I can reveal it. Suki was stunned for a moment. Is it okay if you are a hunter? The other party was also a little confused about Suki's reaction. Of course, if you hold a hunter license, you can not only easily learn more information from various places, but also log in directly to the hunter-only website, which has any information. As long as you have money, you can buy it. Hunter, Suki lowered his head and pondered something. Chapter 74, The Brigade's Road to Revenge Through Words. After leaving NGL, Rocky did not use his ability to return to the former Kuruta tribe's homeland directly, but chose to take transportation to go back. This process was quite time-consuming. Rocky spent about 10 days on the road. During this time, Rocky adjusted his state silently and practiced his mind while traveling. Although it was just some basic contacts, it also made Rocky make a lot of progress. Advertisement. When he came to the nearest town outside the Kuruta tribe's homeland, there were obviously many people in the town, and these people should be people from this country. Rocky didn't know what these people were doing here. After so long, the Kuruta tribe's affairs had long been exposed. So Rocky was not surprised at all that there were people here. After all, the Kuruta tribe was a very famous tribe worldwide. And it was destroyed by an organization like Phantom Troop, so of course it attracted a lot of attention. Even now, this place only has the remains of the Kuruta tribe. The former clan land had been blocked, so Rocky could only quietly pass through the blockade and come to the clan land to check. Most of the things were burned, and Rocky could not find anything useful. And some of the things left after the burning seemed to have been moved away. Rocky went around and came to the location of the previously blown-up escape passage. To ordinary people, this place is just a collapsed cave, and there is nothing to study. The moment Rocky came here, his eyes instantly turned red. We are a bandit organization, to seize everything we want. We will not refuse anything, so don't take anything from us. Phantom Troop accepted the Crimson Eye, one of the 7 beauties in the world. The words formed by the mind energy that appeared on the wall caught Rocky's eyes. These words made Rocky's anger erupt wildly. Did Phantom Troop deliberately leave the words here to wait for him to come? Otherwise, why would he use words? If it was for ordinary people to see, then there shouldn't be any words left. Raising his hand, Rocky released his energy and directly wiped out the words on the wall. Very good. Phantom Troop, you seem very proud. But don't be too happy too soon, I will come to you soon to take some interest first. He must take back the eyes of the tribe. He can't let these eyes fall into the hands of others. After leaving the tribe, Rocky's expression has been a little wrong, and his mood has not been able to calm down. Rocky punched a giant tree in the forest, Bev, directly in half. The exploding sawdust powder floated in the air, and the giant tree slowly fell. Rocky's figure has disappeared, and the sky at this moment is flying towards the distance with a white light. Revenge begins. Finding Phantom Troop is not an easy task. After all, if the traces of Phantom Troop were so easy to find, Phantom Troop wouldn't be considered mysterious. The best way to find Phantom Troop is through the Hunter's Intelligence website, but Rocky is not a hunter now. It's good to find a hunter to help. It's easy to find a professional hunter as long as you spend money. And this hunter must be strong, ordinary hunters will definitely not work. Advertisement. Suddenly Rocky has a candidate. That's him. A year has passed, and that guy should have become stronger. I even have intelligence that he can't refuse. Rocky smiled and opened the system's information panel. Rocky looked at the time. There are still more than 10 days before the next modification will start. It's just right to find that guy and let him help me find some information about the brigade. Raise your hand. Rocky hovered in the air, and then a sword appeared in his hand. The Flying King Bow appeared, and Rocky frowned. I don't need any special intelligence for someone I have seen with my own eyes. At least when I met that guy, the Flying King Bow was also in the process of being developed, so it should be possible. Rocky thought. The guidance arrow shot out instantly. Then it circled in the air, and then returned to Rocky's front in a crystal state, and then merged into Rocky's surroundings to guide Rocky in the direction. After looking at the direction, Rocky immediately turned into a white flash and disappeared directly in the air. At this moment, someone who was in a small restaurant in a small town, eating and looking at the map, just brought the hamburger to his mouth. Then he immediately felt something was wrong. Because it seemed that something was locking on him, and this feeling made him a little fidgety. Time passed by minute, and a few seconds later. Suddenly, he felt a very weak fluctuation of mind energy, and then the man immediately rushed out of the restaurant like crazy. When he came to the street outside, everyone around him looked at him as if he was a monster. The speed at which this guy burst out just now was too terrifying. Snap! A faint sound of breaking sounded. White crystals floated around him. Seeing this, he was stunned. What is this? Advertisement. Long time no see. Kate. Suddenly hearing Rocky's voice, Kate turned around abruptly. Looking at Rocky, who was wrapped in a white cloak. It's you. Unexpectedly, it was Rocky, but Kate was a little curious. What did this guy come to her for? What do you want to do with me? Hearing this, Rocky nodded. Yes. I want to ask you for help with something. Help? Kate was a little curious. This kid seemed to have become stronger, and the aura on his body had reached a point that surprised him. What else does he need her help with? Thinking of this, Kate also became interested. Let's talk inside. Rocky glanced at the restaurant Kate pointed to, and nodded. Okay. After sitting down in the restaurant, Kate ordered some food for Rocky and waited for Rocky to speak. Have you heard of Phantom Troop? Kate's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard the name. Of course. A gang of thieves, all of them are Nin. I want you to help me investigate them. Investigate Phantom Troop. Rocky nodded. Yes, investigate Phantom Troop. I want to know where they are. You have a hunter license, right? Then it shouldn't be difficult for you to get this information. Kate squinted her eyes and looked at Rocky. It's true, but it's not easy to provoke those guys. Information exchange. I will exchange Jin's location information with you. It's easier to investigate Phantom Troop than to investigate Jin. Rocky smiled. Kate frowned when she heard this, and just thought for a moment before she agreed. Deal. Very good. How long will it take you? Kate thought for a while. Within half a month, I will tell you the approximate location of those guys, but it's not so easy to find them specifically. Okay. Half a month is just right for Rocky to make the next modification. Chapter 75, New revision begins after 1 year. I agreed with Kate to meet in a bigger city in 15 days. After all, it is not convenient to transmit information in a small town. Fortunately, this small town is not far from the nearest first-tier city. Kate left first to collect information. And Rocky planned to stay in the small town for a while to temper his mind. At the same time, he was waiting for the next modification permission. Advertisement. After waiting for more than 10 days. Finally, after a year, Rocky got the modification permission again. In a deserted place in the wild, Rocky sat on a big rock, naked with sweat dripping down his back. After stopping to rest, Rocky opened the information bar and looked at the countdown. It's about to end. 3. Equals. Modification permission obtained. Open the information bar again, this time Rocky is full of expectations. Host, Rocky. Race, human. Kuruta tribe. Nin talent, top. Nin ability, phantom shift, expandable, phantom sword, expandable, teleport mark, expandable, king's power, expandable, 6 gods power, expandable. Nin energy, 64000, rising. Non-system, manipulator, transmuter. Physical potential, top. Bloodline ability, perfect eternal eye, the most perfect of the 7 beauties in the world, brings all-round enhancement, and when activated, it will increase the power of all non-systems by 100% in all directions. Physical condition, good. Currently has obtained modification permission, can be modified. The new information column has indeed changed. There are more than just 1 or 2 items. Before, NN and talent had only one information column, but now it is different, separated. Advertisement. NN talent and NN ability have become 2 independent information columns. Does this mean that Rocky can now modify his own abilities? Looking at the words that can be expanded at the back, Luo frowned and clicked it through the command. Phantom Shift, Intermediate. Can instantly move to the location of the Phantom Sword, the farther it moves, the stronger the impact will be. Looking at the detailed introduction, this seems to be impossible to modify. The ability level of the Phantom Shift can be modified. Phantom Shift, Intermediate I. If it is modified to Advanced, will this ability become stronger directly? Rocky did not want to check other abilities. After all, they should be similar to this one, nothing more than the level of the ability, and then introduce the specific effects of the ability. Rocky developed his own ability, doesn't he know what effect it has? What Rocky is most interested in now should be the amount of mind energy. This new information column makes Rocky feel very surprised. Can even the amount of mind energy be modified? Although Jin said before that the amount of mind energy and ability are completely different. A large amount of mind energy does not mean that the ability is strong, it depends on the specific situation. The amount of energy that the ability can contain increases the power in a multiplicative way. But no matter what, the amount of energy is very important for a person with the ability. And Rocky's current energy of more than 60,000 is already a master. If I remember correctly, the energy of the members of the brigade is about 30,000 to 50,000. And now my energy is more than 60,000, which should be about the same level as Krollo. At this level, Rocky is now a first-class NAN user. However, whether the amount of NAN can be converted into combat power depends on actual combat experience, as well as the type of ability and whether the ability is strong. Originally, Rocky thought that if there was no new information bar, or no new useful information bar, then he would directly modify his status. Keep his status in an excellent state at all times. In this way, the combat power can be improved a lot. After all, not everyone can keep their body in the best condition when facing a battle. The fluctuation of status also affects the performance of strength. But now it seems that we have to think carefully about what to modify. Advertisement. NAN can be modified, and the amount of NAN can also be modified. If the former is modified, it should be able to directly enhance Rocky's combat power, and NAN will naturally enhance combat power. However, we also have to consider a problem. If the NAN is too strong and the amount of NAN is not enough, then it is obviously impossible to fight for a long time. Maybe it's a 3-second real man. One hit kills a member of the brigade, but what happens after the kill? If the opponent has other companions or is surrounded by others, it will be bad. In other words, although modifying NAN can stably guarantee the increase of Rocky's combat power, but it makes Rocky an assassin, who can kill with one strike and then flee immediately. This style is too risky to face Phantom Troop, because there are too many top-notch masters on the other side. So modifying NAN is risky, and it seems to be safer to modify the spirit energy. Although the direct increase in combat power may not be much, no matter how large the spirit energy is, there is no ability to match it. Asterisk. Then the means of fighting is like the Ant King, who can only attack with fists close to the body. Obviously Netero is far inferior to him in terms of spirit energy, but he is still suppressed by Netero and even embarrassed. Although he won in the end, it can only be said that he exhausted Netero to death. If it is Netero in peak state, his spirit energy is not to say that he crushes the king, even if it is still not as good as the king. I am afraid that who will win in the end is still a question mark. This is the change brought by ability. Rocky frowned and thought for a moment. Perhaps ability is important, but his ability seems to be not weak. It is enough to deal with the people in the troop. The only thing lacking is the amount of energy. So, let's modify the energy this time. Energy, 64,000. Should I try to add a 0 at the end? No. According to Rocky's previous experience, the time interval between modifications is more due to the difference between Rocky and the modified one. The greater the difference, the longer the interval required. Moreover, adding a 0 directly to deal with the people in the Phantom Troop seems unnecessary. What's more important is that the amount of energy has increased dramatically. It will take some time for me to adapt to controlling that amount of energy. It's like a person suddenly becomes extremely powerful and needs to control his strength more meticulously so as not to cause trouble to himself. Adding a 0 is a bit exaggerated, so why not add a 1? I have seen the ranking of energy in the Hunter world. Although it may not be accurate, it can still be used as a reference. Rocky remembers that Jin's energy seems to be around 200,000. As one of the top 5 Nen in the world, Jin only has 200,000 Nen, so there is no need to increase it too much. Add 1. Nen Qi, 164,000. 160,000 Nen Qi is enough. Rocky estimated that it would take several months to modify it. If it still takes 1 or 2 years, then it is not necessary. The modification takes too long. It is estimated that it will take 1 month to complete the modification. Do you want to modify it? Ah? Just 1 month? Rocky was stunned for a moment. If it is only 1 month, then it doesn't matter at all. Confirm the modification. The modification begins. The modification will be completed within the next month. During this period, the host should try not to use Nen to prevent problems with the modification. The host can only make the next modification after the modification is completed. Chapter 76 The 7 Great Beauties of the World reappear. What? It will take a month to complete the modification. You cannot modify it again during this period. Rocky stared at the prompt for a long time before he was somewhat certain. Is it possible that modifying the amount of mind energy will not cause the time for reacquiring the modification permission? Advertisement. If so, then Rocky will have to worry about another problem. Perhaps after a year, some new rules have appeared on the information panel. And he hasn't discovered it yet. But the current problem is not so bad. Just try not to use mind energy for a month. What if there is a modification error? Rocky was a little curious and raised his hand to release his energy. It was still very smooth, and then didn't seem to have any effect. But soon Rocky felt something was wrong, because his energy seemed to be growing, and the growth rate was quite amazing. 823 1 month. The amount of mind energy will increase from 60,000 to 160,000, which is a doubling. Don't let yourself use mind energy. It's probably because when you use mind energy, you will feel the amount of cold energy increasing. This feeling still affects Rocky's control of energy and the use of his abilities. If you use it in large quantities, there may indeed be problems. Rocky put away his spiritual energy. Advertisement. The feeling of the increase in spiritual energy seems to be a bit intoxicating. Rocky shook his head. Since the modification has been confirmed, the next step is to meet Kate. Originally, he should be able to practice here for 2 days, but now he should try not to use his spiritual energy, so Rocky needs to leave early. It will take about 1 or 2 days to take public transportation, and it will probably be the time agreed with Kate. Rocky packed up and prepared to leave. In 30 days, his spiritual energy will surge to the same level as Jin. He felt a little excited just thinking about it, and his strength would change dramatically by then. What if he continued to modify the increase of millions of spiritual energy? There should be no problem. Thinking of this, Rocky's mouth corners rose unconsciously. Breaking through the million-level spiritual energy, that would surpass the level of President Hunter. Even if he maintained this frequency, increasing the spiritual energy by 100,000 per month, he could break through the million mark in a year. Rocky was looking forward to it more and more. The next day, at the agreed location, in a room in a 5-star hotel, Rocky had contacted Kate through the contact number. Waiting for Kate to arrive. Soon the door was pushed open, and Rocky just walked out of the bathroom in pajamas. Kate glanced at Rocky, then put a stack of documents on the coffee table in the room. These are the information I collected about Phantom Troop these days. Advertisement. Rocky picked up the information and checked it. First, some basic information about the Phantom Troop members. Rocky knows some of this information without looking it up. Of course, presenting it this way can give you a more intuitive understanding of the information of each member of the brigade. Do you know the 7 beauties of the world? Kate suddenly said this, and Rocky looked up and frowned at him. Yes. You are lucky. I learned something. Next month, another country is going to transport water glass, one of the 7 beauties of the world. Kate also sat opposite Rocky. This thing was previously in the hands of an explorer who has become a wealthy man. Back then, the explorer spent 30 years to find water glass, one of the 7 beauties of the world, in a certain place. Here is the information about water glass. You can take a look. Rocky turned to the place Kate pointed. One of the 7 beauties of the world, water glass. A vine plant that grows on the shoulders of dormant volcanoes that are frozen all year round. Due to the large amount of absorption of certain sulfur compounds, anthocyanins are lost, and the whole plant is transparent and has a mineral-like luster. The value is amazing. It is said that 10 complete pieces of water glass can buy a small country. Rocky was stunned after seeing this introduction. Is this thing so expensive? One can buy a country? So, the brigade's target is this. Kate nodded. Yes, this explorer passed away last month. His children inherited most of the wealth, but this thing was donated to the country for free. Kate smiled and said, maybe he didn't want his children to be targeted every day. He left a will to donate this thing casually, and after a month of arrangement and layout, it will be officially transported next month. This thing is still in the fortress-level villa built by that guy. It's hard to take it out. The thing is hidden in a safe house hundreds of meters underground. Once someone breaks in, it will explode immediately and bury this thing directly underground. Kate took out a map. This is the transportation route map. I heard that Phantom Troop seems to want to snatch this thing, but this time it is the army and sent by the country asterisk, so. It's not a wise choice to want to go head on. The only chance is to have a chance to take action on the way to the airship airport. Rocky glanced at the terrain on the map. The road leading to the airport passed through a mountainous area. The place was shrouded in mist and clouds. Even a helicopter following would easily lose its way. At the same time, the steep mountains could easily cause it to get lost. In such a place, ordinary human armies would be useless. It was a suitable place for Nan to take action. Yet, it's indeed a good place. Raising his head, Rocky looked at Kate. How do you know they will do something with this thing? There is no definite news, but a quote suddenly appeared on the black market. 100 billion to buy 1 gram of water glass. Do you know what this means? Kate smiled. This means that if you own this thing, you may be able to buy 5 or 6 countries directly. And the intelligence I have collected from all the people in Phantom Troop, and the movement trajectories of their members, are all moving towards this country. Combining these things, it is speculated that the possibility that they want to steal this thing is greater than 70%. It is indeed impossible for a gathering without reason to have no reason. The time is now June 1996. Rocky vaguely remembers this time point. Phantom Troop will gather once in July, but it did not say what they will gather for. However, whenever the troop gathers, it will be 1,000 heavy. Then Kate's speculation in 1.3 should be accurate. Thinking of this, Rocky suddenly glanced at Kate, as expected of Mr. Jin's disciple. It must have taken a lot of effort to investigate so much information in such a short time. Kate waved her hand. Most of the information can be bought with money, and a small part of the information is owed to some people. These pieces of paper cost 3 billion. This price made Rocky slightly stunned. I'll give you this money. Hearing this, Kate directly refused. No. It's agreed in advance that you tell me Jin's location and I will help you investigate Phantom Troop. This is an exchange of information. Although it cost 3 billion, Mr. Jin's information is in my hands and there is no market for it. Rocky sighed. Take it. Just consider it as a thank you. I will send you Jin's location. If you don't find Jin in that place by then, come to me and I can find him, no matter where he is. Chapter 77, The Appearance of the Perverted Card Flying. Kate looked at the extra 3 billion in her account. Although in her mind, Jin's information was indeed priceless and could not be bought even with money. But the real value of Jin's information compared with the information of Phantom Troop was obviously much higher. Jin's information was a matter of opinion. It was of course important to those who needed it, but for ordinary people, knowing where Jin was useless. Kate glanced at Rocky. Advertisement. Okay. I'll take the money. I really need it. I've mortgaged my hunter license. Rocky stood up and was a little surprised. It seems that Kate really paid a lot of price to get the information about Jin from him. People like Kate or Jin don't care about money at all. It's not that they are rich, but even if there are opportunities or methods to make money, they won't go out of their way to make money. So Kate shouldn't have much money. But this is the power of Hunter. Even if there is not much money, it can find a way to raise such a large sum of money in a short time. Since you pay me, then even if I am hired by you this time, I will go with you to deal with Phantom Troop. This surprised Rocky. 17 Okay. Rocky didn't refuse this. The brigade is all first-class Nen masters. It is indeed risky for Rocky to go alone. It would be much safer if there was Kate. Kate now may not be as strong as she was a few years later. But it should be no problem to defeat or even hold off a member of a brigade. It is quite good to get the help of a first-class Nen or a quasi-first-class ability user for 3 billion. Then we will leave tomorrow, go and book 2 tickets. Rocky looked at Kate and gave her orders. There was no other way. Rocky was penniless now, so he gave all his money to Kate. He probably still had a few million in his hand, which was nothing in this world. Kate did not refuse. The two met at the airship airport the next day. It would take 3 days to take an airship to that country. The distance was still quite far. If he could use Nen at will, Rocky would only need half a day to get there. But it was not possible now. After spending a long time with Rocky, Kate found something strange. It seems that Rocky's chi can't be controlled at will, and from time to time, it will burst out with powerful mental fluctuations. This makes Kate very confused. Your chi seems to be poorly controlled. Kate asked on the airship, and Rocky smiled and said, Did you find it? Indeed, my chi has been growing wildly recently. Even if I do nothing, it will increase. Sometimes it is really hard to control. Sudden surge? There is such a thing? Ordinary Nen, that doesn't rely on the accumulation of mental chi to increase. Rocky's monster's mental chi can also increase automatically. And looking at Rocky, he is several times stronger than when we met a year ago. Advertisement. This speed of progress can be called abnormal, and in this case, the mental chi can also increase automatically. This kid is only 9 years old. He should be less than 10 years old. At this age, his strength seems to be stronger than himself. I have been with Jin for 3 months. He is half of my teacher. He taught me a lot of things. Maybe the sudden surge of chi is related to Jin's teachings. Now is the time to push the problem to Jin. However, after hearing that Rocky and Jin had been together for a while, Kate became interested. Asked about Jin. The two talked a lot about Jin, Hunter and other things on the airship. Finally, after 3 days, Rocky felt something was wrong when he came out of the airship airport. At the same time, Kate also signaled Rocky with her eyes. Someone is targeting us. Kate said calmly, looking ahead. And Rocky nodded, indeed, but do you know the exact location? I don't know, it seems that he is a master. Well. If my chi is not in this state, I should be able to find him. Kate was stunned when she heard this. The other party's breath is hidden very well. Can you feel the other party's position? No. Rocky turned around and the two walked along the road, laughing and saying, can't we just use a circle? Circle? What is the limit range of your circle? Rocky lowered his head and thought about it. After Jin's training before, the limit range seemed to be able to reach 100 meters. 100 meters. Now it should be more than that. If my mind is calm, I think it should be no problem to reach about 200 meters. Hearing this number, Kate was silent. As Jin's disciple, his strength is not weak. His level of various application skills of mind is just at the passing line. In other words, Kate's circle is only about 50 meters. Rocky, a kid who is younger than him, can easily run over 100 meters. This skill is as difficult to master as Nen, and the same is true for improvement. A demon like Mr. Jin. The two walked and walked, getting farther and farther away from the crowd. Heading towards a remote place. Only in this way can it be easier to find the guy who is following. Came to an old and dilapidated basketball court. Advertisement. Rocky stopped, and Kate also stopped. The two stood back to back and looked around. Rocky smiled, he is indeed a master. He has not revealed any flaws until now. Kate also nodded, but if he continues to stay here, the opponent's position will soon be exposed. Let's see if he chooses to leave. When Rocky and Kate reach this level, even if someone glances at them in the crowd, they will feel it. Not to mention in a place like this with few people. If you want to sense the opponent, you only need to look at him 267 times and you will notice it. Hwa wah wah. Suddenly, cards that were looked at suddenly flew out of the residential buildings around the basketball court. It fell towards the basketball court like snowflakes. When Rocky looked at these cards, his eyes shrank slightly. Cards. Could it be? Ding. Kate suddenly pulled out the knife at her waist and blocked the cards that were hidden in the cards. Blindfold, be careful. Ding. The white crystal on Rocky's side suddenly flashed, and a card hit Rocky's phantom sword and the attack was blocked. Looking at the attack that was easily blocked, Rocky sighed in his heart, not everyone's attack is as abnormal as Jin's, who can break my phantom sword with one strike. This level of thoughts, unless it is a concentrated attack, can't break my defense. Rocky felt quite satisfied with his phantom sword's defense ability this time. Allah la la. What an unexpected gain. I didn't expect that my luck was so good that I could meet such a powerful guy like you. A figure slowly walked out among the scattered cards. Rocky looked at the other party. Magician Hisoka. It was him, as expected, I guessed it when I saw the cards. But why did this guy target the two of them? He would leak some of his aura from time to time, probably because of this reason he was targeted. Chapter 78, The Crazy Clown with Explosive Mind. Who are you? Why are you targeting us? Kate took a step forward and asked Hisoka with a strong momentum. However, facing Kate's momentum, Hisoka was not affected at all, and his eyes moved back and forth between Rocky and Kate. According to Hisoka's judgment, this kid is very talented and is a green apple, and the silver-haired man in front of him is his real rival. A faint pressure can be felt from the other party, but not much. Advertisement. But even so, it does not affect the other party from being a valuable fighting opponent. When I see an interesting guy, I can't help it, want. Hisoka raised his head slightly, licked his upper lip lightly with his tongue, and his current expression was like a pervert. Seeing the other party like this, Kate had no fluctuations. And Rocky couldn't help but say in his heart, it's worthy of being a pervert. It's obvious that he wants to kill someone, but he looks so strong. And now Kate also roughly understands that the guy in front of him is a murderer. It is not impossible to target the two of them for no reason. You'd better leave now. If you must attack us, I think you will regret it. Hyoka became even more excited after Kate said this. Really? Then, I can't leave. Hyoka opened his hands, as if he used his arms as wings, and the cards flew out of his hands quickly. These cards did not have any lethality, and Hisoka's seemingly useless action was attracting attention. But unfortunately, Kate's eyes were filled with a faint spirit, and Kate had been using it from the beginning to now. It was very difficult to quietly throw the spirit on Kate under Kate's nose. And Hisoka also observed and noticed this. Good vigilance. Nin's battle, under normal circumstances, cannot actively expose their abilities. Nin that are not exposed have a stronger deterrent power. Even if the power is not very powerful, it can make the enemy very careful. Hisoka stretched out his hand and took out 2 cards. He gathered his mind and rushed towards Kate. Seeing this, Kate swung her sword and chopped at Hisoka. The first time they collided, they both chose the normal state and did not show their abilities. Using weapons to defend themselves means that it is highly likely that the person is not an enhancer. Hisoka was thinking, the cards collided with the blade, but the cards were not cut. Instead, they collided with Kate's weapon and made a dinging sound, which made Hisoka more certain. If it was an enhancer, conjurer, or transmuter, his cards would not be able to stop the opponent's blade from cutting. The cards and the blades have the same power. Of course they are different. The reason for this difference can only be something else, which means that the opponent's power in enhancer is not very good, so he can rely on the cards to block the opponent's attack. Emitter. Or manipulator. If it's an emitter, then he will definitely not choose to fight me in close combat. Even if an emitter is testing, he will prefer to release telekinesis to attack. After all, the power of the transmuter, the emitter can exert 80% of its power. The two of them fought briefly and separated. Hisoka suddenly raised his head and said, You must be a manipulator. Kate's eyes trembled wildly when she heard this guy. He judged my telekinesis after just one fight. Not good. Advertisement. You are a conjurer. Suddenly Rocky also spoke. Hearing this, Hisoka suddenly turned his attention to Rocky. How did this guy know that he was a conjurer? I obviously didn't reveal anything. Conjurer? It seems that there is some trouble. Kate frowned. Judging from Hisoka's micro-expression just now, Jianqi should be right. If it is a conjurer, it is best not to touch the other party's mind. God knows what the other party's mind will become. And since the mind system has been seen through, there is no need to hide. Raise your hand. I hope I will have better luck this time. Bang. White smoke appeared. Yo this time. I met a strong opponent, Kate. You are so long-winded, turn it quickly. There is a roulette in my mouth, numbers 1 to 9, I am. Crazy clown. Loyoyoyolo, 4. Looking at Kate's ability, although Rocky knew it a long time ago, he found it a little funny when he saw it for the first time. In such a serious situation during the battle, it is indeed a bit difficult to hold back when such a noisy clown appears. Hisoka also looked at Kate with a surprised face. After all, the ability of manipulator is probably like this, but being able to make the things that come out of manipulator speak. It means that the ability of this man in front of him is very special. As the number is selected, a gun appears. Of course, the shape of the gun is very exaggerated, similar to a pistol but with an extremely long tail. I didn't hit it again. Crazy clown, bullshit, I never miss it. Looking at the appearance of the pistol, Hisoka frowned. There are only 2 possibilities for weapons like pistols in the Battle of Nin. Either advertisement. Very rubbish. Or terribly strong. And Kate is most likely the latter. However, Hisoka was even more excited. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the ability, and the greater the satisfaction of killing the opponent. Bang. One shot. Hisoka dodged instantly, and at the same time he no longer hid, and the national order fell on the surrounding residential buildings. Retractable. Love. Swish. In an instant, Hisoka shuttled back and forth like Spider-Man, and his speed became extremely terrifying in an instant. However, with the threat of the pistol, Kate was able to effectively prevent Hisoka from getting close. Relying on Hisoka's ability, once he got close, as long as he touched Kate, the battle was basically over. After all, Kate was not an enhancer, and it was quite difficult to withstand the trouble brought by the retractable love. Moreover, Kate at this stage was not Kate 3 years later, and her strength was even greater than Hisoka. When the two fought, Rocky on the side was thinking about something. Yes. If Rocky remembers correctly, Hisoka joined the Phantom Troop this year, and now Hisoka appears here, is it 4? If that's the case, then there's no need to get entangled with Hisoka. It's better for Rocky to let Hisoka go to the troop for trouble, which is equivalent to having another helper. Thinking of this, Rocky glanced in the direction of the two. Hisoka's attacks were getting more and more intense, and Kate's defense was a bit difficult. 1. Lifting his cloak, Ming. At the same moment, the phantom sword Fulongwang sword appeared. It appeared directly above Rocky's head, and a large amount of energy instantly gathered on the rotating Fulongwang sword. The energy that suddenly burst out from Rocky's body directly caused the ground under his feet to suddenly crack, and the violent mind energy fluctuations spread rapidly. It swept the entire basketball court in just a moment. Hisoka and Kate stopped at the same time. Hisoka turned his head and looked in Rocky's direction in surprise. Such a huge amount of energy actually came from a little ghost. Chapter 79 The Real Monster of Fulong King Sword. How is it possible? Hisoka was shocked at the moment. He thought Kate was Rocky's teacher or something. Although Rocky was also an user. But a kid of this age was just an beginner at best, and his strength was definitely not that strong. Hisoka had no interest in dealing with such a beginner, but he had mastered Nen at this age, so he might become a good opponent in the future. Advertisement. Positioned Rocky as a green apple. But now, Rocky burst out with such a terrifying Nen, which completely broke Hisoka's cognition. Monster. Hisoka suddenly said. Hearing this evaluation, Rocky was a little speechless. Is this a monster? The current Rocky's Nen should be estimated to be around 80,000 at most. After all, the modification has only been carried out for a few days. The Nen is still increasing. If the modification is completed, then the 160,000 Nian Chi will be called a real monster at that time. Zzz. The Fulongwang sword, which was shining like a sun above Rocky's head, made a harsh sound due to its high-frequency rotation. Rocky looked at Hisoka. There was a strange look in his calm eyes. The next second. Shua. The Fulongwang sword above his head shot out instantly, leaving a trail of light red light in the air in an instant, and the target was directly at Hisoka. So fast. Hisoka sighed in his heart, while sticking one end of the Nian to the wall through the flexible love, and pulling his body to increase his movement speed to avoid the attack. Wind. The sound of wind blowing past Hisoka's ears made Hisoka feel his ears buzzing. At the same time, when the Fulongwang sword passed by. The moment it came behind Hisoka, he could clearly hear the sound of a machine transforming and disintegrating, and the Fulongwang sword instantly decomposed into 4 daggers. Under Rocky's control, it flew straight towards Sisu in 4 different directions. At this moment, not only Hisoka was shocked, but even Kate was stunned for a moment. Advertisement. Can you still change your form? Kate looked at the flashing red light, and the thoughts that had previously gathered on this weapon were now evenly divided into 4 parts, attached to the 4 daggers. The flying speed and power are unparalleled. Swish. 4 consecutive wind-breaking sounds sounded, and the first dagger cut off Hisoka's retreat, forcing Hisoka to temporarily change the direction of dodge. As a result, the flexible love was useless. It was difficult to dodge Rocky's attack by relying on one's own speed. The second and third daggers approached Hisoka at the same time. Although the timing and rhythm of the attack were well controlled, Hisoka suddenly used his mind to stick to himself and stretched himself, forcing his body to make an amazing evasive move in the air without any leverage. A genius in fighting. This was Rocky's evaluation of Hisoka. And Kate was also amazed by this move. If Hisoka hadn't thought of this method, he would have been injured if not dead in this second. The attacks of the 3 daggers were dodged, and the last dagger came from bottom to top. Hisoka took out a card and slashed at the last dagger fiercely. However, this time, the card was instantly cut in half, but the impact force brought by the card attached to the mind also changed the attack trajectory of the dagger. The dagger passed by his arm. Although the clothes were cut, it did not hurt Hisoka. Hisoka landed and looked at the clothes on his arm that had been neatly cut. His eyes kept shaking. How possible? Bang bang bang. The 4 daggers in the air gathered together again, forming the complete Fulongwang sword again, and began to rotate rapidly again. Falling straight down. Swish. Hisoka jumped back. Under his gaze, Rocky's Fulongwang sword sank into the ground instantly, and the concrete floor was cut open as if it were tofu. The powerful force also caused cracks. The Fulongwang sword instantly rushed into the ground 100 meters deep, and Hisoka felt even more incredible about the power. Advertisement. BHFH, what kind of thought? Can the power of the attack be so abnormal? This kid should be an emitter or transmuter. He can easily cut his own cards, so he should be more inclined to transmuter. Hisoka was thinking. Suddenly, he felt something cold on the back of his head pointing at him. Oops. Hisoka was stunned for a moment, too focused on Rocky, and forgot that there was another master here. 1 on 2. Sure enough, there was no chance of winning, especially since the opponent had a transmuter's high lift. Release and materialize. This combination can basically fight anyone from any system. Slowly raising his hand, Hisoka sighed helplessly, I surrender, I surrender. Kate smiled, you are very strong. In a one-on-one fight, it is still uncertain who will win. However, when Kate was talking, Rocky's eyes suddenly shrank slightly, and 4 flying knives broke out of the ground and aimed directly at Zisu. If you continue your little tricks, they will immediately penetrate your heart, brain, spine, and throat. Rocky's words made Hisoka sigh helplessly. Have you been discovered again? What a scary little ghost, you have such a good observation ability despite such a terrifying mind. Hisoka helplessly lifted the frivolous false phenomenon and flew out a card at the position of his hand. This card uses the retractable love to connect to the ground. Hisoka wants to use the card to attack Kate, kill Kate first and then find a way to deal with Rocky. But Rocky was able to discover his little tricks. Kate was slightly stunned. He didn't notice any small movements of Hisoka. If Rocky hadn't noticed him, he would have been in danger. They were all first-class nin users, and they knew that sometimes a single strike could be fatal. Kate. Suddenly Rocky's voice sounded, and Kate came back to his senses and looked in Rocky's direction. Let him go. Kate was stunned when she heard this, but she didn't say anything and put away her gun and stepped back. Hisoka looked at Rocky in confusion, what do you mean? Rocky smiled, nothing, didn't you say you surrendered? Or did you change your mind and don't want to admit it, don't continue. As he spoke, Rocky's aura burst out again, and the full release of thoughts made Rocky's momentum even more terrifying. In an instant, the strong and oppressive thoughts enveloped him. Feeling Rocky's aura, Hisoka was shocked. Just now, wasn't it in a state of full firepower? This kid. Where did this monster come from? 1 to 2. There is no chance of winning. Hisoka looked up at Rocky, then don't fight, are you going to kill me? I don't have such an intention. Oh, if you don't intend to kill me, then I'll leave. Please do as you please. Hisoka was a little confused. It was a bit strange that the other party didn't ask anything and just let him go. But Hisoka didn't intend to ask, what qualifications did the loser have to ask? But he stared at Rocky, and Kate. Next time, I must find a chance to deal with them one-on-one. Chapter 80, Countdown to the Brigade Gathering begins. Kate waited until Hisoka left before slowly asking, why don't you get rid of him? This kind of murderous maniac attacks people just because of his personal hobby. There will probably be many more people who will die in his hands in the future. Hearing this, Rocky smiled and said, you are right. That guy is indeed a perverted murderer, but the targets of his attacks are only those who are interested in him. People who can make such a guy interested are mostly nin masters. Ordinary people don't provoke him, and he won't fight with ordinary people. Rocky turned around and prepared to leave. In the final analysis, the world of nin still depends on who is stronger. Advertisement. If other nin are targeted but can't protect themselves, then Song can blame himself for his lack of strength. Although Rocky's statement makes some sense, Kate still disagrees. But it was Rocky who took action to get rid of the other party just now. If it wasn't Rocky who took action, there would be no way to deal with this guy, so if Rocky wanted to let him go, he had no reason to intervene. How to deal with the enemy is the right of the winner. Still disagree? Hearing this, Kate nodded, yes. Rocky sighed helplessly, the fight just now was the limit of what I could do. My chi has been a little bit out of control recently, and I can't control it for a long time. If I don't let him go and continue to fight, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Kate was stunned for a moment, Rocky's chi has been unstable recently, is your situation really okay? Don't worry. It will be over before that thing comes. Find a hotel to rest. According to your information, that thing will take some time to come, right? Kate followed Rocky and nodded, There are about 20 days left. That's about it. When Rocky's modification is almost completed, that thing will appear. Today, I took action against Hisoka, and the chi almost affected Rocky's ability due to the growth. For a moment, Rocky even felt that the chi in his body suddenly entangled together, which seemed to have caused a certain degree of damage to his body. I have to find a place to rest and use the power of the Holy King's staff to recover. I just don't know now. Have the Phantom Troop come to this city? At the other end of the city at this moment. Rocky and Kate are located in the east of the city, which is considered a wealthy area. But the Phantom Troop is located on the other side, which is equivalent to being in the slums. I don't know why, maybe it's the habit of spiders. They like to stay in dark, damp places where there is no sunlight, and the gathering place of the brigade this time is also the same. Located in an abandoned factory. Krollo sat on a pile of huge rusty steel pipes. The nearest thing below was Pike Nada. Advertisement. One by one, the brigade members in the factory found a place to stop and rest. Who else hasn't arrived? Krollo asked. Pak Nada answered immediately. Nobunaga, Phaeton, and Franklin are on their way, and they said they will arrive in 3 days. The others have already arrived. At this time, Yuvajin looked unhappy. Phaeton and Franklin are fine, those two guys always like to drag their feet, what's wrong with Nobunaga? When did that guy become like this? I will teach him a lesson when he comes. Shulnark smiled, Yuvajin has not arrived at the agreed time yet, they are not late. Who cares, they are the last to arrive anyway. At this moment, Krollo glanced at number 4 hiding in the corner. Face. This guy came quite early this time. In the past, he was either the last to arrive, or he came but did not come to the gathering place, but waited outside, and would not show up until the last minute. However, he came here so early this time to wait. Krollo always felt that this guy seemed to have other purposes. This time, it is quite rare for all members of the brigade to gather. This is the information of all members of the brigade. In the hotel, Rocky asked Kate to take a look at the brigade's information again. Krollo. Lucifer represents the number 0, followed by Nobunaga. Hashama represents the number 1, and so on. Phaeton.Potu, Maki.Kalmashini, Omen Shadow, Finks.Megakapu, Franklin.Bordeaux, Bryce, Joe, Pakunoda, Peeling Split Fu Ondanengeo, Yuvajin, Kyubi. A total of 13 people. The others are not interesting, Rocky is mainly interested in the 4 Omen Shadow and the 8 Bryce Joe, these two guys. The Omen Shadow was killed by Hisoka, of course, the movie version said that Hisoka did not really kill this guy, but was cleverly used by this guy to withdraw from the group. Advertisement. Please give flowers. As for the 8 Bryce Joe, he was killed by Killua's father, Silva. Zaldik. It seems that he also confronted Krollo. Rocky squinted his eyes and thought, I don't know when Killua's father Silva will take action against the 8 of the group. If this guy also encounters it, it will be very interesting. Although the reason was not explained in the previous anime, Rocky analyzed that there are probably 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that Krollo was not Silva's opponent at that time. According to Krollo's personality, if the loss is too great or the risk is too high, he will not take risks easily. Perhaps mobilizing all members of the brigade can kill Silva, but it is unknown how many people will die, and it is even possible that the brigade will be severely damaged. So Krollo chose to let Silva leave. The second possibility is that Krollo has no energy to care about Silva and is distracted by other things. And there is probably only one thing that can distract Krollo, the brigade's plan. If it is not for something precious, Krollo probably will not sit idly by and watch his members being killed. Then it is very likely that Silva. Zaldik will also appear this time, of course it is just a possibility. If Silva comes, then this time will be lively. Hisoka, Silva. With Kate and I, it's getting more and more exciting. Kate was a little confused when she saw Rocky's strange smile. Why did Rocky look like the perverted killer she met before? However, it's not just these people who came this time. How could Shui Liulai, one of the 7 beauties in the world, not be escorted by a powerful guy? You know, one of this thing can buy a small country. Of course, there are professional hunters escorting it. Not just military escorts. And there is more than one professional hunter responsible for escorting one of the 7 beauties in the world this time. In addition to bounty hunters, because Shui Liulai was transported this time, another type of hunter was attracted. Gem hunter. Biscuit. In return, Biscuit doesn't want money, but only hopes to take a look at this thing, and if possible, it would be best if he can touch it. Such a request is a bit speechless in the eyes of the employer. If he didn't know that this person is very strong, he probably wouldn't agree. Chapter 81 New Rules Rocky's Goal. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Kate said helplessly. With a deep shock on her face, in the luxurious room of a 5-star hotel. In the living room, Rocky sat cross-legged on the sofa, and the chi began to surge continuously, and the majestic chi filled the entire room. However, Rocky can now easily control the chi. Time flies. Advertisement. In this month, Kate and Rocky stayed together, watching Rocky's chi increase wildly every day. Until now. Finally stopped the growth momentum, but, now Rocky's chi has reached a point that Kate can't understand. This child is only 9 years old. Not even 10 years old, at this age, he can have such a terrifying chi area. Rocky will certainly become stronger in the future, so how strong will 983 be in the future? Will he surpass the legend of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association? Maybe it's really possible. Kate originally thought that her talent was already very good, but compared with Rocky, Kate felt that she probably belonged to the type of people without talent. At this moment, Rocky was feeling his own energy after the surge. The energy has reached 165,000, which is already the top of the pyramid for the entire Nen world. It's even more amazing than everyone in the brigade. But energy does not mean strength. Modification completed. The interval for the next modification of energy is 90 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Rocky was very satisfied with the effect after the modification, but the prompt that suddenly popped up made Rocky stunned for a moment. What does this mean? The modification of energy needs to be separated by 90 days? Sure enough, there is no cooling time, Loki sighed. But Rocky was stunned for a moment and looked at other information bars. Try to modify other information columns with your mind. When the modified I line came out, Rocky almost jumped up with excitement. So that's it, the interval time has changed now. It's not that after modifying it once, you need to wait until the next permission is obtained. Now each information column of the interval time is separated independently. Advertisement. This means that the time Rocky waits, he can only not modify the ability of a certain category, but can modify others. This undoubtedly saves a lot of time. At the same time, it also allows Rocky to make more detailed and thorough modifications according to his own situation. Great. If the amount of mind energy cannot be modified, then you can modify other things. Of course, Rocky has no time to think about which aspect to modify next. Only then can he make himself stronger. What he is going to study now is Phantom Troop. Opening his eyes, Rocky looked at Kate. Okay, my energy should be stable, and there will be no problem next time. Kate nodded mechanically after hearing this. Rocky's words made him speechless. Just because you say there is a problem, it is fine. This is not a joke. If something goes wrong during the battle, it will kill people. Seeing that Kate was still a little worried, Rocky smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't joke about myself. If I say there is no problem, it is no problem. Okay. Kate could only shrug helplessly. By the way, that thing, Shui Liulai, one of the 7 beauties in the world, should have been delivered. Hearing this, Kate motioned Rocky to look at the big screen in the hotel. This is the detailed map I made these days. This yellow dotted line is the route the transport team will take. These blue squares represent the escorting troops, and there are even professional hunters among them. Professional hunter Rocky was slightly stunned. Does the country have to hire professional hunters to transport things? Kate smiled proudly. Of course, hunters are indispensable. Such valuable things cannot be transported without any mistakes by the army alone. That's right. Hunters in this world are very special, and V5 is the real controller of the Hunter Association. Then do you know what kind of hunters are involved in the escort? I don't know. Hey? Even Phantom Troop can be investigated, but not the escort hunter? Kate sighed. I am a hunter. I investigate news through Hunter's dedicated website. If I investigate other professional hunters, I can't investigate. Unless I am a member of the 12 earthly branches, or the president. This is not incomprehensible. What about the underground network? Kate shook her head. The confidentiality level of professional hunters is still very high. Unless you spend an unimaginable amount of money, it is impossible to know, especially for this level of escort. I am afraid that the people who come are not ordinary professional hunters. So in summary, I know nothing about the professional hunters of the escort team. However, Rocky didn't want to have any ideas about this thing, so professional hunters are not at all. I don't know what Rocky's goal is. Anyway, I'm not trying to steal anything, I just want to deal with Phantom Troop. Advertisement. Tell me. What do you want to do to Phantom Troop, Rocky? Kate looked at Rocky. Let me tell you first. If you want to use the power of these people, or to say that it is absolutely impossible for the two of us to defeat Phantom Troop. Are you pouring cold water on yourself before you even start? Rocky smiled. I know, so my goal from the beginning was not to annihilate all these people, and I don't plan to rely on the power of others. Kate was a little curious. Then what do you want to do? Do you want to? Do I look like I care about money? Rocky looked at the map. I want to ask Phantom Troop for some interest first. At the same time, there is another goal. If possible, I want to see the faces of everyone in the troop with my own eyes. As long as he has seen them, Rocky can find these people through the power of the Flying King Bow. Of course, the probability of tracking only the people he has seen does not exceed 60%. Then add some other information, then there will be no 2.4 questions. As long as the probability exceeds 60%, it will not work once. Rocky has come 10 times, it is impossible that he will not succeed once. It is nothing more than running a little more. As long as this is done, no matter where the Phantom Troop goes in the future, Rocky can seek revenge on them. See their faces with your own eyes. Kate repeated Rocky's words, saying such a purpose that makes people clueless, so there is probably only one possibility. Rocky can use some ability to deal with them by seeing someone. If this is the case, then this goal is not impossible to achieve. The transport team will arrive in a day, and this is the best location. If we want to take action against the people of the brigade, then we'd better set off in advance. Kate said, pointing to a canyon on the map. This place is a must-go, and it is also the best place to take action. Chapter 82 Krollo's Uneasy Occupation Hunter. Then let's go. Rocky and Kate are ready to act. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, everyone in the Phantom Troop also looked at Krollo. Captain, everyone is finally here, shall we start? Advertisement. The only person who can be so impatient is Yuvijin. However, it is precisely because of the need for people like Yuvijin to mediate that the people in the troop will not appear to be without motivation. Krollo slowly closed the book, raised his head and looked at the people below calmly. Although there is no information to indicate what will go wrong with this matter, but he always has a feeling of uneasiness. Maki. Krollo suddenly called Maki's name. Maki stood up after a moment of stunnedness. What's wrong, Captain? Any instructions? Your intuition is always accurate. Do you think there will be any problems this time? Unexpectedly, Krollo would ask this question. Maki frowned helplessly. Captain, I am not omnipotent. If I can feel everything, then we don't have to wait here. Isn't it better to find the 7 beauties in other worlds directly by feeling 17? Krollo also smiled when he heard it. Yes. How could I suddenly be so stupid as to ask such a question, but the feeling of uneasiness was indeed a bit strange, as if there was and not there. I don't know why. Captain, are you scared? The only one who asked this question was the young man Yuvijin, and Nobunaga smiled beside him. Yuvijin really dares to say anything. Krollo stood up and jumped down from above and came to Yuvijin. We are facing the army this time. So what? Yuvijin looked indifferent, but his smile became even stronger when he heard this. The intelligence said that there are 2 battalions of soldiers cooperating in the escort. Krollo turned his head and looked at the others. Although there are no weapons of mass destruction, rockets, heavy machine guns and so on should still be equipped. There are armed helicopters escorting in the sky and armored vehicles on the ground. Advertisement. Although there are only 2 battalions of troops, they are also regular troops. Bang. Yuvijin punched the steel beside him and instantly made a fist mark. This is interesting. Leave the 2 battalions to me. Ha ha ha. It is still impossible for Yuvijin to deal with 2 battalions with his strength. After all, they are regular human armies. However, if they are in special terrain, it is not impossible. But for safety reasons, Nobunaga, you and Yuvijin should be together. As members of the Death Squad, you need to attract the attention of the army. Nobunaga has no objection to such an arrangement. Okay. Leave it to me. I'll clean up this guy's a. Yuvijin frowned. Hey, you, what do you mean by that? The 2 began to bicker, but Krollo continued. The rest is the target of this mission, Shui Liulai, one of the 7 beauties in the world. This thing has been hidden underground before, and it is impossible to steal it. And this is probably the only chance. Once it is transported to the target location, it will be immediately protected by layers of protection. I'm afraid no one will ever see this thing again by then. Krollo squatted down and drew a line on the ground. This is the route for transport. Yuvijin and Nobunaga are responsible for attracting the army's attention. The rest of the people are not idle. Franklin, you are responsible for assisting Yuvijin and others to suppress the other party. Others should also give them some help as much as possible without affecting their own tasks. Phaeton looked at the route. Not only are there troops. Of course. Krollo nodded. There are also professional hunters. Sure enough. Finks said with his hands folded. How many? Paknita took out a piece of paper with intelligence on it. There are also 7 professional hunters responsible for escorting, including 2 enhancers, 1 conjurer, 1 transmuter, 1 emitter, and 1 manipulator. It is not clear what system the remaining 10 guys are in. The specific names and identities cannot be found. The only thing we know is that they are 7 professional hunters specially hired by the consultant to form a complete team. At this point, the dark colors of the others are not very good. A complete team means that the opponent basically has all kinds of abilities included. Attack, assistance, remote control, remote strike, treatment, and even mind removal are possible. The last mysterious guy, who doesn't even know what system the non-user is from, is probably a professional mind remover. In the battle, he finally achieved the conditions for his ability and used it directly, but it would be very bad if he encountered a mind remover. Advertisement. Captain, if the opponent is a complete team, then be careful of the opponent's manipulator ability user. Maki said. The others also nodded. Are you worried that the opponent has the same ability as Joe, and can directly put Shui Liulai into Nan and take it away directly? Yes, if that happens, it will be very bad for us. Maki looked at Krollo, and Krollo stood up. This is also what I am worried about, so this time I will take action. I will also join. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. In the past, although Krollo sometimes took action together, he basically did not take action. This time, Krollo meant that he would do it himself. 7 professional hunters, except for Yuvajin, Nobunaga, and Franklin who might be responsible for assisting them, we still have 10 people. We have the advantage in numbers. I will be responsible for the manipulator, and the others will try to delay these professional hunters. Don't be too risky if you don't know the other party's ability, just delay them, and the rest of you will go to grab Shui Liulai. I will make arrangements for the specific situation when the time comes. With insufficient intelligence, there are naturally not many arrangements that can be made. Start the action at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and they will probably arrive at 10 o'clock. Don't act in advance. Franklin said. Krollo smiled and said, just in case, if the other party changes the route temporarily. It's better not to act rashly if you are flexible. If the other party's route does not change at all, it also shows another problem, that the other party is very confident. Confidence means strength. The army is not worried, even if it cannot be completely destroyed, it will be no problem to delay it with Yuvajin and Nobunaga. The problem lies with the 7 professional hunters. The figure hiding in the corner listened to the plan, came to the corner, took out his mobile phone and sent a message from an angle that no one could see. In a relatively simple restaurant outside the city. The man with silver hair and extremely strong body glanced at the information on his mobile phone. The target is ready to be released. I always feel that this mission is not worthwhile. The other party turned off his mobile phone, picked up a backpack, opened the door and walked out. At this moment, Rocky and Kate, who had already arrived in the wild, were also making adjustments. And Rocky also clicked on the information panel. Modification completed. Physical condition, excellent. Everything is ready, it depends on tomorrow. Chapter 83 The spider launches a terrifying attack. Time's up. Krollo stood up and said, let's go. All the spiders were instantly alert. This time, the target was very strong. Unlike the previous enemies, everyone tried their best to ensure that they were in the most perfect state after a day of adjustment. Otherwise, when it comes to a life and death battle, a slight impact will be enough to change the outcome. Advertisement. Thoughts are strange. Not all situations can fully exert all their strength. State is also very important. If the state is not good or the mood or other factors are affected, I am afraid that even 1/10 or 1/12 of their strength cannot be exerted. But if you hold a certain determination and strengthen your beliefs, you can even burst out several times the power. This is thought. In the suburbs, between the mountains. A convoy, led by a black armored vehicle, followed by 7 riot-proof armored vehicles. They are not war armored vehicles, but are equipped with heavy machine guns. This is enough to deal with most situations. After all, it is not a real war, and there is no need to use war armor so crazy. Behind the armored vehicle was a thickened armored off-road vehicle, in which sat soldiers. 5 or 6 armored off-road vehicles followed by large armored trucks. The convoy drove steadily forward, and there were 7 armed helicopters hovering in the sky. We are about to enter the mountainous area. The terrain here is very narrow. Please pass as soon as possible. A guy wearing glasses on the plane who looked like a teacher looked at the mountainous area below with a worried look. This place is perfect for a raid. The soldier next to him laughed when he heard this. Raid? Are you kidding? Do you think we're just for a show? There are 2 battalions of soldiers here. Unless a country wants to go to war, no one can take away things under so many gunpoints. The soldier was stunned for a moment. By the way, who are you? You look like a teacher or a lawyer. Why are you in the convoy? The other party smiled when he heard this. I am a professional hunter. Professional hunter? The soldier glanced at the other party. He thought that this weak-looking man could be a hunter. It seemed that if he had the chance, he would also take a hunter license and become a hunter doesn't seem difficult. The man with glasses adjusted his glasses and then took out his mobile phone to make a call. Teacher, we have arrived at the place you mentioned. It is indeed very suitable for a surprise attack. Whether there will be any problems with this mission depends on the next section of the road. Once this is passed smoothly, the next step is to go to the airship airport in the city and take an airship to the national capital. It is basically impossible to rob things in the air. A large number of armed personnel have been deployed in the national capital, and the threat has basically been eliminated. Advertisement. Now there is only this last section of the road left. If you pass through here, you can reach the city. In the city, there are a large number of police forces to support, and the danger is much less. I know, you observe carefully and pay attention to your own safety. After hanging up the phone, the man with glasses sighed helplessly. Relax. It's okay, Mr. Hunter. The soldier patted his shoulder. Dang dang dang. A series of bullet shooting sounds rang out, the helicopter's glass exploded directly, and the pilot was shot. Instantly dead, the helicopter lost control and crashed into the mountain. At this time, the man with glasses stabilized his body and was ready to jump out of the helicopter at any time, but at this moment he saw a figure through the glass in front of him. Jumping down from the mountain. The height is estimated to be nearly 100 meters. A dazzling ball of mind light burst out. This moment is as dazzling as a meteorite falling. Super Destruction Fist. Boom. Yuvajin, who fell from the sky, smashed hard at an armored vehicle below. Just one punch. While instantly deforming the armored vehicle, the terrifying mind wave tore the armor apart, and the air wave spread on the road from the wolf's bombardment. Instantly, countless rocks and soil were instantly turned into nothingness. The diffused halo directly covered the entire 50-meter range around. Originally, a wide road, a pit with a depth of more than 20 meters appeared directly across the sky. Armored vehicles, trucks, etc. were all blown away by the mind wave. For a while, dust and smoke rolled. The plane that hit the top of the mountain exploded directly and also emitted thick smoke, but the man with glasses jumped out before the plane hit. After falling, he held his glasses and looked at the scene in front of him in horror. This kind of power. What kind of ability user can burst out such a powerful attack? Even if it is an enhancer, it's too much. As an the man with glasses knew very well that this kind of power required a terrifying force to cause it. Advertisement. Monster. The guy who launched this kind of attack is definitely a monster. Looking up, the sound of machine gun fire is still ringing. Of the 7 helicopters, only 2 have avoided the fire. The remaining helicopters are out of control and falling downwards. Buzz buzz buzz. The ground is shaking slightly. The man with glasses has not recovered from the situation of the plane being shot down. Looking back, huge rocks are rolling down from the mountain. In just less than 10 seconds, the convoy is completely stunned. Even if they want to fight back, they don't know where to fight back. The enemy didn't see it at all. After dodging the huge rock, the man with glasses' phone rang again. It was his teacher calling. Hey! Are you not dead? No, but the situation is not good, teacher. The number of enemies may be a bit too many. A lot. Just 2 people. 2 people? The man with glasses was stunned for a moment. What a joke. 2 people can instantly beat the entire convoy into this in 1 second. The voice from the other end of the phone continued to ring. They are all first-class nin, one is an enhancer, and the other should be a transmuter. The enhancer guy is needless to say, his terrifying fist is very destructive, and the other, Nose Zhao, transmuter guy is equally terrible. Just relying on the telekinesis bullet, they can break the defensive armor of the armed helicopter. Both of them are experts. Telekinesis bullet. If the teacher hadn't said so, the glasses man would have thought it was a real heavy machine gun. If it was a transmuter then, the ability would be too abnormal. To cultivate the power of their telekinesis bullets to this extent, are they all monsters? Wing. The situation will probably be even worse next time. These rolling stones create many obstacles. The army cannot play a role in such a narrow place. The opponent is an and there should be more than 2 people. Be careful not to die. Wing. Is that Wing? At this time, in the opposite mountain forest, Rocky witnessed everything that happened in the past 10 seconds, and also noticed Wing. Is there anyone you know? Kate asked. Rocky smiled and said, I guess so. Chapter 84, The Battle of Topnan. I didn't expect to meet Wing, who would teach Gon and Kiluanan in the future. However, Wing's strength is not that strong. Even 3 years later, Wing is not a first-class nin. Not to mention now. Wing is at most stronger than a beginner and can be considered as a skilled nin user. Shall we start? Kate asked. Rocky shook his head, it's not the right time yet. Advertisement. The battle had just begun, and the Phantom Troop had only sent out 2 people. Just 2 people took action and they knocked these people to the ground. This is the power of nin. Of course, if the soldiers of these 2 battalions were fully equipped and could be spread out on the ground, then the nin would be in trouble. Maybe they could block bullets, but could they block rockets? It was difficult to close the distance under firepower coverage, let alone cause damage to the army. However, in this kind of terrain where the army cannot be deployed, the vision is poor, and even shooting is difficult, the ability users can be slaughtered at will. This is like street fighting. Even more terrifying than that. Someone has taken action. Kate suddenly spoke, and the remaining 2 combat helicopters in the sky were directly taken care of by Franklin. The double-handed machine guns fired crazily, but his shooting was a surprise attack at the beginning, so the first thing was naturally to defend. But now his position was exposed. Suddenly, groups of baseball-sized bullets in the air bombarded Franklin's position crazily. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and Franklin's attack was suppressed. What a strong power, the person who shot should also be transmuter, and his ability is not worse than the opponent's. Although the power is good, the speed is not as good as Franklin's double-handed machine gun. The next second, Franklin rushed out of the smoke, and one hand fired crazily in the direction of the attack just now. On the other side, the other hand in the air was still crazily firing at the armed helicopter in the air, although it did not directly scrap the helicopter. But it seems that the engine was penetrated, and the power of the helicopter is decreasing. This is a first-rate non-user. Although Franklin was suppressed for a short moment, he quickly locked onto the opponent's position and destroyed the target while striking. Judging from the collision of telekinetic bullets, Franklin is obviously better. Although he needs 5 or 6 telekinetic bullets to block one telekinetic bullet of the opponent. But Franklin's attack frequency is ridiculously high. It seems that the hired professional hunter still can't completely suppress him. Kate sighed. Such a powerful non-user has become a thief. Don't worry. There are still people. Advertisement. Rocky smiled. When Franklin and the opponent were fighting, Fujimaru had clearly seen a group of ghost-like ghosts approaching Franklin quickly. Emitter's ability? Or is it the other ability of the transmuter ability user who just attacked? While Franklin was suppressing the opponent's hand with both hands, 2 green lights jumped out of the forest on both sides and attacked Franklin directly. Franklin dodged the attack and looked at the 2 things passing by. It looked like jelly or something else. Marshmallow or something like that. Pile PLT. Suddenly, this thing hit the tree, making a sound of decay. No. This thing is very corrosive. Emitter's ability user. However, Emitter's people are not only on the other side, Shulnark is also controlling those soldiers, making them kill each other. Maki, Phaeton and others have already rushed into the crowd. Boom. With a loud bang, Finks used a back-to-the-sky move to smash a dent in the armored vehicle. 2 punches. The door was deformed, and he grabbed the iron door and pulled it off. However, before Finks could check, a fist came out. In a hurry, Finks could only use all his thoughts to resist, and the next second he was blown away like a cannonball. Such power made Shulnark and Phaeton, who were interfering with the army, turn their heads suddenly. What a powerful fist, is it an enhancer? Phaeton snorted coldly and rushed towards the car. This car had the thickest armor in the entire convoy, and the person inside was definitely an important person, not Shui Liulai. Naturally, it was necessary to list it as a priority target. But when Phaeton rushed over, a huge black shadow covered him directly. Look up. Phaeton's eyes suddenly shrank. A huge fist hit him in the face. Bang. Phaeton spun wildly in the air, flying backwards for 5 or 6 meters before stopping with a drop of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Pa. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Phaeton's face was extremely bad. Advertisement. Good reaction, concentrate all your thoughts to block the attack in an instant, otherwise you would have fallen down with this blow. The voice was very deep, but it was the voice of a woman. Rocky's mouth twitched slightly. Is this Biscuit? No wonder Wing is here, but why is this Bobby Kong in such a place? She is not a bounty hunter, right? Can money make her take action? I'm afraid not. Hunters have very strange tempers, and few guys will really do things for money. Basically, they are based on personal preferences. But now it's even more interesting. Rocky looked at Biscuit, who appeared on the battlefield. With such a conspicuous bag in front of him, it seems that he can take action. Even if the people in the brigade noticed him, they might not have time to take care of him. Thinking of this, just when Rocky was about to take action. Suddenly, the helicopter hovered at a height of 10 meters, and suddenly several shadows jumped on it. Biscuit also jumped on the helicopter, and Wing was also taken away. Is this, running away? This is not running away, but retreating with Shui Liulai first, but in the air, wouldn't that be? Da-da-da, come down. Franklin fired frantically, but the next second a guy who looked a little thin appeared on the right, grabbed the plane with one hand, and instantly injected his mind into the helicopter. The mind covered the helicopter and blocked the attack of the mind bullet. Looking at the sparks bursting out. Kate's eyes were straight. You are lying. You blocked the attack with Joe. Hearing this, Rocky frowned. It's not Joe, but ability. This person's ability should be the ability to inject mind into objects to enhance objects. Enhancer. Enhancer? Hearing this, Kate felt that there was some truth. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous. Joe alone blocked this level of telekinesis. How foul is that guy's aura? Look. Some of the brigade members are chasing after them. Kate pointed to the ground. Looking in the direction of Kate's finger, Krollo took a few brigade members away, and 7 brigade members followed Krollo to chase the helicopter. The remaining brigade members stayed where they were. Because 2 professional hunters did not get on the plane. One transmuter was still entangled with Franklin, and the other was an emitter. Chapter 85, The Flashing Phantom of the Mantis Catching the Cicada. Transmuter's professional hunter is fighting with Franklin. At the beginning, they were evenly matched, but now they are being suppressed by Franklin. Krollo took away some members of the brigade, including Paknata, Phaeton, Finks, Shadow, Joe, Number 8, Peeler Lev, Maki and others. Now there are only Shulnark, Kyubi, Uvajin, Nobunaga, and Franklin on the battlefield. Uvajin and Nobunaga are fighting the soldiers. Shulnark is assisting, Kyubi is not far from Franklin, and when Emitter's professional hunter also took action, Kyubi appeared and helped Franklin temporarily entangle the opponent. Advertisement. According to this situation, it won't take long for any one of Shulnark, Nobunaga, and Uvajin to take a break to support. Then the situation of these two professional hunters becomes difficult. And they seem to know that they can't let the enemies gather together, and are trying to solve the opponents in front of them. But it is obviously difficult to do this. Although Kyubi is not a pure combatant, there is no problem with simple delay. It is evenly matched with the opponent. And when Franklin is free, these two guys will be in trouble. The phantom swords around Rocky have slowly emerged. Looking at the rotating phantom swords, Kate asked, "Are you going to do it?" "Ah." Rocky nodded. "Who are you going to do first?" Kate looked at Shulnark, Uvajin, and Nobunaga. In his opinion, with Franklin and Kyubi being held back, it is better to deal with the people here first. Moreover, the distance between the three is far, and it takes some time to support each other. If you attack by surprise, there may be a chance to kill with one blow. Rocky also looked in the direction of Kate. "My idea should be the same as yours." Kate smiled, "But I don't have any ability that is particularly suitable for sneak attacks." Looking at Kate's appearance, Rocky smiled, "I have it. I will cover you. If you don't kill him with one shot, you still need some time. If his teammates come to support, I will be responsible for intercepting him." "Okay." Rocky nodded in agreement. In an instant, Rocky disappeared, and Kate looked at the disappearing Rocky, and didn't care and flew straight down. The first target. Naturally, it was the weakest and easiest to deal with among the three. Shulnark. Rocky's eyes were fixed on Shulnark. At this moment, Shulnark was controlling the soldiers and exchanging fire with the other side. He was hiding in the distance and posed no threat at all. Rocky raised the Fulong King sword, split it into four, and quickly flew towards Shulnark. During this process, Rocky used invisibility. The flying Fulong King sword could not be seen at all. Unless condensation was used. Kate was basically in place at this moment. Rocky suddenly controlled two of the daggers, and instantly appeared more than 10 meters in front of Shulnark, stabbing towards Shulnark at a very fast speed. Shulnark also noticed the sudden appearance. "Are there any professional hunters?" This is the emitter's ability user. Although the flying dagger was very fast, Shulnark was still able to dodge it. "Uvajin, Nobunaga, be careful, there is another professional hunter." As Shulnark was speaking, a white light suddenly flashed behind him. When the white crystal exploded and the fragments passed by Shulnark's eyes, a touch of kindness came with it. The cold suddenly enveloped Shulnark's whole body. Advertisement. MMM. It splashed out from Shulnark's neck, forming a graceful arc in the air. Rocky's figure intersected with Shulnark. Shulnark looked at Rocky in a cloak, who was wrapped up and had no features at all. At this moment, Rocky's cloak fluttered in the wind. Plop. Shulnark fell to the ground with a deep bloody wound on his neck, and he died instantly. Kill instantly. Kate secretly smacked her lips. This is too terrible. Use the attack to attract attention first. It is hard to notice if there is anything around the body in such a split second of life and death. And Rocky's speed is also amazing. This ability of instant movement is too strong. It is not only used for sneak attacks, but it is also a very difficult ability to deal with in a head-on fight. Kate sighed in her heart. At this moment, Nobunaga and Uvajin, who noticed Shulnark falling to the ground, turned their heads and looked in the direction of Shulnark at the same time. When they saw Shulnark lying in a pool of blood, they were slightly stunned. Shulnark. He was killed instantly. How is it possible? Although Shulnark is an emitter, his combat power is also very strong, especially the life-saving move, the automatic operation mode is activated. The power of the explosion is quite amazing, how could he be killed instantly? At this moment, let alone the two of them, even Rocky was also a little surprised. 0. It went more smoothly than expected. Is this what mind is? Even if you are a powerful master, if you fail to defend yourself, you will be killed instantly. No matter how strong your mind is, it is only mind after all. Your body is still the same flesh and blood. You will be killed by any casual cut. And Rocky mobilized a lot of energy in the last cut. Absolutely 70% of the energy was used for attack. A whole. Advertisement. You dare to attack Phantom Troop, you are looking for death. Nobunaga, who was a little closer, rushed directly towards Rocky's wind direction. After he came to his senses, he noticed Rocky the first time. Nobunaga, who rushed towards Rocky, did not notice Kate hiding behind a huge rock. 0. Kate's crazy clown has started to turn. Suddenly, when Nobunaga rushed over the rock, he felt a hint of killing intent coming from behind him. It was just such a momentary feeling. Nobunaga quickly turned around and chopped directly with the blade. Ding! A crisp collision sounded. Kate was slightly stunned. The sneak attack launched from a blind spot was actually blocked. Puff! The weapon in Kate's hand was like a spear, which directly penetrated Nobunaga's left shoulder. She was originally going to stab his throat, but was blocked by Nobunaga. Nobunaga's eyes were red, and he jumped back hard, and the spear was pulled out of his shoulder. Blood was spilled instantly. Rocky glanced at Nobunaga. Although this guy was injured, it did not affect the battle. There was Yuvajin on the side. It seemed more troublesome to deal with Nobunaga and Yuvajin. 2 minutes, can you block it? Hearing Rocky's words, Kate nodded and said, no problem. After 2 minutes, no matter what happens, you will escape as soon as possible. After saying that, Rocky turned around and jumped, rushing directly in the direction of Franklin. Nobunaga glanced at Rocky's face in a trance. I seem to have seen this face somewhere before. Such a young face, how old is this kid, how could he kill Shulnark in seconds? At this moment, Kate's aura slightly moved, Nobunaga instantly came back to his senses, and the sword broke the minister. A bright white light swept out, Kate frowned. Looking at the hair falling on her face. Almost, was chopped. This guy is a master with a knife. Chapter 86 Second target Franklin. Kate exhaled lightly, adjusted her state and focused her attention. If she was distracted in the face of such a master, she would die. Get out of here. BD. Nobunaga's anger was almost at its limit. The members of the brigade were killed in front of him, and the guy who did it seemed to be rushing towards Franklin. Advertisement. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be 2 professional hunters at that location, fighting with Franklin and Nanbai. If the guy who just killed Shulnark went to support, Franklin would be in trouble. Boom. 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 There were continuous roars behind him, which were the sounds of Yuvajin fighting, without his restraint. Those troops were not vegetarians either. Fortunately, the terrain was favorable to Yuvajin, but it would take Yuvajin a lot of time to deal with these people. There was no support for him at all. Nobunaga adjusted his mind form, holding the knife with both hands and staring at Kate. It seems that if you want to support Franklin, you have to get rid of this guy first. At this time, Rocky, who had quickly arrived at Franklin's position, was observing the situation. Emitter's professional hunter was encircling QB, while on the other side, Transmuter's professional hunter had been suppressed by Franklin. And Franklin was able to free up his hands to help QB, almost 1 person against 2 people. Surprisingly, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The two-handed machine gun is not only powerful, but also very convenient to use. This ability that seems to have no special effects also has no restrictions on its use. It is also very difficult to deal with in this conflict. Rocky's eyes moved back and forth between Franklin and QB for a moment. The next second, he locked his eyes directly on Franklin. Although QB is easier to kill in comparison, Rocky does not have that much time, and the effect of surprise can only be achieved once. Naturally, he chose to kill Franklin first. Besides, the other spider members have already gone to chase the helicopter, so he can't stay here for too long. Swoosh! A white light fell from the sky, directly in the direction of Franklin. He knocked back Transmuter's professional hunter with 1 punch. Franklin just wanted to attack with the telekinetic bullets of the double-handed machine guns to cause some damage to the opponent and weaken his combat effectiveness. But the sudden flash of killing intent made Franklin look up suddenly. White light! It's right in front of him. Bang! Franklin's seemingly huge body is very flexible, and he directly stepped back to avoid the attack. Advertisement. At this moment, both the 2 professional hunters and QB were slightly stunned. There are others? The 2 professional hunters were very confused about who it was. The others should have escorted Shui Liulai, so they shouldn't be their companions? Ding! Suddenly, when everyone was thinking about it, a white crystal suddenly flashed behind Franklin. A dagger flashing with cold light directly pierced Franklin's left arm. Rocky looked at the other party's pierced arm and felt a little sorry. His target was the opponent's neck, but Franklin's reaction was very fast and his vigilance was higher than Shulnark's. He was able to react to the attack of the apparition. Franklin's speed and reaction ability were quite impressive. While Rocky was injuring Franklin, the opponent also raised his other hand, with 5 black holes pointing at the sexual accomplice. Da-da-da. The next second, countless bullets were poured out at close range. Rocky jumped off Franklin's arm after being hit by the bullets, and kept dodging towards the distance. From time to time, a bullet hit Rocky, but they were all blocked by the automatic defense of the phantom sword. Every bullet that seemed to hit Rocky was blocked by the white crystal fragments that suddenly appeared, which made Franklin stunned for a moment. A defensive ability? The 2-handed machine guns fired at full power. More bullets were madly suppressing Rocky. According to this situation, even with the defense of the phantom sword, it was not a solution to be suppressed all the time. Rocky suddenly increased his speed and shuttled back and forth. The 4 daggers transformed from the Fulong King sword were approaching Franklin rapidly from behind under Rocky's control. Behind. QB suddenly spoke, and Franklin did not hesitate at the first time. He pointed one hand behind him, and the moment his eyes moved over, he locked onto the 4 white daggers. He fired directly, and the bullet knocked down the flying daggers in the air. But on the other side, Rocky also took advantage of this gap to get rid of the coverage of Franklin's bullets. Yaksha King's sword. The moment the giant sword appeared, Rocky spun quickly, gathered his spiritual energy on the blade, and threw it directly at Franklin through the air. Franklin turned around and looked at the flying giant sword. Sword. Is it used like this? Franklin was slightly stunned, but his hands did not slow down at all. Advertisement. The 2-handed machine guns fired quickly, with full firepower. Under the impact of the spiritual bullet, the Yaksha King's sword only maintained a distance of 5 or 6 meters before being knocked down and inserted diagonally into the ground. At this moment, Franklin did not see Rocky's figure. Suddenly, the Yaksha King's sword disappeared. It disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. White crystals fell in the air, and at the same time 4 whirlwinds appeared around Franklin, and the high-speed rotating daggers cut towards Franklin like flying discs. It was too late to knock them down with the spiritual bullet bombardment, and only 2 of them could be knocked down. But the next second a dagger passed by his face, and Franklin's eyes shrank rapidly. Fortunately, he dodged it. Another dagger was coming towards his knee, but he just dodged it by rotating his body horizontally. But suddenly, Franklin heard the sound of glass breaking. A face that looked extremely young, appeared, and the fluttering cloak blocked the light. A dagger was directly inserted into his right shoulder. Franklin's eyes narrowed and he punched out directly, swoosh. The figure disappeared again, and Rocky, who was crouching on the ground, turned his body while grabbing another dagger with his hand, and stabbed Franklin's hamstring directly. Blood spurted out. Rocky stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3rd dagger. The moment this action was completed, he had already used the phantom shift to move to the dagger that was hit. The other 3 daggers flew back one after another, forming a complete Fulong Wong sword in Rocky's hand. At this moment, Franklin, who had landed, had a slight 3.5 twitch at the corner of his mouth, and his shoulders, arms, and calves were bleeding continuously. He stared at the kid who suddenly appeared with a gloomy look. In less than 10 seconds of fighting, he was able to hurt himself continuously. That ability to disappear and appear instantly. Too scary. There was no way to react. However, Franklin did not hesitate at all in this second. If the ending was death, then he would not just do nothing. Bang! His hands were like the racks of a turret, stepping directly into the ground, and at the same time, the machine guns in both hands were in place again. Da-da-da-da-da-da. More violent firepower poured out. Countless telekinetic bullets were fired crazily in all directions. I won't be killed by you so easily, let's see who is faster, you or my telekinetic bullets. Franklin's roar sounded in the forest. Chapter 87, The Yaksha King's Sword Attack. Nobunaga raised his head and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Franklin. Nobunaga looked down at Kate in front of him with a gloomy look, and was furious. This guy just dodged blindly, not intending to attack at all, and dragged him to prevent him from leaving. What a hateful guy. Advertisement. Yuvajin, who was fighting with the army and had slaughtered no less than 100 people, grabbed a soldier with one hand, and with the grip of one hand, he directly twisted the opponent's helmet into a dough. The soldier's head naturally turned into meat paste. Franklin's voice, these professional hunters are really interesting. Yuvajin is no longer as crazy as before, but seems to be very calm. Because he had noticed Chulnark's body before. Boom. 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 Although many people were slaughtered by Yuvajin at this moment, the army was not afraid, but seemed to have aroused their anger. Bullets continued to pour, and artillery fire was dispatched more regularly. Yuvajin couldn't get away for a while. If he didn't block it, then Nobunaga and the others would be under more pressure. It would be bad if he got entangled at that time. On the other side, there were constant stares. However, this was not the sound of real guns, but the sound of Franklin's 2-handed machine gun. Countless bullets were fired wildly in all directions. Emitter's profession hunter released his puppets and blocked Franklin's indiscriminate attack in front. QB also hid behind the stone. The only one who didn't dodge at this moment was Rocky. Powerful chi burst, the phantom sword accelerated the rotation, and the weapon in the white crystal state surrounding Rocky appeared in front of Franklin. What kind of ability is this? It can actually have the ability to defend. At this time, Rocky raised his hand and grabbed the Yaksha King sword that was rotating in front of him. His eyes were fixed on Franklin's figure. As expected of a member of the brigade, Transmuter's ability to practice to this level is already at the top level. The two-handed machine gun seems to have only one ability, but it is used up completely. After strengthening the output of chi, the shooting of the two-handed machine gun is more unstable, and the bullets fly everywhere. In this way, the attack range of the two-handed machine gun is expanded like a scattered single. In this case, even if the phantom sword is controlled to perform phantom displacement again, this guy will probably react. Advertisement. As long as Franklin fires bullets at the approximate position, the scattered bullets can also hit Rocky. So don't even think about getting close. However, even if you don't get close, Rocky is not without means. If the distance is farther, then using the Fiwang Bao is a good choice, but at this close distance, taking out the Fiwang Bao itself has no chi protection. Once the defense of the phantom sword is broken, it will be bad. This is the time for the Yasha King sword to play. For medium and short range battles, this weapon should be the most suitable. In close combat, due to the longer blade of the Yasha King sword, it can ensure that the distance is not too close, just like a spear. And you can also release telekinetic bullets at a distance. Rocky raised the Yasha King sword in his hand, holding the hilt with both hands, and it looked like a giant sword used by a heavy knight. At this moment, it felt more like a sniper's foot in Rocky's hand. The tip of the sword was aimed at Franklin. The next second, 3 white light balls flew out directly from the Yasha King sword and flew straight towards Franklin. When the light balls flew out, the telekinetic bullets hit it, and Franklin immediately felt something was wrong. 9. Mind bomb? This guy actually dared to use mind bomb to counterattack me? What a joke! Judging from the attack just now, Rocky should be an emitter or manipulator. But the ability of teleportation is like that of a transmuter. No matter what, even if Rocky is also a transmuter, Franklin is quite confident in his transmuter ability. He will definitely not lose to Rocky. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The crazy mind bombs kept shooting at Rocky's mind bombs. The corners of Rocky's mouth rose slightly. I have already used apparition and successfully hit this guy. So that means that the mind bomb attack of the Yasha King's sword is now guaranteed to hit. Although the flying speed is a little slower, not as good as Franklin's mind bomb. But Rocky's attack is guaranteed to hit. 3 groups of mind bombs easily passed through the firepower net under Franklin's crazy firepower output. Directly hit Franklin's body and the mind bomb exploded. A bullet hit Franklin's left hand, and the left arm was blown off. Fortunately, Franklin used his thoughts to protect other parts of his body in time. Advertisement. There were only holes in his abdomen and left shoulder, and the blood was flowing, but it did not cause fatal injuries. But Franklin's injuries were already terrible. His fighting power was greatly reduced. Franklin, who knelt on the ground, spit out blood and looked up at Rocky, not understanding a kid so young. Why is the power so strong? What is his thoughts? And this face is so familiar, too familiar. At this moment, such a scene appeared in the eyes of the 2 professional hunters, making them look incredible. They knew how strong Franklin was as an opponent who had fought before. And such a kid. He suppressed the opponent with one move, and even when the opponent exploded, he could instantly injure him. This is too perverted. Where did this monster come from when he fell to the ground? Rocky walked towards Franklin. Franklin looked at his left hand that was blown off, and suddenly a light flashed in his eyes. He lost his hand, and lost his two-handed machine gun, but maybe now is the time to use a one-handed rocket launcher. He raised his broken arm, and his mind energy instantly gathered 930. Franklin believed that breaking his fingers could enhance the power of the two-handed machine gun. In fact, because of his inexplicable trust, his ability was indeed enhanced. Now that Franklin has lost his palm, he believes that the power of the bullet released again will definitely surpass the two-handed machine gun. But the moment he accumulated his mind, the Yasha King's sword pierced his throat instantly, and the Yasha King's sword that penetrated his throat directly threw him to the ground. At the moment Franklin wanted to fight back, Rocky threw the Yasha King's sword in his hand directly, and the speed was obviously faster than Franklin. Franklin's energy gradually dissipated, and the subsequent one-handed rocket launcher was still unable to be released. 583. As a transmuter, this professional hunter couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Franklin, who was suppressing him and beating him like a monster just now, was now. Now he was defeated. This is too fast. Looking at the time, from the beginning to now, this kid appeared for only 1 minute, and he killed a first-class Nen master just like that. Kr. The two professional hunters opened their mouths to ask something. Suddenly, the Yasha King's sword disappeared, and at the same time Rocky looked at Kyubi who was hiding nearby and was also surprised. He ignored him and jumped directly to Kate's direction. Kate is in danger. Nobunaga is attacking Kate frantically without caring about his life. Chapter 88, Flying King's Bow. Rocky's Judgment. Rocky could vaguely feel that Kate's energy had become much weaker. If Kate continued, it would not be impossible, but if she delayed a little longer, even if Kate successfully blocked Nobunaga for 2 minutes, then her own condition would not be very good, and there was even a risk of being killed. Nobunaga's crazy outburst, a first-class nin's anger outburst, is not so simple. Even the top nin must be careful, otherwise they cannot guarantee their own safety, not to mention that Kate's current strength is still a little worse than Nobunaga. Advertisement. If it is Kate in a few years, then there will be no problem. For Kate's sake, Rocky can only temporarily give up killing Kyubi. Anyway, there are still 2 professional hunters, and Kyubi's strength should be no problem for the 2 of them to deal with together. Even if he can't kill this guy, it doesn't matter. Leave it to himself to solve it. Kyubi can kill it at any time. A white stream of light flashed in the sky, and it quickly swept towards Kate's direction. Rocky directly activated the ability of floating shadow. Below, Kate's body was already red in many places, and the infiltrated red blood had wet a lot of clothes. Still barely holding on, but Nobunaga's knife was fast, and he closed the distance with Kate to about 4 meters. Every knife of Nobunaga seemed to be able to tear a hole in Kate's body. Kate waved the spear in her hand, which should be one of the weapons of the crazy clown. Although she could block the attack, she was not completely blocked. Tear. The right shoulder and elbow were cut by Nobunaga's knife again, as if he wanted to cut Kate's tendons, but Kate avoided the key position. Humph. You can't hold on. BD, die for me. I will use your head to sacrifice to Shulnark. The knife flashed, and the samurai sword in Nobunaga's hand instantly tore through the air, bursting out a strong airflow/wave. It's not relying on thoughts, but on air. It's no wonder that Kate couldn't completely block such an attack. Ding! The moment Nobunaga drew his knife, the star-destroying splashed out. His eyes suddenly shrank. Look up! The sword of the Sage King stuck straight into the ground blocked the way ahead. A hand was placed on his shoulder, and then the other party seemed to follow his shoulder and completed a flip, jumping over him from behind. The next second Rocky appeared in front of him. Holding the sword of the Sage King in one hand, he pulled it out and the burst of energy repelled Nobunaga. Kate behind him looked at Rocky, who suddenly appeared, and was shocked at first, then smiled helplessly. The agreed time had not yet arrived. Rocky appeared here, either Rocky had killed his enemy, or Rocky was dragged down because of his own reasons. His own practice was still not enough, and he didn't expect that he could still be a burden now. How dare you come back? Just I was thinking of getting rid of that guy and then looking for you. Brat. Advertisement. One step. The ground suddenly shook, and the flying gravel shot out to the back. Nobunaga rushed towards Rocky regardless of everything. However, at this moment, the sword of the Sage King disappeared, and Rocky raised his hand and the flying king bow appeared. Holding the longbow in one hand, both ends are like guns. Stabbed directly at Nobunaga. Humph. Nobunaga snorted coldly, and the tip of the knife collided with Rocky's Fiwang bow, and sparks burst out. Flashed out instantly. Nobunaga's face showed joy. I just went head-on with my enhancer self, I'm dead. Boom buzz. Nobunaga's figure slid backwards rapidly, sliding more than 10 meters before stopping. Nobunaga, who stabilized his body, raised his head and looked forward in disbelief. Impossible. As an enhancer, the head-on collision was suppressed. Seeing Rocky switch weapons, this guy should also be a manipulator user. Why? A manipulator user can be more powerful than himself in the power of mind? Is there something strange about that weapon? Nobunaga, who was still in doubt, suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. Rocky raised the Fiwang bow in his hand high, and a flashing blue light emerged. The condensed arrow of thought was aimed directly at his forehead. Whoosh! An arrow was shot instantly. Nobunaga quickly dodged to the right, and the arrow of thought condensed almost flew past his cheek. At this moment, Nobunaga's heart was shaken violently. How, so fast? Such a fast arrow! Even Franklin might not be able to match this speed. And the power of the arrow, bang bang bang. 5 or 6 huge rocks behind him were penetrated instantly, and the rocks suddenly shattered into countless small stones. This power. Once hit, you will probably be killed directly. This monster boy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rocky pulled the bow and arrow continuously, and shot 3 arrows in almost 1 second. 2 arrows were dodged, but the third arrow hit Nobunaga's Takeda sword head-on. Nobunaga, who held the samurai sword in front of his chest with both hands, was forced back more than 20 meters by an arrow, and stopped only after hitting a huge rock. Advertisement. When the dust cleared, Nobunaga looked up at Rocky. Transmuter's attack, how could it be so powerful? This guy should be a manipulator, but how could the transmuter's ability reach such power at the moment? What kind of system is this guy? Nobunaga. Remember the Kuruta tribe? Nobunaga's face changed when he heard this. No wonder he felt that this guy looked familiar. So, this guy was the kid from the Kuruta tribe at that time. Revenge. It's only been a year since the Kuruta tribe was destroyed. In a year, that kid has become what he is now. What kind of perverted talent is this? If this kid continues to grow, how strong will he become in the end? Nobunaga didn't dare to think about it anymore. Kate, you go first. Hearing this, Kate wanted to say that she could continue to fight, but she felt Rocky's terrifying mental fluctuations. Forget it. It seems that it's okay to leave it to Rocky. As long as you keep your distance. And Rocky's choice is also very correct. Just after exchanging one move with the opponent, he understood the best way to fight. Choosing a weapon like a bow and arrow and keeping a distance from the opponent, Rocky probably guessed that Nobunaga's fighting method can only be close combat, and he must get close to the target. As long as the distance is guaranteed, Rocky will be invincible. This kid may not have enough combat experience, but his mind and observation skills are terrible. Turning around, Kate left directly. At this time, Rocky pulled the bow again, but this time the flashing arrow was not a blue arrow. The blue one is the view of annihilation. And now the flashing light is red. The arrow that must hit. Rocky touched it before Nobunaga's shoulder was not just for the purpose of climbing over. This arrow is a judgment on you. Spider. Rocky said this with a stronger tone. Red light flashed. Quick. An arrow faster than the arrow of annihilation, Nobunaga retreated madly and quickly changed his position. But the arrow changed its trajectory in the air and penetrated Nobunaga's right shoulder instantly. The blood flower burst out, accompanied by the sound of Nobunaga falling to the ground and sliding. Chapter 89 Crisis of the Red Arrow Spider. Blood. Nobunaga, lying on the ground, looked at the blood flowing in front of him. It was his blood. The pain came from his right shoulder. He had forgotten what it felt like the last time he was injured. I didn't expect it. Advertisement. Today, he would experience this feeling again in the hands of a little devil. If it were an ordinary nin, he would be terrified and scared at this time. But the people in the brigade were different. At this moment, Nobunaga had an unknown anger rising wildly. Angry. Nobunaga felt extremely angry now. A mere little, actually embarrassed him so much. It was a great shame that he had never experienced before. Stand up. Rocky didn't care what Nobunaga was thinking. The second arrow that was sure to hit was already on the bow. The flashing red cross was aimed at Nobunaga. Swoosh. Another arrow was shot, and the red arrow rushed straight to Nobunaga's arm. At this moment, Nobunaga swung the blade and focused on slashing at Rocky's arrow. The moment the two collided, the mind energy exploded with amazing fluctuations, and the red light and the golden light intertwined. Nobunaga's left hand holding the knife was shaking constantly, and his mind was colliding with Rocky's mind. Although it was wrapped in the air, his knife seemed to have begun to crack. The light became stronger and more dazzling. After a stalemate of 10 seconds, bang! The moment the 317 long knife was blown away, the red arrow pierced into the right shoulder again. Ah! Nobunaga kicked the ground with his legs, and kept retreating, leaving 2 long scratches on the ground, and at the same time, a puff of smoke was raised. And Rocky! But he didn't care about Nobunaga's screams, and what state he was in now. His eyes flashed red from time to time. He drew the bow and arrow again and repeated the previous action, aiming in the direction of Nobunaga. The red light flashed again. Although the shooting part was still the locked right shoulder, Nobunaga's forehead was sweating coldly at this moment. Kr. Swoosh. The third arrow also pierced Nobunaga's right shoulder, and even the position did not change much. But this time, Nobunaga froze in place, his chi was easily torn apart by Rocky's attack, and he could no longer feel the existence of his right arm. Advertisement. Looking at the broken arm slowly rotating in the sky and finally falling to the side. Nobunaga's eyes became empty. Gone. It's still the most important right arm for a swordsman. This is more painful for him than killing him. Rocky continued to pull the bowstring. This is a good opportunity. Nobunaga, who was in a daze, gave him the last blow. The arrow that must hit can no longer be used. The opponent's right shoulder has been completely destroyed. Now he can only switch to the blue arrow, the arrow of extinction. However, the moment the arrow was shot, Rocky frowned. A huge fist with a strong mind appeared directly in front of Nobunaga and smashed at Rocky's arrow of extinction. The collision of the two forces only caused the opponent to take a step back, but Rocky's arrows were directly dispersed. The shock wave formed by the collision of the mind energy directly caused the surrounding ground to crack. A burly figure appeared. Yuvajin. Rocky looked at Yuvajin's figure from a distance. The group of soldiers had been almost dealt with by Yuvajin. The energy on this guy had weakened a lot, which showed how desperate Yuvajin was just now, whether it was to block his arrows or to deal with the group of soldiers. Nobunaga. What are you doing sitting on the ground? Are you waiting to die? Yuvajin's voice awakened Nobunaga, who slowly stood up. Nobunaga tore off his clothes and temporarily bandaged the wound on his arm. To avoid losing too much blood and too much physical strength. Take a short break. I have rested enough now. I will make this little devil live a life worse than death. He came to the side and picked up the long sword that fell on the ground. Yuvajin and Nobunaga both looked at Rocky at the same time. This is a bit of a headache. The arrow just now did not kill Nobunaga, and Yuvajin actually ran out to get in the way. If Nobunaga was killed just now, then it would be okay to fight Yuvajin now. 1 on 2, it is a bit difficult. If Rocky met these two guys alone under other circumstances, then a battle would be nothing, and Rocky also believed that he would definitely win. But not now. The other members of the brigade, bye, have already rushed towards the direction of the city. If they fight with the escorting professional hunter, it will be a good opportunity for Rocky to take action. Even more can be killed. Not just 2 people. Kate has already run away. Advertisement. There are still soldiers from the army gathered behind. Rocky looked at the 2 men who had regrouped. He put away the Flying King's bow in his hand and smiled. It seems that this time we have to stop here. Want to run? Yuvajin burst out directly, rushing towards Rocky like a wild bear. However, although Yuvajin was very fast, Rocky didn't care too much. When Yuvajin came in front of Rocky, Rocky had already flown up and punched the air directly. Yuvajin looked up at Rocky in the sky, his eyes popped out. He didn't expect Rocky to be able to fly, which was even more fatal. Rocky, who had the advantage in the air, was even more difficult to deal with. But Rocky didn't do anything, just glanced at the 2. Don't worry, I will come to you soon, and none of you can escape. I will let you and the Shulnark members, spiders. It doesn't matter if you lose 1 or 2 legs, I have to send you all down together. Rocky said and instantly turned into a white light and disappeared. Looking at Rocky disappeared, and the 2 were in a bad mood. It was not that Rocky was afraid of them. With the ability to fly, the 2 would not have an advantage if they really fought. And now Rocky's departure made the 2 even more worried. Why did this guy suddenly leave? Yuvajin was a little confused. Why didn't he fight when he had the advantage? Was he just scared by the advantage in numbers? This situation shouldn't happen. How could a man who could easily break Nobunaga's arm and kill Shulnark in seconds, run away? That direction is the direction of the captain and his men. This guy wants to. At this point, Yuvajin understood what Nobunaga said next. Damn, this guy doesn't dare to fight me. Now it's not a question of fighting or not, but the soldiers around have surrounded them. Yuvajin's departure gave them time to reorganize their formation. Now the situation is more complicated. On the other side, Rocky found Kate. Kate, who was rushing towards the city, looked at Rocky who suddenly fell from the sky. Has it been resolved? This speed is too fast. I just fought for so long and couldn't resolve the opponent at all. How could Pikey be so fast? No, but I broke one of that guy's arms. Rocky took out the Holy King's staff and floated in front of Kate out of thin air, releasing green light. Immediately, Kate felt that the wound on her body was healing rapidly, and she felt numb. Pulling open the clothes and witnessing the healing of the wound with her own eyes, it was even more surprising. You still have this ability? Ah. This ability is thanks to Jin. Chapter 90 The Thief and Hunter Chase begins. Watching the wounds gradually heal, although there are still some deeper wounds that have not completely recovered. But it's almost done, at least the impact on Kate has been reduced to a very small extent. Rocky put away the Holy King's staff. Okay, your injury should not be a big problem. Kate moved her arm and nodded, indeed, I feel much better. Advertisement. Not enough time, if there is enough time, it is not a problem to help you recover completely. Rocky said and turned to look in the direction of the city. Seeing this, Kate also understood, then let's go. Rocky smiled, no, you go back first. According to Kate's speed, it would probably be useless even if she chased after them. And the other group of spiders has more enemies, Rocky has more opportunities, and does not need Kate's help. If Kate encounters danger, it will distract Rocky, and there is no need for Kate to continue to act together. After a few seconds of silence, Kate looked up at Rocky, I know, be careful. Yet. Rocky turned into a white light again and flew towards the sky. Disappeared in front of her eyes in a blink of an eye. Kate clenched her fists gently. Did she almost become a burden because of her lack of strength? It seems that she has not practiced enough, otherwise she will become a burden to others next time. Compared with Rocky, she is much older than him. However, Rocky not only has a huge amount of energy, but also has very strong abilities. Moreover, Rocky's abilities are somewhat similar to his. They are both manipulators and they also materialize weapons. The difference is that his weapons are selected by the crazy clown, while Rocky's weapons are selected by himself. Logically, Rocky's abilities should not be very powerful. However, Rocky's weapons are obviously too powerful. As Jin's disciple, Kate knows very well how to achieve that level. What a price you paid to get such an ability. Rocky. On the other side. The members of the brigade chasing the helicopter certainly cannot compare with the helicopter in terms of speed. But the people of the brigade are not without solutions. Taking advantage of the terrain, they successfully took a detour and jumped down from a high place, shooting down the helicopter that was about to fly out of the mountain. However, because of this, the hunters successfully brought Shui Liulai to the plain area, which was only a short distance away from the destination. Contact the guards in the city and ask them to come to support. After landing, the professional hunter immediately contacted the outside and asked for support. The support will arrive in about 15 minutes. Although the support is just some ordinary people, the guards with guns are already a very good combat force. It is enough to help delay time. There are now 5 people left in the 7-person professional hunter team. 2 enhancers, 1 conjurer, and 1 manipulator, all of whom are capable people of the Shizu system. Among the 2 enhancers, one is Wing, who is a disciple of Biscuit and also joined this operation. Advertisement. Another professional hunter of enhancer, wearing a special modern armor and carrying a long stick on his back, seems to be a capable person of the same type as Nobunaga. Although he is an enhancer, he chose to enhance the weapon's attack power. The conjurer is naturally Biscuit. Manipulator hunter and special hunter both look a little thin. And the manipulator took out a small bag and looked at the contents. What should we do now? The enemy will catch up in 2 minutes. The helicopter was destroyed, so there is no way to get rid of the phantom troop behind by relying on the legs. Biscuit glanced at Wing and said, "You go with him first, and the others and I will be responsible for holding them back." The manipulator's ability user glanced at Wing and said, "Let's go. There are 3 people left." Biscuit saw several shadows approaching from a distance. "There are more people than I thought. If we fight together, we will be more passive. Escape separately and create an illusion to force them to make a choice." After saying that, Biscuit changed direction and quickly fled. The other 2 also chose a direction to escape. "These guys! Damn it!" The chasing brigade member Maki cursed. These guys fled separately. Finks looked at Krollo, "Captain, what should we do now?" However, Krollo looked at the direction in which these people fled separately. 5 people, fled in 4 directions. This is a bit wrong. If it is a normal situation, if you want to flee separately to increase the probability of escape, then the 5 people should be divided into 5 different directions. But it is also possible that the other party deliberately let one of them go with another person. Let them be the team escorting Shui Liulai, so as to make a wrong judgment and let the other guys who really took Shui Liulai escape successfully. Please give me flowers, 0. But this is psychological warfare. No matter what you choose in this situation, there will be problems. Advertisement. Separate and chase. Krollo turned and looked at Phaeton and Finks. "You 2 each choose a target to chase. Maki and Phaeton, Paknada and Finks, Peeler and Joe in one group, Menying, you and I will go together." This arrangement seems a bit unreasonable in terms of combat power, but no one refuted it. Instead, Menying looked at Krollo with some surprise. It seems that he doesn't quite understand why Krollo asked him to act with him. In terms of combat power, he is not weaker than Phaeton and Finks, and there is no problem at all if he acts alone. But Krollo arranged it this way. Menying couldn't help but wonder, did this guy know about his affair? "Let's go." Krollo aimed at Biscuit's direction, and felt that the guy was the strongest one. Krollo felt that the strongest person was more likely to escort Shui Liulai. Finks chased Enhancer Hunter, Phaeton chased the special ability user, Peeling left chased Wing, Krollo, and Menying chased Biscuit. Once they caught up, except for Wing's team, every other hunter would have to fight 1-on-2. Facing a master like Phantom Troop, with the number gap, the possibility of winning is basically close to 0, and it is already amazing to be able to survive. Soon after they separated and chased separately. Rocky had already appeared in the sky. Looking at the members of the brigade scattered in 4 directions. Each team is still a group of 2. This made Rocky very excited, this is his chance. However, Rocky's vision is wider in the sky, and he can also notice things that the members of the brigade don't notice. For example, in the direction of Biscuit, Rocky saw a familiar guy. Hisoka. This guy was standing on the roof of a residence house, looking into the distance. On the other side, there was also a sneaky figure in the direction of Wing. The other party was well hidden, but Rocky still saw it. Seeing the figure of that guy, Rocky frowned slightly. At this time, at this place, Rocky no longer had to guess who could appear. Silva Zaldik. Is it really the brigade number 8 who assassinated at this time? Chapter 91, Pick the softest persimmon. Rocky probably saw everyone in the brigade. Phaeton and Maki were in one group, Finks and Paknada were in one group, and Krollo seemed to be with Menying. This distribution made Rocky a little confused. But there was no time to think about the reason. Since it was such a distribution, of course the persimmon had to be squeezed softly. Phaeton's ability was unforgivable. The more serious the injury, the stronger the ability was. Advertisement. It was a very difficult ability. In Rocky's opinion, the power of this Nen mainly depended on resentment. The so-called resentment was a restriction in oath, which was different from ordinary abilities. The power could not be compared with normal Nen, and no one could say how much power it could explode. So it was obviously difficult to deal with the combination of Phaeton and Maki. Rocky would not ignore these people just because his Nen energy was far greater than theirs. The world of Nen looked at the combat power of 210 not only on the strength of Nen energy. The Nen energy determined the lower limit, but Nen in the specific situation determined the upper limit of combat history. A person with only tens of thousands of Nian Chi can easily defeat a person with abilities that are several times or even dozens of times stronger than him, as long as his abilities can restrain the opponent. Finks and Paknita. Needless to say, the latter is not strong in combat and his abilities are more auxiliary. But Finks is different. The power of his ability to turn back the sky increases with each rotation of his arm. I don't know if this guy has an upper limit. With Paknita's long-range attack harassment, it is not impossible to successfully attack. So this group is not considered. The combination of the leader and the shadow has problems at first glance. Besides, the abilities of the two guys are not weak and their strength is quite strong, so they are even less considered. Then there is only Strip Lef. This guy's ability is Sonic Attack, and this attack is actually quite restrained for Rocky, but it seems to be restrained by Rocky. The restraint is that the Sonic Attack is an indiscriminate large-scale attack with no dead angle. Rocky's Phantom Shift will also be greatly affected if he wants to perform it. But the reason why he was restrained by Rocky was that Rocky had many weapons, and the Fi Wang Bao was the best weapon to deal with this guy. Ultra-long range attack could make this guy helpless. Although the sound wave attack has a large range and no dead angle. But the farther the sound wave spreads, the less powerful it is. This is beyond doubt. As long as he keeps a distance, peeling Lef is just a toy for Rocky. Advertisement. Of course, getting close is not impossible. After all, Rocky can contact the opponent first and leave a mark on the opponent's body, and the opponent will not be able to dodge the arrow that will hit him. After making a decision, Rocky directly activated the floating shadow ability again and rushed towards peeling Lef. At this moment, Wing and the manipulator ability user were about to be caught up. The strength of both of them was not stronger than the members of the brigade, although they were professional hunters and were able to be favored by Biscuit, they were all very capable. But that was all. Oh no! They're chasing us! Wing was sweating profusely at the moment. If he was caught up, he would be miserable. His fighting ability was not strong at all, even though he was a so-called enhancer. The manipulator frowned and said, "Damn it." He glanced at Wing and said, "You go first." As he was saying this, peeling Lef in the distance had already taken off the bandage on his left hand. I can already interfere with this distance. He opened his left arm, and the terrible holes on his left arm were shocking. As peeling Lef ran quickly, the wind passed through these holes, making a strange sound. The speed of the sound seemed to be faster than the running of the Nen. The sound directly made the two people in front suddenly stop moving. Not good. What kind of ability is this? 77. Wing stumbled and fell directly. Joe, who was traveling with peeling Lef, had already covered his ears, and was less affected as he was prepared. Silva, who was hiding in the dark in the distance, did the same, and immediately covered his ears with both hands before he realized something was wrong. He was not affected. Rocky in the air also stopped his mind energy and covered his whole body, and was not affected. But after such a moment, peeling Lef and Joe blocked Wing and the manipulator's ability user one after another. Do you still want to run away? You can't run away now. Peeling Lef said, glancing at the two of them, his eyes fell on the professional hunter of the manipulator. Advertisement. Wing stood up and was alert to the people behind him, and cold sweat kept sliding down his face. Wing, you have to rely on yourself now, be careful. Is the name of this manipulator. Bang. Suddenly, Joe took action and punched Wing. As a manipulator, Joe should not have chosen this way of fighting. But seeing that Wing's chi was so weak, he didn't even want to use his ability. Wing was hit by a punch, even though he determined the location of the opponent's attack in advance and used the flow of mind energy to defend. But he still fell to his knees and kept coughing and vomiting the contents of his stomach. So weak, can such a guy be considered a professional hunter? Wing wanted to be a bounty hunter, but at this moment all Wing's thoughts were cut off. The enemies faced by bounty hunters are too terrifying, and he is not suitable for this profession at all. If possible, he just wants to be a doctor or lawyer in peace in the future. I don't want to face these monsters anymore. Sighed helplessly. This junior is really... It's hard to describe. Although he has good talent, he is too timid. If he had a stronger will, the attack just now might not have hurt him. Unfortunately, his own fear affected his mind. He felt that he was vulnerable, so the power of his mind became too weak. I really didn't expect to solve one so quickly. Flake Lef was also surprised, but he was removing the bandages, but his eyes were fixed on Om. This guy is much stronger than the one on the ground, but it seems that he is not a person with the ability to release or conjurer. Operation or manipulator. 4.4 The latter is more likely. Just untying the bandages on both hands, Peeling Left started to attack directly. As his body swayed, strange sounds came. Do you have the things? Flake Left asked, and Om nodded, yes, it's here. Do you want to take it? As Om said, he raised his hand and a small pocket appeared in the manipulator. If I die, this thing will disappear. After hearing this, Peeler Left paused slightly. If this is true, then it's not good. When the ability user dies, the ability will naturally disappear, but whether the thing will disappear with the ability, Peeler Left dare not gamble. Hand over the thing, or I will kill him. Joe grabbed Wing from the ground, pinched Wing's neck and looked at Om. Chapter 92, Remember to confess the unexpected alliance. This is going to be difficult. Although this mission is very important, the safety of the companions is equally important. You don't have that much time to think, I'll give you 2 seconds now. If you want him to live, just throw the thing over, otherwise. As he said this, Joe's hand suddenly exerted force, Wing's face suddenly turned red, and he couldn't breathe at all and waved his hands randomly. Advertisement. OM was helpless to see the scene. If Wing was calmer, he would find that he could use it himself and maybe break free from the opponent's control. But now he obviously has no idea at all, because he has completely lost the ability to think because of fear. Dash. Equals. After counting 2 numbers, Joe didn't hesitate at all, and directly stabbed Wing's heart with one hand. At this moment, Om's eyes shrank rapidly, and he opened the pocket in his hand casually. Incredible pocket. The ability is probably similar to that of the Yin Beast's owl, but it cannot put the enemy in it, which is considered to be an ability with no combat power. But because it does not have combat ability, the corresponding storage ability is very strong. A ball of blue liquid flew out of his pocket. When Xiao saw this thing, he stopped moving immediately and raised his hand to catch the water glass. He was even stunned for a moment. Is this thing water glass? 17 One of the 7 beauties in the world. Isn't it something in a crystal state? Why does it look like a ball of liquid? This thing is too abstract. Even Lucci thought that water glass, one of the 7 beauties in the world, should be in the form of some kind of crystal. In fact, the real form is liquid. It has to be put into a glass container. When the form is fixed, you can see the blue color like the sea. So it is called one of the 7 beauties in the world. Its value is not just that it can make people see beautiful colors. Xiao looked at the water glass in the air with full concentration, but did not put down Wing in his hand, but kicked Wing in the abdomen. Let Wing fly out like a cannonball. A mouthful of blood spit out. Wing was basically half dead, and Om, who saw this scene, was furious. The damn guy actually didn't keep his promise. He had already handed over the things, but this guy still killed him. However, the Peeling Left behind him was staring at him the whole time. When Om made a move, he immediately took action. Grabbed Om's shoulder. Hey! Don't move! Joe caught the water glass in the air with one hand, but because it was in the form of liquid, it slipped directly from his fingers. Seeing this scene, Om sneered in his heart. Advertisement. Why do these guys think they want him to carry the water glass? Without a container, it is absolutely impossible to catch the water glass. Suddenly a white crystal flashed, at this moment. Peeling Left was startled, what was that? However, the next second, the white crystal flashed Rocky's figure, and the sword of the Wise King in his hand pierced directly into Joe's chest. At the same time, 2 purple bullets burst out with lightning, flying towards Xiao's direction at the same time. Rocky was slightly stunned. This is... Silva made a move? It was the same time as him. Rocky quickly drew out the Xianwang sword, and the Fulongwang sword flew out from behind him, spinning through the 2 purple bullets, and appeared directly on the other side through the phantom shift. After landing, he took a look at Wing's condition. He was not dead, but he was already seriously injured. He smiled helplessly. If it weren't for Wing today, the professional hunter of the manipulator wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation right from the start. Rocky raised his head. Boom! The explosion of the 2 purple bullets collided and spread directly, and the world was instantly swallowed by the bullets. Seeing this, Rocky had no choice but to squat down and pick up Wing, pushing him to the back to create a safe distance. Boom boom! The energy fluctuations of the explosion spread, and the area within 10 meters around Joe was affected. Peeling Left and Om also jumped away. When the dust and smoke cleared, only a part of Yin's body was left. The whole person was completely dead. Rocky turned his head to look to the other side. Silva, who was hiding behind a rock not far away, rushed straight towards Joe. Without any hesitation, he punched Joe, who was already a corpse, again. It seemed to ensure the death of the assassination target. Seeing this scene, Peeling Left was stunned, because from the energy fluctuations released by Silva, his strength was very strong. Is this guy also the hunter escorting Shui Liulai? However, after Silva dealt with Zhou, he looked back in Rocky's direction. He raised his hand to shake off the blood on his fist and walked slowly towards the distance. He didn't look at anyone else the whole time. The assassin who killed the target seemed to be completely indifferent to others. Kr. Pilarev wanted to call Silva, but Silva suddenly turned his head and looked at him. The terrifying killing intent in his eyes suddenly released, which made Pilarev shut up and dare not say anything. Silva retracted his gaze and continued to walk forward. Advertisement. At this time, also used his ability to collect the water glass. The mental attack just now did not destroy the water glass. This thing exists in the frozen volcano all year round. As long as it is not an attack in a confined space, the water glass will hardly be affected. After put the things away, the first person he looked at was Rocky. He noticed Rocky's action of saving Wing just now, so he should not be an enemy. Rocky noticed Ohm's gaze and said, "Let's take him with us." Hearing this, Ohm was stunned and nodded. Everyone left, and now only Rocky and Pilarev were left. At this moment, Pilarev was also looking at Rocky. Little devil. Looking at Rocky's childish face, isn't this little devil with the scary man just now? 640. Raised his hand and took out the Flying King bow. Rocky looked at Pilarev. Remember, Kuruta tribe. Spider. Hearing these words, Pilarev looked back at the past and quickly remembered his actions a year ago. Kuruta tribe. So that's it, are you here for revenge? At that time, Yuvajan said that there was a little devil who was very powerful and escaped from his hands. It seems that it was you. I didn't expect that I would be well known in the brigade. Rocky smiled, yes, it's me. Since you still remember, I don't need to help you recall. I'll take you down now, and reunite with Shulnark and Franklin. What? Pilarev was stunned. What did that guy say just now? Shulnark and Franklin? Did they die? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although Shulnark's strength is good, it is hard to say if he was attacked by surprise, but Pilarev is very confident in Franklin's strength, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be killed easily. Swish. A blue arrow flew directly past Pilarev's body. It also cut the bandage on his body. The broken bandage began to untie. Rocky put the arrow again. Why don't you believe it? It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Remember to repent when you go down. Swoosh. 4 blue light spots suddenly appeared and attacked. Chapter 93 The Third Spider in the Best Hunting Ground. Puff. The arrows pierced through the flesh, and the sound of flesh tearing was heard. Peeling Left had tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by 2 arrows. Look up. Now Peeling Left's eyes had no other emotions except surprise and fear. Advertisement. He didn't care much because of Rocky's appearance just now, but now the moment the attack broke out, he felt the breath of death. You. Whoosh. Before he finished a word, Rocky shot another arrow almost close to his face. Of course, Rocky didn't deliberately miss the target, but this guy dodged it. If he was half a beat slower, he would have lost half of his face. Although it's okay to make a hole in the body, it's even a good thing for Peeling Left, after all, his ability is to rely on these strange sounds to attack. But at the moment, Rocky is at least 50 meters away from him. It's difficult for his sound attack to affect Rocky at this distance. Dancing his body at a certain strange frequency, a strange sound wave attack broke out. However, before the sound reached Rocky, the next second Rocky's body was instantly filled with a burning energy like a flame. The burning energy expanded and expanded until it was about 4 meters away from Rocky. Such a terrifying explosion of energy also showed how terrifying Rocky's energy was. At this moment, Peeling Left stopped playing temporarily, and looked at Rocky's Peeling Left with his mouth wide open. His expression was very wonderful. With this level of energy, how old is this kid? How can he have such a magnificent energy? Even if a cow turned into a human, it would not be able to have such a large amount of energy. Peeling Left couldn't figure it out. According to the information he had learned before, Rocky should be around 9 years old. How could a 9-year-old child have such a magnificent energy? This is unscientific. Even if he had been practicing mind since birth, it would never be so exaggerated. The blue arrow flew by again, and this time Peeling Left retreated and rolled madly, dodging continuously. The ankle of his left leg was hit and a bloody wound was torn. And Rocky's mouth in the distance slightly raised. 7 shots are enough to hit you. In other words, if I attack 70 times, you will be hit 10 times. Of course it is impossible to calculate it this way, but it is almost the same. Rocky is now mainly using words to attack Peeling Left's psychology. Advertisement. Let his psychological defense line break, so that the opponent's chi power will be weaker. It is beneficial for Rocky to kill him quickly. Belief still has a great impact on the power of mind. Don't be complacent, kid. It is even more difficult to dodge Rocky's attack with a leg injury, and Peeling Left quickly adjusted his state. He began to dance his body frantically again. However, just as he started to move, Rocky shot an arrow. It hit the opponent's arm accurately, but Left did not stop because of the injury. Instead, he began to dance faster and more frantically. The surging chi around him weakened the power of Rocky's arrow, but since the opponent did not focus on defense, even if he focused on defense, he could not block Rocky's arrow. So the power was still very good. Strange sound wave attacks began to appear, spreading and sweeping towards Rocky. Want to withstand my attack and counterattack? Too crazy, spider. This is a plain area, there is no shelter, do you know what this is for? None with long-range attack methods. Rocky smiled and said, it's the best hunting ground. There is no shielding in the open area, and the sound cannot be rebounded, which will greatly weaken the power of the sonic attack. At the same time, as long as the distance is enough, Rocky's attack will not weaken because of the distance. If you insist, the power of Rocky's arrow will weaken after a few thousand meters. Really? Even so, we have to try it and see if you can hold on to the end, or me. A strange voice sounded. Although the distance is quite far, and because of the terrain, the power of the sonic attack is weakened. But Rocky still felt a little affected, and a feeling of dizziness appeared. Rocky squinted his eyes and locked the target, and shot several arrows again. One arrow was dodged, and the rest all hit Left. While instantly repelling the opponent, he also interrupted his performance. I told you, you have no chance here. Pull the bow. The flashing cross light is bigger than before, like a huge cross slowly flashing and rotating. The next second, Rocky released the string. The arrow shot out directly like a blue meteor and hit the square of Peeling Left. It hit Peeling Left's chest. Advertisement. The arrow passed through his chest. While tearing a big hole, blood gushed out. Peeling Left's face turned pale instantly. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly he opened his mouth, as if attacking Lucci with the sound coming out of his mouth. As he opened his mouth, the arrow went straight through his mouth. Peeling Left stared at Rocky, who was like a small black dot in the distance, with his eyes wide open. He couldn't dodge such a fast attack, and he had no spare energy to fight back. Even if he wanted to play the battle music Jupiter and hit Rocky directly, Rocky would not give him any time to play. In the past, enemies who faced him wanted to stay away from him because of the sound wave attack. But in fact, it is necessary to actively attack him and interrupt his performance. This is the best solution. And when facing Rocky, he didn't even need to approach him, he could use super fast and super strong long-range attacks to directly solve him. Damn it! Puff! An arrow pierced his left shoulder, and his left arm lost consciousness. Puff! This time it was the right hand's turn. The left knee and right knee followed. Then his neck and heart were hit at the same time. At the moment of falling, an arrow, Ma Qian Zhao, pierced his forehead directly, and an arrow shot his head. When Peeling Left fell, his brain still had a little last thought. If it was another place, if it wasn't such an open field, it would definitely not be so easy to be killed by this little ghost. Puff! The fallen Peeling Left had no breath. The Flying King bow broke from Rocky's hand and returned to Rocky's side again. Remember to repent when you go down. This is the third spider. But it also took up a lot of time. I don't know if I will have a chance to continue hunting other spiders. If these spiders gather together, Rocky wants to fight a group of them, but he has not had the experience yet. A group of Nen who work together are very scary even if their Nen energy is not as strong as mine. Just like Menthuthweopi of the Chimera Ant, even if he has the strength to crush his opponent, he is still fooled. Rocky doesn't want that. Chapter 94, Action Suspended, Unexpected Encounter. Okay, who's next? Rocky smiled. The original purpose of this operation was just to see all the Phantom Troop members with their own eyes. In this way, relying on the power of the Fiwang Bao in the future, he can easily find all the members of the brigade. Kill them. Advertisement. He only wanted to collect some interest first. If he could kill one member of the brigade, it would be worthy, and if he killed two, it would be a profit. But now it seems that there is a chance to wipe out the brigade. Of course, Krollo may not be easy to deal with, but it seems that there is no problem to kill the other members of the brigade. As long as they don't gather together, Rocky has confidence. One-on-one battle, or one-on-two, Rocky thinks he can try. There are 3 groups left. Krollo and Menying, Phaeton and Maki, Finks and Paknita. That's the natural choice, Finks and Paknita. This group seems to be the weakest no matter how you look at it. Rocky determined the direction and activated the floating shadow ability again, rushing towards the direction he had confirmed before. Meanwhile, Krollo and Menying have also caught up with Biscuit. Although Biscuit is very fast, Krollo and Menying have successfully intercepted her. They are all experts, and Biscuit still maintains her lowly posture, not showing her terrifying King Kong Barbie state. So it is normal to be caught up. 150 But Krollo felt something strange when he saw the other party for the first time. The little girl in front of him, who looked harmless, seemed to give him a sense of oppression. This sense of oppression did not come from thoughts. It was the other party's eyes, which were the eyes that only those who had experienced hundreds of battles and countless bloody trials could have. The other party has very rich combat experience. How could a little girl? Biscuit had no intention of running away at all, but just wanted to keep the battle site as far away from others as possible to prevent the enemy's companions from coming to support. At the same time, she didn't want her other form to be seen by too many people. Leader, leave it to me. Advertisement. This girl. Menying said coldly. Krollo nodded. Of course, there was no problem. It was best to test the opponent's ability through the shadow. Beep. 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 At this moment when the battle was about to start, Krollo's phone suddenly rang. He frowned. During the operation, other people should not think of calling him unless it was necessary. Hello. Pick up the phone. QB's voice came from the other end of the phone. The other party, BHCG, panted and said, Captain, Franklin is dead. Krollo's expression suddenly became extremely calm. Franklin was dead. As a member of the brigade when it was first established, Franklin meant a lot to the brigade. Captain, I have fought with Yuvajin and Nobunaga, the situation is not good, the one who attacked is a little devil, the one from the Kuruta tribe. Is the little devil of the Kuruta tribe for revenge? Wait, that little devil was able to kill Franklin? Shulnark is also dead, that guy also fought with Nobunaga, and Nobunaga's right arm was cut off by that guy. Now we are facing two professional hunters and a large group of soldiers, the situation is not good. That little devil disappeared and went to your side, Captain, you have to be careful. After saying that, QB was about to hang up the phone, but at this time Krollo suddenly frowned. Wait. He looked up at Biscuit in front of him. Biscuit was also a little confused. This person's face became very ugly. Did something happen? Menying, let her go. However, Menying was stunned when he heard this, but still chose to obey the order. And Biscuit thought for a moment. Is there any conspiracy to let him go? But since this guy doesn't fight, then there is no need to waste time. Biscuit turned around and left without any hesitation. Advertisement. Seeing Biscuit leave, Krollo confirmed one thing, that the little devils of the Kuruta tribe were not in the same group as these professional hunters. This guy seemed to have learned the news from somewhere else, so he played the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind. The goal of this group of professional hunters is also very clear, just to protect Shui Liulai. So they don't care about other things, and they don't have the intention to kill the members of the brigade. Kyubib. Krollo said softly, tell Yuvajin and Nobunaga that the operation is aborted, and bring back the bodies of Shulnark and Franklin. After that, he hung up the phone and sent a message to the other members. The operation is aborted, and those who received it will reply to the message. Phaeton and Maki looked at each other, and then looked at Hunter who was about to be caught by the two of them. There was no choice but to let him go. The leader's order was above everything else. Since the leader made such an order, it meant that something else happened. On the other side, Krollo stared at the phone. Basically, 5 seconds after the message was sent, the message from Phaeton and Maki came. It means that Phaeton and Maki are fine, at least for the time being. But I waited for a long time. About 30 seconds passed, and Finks and Paknada still didn't reply to the message. This means that the two were really fighting fiercely and couldn't even reply to the message, or they didn't have time to look at the phone at all. On the other side, Peeler Lev and Joe didn't reply to the message at all. That kid has probably already found one of the two teams. Krollo looked up in the direction of Peeling Lev, but of course he couldn't see anything because the distance was too far. Menying, go to the direction of Finks and Paknada. Let me know immediately if there is any news. He then headed directly in the direction of Peeling Lev. However, Krollo suddenly stopped while moving in the direction of Peeling Lev. A man was walking slowly in the distance. The moment their eyes met, cold sweat broke out on Krollo's forehead. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The other party suddenly took a step and continued to walk forward. Krollo stopped where he was and let the other party walk by him. This man was a top master in terms of and comprehensive combat ability, and he was far from being his opponent now. What purpose does the other party have for such a master to appear in this place at this time? The fact that he has no intention to attack him shows that he has already achieved a certain purpose and has no interest in him. He is obviously not a companion of the Kuruta kid, nor a companion of Hunter. The third force. Coming to the position of Peeling Lev, he looked at Peeling Lev on the ground with arrows piercing his body, and Joe, who was directly hit and seriously injured and had his head smashed by a punch. These were killed by 2 different men. Joe's miserable condition reminded Krollo of the previous man, while peeling Lefming on the other side was different. Beep. Beep. The phone rang again. Krollo picked up the phone. Captain, that kid, here. Chapter 95, Confrontation with the Spider's Natural Enemy. At Fink's place. Krollo frowned. Very good, I'll be there right away. He hung up the phone. And now? Fink's location. Advertisement. Finks covered his right hand and looked at the wound on his arm that was cut by a knife, which was constantly bleeding. He simply pulled off his sleeve and bandaged the wound to prevent death from excessive bleeding. Are you, the kid from that time? The kid who fought with Uvajan? Finks stared at Rocky. Just now. Just a minute ago. He was dealing with the professional hunter, and he had already taken the advantage. He only needed the last blow to deal with the opponent, and then let Paknata search the opponent's memory. Find out the specific location of Shui Liulai. However, when he locked onto the opponent and seized the opportunity to give a fatal blow to save the day, a white light flashed, and a strange white crystal floated, accompanied by the flash of the knife. It attacked his neck directly, and at this moment Finks quickly blocked it with his arm. His neck was not cut, but his arm was stabbed. After seeing the other person clearly, he was even more surprised. It turned out to be a little ghost. Finks didn't know who this little ghost was. Paknata on the side reminded him that this little ghost was the one he met in the Kuruta tribe a year ago. Paknata knew Rocky's appearance by reading Uvajan's memory. Originally, due to some reasons, the brigade could no longer pursue that matter. But now the other party appeared again, which surprised Paknata very much, and what was even more surprising was that the other party's ability just now was so fast. She was responsible for observing the surroundings and helping to suppress Hunter, but she didn't notice how Rocky suddenly appeared. The sneak attack was able to almost kill Finks. This strength is completely different from a year ago. Rocky didn't feel it was a pity that the sneak attack failed. After all, Finks is also a very strong Nin. However, Rocky sighed and should have chosen to sneak attack Paknata first. But the best effect of sneak attack is of course the first time, the second time is useless. So Rocky chose to take a big gamble. If he could kill Finks with one blow, then it would be much easier to fight against Noda. Unfortunately, it didn't go as he wished. Advertisement. A first-class Nin should not be underestimated. Are you here for revenge? Finks looked at Rocky, who was injured by such a little kid's sneak attack. He was furious and rushed forward to grab Rocky directly, but Rocky's next move made Finks know what a monster is. Rocky was not afraid of close combat, although he was at a disadvantage in terms of body shape. After all, Rocky's height determined his arm span. The range that his fists could reach in close combat was naturally not as good as that of the opponent. But even so, Rocky's attack was not inferior at all. Relying on the sword of the Wise King, he left several wounds on Finks in a short fight. These wounds were not deep and the damage was not high, but they shocked Finks. This kid is so strong. Finks punched Rocky with one hand, and at the same time, Rocky caught him with one hand, and his mental energy flowed quickly, leaving a wound on his shoulder with a sword. At the same time, Finks kicked back, and Rocky grabbed the opponent's fist and jumped up and turned his body. After the rotation accelerated, the punch hit the opponent's foot hard. Finks was directly repelled. After landing, he jumped and rushed towards Finks, and the moment when the long sword was swung, the two figures crossed. Finks' abdomen and waist were injured by Rocky's long sword. Quick action. Strong power. The mental energy was powerful and amazing. It made Finks, an enhancer, unable to resist it at all. The two distanced themselves, and it was Finks who took the initiative to distance themselves. Feeling the injuries on his body, Finks' expression became more and more ugly. The hunter on the side saw Rocky suddenly appear and took the initiative to fight with his opponent. Hunter, who didn't know Rocky, thought for a moment and fled decisively. Rocky was left alone to face Finks and Paknata at the same time. The battle after that was very tense. Rocky was 1-on-2, one ranged and one close combat. There was no chance to kill one instantly, and he was about to concentrate his strength to kill Finks first. Another wave of mind energy appeared, the fourth shadow of the brigade. The shadow rushed over while talking on the phone. Rocky heard what the shadow said on the phone. He also stopped. When the shadow arrived, the three faced Rocky. In this situation, it was difficult to kill in a short time. Even if the opponent found an opportunity to return to the sky, Rocky might not be able to withstand it. The will to fight was gone. Advertisement. However, Rocky didn't plan to leave immediately, but wanted to wait a while, at least to meet the man before leaving. Soon Krollo also arrived. When Krollo arrived, Rocky and the three were confronting each other. The three did not attack Rocky casually, because the thoughts lingering around Rocky were too amazing. Finks, Face Shadow and Paknata all felt a huge pressure, and they were not sure what Lan Ran would become. Please give me flowers. So as long as Rocky didn't leave, they didn't need to take the initiative to attack. It's you. The first sentence Krollo said after arriving made Rocky slightly stunned. You don't seem to have seen me. Rocky frowned, but Krollo didn't explain anything. You killed Pilarev, didn't you? Rocky nodded and said, yes. And Shulnark and Franklin. Krollo said it calmly, but Finks and others couldn't calm down at this moment. Pilarev is dead. Franklin and Shulnark are also. Finks looked at Rocky in surprise. This kid has killed 3 members of the brigade. Paknada's expression was solemn. Franklin's strength was not weak, but he was killed by this kid. 0. Mianying was also a little surprised. Did Pilarev die too? 3 people were killed in one operation. This has never happened before. After getting Rocky's confirmation, Krollo could be sure that Rocky did not kill Joe. After all, Joe's injuries were completely different. Recalling the way Pilarev died, his limbs were pierced and directly disabled, and his neck, heart, and brain were all pierced. Such an attack is not only to kill the opponent, but more like a judgment of the enemy. If it is just to kill a person, giving a fatal blow is enough, and such an attack method is obviously confident and has other very strong emotions. This emotion is probably hatred. Boy. You are here for revenge. I gave the order. If you want revenge, you should kill me. Hearing this, Rocky nodded, of course, you will die too, Krollo Lucifer. Then I will give you a chance. I will find a place where you can fight me fairly in a month. How about it? Humph. Rocky laughed. Ridiculous suggestion. At this time, 2 other figures came from a distance. They should be Phaeton and Maki. Is Krollo waiting for the members of the brigade to arrive? However, Rocky does not plan to stay any longer and is ready to leave. But there is one more thing I want to say before I leave. Spiders. Don't think you are the only ones who know how to hide in the dark. Starting today, spiders have natural enemies. I advise you not to be alone, otherwise I will kill you all one by one. Kill them. Boom. The terrible killing intent burst out instantly. At this moment, it seemed as if the sky had dimmed a little. Chapter 96 Ability Modification Hunting ends. Feeling the terrifying killing intent. At this moment, a very strong thought emerged in Krollo's heart. We must kill this kid here. In 1 year, he was able to grow from being no match for Yuvajin to being able to kill 3 brigades in a row. It goes without saying how terrifying the talent of such a kid is. Advertisement. If he continues to be allowed to grow, then sooner or later the brigade will go. Kill him. When Krollo said this, he instantly opened the thief's secret book, but the book had just appeared and was still turning. Rocky had already jumped up, and his mind was focused on his feet. Rocky jumped up instantly. The height of the jump was probably as high as 50 or 60 meters. This height made the members of the brigade stunned. But they didn't understand what Rocky was doing. And the next second, a white 767 light suddenly flashed, and Rocky disappeared. Krollo looked at the sky. He didn't see clearly how Rocky disappeared just now. What kind of ability is this? At this time, Phaeton and Maki arrived. Before they had time to ask what was going on, they saw Krollo's expression suddenly become a little angry. For so many years, since the Meteor Street came out, they have never seen the captain show this expression again. No matter what happens, the captain is always calm as always. But today, the captain actually showed an angry expression. The members were very surprised, especially Phaeton and Maki. They didn't know what happened. They just received the news from Krollo and rushed here, and even let go of the professional hunter who was supposed to be caught by them. Phaeton had just opened his mouth, and Krollo said directly, "This mission failed, Shui Liulai doesn't need to worry about it, Jian goes back to find Jin and Nobunaga." What? Give up just like that? Phaeton and Maki didn't quite understand, but now didn't seem to be the time to ask. Although this is not the first time the brigade has failed in a mission, when the mission failed in the past, it was usually due to the brigade itself. Either the target person was killed, or the target item was destroyed. That led to the failure of the mission. But this time was different. The mission failed without getting the mission item. Advertisement. Krollo had turned around and was ready to leave. Phaeton and Maki were still confused when Paknada came to them. Franklin, Shulnark, the peeling column is dead. The mission is over, let's go back to support Yuvajin and the others. Paknada turned around and felt heavy. The brigade can't lose anyone anymore. All the members went to support Yuvajin and Nobunaga. Somewhere not far away, Rocky looked at the direction the brigade was going and gave up the idea of taking the opportunity to kill Nobunaga and Yuvajin. The brigade was not slow, and it would not take long to support Yuvajin. Rocky would not have enough time to kill the two. There was no point in going now. Anyway, the interest has been collected almost completely. Cut off 3 legs of the spider and save the rest. I will collect it later. The most important thing now is the success rate of the guiding arrow under the actual eyelid. Rocky has seen all the members of the brigade with his own eyes. Can the guiding arrow successfully guide Rocky to find them now? I tried it a little. When Rocky pulled the flying king bow and released the white guiding arrow, the arrow shattered as soon as it was shot out. Da. This made Rocky a little disappointed. It seems that just seeing someone in person is not enough. There is no way to successfully launch the guidance arrow. The key is still to need items. Think carefully. When looking for gold, I used a piece of fishing line. In other words, if I get something that the other party has used, I should be able to successfully release the guidance sieve. Otherwise, I will continue to try to release it based on probability. If I have seen someone in person, the success rate should be able to reach 50%. If I know a little more about the other party, the success rate can be increased a lot. However, if it is not 100%, it seems that it is not easy to successfully release it. Scratching his head, Rocky suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "It can be modified. Hasn't the new information column come out? And it is a special information column for abilities. In this case, it is better to modify the abilities directly. Open. Mind ability, Phantom Shift, Expandable, Phantom Sword, Expandable, Teleport Mark, Expandable, King's Power, Expandable, Unsupplemented Power, Expandable." Advertisement. This is the current situation of Rocky's ability information. However, Rocky has not checked these expandable contents before. The expanded contents are nothing more than the specific effects of each ability, the introduction of the ability, etc. What Rocky wants to modify is the guidance arrow of the Flying King Bow, so he can expand the Phantom Sword. Phantom Sword, Sword of the Wise King, Yaksha King Sword, Fulong King Sword, Flying King Bow, Holy King Staff. The materialized Phantom Swords each have different abilities. All Phantom Swords can be controlled remotely, and the control power of different weapons will change. Floating Shadow, with the power of the Phantom Sword, the host can fly. The flight is divided into 2 types, Physical and Phantom Flight. This is the 5 weapons all of Rocky's Phantom Swords are now available. The Floating Shadow ability is a derivative ability developed from the Phantom Sword ability. Click on the Flying King's Bow directly. Flying King's Bow can release 3 different arrows to attack. Guiding Arrow, Annihilation Arrow, Must Hit Arrow. Guiding Arrow, according to the information the host has, increase the probability of the guiding arrow successfully finding the target. Once successfully launched, no matter where the target is or how far away it is, it will definitely be found. Just looking at this description, the effect is still very good, but the conditions seem very general. All Rocky has to do is modify the conditions. After thinking about it, Rocky made a new modification. Guiding Arrow, any sound that the host has seen or heard, or items that the other party has used, can be used to launch the guiding arrow to find the target. No matter where the target is or how far away it is, it will definitely be found. Look at the new changes in 5.1. Rocky felt that this ability was what he wanted. However, are you sure to modify it? Estimated modification time, 1550 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Does it take so long to modify? This is just the time required for modification. After the modification, you need to wait for the modification again. It will probably take quite a while. Rocky frowned. If that's the case, there's no need to modify this ability. Finding people is not a necessary ability. Instead of modifying the ability to find people, it's better to modify a more perverted nin. There are other ways to find people besides relying on abilities. Forget it. Let's do it later. Go find Kate first. Rocky looked back at the forest area. Next time, I will definitely kill you all. The hunt is over. Chapter 97, Subsequent Arrangements, Finding Hisoka. Krollo looked at Uvijin, who was covered in blood. There was also Nobunaga, who was pale and had lost an arm. Maki came to Nobunaga's side as soon as possible, wanting to sew up Nobunaga's arm. But when she started, she suddenly found that there was a strong aura left in Nobunaga's wound. This aura may not dissipate in a short time. Advertisement. In other words, Nobunaga's arm suture may. Maki looked back at Krollo and shook her head helplessly. Krollo was still calm, and then looked at Kyubi, who was covered in wounds. Kyubi didn't have much fighting ability, so it was very difficult for him to survive. "Captain, I'm going to find that guy. I want to pay Franklin and Shulnark." Uvijin roared, and Phaeton and Finks, who were responsible for dealing with the soldiers in the back, looked down. It was the first time I saw Uvijin yelling at the captain. This tone would never appear on Uvijin before, especially when he was talking to the captain. However, the captain who heard this just looked up at Uvijin calmly. "Uvijin, do you think you are a match for that kid? Hearing this, Yuvajin immediately raised his fist and said, I can kill that damn kid with one punch. 17 Look at Nobunaga. You know his strength. As a member of the Suicide Squad, you should know his strength very well. The opponent can cut off one of Nobunaga's arms in a short time, without getting hurt. Do you think you can really deal with him with your own strength? Thinking back to what Rocky said when he left, the captain's face became more and more solemn. His last challenge, Rocky did not accept it. It means that there is no honor in Rocky's eyes, or in other words, Rocky is not flat. What he wants is to kill all the people in the brigade, even by any means. Advertisement. After seeing the entities of Franklin and Shulnark, Franklin is fine, but Shulnark was killed by a sneak attack. Although he has much more power than Shulnark, he still chose this sneak attack. This just shows that the kid is a very cautious guy who won't take risks easily. He won't show up without full confidence. And the other party is determined to hide in the dark, and this situation is not good for the Kai Brigade. There is no problem if they don't separate, but the people in the brigade can't stay apart. Captain, are we just going to let it go? Yuvajin thought about it and said unwillingly. Forget it. How is it possible? Krollo looked at everyone and said, one way. Go back to Meteor Street, don't leave Meteor Street in the next few years. It's not the base of the brigade. If the other party really dares to set foot in Meteor Street, they will definitely be noticed at the first time. At that time, it will be a plate of meat that is delivered to the door. However, after Krollo's order was issued, everyone had only one feeling, that is, aggrieved. Very aggrieved. They were actually scared back to their hometown by a little kid and couldn't go out. Yuvajin clenched his fist tightly, veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes stared at Krollo, but he didn't explode in the end. Everyone was silent. Just at this moment, someone walked towards the group of people in the warmest way. Of course, this person couldn't be Rocky or Kate. At this moment, Rocky had found Kate, and walked with Kate to the next city. Advertisement. Returning to the previous city and then leaving might leave too many clues. If the people in the group found out, it would be troublesome. So Rocky and Kate walked directly to the next city, and then left by the city's transportation. Of course, it takes a lot of time to walk to the next city. During the time on the road, Rocky was also thinking about what he needed to do next. It is necessary to monitor the actions of the brigade, and at the same time, he must find Uncle Yu and Kurapika and try to find them. At the same time, he must carefully study the new modified rules. In this battle, Rocky also felt some flaws in his abilities, and flaws are simply too good for Rocky. Once discovered, he can make changes. To make his abilities more perfect is also to make himself stronger in disguise. Along the way, 7 days. But Rocky did not feel slow at all, but felt that time passed quickly. Arriving in another city, Pei-Chi looked at Kate. This is Jin's location. Although it is not 100% guaranteed that Jin is still here, it should still be here if nothing unexpected happens. Hearing this, Kate glanced at the address and smiled. So that's it, Jin must be here. Rocky was stunned for a moment. Are you so sure? Kate nodded. Because Mr. Jin mentioned this place in the clues he left me. Okay. It seems that Jin is probably still waiting for Kate's arrival at the ruins. However, Kate's way of finding Jin is obviously different from before. I don't know if Jin is satisfied with Kate like this. Kate looked at Rocky. What are you going to do next? My business with Spider is not over yet. Are you going to continue chasing them? Rocky shook his head. That's not the case, but I don't think they will be separated in a short time. Okay. I won't ask you any more questions. I hope everything goes well for you. Kate has gained a lot of experience by working with Rocky, and at the same time she feels more dissatisfied with her own strength. She must become stronger as soon as possible. After sending Kate away, Rocky did not choose to leave the city, but took out a card from his waist. This 553 card was Hisoka's before. When Hisoka attacked Rocky and Kate, Rocky took a card. At that time, I just thought it was just in case. If Hisoka was needed, I could go find Hisoka at that time. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. After meeting and having the card used by Hisoka, it is not difficult to find Hisoka. The guiding arrow was successfully launched. Following the direction of the arrow, it was found that Hisoka seemed to be moving. Because the front of the arrow was constantly shifting, although the speed was not too fast, the opponent was indeed moving and in the air. It should be on the airship. Rocky disappeared the next second, and a white light appeared in the sky and flew away. A few hours later, Rocky suddenly appeared on the deck of an airship. The guests who were watching the scenery were stunned for a moment, rubbing their eyes, thinking that they were dazzled. Rocky went directly into the airship, and then came to the restaurant of the airship, looking at Hisoka who was playing cards in the corner. The moment Rocky came in, Zissou also noticed Rocky. He stared at Rocky with his eyes. This time Rocky walked straight towards him, and Hisoka smiled immediately. But that perverted smile made Rocky speechless. It seemed that Hisoka was a perverted *X maniac, and Rocky had not yet fully adapted to Hisoka's expression. Chapter 98 Hisoka's battle agreement is reached. He sat down in front of Hisoka. Hisoka looked at Rocky in front of him. Is it an unexpected meeting or did you specifically look for me? Hearing this, Rocky smiled. Do you think there are so many coincidences? Hisoka. Hearing Rocky say his name, Hisoka smiled. It seems that you should have found my information. Not bad, this speed is very fast. What do you want to do with me? Challenge. Advertisement. The person who wants to challenge shouldn't be Rocky. It should be Hisoka. Rocky shook his head. I want you to help me, maybe it will suit your taste. Oh. Hisoka was a little curious. With the friendship between the two, he was not at the point where he could just ask for help casually. Do you want to join Phantom Troop? Hearing this, Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly. Phantom Troop, why do you ask that? Their leader, Krollo. Lucifer is a very strong man, you should be very interested. Hisoka looked at Rocky carefully, observing Rocky's face, skin, and bones. In his heart, he was constantly reasoning that Rocky was indeed just a kid now. He was so strong at such an age, and he investigated me so clearly, even knowing my hobbies and interests. What was the origin of this kid? So. Rocky looked at Hisoka, and his reaction was a little strange. He appeared in that city before, so he might have met the Phantom Troop by chance. Then he would find a way to join the brigade first. Now that he took the initiative to mention Hisoka, his performance was too calm. Didn't he meet the members of the brigade? Because of him, could it be that Hisoka didn't meet the people of the Phantom Troop at all, and naturally there would be no Hisoka wanting to join the brigade to challenge the leader? However, Rocky felt something was wrong. Even if he didn't meet, Hisoka didn't seem to show the interest he should have in Krollo. Even if he hadn't seen him, but Rocky said he was very strong, wouldn't Hisoka be curious about how strong he was? Thinking of this, Rocky suddenly looked at Hisoka. You have joined the brigade, right? Hearing this, Hisoka's eyes shrank slightly, and he looked at Rocky and smiled. Why do you say that? Don't lie, Hisoka, you have joined the brigade, right? Hisoka smiled, and looked at Rocky with a look that seemed to have confirmed it, so there was no need to lie. So what? Since you have joined the brigade, it won't be strange to know Krollo. You want to challenge him, right? Advertisement. Hisoka didn't speak, just looked at Rocky. But you are alone, and the brigade is a group of people. It's basically impossible to find a chance to be alone with that person. Speaking of this, Rocky paused. Unless someone makes the brigade a mess, then you have a chance. I have some conflicts with that brigade. If you provide me with information, I will make the brigade a mess and create an opportunity for you to be alone with that man. Now Hisoka is a little curious about what the conflict between Rocky and the brigade is. You said these things to a member of the brigade. Do you think I won't tell the leader what you said? Ha ha ha. Rocky leaned back against the backrest of the chair. You won't? Why? Are you considered a member of the brigade? Hisoka. Hisoka stared at Rocky and sighed for a long time. Why not? I have officially joined the brigade. That's what they think. Do you think you are a spider? This made Hisoka unable to answer. He never thought of himself as a spider, nor did he think he was a member of any force or organization. What do you think? Are you interested in my proposal? Hisoka frowned and thought about it for a while. If he refused or agreed, it would not have much impact on Hisoka. Even without anyone's help, Hisoka is confident that he can find a chance to be alone with Krollo and kill that man. But the problem is now. Hisoka is also very interested in Rocky. Okay, but there is one more condition. Rocky also expected that he would take the initiative to propose new conditions. After all, this man is Hisoka, and he can't be fooled by a few words. The reason why he came to Hisoka was that he thought Hisoka would be interested in his proposal. What conditions? Rocky asked. Hisoka looked at Rocky and said, fight a battle with me. Whether you win or lose, I can provide you with information about the Phantom Troop. Of course, it is limited to what I know. I will not take the initiative to inquire about their information. This is natural. If Hisoka takes the initiative to inquire about the information of the brigade, it will make the brigade suspicious. Think about it. While Rocky was thinking, Hisoka looked at Rocky and seemed to be hesitating and decided to add a little chip. If you agree, I can tell you a piece of news about the brigade right now. Although this news is not critical, you should be interested. What news? Hisoka looked at Rocky. Does this count as agreement? Advertisement. Agree, but you have to wait. It may take a month or half a year. I need to perfect my abilities. Rocky looked at Hisoka. I will fight you after I perfect my abilities. Do you want to wait? Hearing this, Hisoka's eyes lit up. No problem. I will wait for you no matter how long it takes. For Hisoka, being able to fight against a stronger opponent is the most interesting thing. But this time Hisoka does not expect to kill Rocky directly. Instead, he first understands Rocky's abilities and then finds a chance to assassinate Rocky. Then tell me about your news. Rocky looked at Hisoka. The leader ordered everyone to return to Meteor Street, but I didn't go. After all, I just joined the brigade and no one knows me, so I was asked to collect some information outside. The most important thing is to collect information about the Kuruta tribe. Hisoka looked at Rocky and said, You are not from the Kuruta tribe, are you? This was just a casual question from Hisoka. However, Rocky's reaction made Hisoka excited, because Rocky did not answer immediately, but his face changed slightly. I guessed it. I didn't expect that I would guess it right after saying it casually. The kid in front of him is a Kuruta tribe member, and the brigade asked him to investigate the Kuruta tribe outside. The conflict between the Kuruta tribe and the Phantom Troop seems to be very big. At this moment, Rocky frowned and thought, the brigade's return to Meteor Street is not good news for Rocky. Did they say how long we'll stay? Hisoka shook his head, good, nothing else. That means it's probably impossible for the members of the brigade to leave Meteor City easily, unless there's some action that must be carried out. It seems that it may take a long time to deal with the remaining members of the brigade. Rocky stood up and said, then even if our cooperation is settled, remember to notify me if there's any news. He gave Hisoka a contact number, and at the same time Rocky said, it'll be at most half a year, and I'll duel with you no matter if I have perfected my abilities completely by then. Where's the location? Hisoka asked. You go. Hisoka thought for a moment, then how about the Sky Arena in half a year? Okay. As he said that, Rocky had already walked out of the restaurant and came directly to the deck, under the gaze of Hisoka. Rocky jumped out directly, and Hisoka was stunned when he saw this scene. This place is thousands of meters high. If you jump down directly like this, even the most powerful nin will fall to death. This kid. Chapter 99, Rich Bartra's Employment Invitation. After leaving the airship, Rocky prepared to return to Greedy Island directly. There is no place more secret than Greedy Island. It will definitely not be found by the people of the brigade. After the people of the brigade return to Meteor Street, they would definitely try their best to find Rocky's information. Advertisement. Anywhere there is surveillance, the other party may find it. So the safest place and the place where you will not be disturbed should be Greedy Island. It is also very simple to return to Greedy Island. Just find a game of Greedy Island and reinsert your data card. Before, Rocky left Greedy Island not for a short time, but directly left by pulling out the data card. So now just go back to the position of the rich man and find an empty socket. 2 days later, Rocky successfully passed through several countries and went to the rich man's villa where he and Pyro came last time. But this time Rocky was stunned. The original Greedy Island game in the rich man's house was gone. Did it move? Or, because of my previous forced entry, this guy directly inserted the card slot into the game. This guy dared not leave the game of Greedy Island at home. I checked 980. It turned out that this guy sold the game of Greedy Island to a guy named Bartra. This name seemed familiar to Rocky, but he didn't take it seriously. The most important thing was to return to Greedy Island. Go and see how Pyro's practice was going. It was not a big deal to ask about the location of such a rich man. Find Bartra's villa and sneak in directly. With Rocky's skills, it was too easy to sneak in without anyone noticing. But this time Rocky felt it necessary to say hello. In order to avoid the trouble of going back in after coming out of Greedy Island next time. In the lobby of the villa. Advertisement. Bartra looked at Rocky in front of him. Do you want to buy a game location? Looking at the child in front of him, Bartra did not dare to underestimate him. Because the other party suddenly appeared in front of him, his villa had many guards, and even some bounty hunters. In this case, the other party still came in easily, and it was quite terrifying to appear in front of him for a long time. Rocky nodded, yes. I want to enter the game and buy a position. You have many sets of Greedy Island games in your hand, I believe you have more than one vacant position. This is not wrong, but Bartra looked at Rocky in front of him. Can you wait a moment? I want my consultant to come over. Okay. Rocky sat down casually, but looking at Bartra's appearance, Rocky felt a little familiar. Soon when the so-called consultant came, Rocky suddenly remembered. Isn't this guy the rich man who bought all the Greedy Islands in Yuxin Shijiang, and the employer of Gon and others later? And his consultant is Juezijuela, the bounty hunter. Juezijuela noticed Rocky as soon as he entered the door. Although Rocky was young, the aura of the golden air fluctuating around his body was faint but exuded. It made Juezijuela feel very amazing. This is my advisor. Rocky nodded, it turns out to be Mr. Juezijela. Chwezajila was stunned. You know me. Professional bounty hunter, Mr. Chwezajila is also famous. It was a compliment to the other party. Thank you for your compliment. I want to enter the game to buy a position. In fact, my employer Mr. Batra is not short of money. Rocky nodded and said, I know. So if you don't mind, can you let me see your hair? Rocky smiled. No answer, but the next second Rocky's anger suddenly exploded, and the whole room began to emit a terrifying roar. The huge chandelier in the center of the hall also began to shake and flicker. Advertisement. Seeing that it was about to fall down at any time, Zhu Zila's forehead was sweating, and he quickly smiled, okay. Okay. So. After reading the post, can you buy a seat for me? Or are you willing to give me one? BHDD, hearing this, Zhu Zila looked in the direction of Bartra and nodded gently. Bartra was also surprised to see this action. Although he knew that the other party might be very powerful, the fact that he could surprise Zhu Zila so much showed that the other party was not just as simple as having strength. Actually, it's like this. I don't know what this gentleman's name is. Bartra smiled and asked carefully. Rocky. Then Mr. Rocky, the position in the game is originally prepared for talented people, and you are obviously such a person. Bartra said with a look of embarrassment. But I want to break this game and get a reward in it, so this position is for me. Seeing this, Chwezajila on the side immediately spoke up, Mr. Bartra means that the position can be provided for free, and you can also pay Mr. Rocky a sum of money, which will definitely satisfy you, but I hope you can come together to break this game. Rocky smiled and said, I didn't enter Greed Island to break the game, but to meet my friends. I have no interest in breaking the game. Chwezajila was a little surprised, and thought Rocky was also an who wanted to break the game. Unexpectedly, Rocky just wanted to meet his friends. In fact, I can enter the game even if I don't tell you. It won't affect you too much if I take the data card away when I leave. I just say hello to you so that you won't be too surprised, and it won't take up too much of your time. In simpler words, it's just a greeting to you, not to ask for your opinion. If you don't agree, you can try to stop it, Rocky. Having seen Rocky's terrifying hair, Chwezajila didn't think he could stop Rocky at all. Batra looked at Chwezajila. As a hired man, Chwezajila could only bite the bullet and go up. Mr. Rocky, are you really not going to consider it? I can pay you 50 billion later. This number is definitely very attractive. After hearing this, Rocky wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought of something. He seemed to have no money. It seemed that buying game positions was just cheating the other party. And Rocky really needed to spend money. Thinking for a while. What are you doing to clear the game? Batra said quickly, there is a game prop in the game, which is called the Archangel's Breath. I want to get this game prop. The Archangel's Breath. Rocky remembered that Batra's lover seemed to be dying and needed this game prop to save his life. Want to save someone? Batla was stunned for a moment, but still nodded yes. No need to clear the game, I have the ability to heal people, if possible, let me try, how about exchanging for a game position? Really? Really? If you can cure her, all the Greed Island games here can be given to you, and even most of my wealth, no problem. This guy is still a romantic. Try it first. If it works, we can talk about other things. Chapter 100 Hunter, the world's strongest god of pure love. Led by Bartra, the group came to the other side of the villa. The other side of this huge villa was a place that even Chwezajila had never been to. After walking through a long corridor, they came to the door of a room. Bartra opened the door. A room that was not particularly large was filled with various instruments, and they were all the most advanced and sophisticated instruments. Advertisement. In another room, there were nurses and doctors on call 24 hours a day. They monitored the various characteristics of the girl lying on the bed. Coming to the bed, Chwezajila frowned. Everything you have is for this girl. Bartra nodded. I've thought of all the methods, but none of them worked. I heard that in the game Greed Island, there is an item called Archangel's Breath which can drive away all the pain. That's why I want to give it a try. Chwezajila was shocked when he heard this. Is this your daughter? Or granddaughter? My lover. She is my lover. Rocky vaguely remembers the story of Batra and this girl. This girl did not covet Batra's money, and did not want any of Batra's valuables. And she agreed with Batra that after dealing with a huge property, the two would find a place to live happily. But unfortunately, the girl never woke up after a car accident. For an illusory possibility. You paid so much wealth, is it worth it? Chwezajila asked. But Batra suddenly turned his head and said, love cannot be measured by wealth. Looking at Batra in front of him, although Rocky himself could not do such a thing, he still admired a pure love god of war. People who believe in love and give everything for it deserve respect rather than ridicule. Let me try. Rocky came to the front, but at this time Bartra looked at Rocky expectantly, and seemed to be a little worried. But Bartra did not say it directly. But he turned his head to look at Chwezagila. Chwezagila also understood what Bartra meant and was about to speak. Suddenly a thought like a long sword appeared from Rocky's fingertips, and then turned into a sword and flowed slowly. Just like the scissors in Gon's guessing game. Advertisement. The thought cut Chwezagila's face and left a wound on his face. Seeing this scene, Bartra was stunned for a moment, and just when he was about to speak, Rocky took out the Holy King staff. As the Holy King staff emitted light, the wound on Chwezagila's face healed quickly. Of course, Bartra could not see the light emitted by this thing, but Chwezagila could see it. This kind of vitality, so powerful. Chwezagila couldn't help but admire. Under normal circumstances, then people would not show their abilities to their peers. Rocky didn't care, which means that Rocky is not afraid of being targeted by others, or he has more than one ability. At the same time, it can be regarded as trust in Chwezagila. Is this a miracle? Bartra stared at Chwezagila's face. The speed at which the wound healed was so fast that it made his heart beat faster. This is my ability, so there is no problem now. Chwezagila nodded at Bartra. Bartra made way for Rocky to walk over. He came to the bed and looked at the girl on the bed. She was a very beautiful and pretty girl. But now her condition is very bad. Rocky raised his hand and let go of the Holy King staff. The Holy King staff floating in the air came to the girl's chest. It emitted a sacred light, and the light enveloped the girl's whole body. The girl's pale skin was visible to the naked eye and had a rosy luster. Her breathing also began to become strong and powerful. The most excited person at this time was Bartra. His heart was about to rise to his throat. Is this successful? 10 minutes later, Rocky took back the Holy King staff. During this process, neither Chwezagila nor Bartra said anything. Wait until Rocky finished releasing his ability. Chwezagila asked, what's going on? Although Rocky cured the girl, there is a high probability that his job will end, but the bounty hunter also has a conscience. No. Sorry. Rocky looked at Bartra. How could it be? She is obviously much better. Looking at the girl on the bed, the radiant look at the moment is completely different from the dying look before. I just restored her body functions to a very healthy state. Advertisement. Rocky pointed to the instrument beside him and said, look. Now all her body indicators have recovered, but I can't restore her consciousness. Bartra's eyes dimmed a little, but he looked at Rocky and said, but it is effective, right? Rocky nodded, the effect is limited to helping her prolong her life. The body functions I helped her restore will gradually weaken. It can be regarded as allowing her to prolong her life in this state. It didn't have the effect Rocky imagined, which made Rocky feel that his ability was still a little imperfect, and he must modify it after going to Greed Island. It's already very good, it's already very good. Thank you, Mr. Rocky, you want the game location of Greedy Island, just use it. At the same time, I am willing to pay you 1 billion as the treatment fee just now. Rocky waved his hand, no, my treatment did not wake her up. No. Bartra came directly in front of Rocky and looked at Rocky sincerely, I want to ask Mr. Rocky to come once a year to give her rehabilitation treatment. As long as her body functions remain in a very healthy state, I believe it will also help her recovery. And more importantly, this way she can hold on until Greedy Island is broken. At that time, she can be completely cured. As long as Mr. Rocky is willing, I will pay you 1 billion every year as treatment fees. Chwezagila on the side smiled. The girl did not reply. His work can continue. At the same time, with an unlike Rocky, he doesn't have to worry about the girl dying one day and the mission ending. Then he said, please agree. To be honest, Rocky also needs money. Glanced at Bartra, if you want, I don't mind. It only takes about 10 minutes to come here once a year. Thank you so much, you can arrange the next things for Chwezagila. I want to be alone with her for a while. I haven't seen her so energetic for a long time. Rocky and Chwezagila came out of the room. Looking at Chwezagila beside him, so can I go to Greed Island now? Of course, I need to provide you with a data card and. No, I have it. Give me the account. I will transfer the money to your account. Rocky glanced at Chwezagila, no, leave it where you are. Chwezagila was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Although he knew that powerful Nan didn't really care about money, this was too casual. 1 billion is just going to be spent on someone I just met? I'll ask you to do me a favor. Rocky said. Use this billion to hire some people for me to find a man named Gao Yu. I'll draw his general appearance for you, but he may not know this name, and when you are looking for him, try to be low-key, okay? Find someone? Hire? No problem at all, Zhu Ziyi La nodded, sure, I won't refuse to hire anyone for a bounty hunter mission. Chapter 101 Goodbye, Pero's ability modification. I will have someone try their best to find this person. I will notify you once there is any news. Chwezagila has already led Rocky to the Greedy Island game room. At the same time, Chwezagila was a little curious, who are you looking for in the game? Rocky glanced at him and did not answer. Chwezagila also waved his hand, sorry, I asked too many questions. Advertisement. By the way, although you are not interested in strategy games, you may encounter some special events if you get any rare cards. If you consider selling, please give us priority. The price is definitely the best. Rocky nodded, how much are you willing to pay for 1 square meter of coastline? Chwezagila was stunned for a moment when he heard this. 1 square meter of coastline is a very rare prop card in the game. Let alone buying it, no one in the game has this card now. No one even knows how to get this card. Rocky actually asked how much he was willing to pay. After thinking for a while, Chwezagila said a number, how about 2.5 billion? Rocky was actually quite satisfied with this number, but he just asked it and didn't intend to waste his time for money. Seeing that Rocky didn't say anything, Chwezagila thought Rocky was dissatisfied. Quickly said, in fact, no one knows what the conditions for obtaining this card are. In this case, if the conditions for obtaining it are very simple, but it has not been discovered yet, then its value will not be that high. So this price is actually just my initial estimate. Okay. I don't have that card, I just asked you first. Said that he had already come to the room where the game was stored. Rocky came to the nearest machine and directly inserted his data card. Then he looked at Chwezagila, my name in the game is, Kuruta and Chi. If you want to find me, look up this name. Said that Rocky instantly disappeared in the room with a thought. The Island of Greed. Rocky had just logged into the game and immediately received a communication invitation. It's easy to tell who it is. Rocky. You're back? I'll be right here. Come on. I'm in Masadora. After the communication ended, a stream of light flashed and appeared in front of Rocky. Rocky. Piro. Looking at the current Piro, Rocky was a little surprised, because Piro's size is huge. Could it be because he's working out with that guy Leja? Advertisement. Okay. This is actually pretty good, as an emitter. The melee ability is a little weak, so it's better to practice to be stronger. Rocky felt Piro's mind. It's not far from the first class Nin. If Piro's mind energy is digitized, then Rocky estimates that Piro's mind energy should have reached about 34,000. It's not far from the 50,000 that a first class Nin needs to reach. Give him a little more time, and Piro will be able to join the ranks of first class Nin. How are you doing outside? Have you found your tribe? Where's Kurapika? Oh, there's Kurapika. Rocky was a little helpless, he actually forgot about Kurapika. Maybe because he subconsciously thought that Kurapika was one of the protagonists, so he didn't need to worry about safety, so he forgot about this guy. It doesn't matter, at most he can entrust some Chwezagila to find someone to help find Kurapika. It shouldn't be difficult to find someone. Chwezagila is definitely a trustworthy person from the original book. He simply told Piro about what happened outside. But when it was said that Rocky had killed 3 members of the brigade and avenged his people, Piro's eyes lit up. Those guys, all deserved to die. But unfortunately, they are now hiding in their lair. It is basically impossible to take action there. Rocky said with some regret. And Piro asked worriedly, what if they never come out? Never come out? Rocky smiled and said, then go to Meteor Street to find them. Not coming out? Humph. If these guys really don't come out, then Rocky doesn't mind going to Meteor Street to find all of them one by one. In another year or two, even if they really don't come out, Rocky dares to enter Meteor Street and kill all of them. Did you come back to Greed Island this time to find me? I guess so. Rocky looked at Piro, I came to see the results of your practice. At the same time, I also need some time to recover. In the battle with Phantom Troop, Rocky also found the shortcomings of his ability. Although the apparition looks very strong. But there are also problems. For example, it can only be activated by throwing weapons. Advertisement. And the speed of throwing weapons seems a bit too slow for Rocky now. This action even feels a bit redundant for Rocky. In the battle with Franklin, Rocky clearly felt that the first class Nin users were able to react to the speed of apparition. After all, one needs to go through the process of apparition to appear and disappear. So it will consume a part of time, which is enough for the Nin master to react. This time Rocky wants to modify the ability of apparition. If he can achieve the effect of Flying Thunder God in Naruto, it would be the best, compressing the time of his own apparition. In this way, he can increase the speed, or else, like Leorio, turn his thoughts into the form of lightning, directly hit the distance, and then appear instantly. Even only part of the body can appear. Or use teleportation or something. Transmuter's ability users can develop teleportation tricks. But when Rocky developed the phantom shift, he only used the ability of the manipulator to add special abilities to items through the manipulator. And the transmuter was not involved. At the same time, Rocky also had to make modifications to each weapon, and now the phantom troop is hiding in Meteor Street. These guys may not come out for a long time in the future. And Rocky also has to develop the power of the 6 gods. Now there is only one ice god. Rocky has a preliminary idea of the power of the other 5 gods. Each god corresponds to a system. 0.1 ice god corresponds to manipulator, so the next god will naturally develop the ability of a system. And for this system, Rocky chose enhancer. The first thing to modify is your own mind system. I don't know how long it will take to add an enhancer. The first modification shouldn't take too much time. Rocky, do you want to see my ability? My ability? Rocky looked at Pyro with a squint. Have you developed your own ability? Pyro scratched his head embarrassedly. With the help of Mr. Leja, it was finally developed successfully. But this is thanks to you. Rocky. Rocky was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Me? Yes, the training you arranged for me before made it the first thing I thought of when developing my ability. What? Rocky was a little curious. Suddenly, Pyro squatted down and picked up the sand on the ground. This. Chapter 102 Strengthening and Modifying the New Apparition. This. Rocky glanced at the sand in Pyro's hand. He still didn't quite understand what Pyro meant, but soon Rocky suddenly realized. You mean? Yes, Rocky, my ability is to control fine sand and soil. Advertisement. Sand and soil, is it the Hunter x Hunter version of Gaara? Rocky was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Pyro's ability to be this, which was a bit unexpected. But this ability, Mr. Liza said, is not easy to use in the city. City? Because there is very little soil and gravel? This kind of thing. Rocky smiled and said, have you ever thought about it, if you carry a bunch of sand with you? Carry it with you? Pyro was stunned for a moment. He had thought about it, but he thought that carrying a bunch of sand would be too obvious, and others would be able to see your ability at a glance. I said that before, but Mr. Liza said that it would be too obvious. The enemy would be able to see through my ability at a glance, which would be even more detrimental to my ability. In Rocky's opinion, the ability to control sand does not need to be hidden. But there are ways to hide it. Can you condense the sand into a fixed shape? 17 Hearing this, Pyro was stunned for a moment, then nodded, it should be no problem. Then you use the sand to condense a larger gourd, the kind with a bottle stopper, and fill the gourd with sand. It looks like a huge gourd, and the enemy doesn't know what's in your gourd. Carry the gourd at any time, and use your mind to control the sand in the gourd all the time. Rocky looked at Pyro. If this part of the sand is controlled by your mind all year round, the power will naturally increase over time. Use this part of the sand as the basis of your ability. As your ability improves in the future, you can even use this part of the sand to create new sand in battle. Pointed to the ground. Rocky laughed and said, even if it's a city, so what? After destroying the cement, isn't there a rock layer underneath? This sentence made Pai Luo seem to open a new door. It turns out that the ability can be developed in this way. Rocky, you are so amazing. I never thought that this ability can be developed in this way. What Lei Jia told him before was nothing more than to increase the amount of mind energy, and then increase the control, and pursue the ability to control sand in a larger range, more and faster. But I never thought of Rocky's idea. Advertisement. First control a part of the sand, and strengthen the power of this part of the sand, and then use this part of the sand to make new sand. There is nothing wrong with this idea, and generally speaking, it is not different from the development direction that Lei Jia told him. It's just that Rocky's idea can make him have combat power faster, even when the amount of mind energy is not so much. I'll try it now. I think it will succeed. Looking at Rocky running away, Rocky smiled. Okay. Pai Luo's problem has been solved, so now Rocky should solve his own problem. But Pai Luo's ability gave Rocky was inspired. The abilities of other worlds can also be used as reference. There is nothing wrong with the previous ideas. And since he has the ability to modify, why can't he be bolder and use some crazier ideas? For example, directly teleport. From the beginning, Rocky no longer needs to rely on thoughts to slowly explore, and can now directly modify the ability. Phantom shift, teleport within the visible range. The farther the distance, the more thoughts are consumed. When teleporting with thoughts that exceed the required movement, the impact of the movement will be enhanced. Estimated modification time, 300 days. 1 year? Too long, although it is worthwhile to wait for nearly a year to get such a powerful ability. But Rocky thinks that perhaps it will take less time to modify step by step. Think about it. Modify and adjust and again. First of all, the distance limit. Rocky added some restrictions such as not being able to teleport to invisible places. This modification reduced the time by 35 days. The modification time is too long, so continue to adjust. After several consecutive adjustments. Phantom shift, the position of the phantom sword can be teleported, and the power of teleportation is enhanced according to the speed of the weapon. Of course, this effect is basically the same as the original ability without any modification. But Rocky's modification is not just that. Chi can be used as a coordinate for teleportation, and the coordinates can be left on any object or individual creature. Advertisement. This ability effect is a new ability effect formulated by Rocky with reference to Flying Thunder God. But even with an ability similar to Flying Thunder God, Rocky is still not satisfied. Rocky's definition of true teleportation is that it can be teleported directly without borrowing anything. But it seems difficult to realize this ability. Once added, the modification time will be very long. But there is a solution. Add restrictions. Any teleportation can be performed within the range of 1/10,000th of the host's mental energy. The unit is meter. Rocky now has 160,000 mental energy, in other words, any teleportation can be awakened within a 6-meter range. At the same time, each teleportation consumes 20,000 mental energy. This only applies to Rocky's any teleportation within a 16-meter range. 20,000 mental energy seems to be a bit exaggerated. After all, Rocky only has a total of 160,000 mental energy, and one movement consumes almost 1/8 of the mental energy. But this is only for Rocky now. The consumption is a bit exaggerated, as long as it is enough to realize this ability. 600. Then in the future, as Rocky's mental energy increases, Rocky believes that a mere 20,000 mental energy is not worth mentioning at all. And as Rocky's mental energy increases, the range of teleportation will also expand. 1 million in Chi, the range of movement is 100 meters. Moving instantly within a range of 100 meters is absolutely a terrifying ability. It is also very easy to kill a topman in an instant. Of course, the premise is that the opponent has no defense. If he is prepared, he will probably use a few more moves. After making these modifications, the time required is much less than the previous 300 days. Estimated modification time, 27 days. It can be completed in less than a month, which is very good. The less modification time, the shorter the cooling time should be. Let's get started. At the same time, Rocky will also modify the NAN system. Add an emitter. The emitter is strengthened to facilitate Rocky's remote control of the phantom sword and speed up the throwing speed. After all, at this stage, Rocky's instant movement still mainly relies on throwing weapons. And adding an emitter's NAN system only takes 3 days to modify. This is very good. The two modifications can be carried out simultaneously without affecting each other. In this way, Rocky has to modify all the information once for each category. Chapter 103, All-Round Modification of Controlled Objects. NAN talent no modification for now. NAN ability modification time 27 days, due to the modification of the ability of apparition, this column cannot be modified. NAN energy has been modified, and the cooling time is 80 days left. NAN system modification time 3 days, added emitter. Physical potential no modification for now. Advertisement. Bloodline ability no modification for now. Physical condition modification time only takes a few seconds, lasts for 1 day, and the cooling time is 1 hour, so Rocky can basically maintain the best physical condition in this column anytime and anywhere. Rocky looked at the information column, and there are still many things that can be modified now. NAN talent, physical potential, bloodline ability. All can be modified. However, talent and physical condition are now top level. It seems that there is no need to modify anything. But Rocky thought about it carefully, and the information in these two information columns is still in a very vague state. It only shows a level. But you have to know that within the same level, there are also differences in high and low. Top does not mean the strongest, or the best. It seems that it is not impossible to modify it, but what is better than the top level? Comprehension is against the sky, unique in the ages? Such a modification should be possible, but Neon talent, against the sky. The modification takes 3,650 days. 10 years. It is not impossible to spend a full 10 years to get a heaven-defying level of Neon talent, but this time is too long. Wait 10 years? Rocky doesn't have the patience to wait for such a long time now. It is better to improve to this level step by step. It is faster in terms of time. It just takes a little thought. The level display of the two information columns now should actually be a very general description. Other information columns can be expanded, which means that you can describe your information more accurately. In this case, then can Rocky do the opposite and improve his talent or physique through more detailed descriptions? Talent. Advertisement. The first person Rocky thought of was Jin. Jin was attacked by any attack ability once, and he could imitate it. Even Rocky's top talent can't do this, which means Jin's talent may be even better than the top. What if Rocky also adds such a description? Not only add it, but also slightly enhance it. Neon talent, top level, any skill in Neon, you can learn most of it after reading it once, and you can fully master it after 3 times or you can fully master it after being hit once. This is not enough, Rocky decided to add another sentence. Neon talent, top level, any skill in Neon, you can learn most of it after reading it once, and you can fully master it after 3 times, or you can fully master it after being hit once, and your ability to comprehend Neon reaches the limit of human beings. That's right, modify it like this. Estimated modification time, 18 days. 18 days? This time is not too long, it's completely possible. Modification begins, information updated. Neon talent, monster level. This level corresponds to the content modified by the host. Sure enough, there are more powerful levels above the top talent, but it seems that the information in the information column cannot be actively expanded. Even if the modification is made, the requirements will be automatically summarized to the corresponding level. Probably only after the information column is actively updated can more complete information be obtained. However, since the system can automatically classify the level by filling in the detailed content, it is much better than Rocky's own random guessing. After 18 days, what will the effect of the talent evolution be? Rocky is also looking forward to it. But it will take some time. But now let's start the next item. The modification of physical potential. With the experience of modifying talents, it will be simple. Directly fill in the detailed content and let the system automatically classify the level. Physical potential, physical fitness beyond the limit of human beings, self-healing, recovery, reaction, strength, speed 10 times that of ordinary people, with infinite potential, and can quickly improve strength every time after exhaustion. The first sentence describes the qualitative, the second sentence introduces the specific effect in detail, and the third sentence refers to the ability of Super Saiyan. But Rocky made a modification. Super Saiyan's physical fitness is that the strength will surge after each recovery from near death. If I really follow this modification, wouldn't I be hovering on the edge of death every time? Only a fool would do that. So Rocky made some modifications. Exhaustion is already very good. Estimated modification time, 40 days. Modification begins, information update process. Physical potential, monster level. Advertisement. The level corresponds to the content modified by the host. Monster level. Monster level physical fitness and potential. Rocky clenched his fists lightly, looking forward to it. To be called a monster, it means that it is indeed very abnormal. It may even have more effects than what Rocky said, 10 times the ability of ordinary people. Here, 10 times the ability of ordinary people does not mean when the mind is turned on, but even when there is no mind, it can surpass the level of ordinary people by more than 10 times. After training, the effect is naturally more terrifying than that of ordinary people. The next step is to modify the bloodline. But Rocky took a look at his bloodline ability. At this stage, Rocky has no special ideas. The bloodline ability seems to be, also very strong, there is no need to modify it. If you have any ideas, you can modify it at any time, there is no rush. The modification is almost over, and Rocky is not idle. Now we can continue to develop Nen. With the inspiration brought to Rocky by Pyro, Rocky now has some new ideas. He also added the ability of Emitter, and although the ability of Emitter is mainly used to strengthen the control of the Phantom Sword and enhance its power, Rocky can also develop a new ability for Emitter. Although Gaara's ability to control sand is very good, if it comes to controlling things, the first thing Rocky thinks of is not the Sand King. The first thing that comes to mind when developing Nen is often the most suitable for oneself. And, good, Rocky's first thought is water. Water. Everywhere. As long as there is air, there are water molecules. So compared to sand and other things, water is everywhere, but you can understand it with a little thought. It is not something that ordinary people can do to control water with the concept of water molecules. And Rocky is not worried about this. The lethality of water does not seem to be very good. High-speed flowing water can even easily cut metal, and think about it again. Just throw a ball of water to cover the opponent's head and make the enemy unable to breathe. The water flow that can be controlled by people is like a helmet that is always on the head of others. No matter how you slap it with your hands, the water flow will not disappear. This method alone is enough to kill Nen below the first rate instantly. There is no room for fighting back. And Rocky plans to develop this ability into one of the 6 divine powers he has been conceiving. The power of the water god. Then, Chapter 104 Modifications gradually complete new changes. As for the development of the new 6 divine powers, Rocky suddenly realized a problem. It seems that there is no need for him to develop his abilities. Since he can modify all his information, it means that he does not need to develop at all. Can't he just add it directly? But it will take 40 days to complete the modification of the mind ability, and it is not sure whether there will be a cooling time afterwards. Advertisement. After thinking about it, it takes 3 days to add a mind system. In this case, Rocky only needs to practice his own mind energy during these 3 days. Basic training is also very necessary. Start to enter the training state. Conduct various basic training with Pyro. Enhancer smashes stones, Conjurer runs to control the mind to change, Transmuter stands upside down and uses both hands to release the mind energy to bounce his body up. Emitter controls the stone to make continuous turns, and Manipulator condenses fine particles. Rocky practices 5 systems one by one. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Although it was only 3 days, Rocky could feel that he entered the training state. The improvement of strength is indeed not slow. Even though the talent and physique have not been modified yet, they are still top-level talents and physique. This speed of progress makes Pyro feel stressed. But fortunately, 3 days later. 133. After Rocky obtained the emitter's mind system, Rocky only did basic training in the morning and dived into the sea in the afternoon. The cooling time for the mind system modification is 30 days. In other words, it will take another month to add another mind system. Not too anxious, Rocky began to immerse himself in practice. The crazy rush of sea water, Rocky just stood in the sea and did nothing. Feel the fusion, collision, and entanglement of mind and sea water in the state of emission. Advertisement. This state continued until Rocky's talent modification was completed. In 15 days, although there were some results in the perception of the ocean current, Rocky still had a long way to go before he could develop his ability. But when the talent was successfully developed. Neon talent, demon level. This time, Rocky tried to combine chi and water flow to control it, and the effect shocked Rocky himself. If there were only some signs before, but it didn't play a decisive role at all. After the talent modification was completed, Rocky clearly felt that chi seemed to control the progress of water flow, as if a real progress bar appeared. 1 hour of practice directly increased the progress bar by half. Although it was slower and slower as time went on. But conservatively estimated that Rocky would be able to complete the first step of controlling water flow in a few days at most. Of course, there is still a lot of room for improvement to reach the meticulous requirements of Rocky's desire to control water molecules. But when Rocky controlled the water flow to form a ball, he was seen by Pyro. Pyro was surprised by Rocky's ability. At the beginning, he tried to control sand with chi, but it took him several months to barely complete it. And that was when he had a strange feeling. Later, Lei Jia told him that the ability of each Nen seemed to have its own choice or affinity. It is not that you can cultivate any ability you want. You will discover your strengths in the process of continuous practice. Then develop them. Thoughts often give the ability user a strange premonition. When you encounter this thing or think about this thing, you will have a strange feeling that you can do it. But Rocky's original ability was terrifying enough, and now he has developed the ability to control water flow. This is too abnormal. However, even so, Rocky's modification did not stop. However, the talent modification cooling time is 180 days. It actually takes about half a year to cool down. It seems that the cooling time is not fixed. However, the talent of the demon level is enough for now. After more than 20 days, Rocky's physical modification is also completed, with monster level physical fitness. Let Rocky feel unprecedented comfort at the first time. It's like entering a new world. Rocky can perceive and experience more and more things. Every minute, it seems that countless new information enters Rocky's brain, and the sound of the surging sea water, and even the spread of ripples on the sea surface hundreds of meters away, also allow Rocky to see everything. This is amazing. The 5 senses seem to be strengthened more than 10 times, not to mention the speed, strength, and reaction abilities. There has also been a huge improvement. Just clenching his fist lightly, without the need for mantra, the airflow seemed to be squeezed by the sudden force, so that just a handshake could produce a strong airflow impact. And with a monster-level body and a demon-level talent, a real monster has emerged. The cooling time of the physical modification seems to be longer, a full 240 seconds. A year of cooling time. Further modification still needs to wait. But now the monster-level physical condition has made Rocky feel very scary. Advertisement. With a casual blow, combined with the mantra, Rocky feels that he can already hit the power of Yuvajan's super destructive punch. If this goes on, it may not be a problem to take Yuvajan's super destructive punch with one hand. If that really happens, how perverted it would be. With the blessing of physical condition and talent, the development of the water god's power is smoother. It seems that there is no need for any restrictions and oaths, and the development of the companion is completely unimpeded. The demon's talent allows Rocky to have this extraordinary comprehension ability for the various reactions of the mantra during the ability development process. Soon, targeted adjustments can be made. The modification of the ability has been completed long ago, but the cooling time needs more than 10 days. 5 days after Rocky's physical modification was completed, the cooling time of the ability modification was over. The ability can be modified again. And this time, Rocky is going to modify the water god power of the 6 gods. 6 gods power: Ice God, materialize 15 ice beasts, divided into power type, balance type, speed type, up to 15, can only be materialized when materializing. The type of mind beast can only be determined when materializing. The power of the ice god is basically the same as before, but because Rocky's mind energy has increased, the power of the mind beast has naturally increased a lot. And now Rocky is going to modify the water god. Water god, control water molecules. Through the reflection of the water flow, the reflection of the picture can be transmitted to the ability user himself. Everything sensed by the controlled water flow will be known to the ability user. This modification, although the effect is good, but in terms of power, Rocky is not very satisfied. The power is too small. The effect of controlling a drop of water is far weaker than the power of a bullet. This is not good. This is too far away from the power of the 6 gods defined by Rocky. Although the power will definitely increase with the improvement of the mind, Rocky wants it to be stronger. How can the power of the 6 gods, as Rocky's trump card, be so weak? Then add some restrictions and oaths. The restrictions must also be used in the form of opening the red eyes. Without opening the red eyes, the power of controlling the water flow is only 1%. Oath, every minute and every second of activating the power of the water god will consume Rocky's red eyes. If the power is exhausted, Rocky will permanently lose the red eyes. Chapter 105, Half-Year Appointment to the Sky Arena. Bang! A drop of water. It burst out from Rocky's hand and instantly penetrated 2 rocks with a diameter of 10 meters. The terrifying penetrating power made Pyro and Lei Jia stunned. Can such a terrifying power really be achieved by humans? Advertisement. It's just a drop of water, but it has such great power. Pyro frowned and looked frustrated. Because this is a contest between Rocky and him, the battle has been going on for half an hour, and Rocky has not even used his ability. But his energy is basically almost exhausted. Rocky said he was going to attack. In this case he could only defend. He used his mind to control the sand to condense into 2 huge stones for defense. Rocky only needed to bypass such defense. But Rocky didn't. He raised his hand and looked forward indifferently, and his fingertips lightly touched the air. A drop of water condensed out of thin air appeared instantly, and then it was like a blue beam of light, instantly penetrating the 2 huge stones. Flying quickly past Pyro's face. It's over. Lei Jia said, looking at Pyro helplessly. Lost. There is absolutely no power to fight back. Pyro had no idea to refute such a statement. It was true that Rocky could block all the sand binding and sand squeezing tricks he had researched with just his own thoughts. Even the phantom shifting used by Rocky with the power of the king had no effect on Rocky. Pure basic ability crushing. The reason why Rocky could do this was not only because of his abnormal talent, but also because he could find the flaws in an instant with just one look. At the same time, there was Rocky's terrifying physique. A little bit of weak thoughts covered himself, and he was as hard as steel. The squeezing force that his sand could burst out was not enough to deform the steel. So it could not threaten Rocky at all. What was even more terrifying was that Rocky's mind energy was far more than that. In half a year, Pyro clearly felt that Rocky's mind energy was becoming more and more incomprehensible. The random thoughts this guy releases now seem to be able to suffocate people. Half a year. Rocky, how much has your thoughts increased? Pyro asked curiously. Rocky smiled and said, nothing, it's only doubled compared to before. Double. Half a year. Even Lei Jia said that Rocky's previous thoughts were several times more than his. Doubled on this basis, what a concept. That's right, Rocky's current thoughts have exceeded 300,000. Thoughts, 345,000. Among them, 150,000 thoughts were directly increased through modification, and the remaining tens of thousands of thoughts were obtained by Rocky's own practice. Now Rocky has entered the cooling time of the thought modification. Advertisement. And the cooling time is also 90 days. Now 60 days have passed, and there is Dr. Mida, Rocky can continue to modify. In addition to the amount of Nen, the modification of Nen has been 2 months since the last modification of the water god power, and the cooling time is a full 150 days. Now half a year has passed. There is still 1 month before the next modification. Nen talent can be modified again in the last few days, and this time Rocky decided to improve his talent again. The cooling time for the modification of physique is still 2 months. In terms of the Nen system, in half a year, Loxi has gradually added all the Nen systems. Today's Rocky can be said to be an all-round hexagonal warrior. No. There is only one last corner missing. The trait system is being modified, and the modification time is 365 days, exactly 1 year. It has only been 2 months. The modification will be completed next year. Now, Rocky needs to leave Greed Island, so he will fight with Pyro today. While testing Pyro's strength, Rocky also needs to test his own strength. Now, Pai Luo is completely a first-class Nen, and his mental energy is more than enough. But unfortunately, it takes time to hone his abilities. His ability to control sand is too poor, so this power is probably only effective for those below the first class. It will not work at all for first class Nen. Hone your abilities well. If you can use your abilities to fight Lei Jia for an hour, then you can leave Greed Island and come to me. Hearing this, Pai Luo looked at Rocky, are you leaving again? Rocky nodded, yes, I am leaving. After half a year of Zhu Ziyi and Zhu La, they finally found the news about you. And Kurapika seems to have met someone who matches his appearance somewhere. So I want to leave Greed Island. Then you can bring them to Greed Island after you find them. Rocky shook his head, Uncle Ju is fine, but Kurapika doesn't seem to be able to read yet, so it's hard to bring them to the island. And it's time to go back to NGL to see the tribesmen. That's right. Pyro nodded, then go. We must find Uncle Ju and Kurapika. Rocky nodded, leave it to me. Rocky turned around and took out a card, looking at Jioza. Pyro is in your care. Advertisement. Liza smiled, he is my favorite disciple, don't worry. Although Liza didn't intend to accept him as a disciple at first, as Pyro's abilities continued to increase, Liza also liked Pyro very much. His talent couldn't be compared with that of a monster like Rocky, but as a disciple, he was already very qualified. And Liza probably wouldn't be able to leave Greed Island in his lifetime. It's also good to teach a disciple. There is another important thing for Rocky to leave Greed Island. That means the time agreed with Hisoka has come, and there are still 3 days left. The half-year agreement is over. So Rocky has to go to the Sky Arena to send any information. Rocky also needs to understand the situation of Phantom Troop. Has the group really been silent for the past 6 months and has done nothing? Rocky doesn't quite believe it. He has to go to the Sky Arena to ask that guy Hisoka. Rocky left Greed Island. Directly used the boat ticket function to arrive at the city closest to the Sky Arena. Then he turned into a white light and flew towards the city of the Sky Arena. At Rocky's current speed, the distance of hundreds of kilometers between the two cities is just a matter of minutes for Rocky. He appeared directly at the door of the Sky Arena, and no one noticed him yet. And then Rocky came to the Sky Arena. At the same time, the man who walked into the Sky Arena with Rocky made Rocky stunned. This man seems to be Hua Dishalang. This guy seems to be unable to read at all now. The other party and Rocky entered the elevator together, but both chose the 200th floor. After hearing this number, Hua Dishalang looked at Rocky in surprise. Such a kid is also a contestant on the 200th floor? The audience can't take this elevator, door. Chapter 106 200 newcomers share the same opponent. Are you also a player on the 200th floor? As the elevator slowly ascended, Hua Dishalang couldn't help asking this question. The elevator lady thought Rocky was too cute, a cool little male god. Rocky looked at Hua Dishalang and said, "Yet." He didn't want to communicate with him, but the elevator lady spoke. Advertisement. Rocky came to the Sky Arena more than a year ago and played on the 200th floor. But he just finished the formalities and left the Sky Arena after playing on the 200th floor. You came back again this time, so you can go directly to the 200th floor. Hearing the elevator lady's words, Hua Dishalang was stunned. More than a year ago? How old was this kid in front of him at that time? Rocky is now 11 years old, and he must have been 10 or 9 years old when he played on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. It's been so long in the blink of an eye. Soon, the 200th floor arrived. Rocky and 270 Hua Dishalang came to the front desk of the 200th floor one after the other to go through the formalities. After briefly introducing the rules of the 200th floor, the front desk lady asked Hua Dishalang if he wanted to compete immediately, because according to the rules, the 200th floor has 3 months of preparation time. I want to compete. If there is a competition, you can arrange it for me immediately. The front desk lady glanced at the screen. There is a contestant who can participate in the competition at any time. If Hua Dishalang is available, we can arrange a competition for the two of you today. Okay. Hua Dishalang's goal is the owner of the building above the 200th floor. The sooner the better the competition. After waiting for Hua Dishalang's formalities to be completed, it was Rocky's turn. Unlike Hua Dishalang, Rocky directly asked, "Is Hisoka ready for the competition?" The contestant who can participate at any time is Hisoka. Then arrange a competition for me too. Today. The front desk lady said, "Please wait for me to ask." It is necessary to ask about arranging 2 competitions for the same contestant in one day. However, Hua Dishalang suddenly said, "I may disappoint you. After playing with me, which player is unlikely to continue the game? So you may have to wait for a while." Hearing this, Rocky looked up at Hua Dishalang. This guy is very confident. I hope so. If so, I will laugh at Hisoka. Hearing the tone, Hua Dishalang was stunned for a moment. Do you know Hisoka? I have asked here. Hisoka said there is no problem, and asked me to pass the message to Rocky. You are finally here, he can't wait. Advertisement. The words of the front desk lady have been regarded as a disguised return to Hua Shalang's question. Rocky glanced at the other party. I hope you can knock that guy down. Then I don't have to take action. Speaking of this, Rocky has left, leaving Hua Shalang with a puzzled face. The player on the second floor, so. It seems that he is waiting for the kid just now. After checking Hisoka's information, Hua Shalang was sure that this player named Hisoka was definitely a master of the 200th floor. If he lost, he would not participate or give up directly. If he participated in any battle, he would win. Such a monster would deliberately wait for a little ghost? Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, Hua Shalang didn't plan to stay too long on the 200th floor, according to previous experience. Although there is a gap every 10 floors, it is not too much. His strength is already several times that of the 190th floor, and it is not a problem to deal with the players of the 200th floor. In fact, Hua Shalang escaped because of Rocky. Together with Rocky, although Rocky did not actively release a strong mind, the non-players of the 200th floor could clearly feel a powerful life energy the moment Rocky appeared. No one dared to give Rocky an initiation unless they wanted to die. Hua Shalang became Hisoka's opponent again, Hisoka, the killing god of the 200th floor. If people knew that someone had taken Hisoka's fruit, there would be no good ending. Hua Shalang was indeed very lucky. Otherwise, after the initiation, this guy might have been like say Daso and the others, with either a broken hand or a broken foot. The Sky Arena was very efficient. The match was arranged immediately, and many spectators came to watch. The attendance rate of the impromptu match was as high as 80%, and more spectators came continuously during the process. Came to the ring on the 200th floor. Hua Shalang felt the atmosphere on the 200th floor, which was indeed completely different from the one below. It was true that the 200th floor was a watershed. And his opponent? Hisoka. A man who looked very strange smiled strangely at him. As the match began, Hisoka pointed a finger at Hua Shalang and said, "If you can get 1 point from me, I will spare your life." 1 point. The veins on Hua Shalang's forehead bulged. How much does this guy look down on others? Advertisement. He decisively chose to attack, but his proud speed was easily dodged. Even his very independent strength was blocked by Hisoka's 3 fingers. Hua Shalang couldn't believe it. How could there be such a huge gap? Is this the 200th floor? Impossible. Even that kind of kid can hit the 200th floor. The strength of the 200th floor must not be too strong. However, as the battle continued, it was completely a cat playing with a mouse. Hua Shalang had many more wounds on his body. Rocky shook his head. The gap between ordinary people and Nen is too big. What Rocky didn't expect was that Hua Shalang suddenly made a feint to the east and took advantage of Hisoka's arrogance and contempt to get 3 points from Hisoka. Hisoka was not angry, but very happy. But the next scene was more terrifying. Hisoka did not choose to attack but initiated Hua Shalang on the ring. The spirit burst out, and Hua Shalang experienced an unprecedented pain while enduring the pain of the spirit attack. But this guy is indeed talented. He actually awakened his spirit at the critical moment. The battle is over. Hisoka looked at Rocky on the ring with a smile on his face. In the players' lounge, Rocky was ready to go on stage, and just as he opened the door of the lounge, Hua Shalang was at the door. "Don't go. You will die. That guy can't beat 1.1. Hua Shalang seemed to be scared, which made Rocky frown, but this guy came to remind him that he performed well. Rocky smiled. Since the other party gave him a piece of advice, he should give him one back. This guy is obviously an enhancer in the original book, but he wants to practice the abilities of other systems. It's simply an idiot. If you want to defeat Hisoka, you have to find a good teacher to learn from, otherwise it will be a waste of effort." After saying that, Rocky left. He walked towards the ring. And Hua Shalang stared at Rocky's direction for a few seconds, then came out of the lounge and came to the audience to see a scene that shocked him. On the ring, 2 lightning-fast figures collided fiercely. In just a few seconds, the floor of the ring was broken into pieces, and there was basically no good place. Even the referee jumped off the ring to avoid it and looked at the ring in horror. Chapter 107 The showdown begins. Hisoka is shocked. Time goes back 2 minutes. Rocky came to the ring, and the audience saw that such a young player dared to challenge Hisoka. It was simply courting death. They started to shout before the game even started. "Hisoka! Teach this kid a lesson. Not everyone is qualified to challenge you. Tear him apart." Hisoka. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Is this an entertainment program in the Sky Arena? Why did you choose such a young kid to compete or to fight against Hisoka? These voices were completely ignored by Rocky and Hisoka. The two looked at each other. After the referee briefly introduced the rules, he announced that the two would start fighting. However, neither of them made any moves. Hisoka narrowed his eyes and asked, how is the ability? Not bad. Although it's not completely done, it's still a bit of a gain. That's good. Hisoka nodded with satisfaction, then let me see. Your ability. However, Rocky didn't rush to do it, but said, tell me what's going on over there first. Any clues? Hearing this, Hisoka looked at Rocky with a smile, fight first and then tell 17 that this news may give you a headache. Hearing Hisoka say this, Rocky became even more curious. Okay. Then let's fight first. After the voice fell, neither of them made any move. But suddenly, when the referee couldn't help asking the two whether they were ready to fight. Suddenly, the two disappeared. And accompanied by a terrifying shock wave, it exploded directly in the center of the ring. The terrifying mind energy wave swept around, and the ground was completely cracked. The strong airflow directly blew the referee off the ring. He fell heavily to the ground. The visible shock wave spread. Rocky's left fist and right palm, his right hand grabbed Hisoka's fist, and his left fist was also grabbed by Hisoka. The two were wrestling in the center of the ring. Under the mutual impact of the mind energy, Hisoka's face became even uglier. Rocky's mind energy was not fully activated, but was maintained at almost the same level as Hisoka, but in terms of strength, Rocky seemed to have completely defeated Hisoka. This is Rocky's monster physique now. 10 times the strength of a normal person. Of course, this does not mean that Rocky's strength is only 10 times that of an ordinary person. Advertisement. If it is really like that, it would be too weak. This 10 times means that even if Rocky is just born, he can match the strength of a normal person. After training, the improvement naturally makes the strength more terrifying. Hisoka's eyes are fixed on Rocky. It won't be long before Rocky's strength will completely crush him. He quickly stepped back and kicked the broken floor into countless gravel flying towards Rocky. However, Rocky stood still and just moved his feet very slightly, and easily dodged the attack. Smoke spread. Rocky squinted his eyes. Did he want to use the smoke to attack? The moment Hisoka disappeared, Rocky instinctively used condensation to watch. He easily caught the figure of Hisoka. He accelerated and chased after Hisoka. Boom boom boom. For a moment, two figures flashed wildly on the ring. Just a slight collision and the airflow instantly blew away the smoke and revealed the figures of the two. However, at that dazzling speed, ordinary people could not see the movement trajectory of the two at all. All they could hear were the horrible roars that kept appearing. The commentator was also surprised. I didn't expect that Rocky, who everyone didn't think highly of, could actually have such a fierce battle with Hisoka. It's really surprising. This young player, who is only 11 years old, has shown strength that is no less than that of the star player Hisoka. A person beside the commentator suddenly laughed. No less than? Not only is he on par with Hisoka. He was suppressing Hisoka the whole time. Speed, strength, that kid has the upper hand. Even though he has a disadvantage in body shape, he still suppresses Hisoka. His skills are even more amazing. After listening to this guy's words, the commentator was stunned for a moment. I see, but the speed of the two is too fast, it's completely unclear. The central large screen is divided into 16 grids to show the slow motion action. Under 16 times slow motion. The movements of Rocky and Hisoka are still at normal speed. However, from these pictures, it seems that Rocky really suppressed Hisoka. The terrifying fast attack made Hisoka helplessly defend and dodge, and there was no chance to counterattack at all. In the audience, Huadushalang, who had just accepted the initiation, stared at the screen in amazement. How could it be? How could it be? That kid actually has such a strong strength. Hisoka. He had just experienced the horror of Hisoka. If he hadn't wanted to kill him, he would have been dead by now. Advertisement. But this kid could completely suppress Hisoka. What kind of monster is this kid? When he was surprised, the floor around him suddenly bounced up and hit Rocky quickly. Rocky glanced at Hisoka who was retreating. Retractable love. Finally couldn't help it. But is this attack useful? Two random punches smashed the floor, and Hisoka took the opportunity to distance himself from Rocky and rushed forward again. This time, pink light of thought appeared on Hisoka's hand. Rocky looked at Hisoka who wanted to get closer to him. Stand still. Although Rocky now has more than 300,000 mental energy, if he is touched by the retractable love, Rocky can't guarantee that there will be no trouble. So be careful and try not to touch Hisoka, and there is no need to touch Hisoka at all. Just because Rocky didn't make any movement doesn't mean that Rocky's chi didn't move. The chi surged instantly, spreading to form a big hand that suddenly flew out from behind Rocky. The chi connected Rocky's body, but this 683 big hand went straight to grab Hisoka. This move is not an. If you have to say it. It's just a small trick that Rocky came up with based on the Golden Light Mantra's conjurer training with chi transformation. The big hand made of chi grabbed Hisoka at a very fast speed. Hisoka had no way to get close, and even turned into a huge fist in the next second. From the perspective of ordinary people, Hisoka dodged frantically, and Rocky stood in the center of the ring without moving. A huge pit suddenly appeared where Hisoka dodged, and the whole ring shook wildly. Can't catch one. Then come another. The chi increased again and another big hand appeared. Watching Rocky control two hands made of chi to attack him at the same time, Hisoka was a little nervous. Is this kid a conjurer? Or an emitter, or a transmuter? Not to mention that he can control his mind so well, the power of his chi completely crushes him. Enhancer? Without using any abilities, just basic nin, he couldn't get close to him at all. He couldn't even activate the stretchable AI. If he had to activate it, he would only stick to Rocky's chi, what's the use? However, at this time, Rocky looked at Hisoka who could still dodge, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Can you still dodge? Then let me show you how abnormal the control of chi is for people with evil talents. Chapter 108 News of Hard Power Overcoming the Brigade. Rocky smiled. He slapped the ground with one hand. Hisoka dodged Rocky's two big hands made of chi while paying attention to Rocky's direction. When he saw Rocky's action, he was suddenly stunned. What is he doing? Advertisement. But the next second, chi. It spread rapidly, and the chi that burst out from Rocky's body spread wildly to the surroundings. The whole ring seemed to be wrapped by Rocky's chi in an instant. Hisoka jumped up immediately. The flexible love directly stuck to the ceiling, hanging himself in the air like a steel wire. From the perspective of ordinary people, Hisoka seemed to be flying. The flexible love, if out of the body, can only be more than 10 meters away, but if it is in Hisoka's hand, then the flexible love can be much farther away. Rocky raised his head and looked at Hisoka. Very smart, choose to be in the air. Wouldn't that make him a living target? Rocky smiled and raised his hand. While the ring was filled with Rocky's thoughts, flashes appeared around Rocky's body. White fluorescence appeared, gathering into balls of light of different sizes. Rocky gently clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand. The next second, the thoughts surrounding Rocky were instantly launched. One after another, the thought bullets bombarded Hisoka in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Holes were directly punched into the ceiling. Although the power of these thoughts was not too strong, it was probably equivalent to a small caliber pistol bullet. For Hisoka, even if he didn't dodge, as long as the chi could be concentrated on the body, he could defend himself. It wouldn't cause any great damage. At most, he felt like being punched hard. However, the next second, while Hisoka was dodging with his flexible love, he opened his hands directly and pulled up a huge thought king. Rocky's thought bullet fell into the net. Hisoka seemed to intend to use the properties of the flexible love rubber to bounce his thought bullet back. He raised his hand and instantly fired dozens of thought bullets, blocking all the thought bullets that bounced back. Rocky frowned. It seems that the power is not enough and it can be bounced back, so let's be a little more serious. Laughing. 6 football-sized thought balls appeared in front of Rocky, and they were connected to each other to form a circle. The next second, Rocky gathered his thought energy in his right hand. As Rocky's hand gently pushed out. Advertisement. The 6 thought balls began to rotate rapidly, as if the machine gun rotated at a high speed like a Gatling gun, it fired quickly and fired more powerful thought bullets. And this time Hisoka couldn't stop it. Even if he wanted to bounce Rocky's attack back by using the rubber property, it was impossible. In this case, Hisoka looked at the 4 corners of the huge venue and threw out 4 thought balls at the same time. Stuck in the 4 corners, Hisoka's body rushed towards one of the corners. The thought bullet Gatling gun that Rocky made temporarily also followed Hisoka's direction and fired wildly. Then Hisoka released the thought behind him and instantly pulled Hisoka's body to the other side, and released the thought again when he was about to reach this corner. The flexible love pulled Hisoka to the other side. Hisoka spun around the ring so fast that even Rocky was slightly stunned. Using the flexible love to speed up. And what is he trying to do by spinning around the ring? Hisoka only needs to repeat the previous operation to increase his speed. Wind. Hisoka's rotation even created a whirlwind in the venue. The fast-moving whirlwind blew Rocky's hair. Rocky, who hasn't had his hair cut for a long time, has long hair. If you don't look at her face and only see her back, you might think she's a little girl. Her hair is flying. But Rocky's eyes were fixed on Hisoka. In a flash, a thought flew towards Rocky, but it did not hit Rocky, but landed on the ground behind Rocky. At the same time, a strong wind pressure came. Rocky looked up. Hisoka's flying kick from above used the rotation to accelerate and increase its power. At this moment, a large amount of thoughts gathered at the bottom of his feet, and the power of this attack was amazing. Rocky looked at Hisoka who was coming towards him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he instantly controlled the change of form to form a wall in front of Rocky. But these thoughts were broken the moment they touched Hisoka. Although the power of Hisoka's attack was weakened, the last line of defense was quickly broken. At this moment, a smile appeared on Hisoka's face. What a scary kid. You can control the chi to this extent, now, are you going to use it? Your ability. Let me see. Your ability. While Hisoka was still thinking excitedly. Suddenly, when his flying kick was less than 30 centimeters away from Rocky. At this moment, Hisoka felt cold sweat all over his body. Advertisement. For a moment, he felt as if he was in darkness. Looking at Rocky, the smile on his innocent face was full of evil thoughts. Then, in Hisoka's perspective, Rocky's figure seemed to be infinitely taller. And when he came to his senses, the surging chi in Rocky's body. It instantly stirred the airflow of the entire venue, and many audience members in the audience were blown away by the airflow caused by this wave of mental energy explosion. Rocky's terrifying mental energy burst, and the powerful command energy enveloped Rocky. Raise your hand. Bang. His left palm easily grabbed Hisoka's ankle. In the air, Hisoka stared at Rocky blankly, concentrating most of his own thoughts, and still using the flexible love to increase speed to gain stronger impact. A little ghost. He actually blocked this impact with one hand, and even stood firmly on the ground without any movement. It's over. Rocky turned around and grabbed Hisoka's ankles like he was throwing a piece of clothing. He threw Hisoka directly to the bottom of the ring. A violent collision sounded. Hisoka lay quietly on the ground, feeling that his whole body was about to fall apart. But when he recalled the scene just now, he was full of black lines. He was actually thrown to the ground like an object one day. Shame. Being treated like this, Hisoka was even a little unwilling to accept the reality. Out of bounds, eliminated. The winner is Rocky, Li Haozhou. Silence. The wind in the entire arena gradually subsided, and in the extremely quiet audience seats, there were only the wailing sounds from some spectators who were blown away. Others stared at the direction of the ring in silence. After a long time, the cheers of thunder and sea finally sounded. Too strong, I didn't expect Rocky to defeat the star player Hisoka. In the crowd, Hua Dozhilang recalled the scene just now. As strong as Hisoka, was not the opponent of this kid. Is this kid really a human? Hua Dozhilang even doubted whether Rocky was a human. In the lounge, Hisoka looked at Rocky who was leaning against the door. You can tell the news of the brigade. Hisoka didn't look at Rocky, and spoke slowly with his back to Rocky. They probably won't leave Meteor Street in the next year. While the leader ordered the addition of members, all members should intensify their training. Rocky frowned and said, practice harder and practice luck.